You became the youngest war god of Manhwa at the age of 22. You guarded the border for the country for 8 years. You killed enemies to the extent that no one dared to cross the border, and for this reason, you never married in your life. But due to your outstanding achievements, you were plotted against by the ruler. Not only were you imprisoned in the world's most secure prison, but you were also monitored by 2 aircraft carrier formations, while Manhwa publicly announced that you died in battle outside the prison. But now, in the prison, as you watch the videos, you discover that not only do you have a daughter, but you were also crippled and left on the streets by someone. Her mother was also arrested by someone. Your memory is suddenly pulled back to 8 years ago, the year when you were hailed as the youngest war god of Manhwa. You were ambushed by the enemy coalition forces, and after being seriously injured, you escaped to Qingshan City. You were saved by the kind-hearted Lu Rushue, who took care of you day and night for a month before saving your life. One night, in a bad mood, Lu Rushue drank too much, and then something that shouldn't have happened occurred between you. The next day, Lu Rushue claimed it was just an accident and asked you to act as if nothing had happened. Because at that time, you were in a hurry to return to the army and didn't dwell on the matter much, and before you knew it, 8 years had passed. You never imagined that in the mortal world, there was still a girl named Lu Rushue waiting for you, and that you even had a daughter together. You suddenly raged like a madman, shouting that my daughter is in trouble. I must return to Long Valley immediately. A surge of overwhelming anger erupted, instantly causing all the prisoners to kneel in fear. Thousands of guards also felt like they were facing a major enemy, their nerves instantly stretched to the extreme. Urgent alarm bells rang throughout the prison. All fighter jets and heavy weapons are aimed directly at you. Issuing a hysterical command to the 100+ prisoners, everyone break free from your handcuffs and leg irons, seize the aircraft carrier, take over the fighter jets, follow me back to Longway to save people. A series of crisp sounds rang out, and astonishingly, the hundreds of extraordinary prisoners all broke their own handcuffs and leg irons. These extremely dangerous individuals, once freed from their restraints, were nothing short of contemptuous demons. Fire! Hurry, fire! Over 1,000 Special Forces soldiers were also terrified, and just at that moment, a loud and urgent voice sounded, "All station personnel, no one is allowed to open fire." Under the protection of a group of Special Forces soldiers, an elderly man with 3 stars on his shoulder hurried over. But before the elderly man could get close, a prisoner, like a ghost, rushed to him, with a cold and sinister smile, intending to take the old man's life. Thankfully, at the critical moment, you spoke up and stopped it. The 100+ prisoners stood scattered, all ready to act at any moment. As long as you give the order, they will go and seize the aircraft carrier. The elderly man with 3 stars on his shoulder, who was to take over the fighter jets, was already terrified and sweating profusely. With a trembling voice, he asked you, "Yi Tian, have you gone mad? If you let all these people go, it will cause chaos in the world, and countless lives will be lost. Do you want to be responsible for that? So what? Compared to the lives of my wife and daughter, what does this matter? Stop the nonsense. I need to return to Dragon Country immediately. Will you hand over all the fighter jets on the aircraft carrier to me, or do I have to take them myself?" The old man also got angry at Yi Tian. "Don't forget your promise from 3 years ago. You said you would never set foot outside the prison. Are you going to break your word? Your eyes are determined, and you are willing to bear the world for the sake of my wife and daughter. At this moment, you are like a god of death, with an overwhelming momentum, Yi Tian." The old man behind him was extremely shocked, and all the elite special forces flew out. "I don't mind destroying both aircraft carrier formations. Everyone, follow my orders. Let's grab the fighter jets together. Whoever dares to stop us from destroying the aircraft carriers, kill them." Hearing your words, the old man's face instantly turned extremely pale. Helpless, he had to compromise. You lead over 100 prisoners, piloting over 100 fighter jets, and head towards Dragon Country at the fastest speed. Watching you and your group leave, the old man roared in anger. What on earth is happening? Why did he suddenly change so much? He said his wife and daughter are in danger. What's going on? Report this to the blogger immediately. Quickly order the Dragon Country's army to break the prison. This is going to change everything. On the fighter jet, you made a call that you haven't made in 3 years. The call was immediately answered. On the other end, a voice filled with excitement and tears came from Ma. "Are you the Lord? I sent a video to your phone, check it immediately, and gather the old members of the Dragon Emperor's Palace, stand by at any time. It's the Lord who led the order a few days ago. After that night with Lu Rushue years ago, I had no idea you were pregnant. It's me, Yi Tian, your father. Don't have any accidents, wait for me to come back. I'm sorry, choo-choo. Daddy is coming to save you. In the highest command room of the Beijing War Department, one of the four great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, the god of heavenly condemnation, watched the video you sent and was instantly furious. Someone dared to hurt the mistress and the young master. Quickly investigate. All the old members of the Dragon Emperor's palace gather at the fastest speed. All aircraft are on standby on the runway. A few minutes later, a soldier reported that the video was released from Qingshan City 2 days ago. That little girl should be in Qingshan City, but the phone should be turned off, so it cannot be located. After receiving the news, the god of heavenly condemnation immediately reported to you. All the old members of the Dragon Emperor's palace, go to Qingshan City, find the girl for me, find out who took my wife Lu Rushua away. After quickly hanging up the phone, the god of heavenly condemnation immediately made several calls. The 4 great war gods, 8 great heavenly kings, 72 great guardians, and all the million soldiers of the Dragon Emperor's palace rushed to Qingshan City. The Chinese War Department and the top leadership in Beijing were both shaken by this. The Elder Council urgently convened a top-level meeting, with the 6 elders and 4 War Department commanders in attendance. The third elder, Hu, was the first to speak out. This is simply outrageous. More than 100 world-class prisoners were sold from the prison, but it took extreme sacrifices from countries around the world to put them in there. And now, they have all been taken away by Yi Tian alone. Is he planning a rebellion? The second commander of the War Department was also furious. The 4 great war gods gathered at the Dragon Emperor's palace and rushed to Qingshan City to rescue the department. I gave the order for them not to go, but they actually replied with 9 words, stating that they would go regardless. The military orders were being disobeyed. Yi Tian is simply lawless. I propose to gather all our forces to capture Yi Tian and those 100+ prisoners, and to take down all 4 great war gods, to set things right. The 5th elder, Chen, said, according to the military intelligence, Yi Tian's wife and daughter died in Qingshan City. That's why he has become so crazy. Yi Tian has borne too much for our dragon nation. This time, I must stop you from killing loyal officials. I absolutely believe that Yi Tian will not betray the dragon nation or rebel. If he really wants to rebel, then it must be because you forced him to. And at that moment, the door of the highest conference room was suddenly pushed open. The national leader has ordered that no one is to obstruct Yi Tian, as long as he does not rebel against the country. Just let him do as he pleases. The 5th elder was immediately excited and ordered the use of all available resources to thoroughly investigate this matter. He also ordered the War Department and the General Governor's mansion to cooperate fully. No one is to obstruct Yi Tian, and those who disobey will die. At this moment, in the War Department, quickly investigate. How could this happen? At the same time, there are thousands of fighter jets flying towards our general. Open all air defense radars and weapons, get all the aircraft in the hangar onto the runway, prepare for takeoff. Commander Hong Yuan of the War Department has issued a series of urgent orders. Thousands of aircraft, if a conflict breaks out, they could destroy the general's War Department in minutes. Soon, soldiers will come to protect the War Department of Dongjin. The Hell War God sent a secret letter, the Shenming War God of the War Department of Shijin sent a secret letter, the Huangquan War God of the War Department of Nanjing sent a secret letter, and the Tianqian War God of the War Department of Beijing sent a secret letter, all requesting us to clear all airports. Upon hearing these reports, Commander Hong jumped up from his chair. The 4 war gods actually gathered together. General, I haven't received any orders from the War Department of Manhwa. At this moment, the red phone on Commander Hong's desk rang, and there was only one cold command on the other end of the line. General, the War Department must fully cooperate with Yi Tian, and nothing he does should be obstructed. Death to those who disobey the orders. After hanging up the phone, Commander Hong still looked stunned. Yi Tian and the 4 war gods gathered. Yi Tian must be the Lord of the Dragon Palace, and the Lord of the Dragon Palace is actually alive. Commander Hong immediately issued an urgent order to his subordinates to shut down all radars and air defense weapons, and clear all airports. On the other side, the general, the governor's mansion, also received the command from the capital. General Governor Yang Jie did not dare to delay and immediately issued an urgent order to the capital of Qingshan City to clear the Qingshan airport and ordered all the city's defense forces to assemble and be ready at all times. After receiving the order, General Hu Xianjun of Qingshan City had no idea what major event had occurred, but he felt that something big was about to happen in Qingshan City. After flying at full speed for 2 hours, you finally landed at Qingshan Airport with over 100 prisoners. At this point, the entire Qingshan Airport had already been taken over by the General's War Department. The God of War from Tianshan had already arrived with the vanguard, and upon seeing you, the God of War and his men all knelt down and paid their respects. We pay our respects to you, the shopkeeper. Looking at these former subordinates who had rushed over because of his order, he was deeply moved. Please rise, I am no longer the Dragon Emperor shopkeeper. But everyone spoke in unison, you will always be our shopkeeper. Seeing their determination, you said nothing more. Tianqing, the god of war, immediately reported to you, shopkeeper, I have brought the vanguard of 3,000 troops ahead. The main force is also rushing here at the fastest speed. They should all arrive before nightfall. The three from Hell, Xianming, and Huangquan are also on their way. You nodded slightly. Tianxian's gaze fell on the over 100 prisoners behind you, and his brow furrowed. At that moment, the Grim Reaper walked over, sneering at Tianxian, his face full of disdain, and said mockingly, You are the so-called god of war from Tianxian, one of the 4 great gods of war in the Dragon Kingdom. Believe me, I can easily crush you with one hand. As he spoke, this immediately stirred up great anger among the followers of the god of war from Tianxian. The god of war from Tianxian had never been so provoked. With a cold glance, the Grim Reaper retreated repeatedly under your gaze, watching as more than 100 prisoners made their move fiercely. Although this is not a prison, I won't allow any unruly behavior. I brought you here to save people, and during this time, you must follow my orders. Otherwise, I'll make you die. All those more than 100 prisoners nodded in understanding. At this moment, the god of heavenly punishment received intelligence and excitedly said to you, the shop owner, We found the young master. Upon hearing this, you became extremely excited. Take me to the old town market quickly. It's a gathering place for beggars and a chaotic mix of people. A 6 or 7-year-old girl was lying on the ground. It was the middle of winter, and her clothes were extremely thin and tattered. She was already shivering all over, covered in bruises. Her legs were disabled, and her helpless eyes were filled with tears. Behind her lay a man who seemed to be at death's door, but it was clearly an act. This man would occasionally say threatening words to the little girl. The little girl was so scared that she had a blank expression and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, many kind-hearted people were throwing money into the bowl in front of the little girl. I remember 2 days ago this little girl was begging on the east side of the city, and her legs were fine at that time. Could it be that someone intentionally broke them? Don't be fooled, everyone. I know this man. He pretends to be disabled and begs everywhere. He must have kidnapped this little girl. Quick, someone call the police. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuchu gathered her courage and shouted to the crowd, He is not my father is the great hero Yi Tian. My mother was taken away by bad people. Uncle, aunt, please help me find my father quickly. But before Yi Chuchu finished speaking, the man pretending to be disabled next to her suddenly jumped up and fiercely slapped her across the face, leaving Yi Chuchu with a mouth full of blood. He even took out a sharp knife and threatened Yi Chuchu, saying, You little brat, if you dare to speak out of turn again, I'll cut off your tongue. Yi Chuchu was immediately frightened, shaking her head desperately, tears streaming down her face. Then, he pointed the knife at the onlookers and asked, Who said they were going to call the police just now? The onlookers were immediately frightened and scattered. The man, filled with anger, cursed at Yi Chuchu, You little brat, I didn't even let up after breaking your leg. I'll cut off your tongue. Saying this, the man, holding the knife, was about to cut off Yi Chuchu's tongue. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed through the heavens and the earth, Whoever dares to touch a single hair on my daughter's head, I will tear him apart. As the voice resounded, a cold light shot out and directly severed both arms of the man, who instantly fell to the ground in agony. The streets were filled with tanks, and 3,000 soldiers surrounded an area of 200 meters, creating a massive scene that left onlookers in shock. When you see the appearance of your daughter, you wish you could die. As the god of war appeared, everyone erupted in immense anger, cursing the despicable beast for torturing the young master like this. The god of war stepped on the man, terrifying him with overwhelming rage. Chuchu, I'm sorry, Dad is late. You feel extremely guilty and distressed. Yi Chuchu widened her eyes and then cautiously asked, Are you my father, Yi Tian? You instantly broke down, tightly hugging Yi Chuchu, your voice trembling with emotion. I am your father, Yi Tian. Dad is here to save you. Mom said Dad is a great hero. I knew Mom wouldn't lie to me. I knew Dad would come back to save me. After speaking, he immediately burst into tears again. Dad, hurry to save Mom. Mom has been captured by the bad guys for 2 days. They might kill Mom. I want Mom, you. Immediately looked at the god of war, who quickly said, I'm still investigating, there should be news soon. Hurry up, it's been over 2 days, and Lu Rushua's life and death are still unknown. You are extremely anxious. You tell the fairy behind you to take Chuchu on the car and rest for a while. But Chuchu holds onto you tightly, shaking her head desperately, saying, Chuchu doesn't want to, Chuchu wants to be with Daddy, never let Daddy leave again. Hearing this, your heart aches as if being cut by a knife. You gently touch Choo Choo's head and say, Choo Choo, be good. Go rest in the car with your sister first. Daddy has to deal with the bad guys and ask mommy where she is. Hearing you say that, he obediently nods. Suddenly, a tremendous killing intent emanates from you. The man is so scared that he hurriedly kowtows and begs for mercy. Sir, I was wrong. I really didn't know she was your daughter. It's not my business. It was Chen Xiao who asked me to do this. Chen Xiao, you take a step back in shock. The man immediately explains, I was acting on the orders of the young master of the Chun family. I kidnapped your daughter to demand ransom. Your daughter has been trying to escape. So you broke his legs, right? Your voice becomes extremely cold and chilling. Before the man could react, you lift your foot and fiercely stomp on the man's legs, crushing them into a bloody mess. The pain almost makes him faint. Then you command the god of death, the rest is up to you. Make him unable to seek life, unable to seek death. Don't let him die until he has suffered enough. After that, you immediately command the heavenly punishment war god, find Chen Xiao for me. The heavenly punishment war god promptly obeys. At this moment, a soldier came to report to the shopkeeper that General Hong, commander-in-chief of the Red Army, the governor-general, the leader of the Qingshan City, and the leader of the Qingshan City Defense Bureau were seeking an audience, claiming to have news about the main mother. Upon hearing about Liasno's news, quickly, let them in. Soon, General Hong, Governor Yang, and the other four came over cautiously. Governor Yang hurried forward and respectfully said to the shopkeeper, according to the information we have obtained, Miss Liasno was taken away by the Chang family. It's the Chang family again. Alright, go ahead and vent your anger. Issue the order quickly. Everyone, go and attack the Chang family. Surround them, don't let a single fly escape. At this moment, Governor Yang quickly said, we also want to do our bit. You have no objection to this. Governor Yang immediately ordered Hu, the city guard, and leader Ma to quickly bring Cheng Jia from the Chang family. Naturally, city guard Hu and leader Ma did not dare to delay in the slightest, and immediately issued a series of orders. You lead everyone to immediately attack the Chang family. Heaven's war god reports to you that the three of them have already arrived in Qingshan City. Have them block off the entire Qingshan City. No one is allowed to move Liasno out. Yet Choo Choo anxiously asked, Dad, Mom, they won't be killed by the bad guys, will they? You immediately shook your head and said, no, Mom is the best woman in the world. Dad will definitely rescue Mom. Those bad people, Dad will send them all to hell. Upon hearing this, Yi Choo Choo felt much relieved. But soon Yi Choo Choo lowered her head again. Dad, my leg is broken. Will I never be able to walk again? You looked at Choo Choo's broken leg with immense heartache. No, Choo Choo, Dad will definitely cure your leg. After that, you immediately ordered the god of war to send someone to fetch the Ghost Valley Immortal Doctor and make sure he arrives in Qingshan City before nightfall. What do you mean, shopkeeper? Are you talking about the Ghost Valley Immortal Doctor? It is said that no one knows where the Ghost Valley is, not even the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. It's very difficult to invite the Ghost Valley Immortal Doctor to treat an illness. The Ghost Valley Immortal Doctor is the most mysterious divine doctor in the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that he can bring the dead back to life, but he has always lived in seclusion. No one can find him, and even if they do, he won't easily come out of the Ghost Valley to treat people. You directly gave the god of war a number. Call this number and mention my name. The god of war looked at you in astonishment, extremely impressed. No wonder you're the shopkeeper. Even the Ghost Valley Immortal Doctor would give you face. He no longer hesitated and immediately arranged the matter. Sure enough, everything went very smoothly. As soon as Ghost Valley heard the name Nietian, he readily agreed. The god of war immediately arranged for a fighter jet to bring him to Qingshan. Inside the Cheng family villa at this moment, the head of the Cheng family smiled and said to Zhang, during this closed-door training, your strength will surely reach new heights. It's likely that in a few days, you will become the first martial arts grandmaster in our Qingshan city. Head Zhang modestly waved his hand and said, from a top-notch martial artist to a martial arts grandmaster, that's still extremely difficult. However, I am quite confident that I can become a martial arts grandmaster within 3 years. The head of the Cheng family immediately clasped his hands together and congratulated Head Zhang in advance, wishing him an early achievement of the title of martial arts grandmaster. Suddenly, Head Zhang said to the head of the Cheng family, by the way, do you know what major event has happened in Qingshan? It is said that Governor Yang and Commander Hong have personally arrived in Qingshan. The entire city has been sealed off by the military, and it's unclear who has provoked such a situation. The head of the family shook his head and said, I've also heard some of this news, but the situation is unclear for now. And just at this moment, a voice as mighty as thunder suddenly came from outside. Where is the head of the Cheng family? Come out immediately, you're facing death. The head of the Chang family and head Zhang looked outside with strange expressions. What's going on? Who has such audacity? The Chang family has come to cause trouble. The head of the Chang family coldly said to the old man behind him, "Thank you, Elder Wu." After Elder Wu nodded to the head of the Chang family, he strode out. Elder Wu is powerful, and with his protection, the head of the Chang family has been able to overcome danger every time in recent years. Head Zhang looked disdainful as he said to the head of the Chang family, "He's just a little brat who doesn't know his place." But with Elder Wu's intervention, he will undoubtedly die. Just as Head Zhang's voice fell, a figure smashed through the door and flew in. Master Chang and Head Zhang stared at each other. Their expressions were absolutely stunning. Because this figure was none other than Wu Lao, the top dancer, who had just walked out. He was actually beaten to death and thrown back just after walking out. Before the two could react, you broke in with a group of strong men, and the furious voice rang out again, "Who is Master Chang? Come out now. Seeing you before death is like meeting the god of death." Master Chang was instantly frightened, his face turned pale. Behind you were more than 100 extraordinary criminals and an endless number of special forces. The pressure was overwhelming, and Master Chang was extremely terrified, trembling as he dared to ask who you were. "I, Chang, have never met any of you. If my Chang family has offended in any way, I hope you can calm down, and we can talk things out." At this moment, the god of war reported to you that the shopkeeper Chang Xiao had already been captured. "Should we bring him up?" You immediately ordered Chang Jia to be brought up. After seeing Master Chang, Chang Jia immediately grasped at a lifeline. "Grandfather, please save me. These people are crazy. They even dared to arrest me. I haven't done anything wrong." Seeing his most beloved grandson being captured, Master Chang was immediately stirred up. "Sir, let's talk. First, release my grandson." "You ignored it." "Mr. Chang looked at Chung coldly. "Sister, you did nothing wrong. They just took my daughter, causing her legs to be broken and begging on the roadside. You deserve to die. A monstrous killing intent gushes out from within you." Chang Jia was suddenly scared, her face turned pale, staring in disbelief at you, the father of Yi Chu Chu. "How is this possible? Isn't Yi Chu Chu a wild child?" Chang Jia's words were not finished. You then slapped Chung heavily, instantly splitting open half of her face. She immediately cried out in pain, never dreaming that the illegitimate child born to Lu Rushue actually had a father, and it seemed to be someone of high status. Seeing her precious grandson being slapped by you so brutally, Master Chang immediately felt a pang in his heart. "Even if my grandson did something wrong, there's no need to make such a big scene. My Chung family is well established in Qingshan City, one of the top 3 families. Even the influential people in Qingshan City need to give my Chung family some face. No one in Qingshan would dare to treat my Chung family like this. This is just a small matter, it shouldn't be like this. How much money do you need? You can name your price." Hearing this, you were instantly furious, looking at Master Chang with an icy, murderous gaze. The terrifying look in his eyes filled Master Chang with a sense of dread. Who is this person? When did Qingshan have such a powerful figure? To be able to get the people from Zhanbu to help, this person must have some influence. However, Master Chang is not afraid. In Qingshan, it's still up to Hushi to make the decisions. He has already started planning in his mind. Harming my daughter, even a single hair, is a huge offense. For this alone, Chang Jia deserves to die 1,000 times over. You looked at Chang Jia with extreme indifference and asked why he ordered someone to abduct my daughter, under your terrifyingly murderous aura. Chang Jia was already scared out of his wits. Naturally, he didn't dare to hesitate at this point. I had been pursuing Lu Rushue all along, but she always rejected me, so I held a grudge against her. After finding out that Lu Rushue had been abducted, I had the desire for revenge. So I had a beggar take away his daughter, but I absolutely did not have that beggar break her legs. With a furious roar, he suddenly stomped on Chang Jia's head. Chang Jia didn't even have time to let out a final scream before dying a tragic death on the spot. You looked coldly at Chang Jia's body. Those who hurt my daughter must die. The debt for my daughter's life can be settled later. Now it's time to settle the score with Master Chang. Seeing Chang Jia die tragically in front of them, Master Chang was suddenly stunned on the spot. Desperately, he looked at Leader Zhang and hoped that the leader would avenge my grandson. Leader Zhang hesitated for a moment. These people look like ruthless villains, definitely not with any significant background. As for those soldiers from the War Department, I will personally call Hu Shishou later. General, the War Department also has someone. Hearing what Master Chang said, Leader Zhang's concerns were immediately alleviated. He shook his arms, and a powerful force erupted from within him. You can tell at a glance. This is definitely a top-notch master. I am Zhang Hong, the leader of the Bagua sect. Who are you? Quickly state your name. Before Leader Zhang could finish speaking, a villain behind you made a move. Leader Zhang didn't even have a chance to react and was directly attacked. By the time he realized, he thought it was too late. He looked at the villain in shock and disbelief, then fell down lifelessly. He's dead now. Master Cheng finally lost his composure, staring in shock at Leader Zhang's body. The top master of Qingshan was actually killed without even making a move. Just how terrifyingly powerful is this assailant? The Black Emperor glanced at Leader Zhang's body with disdain. So much talk even after coming out to die. I hate people who talk too much. After speaking, the Black Emperor respectfully stood behind you. This performance made Master Chang even more surprised. The terrifying master who killed Leader Zhang in one move, actually showing such respect to this young man in front of him. So respectful. Who is this young man after all? He claims to be the father of that little girl. His visit to the Cheng family seems ominous. The head of the Cheng family suddenly felt a jolt in his heart and finally realized. Master Chang, I will only give you one chance to speak. What about the woman you captured? Having witnessed Master Zhang being killed on the spot, Master Chang also understands. The Cheng family has provoked an untouchable big shot today. Realizing the imminent disaster, Master Chang smiled instead of getting angry. Do you think I'm a fool? If I say it, I will undoubtedly die. If you have the ability, just kill me directly. This way, you will never know the whereabouts of that woman, and my Cheng family will go on a killing spree. Do you think Captain Hu will let you go? I just sent a message to Captain Hu. By now, he has already set out with the City Defense Bureau. What about the people you invited from the War Department? Local matters are not something the War Department can meddle in. You gave a signal to the God of War. The God of War immediately shouted outside, Hu Xianjun, both of you come in. Upon hearing the God of War's words, Master Cheng suddenly looked stunned, with a look of suspicion towards the door. Isn't Hu Xianjun Captain Hu's pseudonym? When Master Cheng saw Captain Hu and the leader of the cavalry, they came running in, bowing and saluting obsequiously. He was suddenly struck as if by lightning. At that moment, Master Cheng felt like the sky was falling. The Cheng family's fate was about to collapse. A real disaster was imminent. Bring all the people from the Cheng family here at the fastest speed, leaving no one behind. You gave the order to the God of War. It's the shopkeeper, and the heavenly war god immediately takes the order. Master Cheng suddenly panicked and begged for mercy. Please spare my Cheng family, the person I caught for the prince's mansion. That woman has already been sent to the prince's mansion. What prince's mansion? Hearing this, Hu Shishou's face suddenly changed drastically. Your reaction was all seen by me. You glanced and asked coldly, what's the background of the prince's mansion? Master Cheng heard that you don't even know about the prince's mansion, and he sneered in his heart. The reason he confessed to the prince's mansion so readily was not just due to coercion. In fact, Master Cheng had his own calculations. As long as you dare to go to the prince's mansion to demand someone, you will definitely die in the prince's mansion. In this way, the crisis of the Cheng family can be resolved, and it will also avenge his grandson. You should know that the prince's mansion is the heaven of the prince. Those who provoke it all die. Hu Shishou quickly explained that the prince's mansion is the mansion of the prince, the true ruler of the prince's mansion. The prince has 4 sons. The eldest son Wang Qin holds a high position in the capital and has great power. The extraordinary second son Wang Qi, a legendary figure in the military, the leader of the battle zone. The third son Wang Shu, our general's wealthiest, with immense financial power, and the fourth son Wang Hua, the underground emperor of the general. As soon as Hu Shishou's voice fell, the heavenly war god sneered disdainfully. The royal flag war god, what's he? If he provokes my shopkeeper, he will also die. Listening to the domineering words of the heavenly sent war god, unable to let go, I awkwardly smiled. Indeed, in front of the lord of the dragon emperor's palace, Wang Qi, the war god, is really nothing. The general's Wang family is probably going to be in trouble. Master Chang roared, who are you people? How dare you insult the general's Wang family like this? The heavenly sent war god snorted heavily and disdainfully cursed, the general's Wang family is nothing but a piece of crap. Do you know who I am? I am the heavenly sent war god of the Beijing War Department. Master Cheng's expression suddenly became extremely shocked. It's the heavenly sent war god. The heavenly sent war god then pointed at his niece and said to Master Cheng, do you know who he is? He is the lord of the dragon emperor's palace. Master Cheng's mentality instantly collapsed, and he could no longer remain calm. This young man in his 20s in front of me is actually the guardian god of the Dragon Kingdom. The Cheng family is completely finished. Soon, all members of the Cheng family were executed, and the Cheng family, the leader of the 3 major families of Qingshan, was thus discredited. You said to Hu Shi, I leave the aftermath to you. All of the Cheng family's properties will be donated to those poor children. Hu Shi immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I will definitely take care of this, master." Then, you immediately gave orders to the heavenly sent war god, "Notify everyone to kill at the fastest speed and capture the general's Wang family for me." You furrowed your brow, looking pensive, and expressed your doubt. Lu Rushue should have no grievances with the general's Wang family. Why would the general's Wang family want the Chang family to capture her? Logically speaking, Lu Rushue and the prince's mansion are completely different worlds. Why would the prince's mansion arrest an ordinary person? Based on your understanding of Lu Rushue, she is an extremely kind-hearted woman and definitely wouldn't offend anyone or provoke them. Tell Hu Shi to help me investigate. If we can determine the reason, perhaps we can know the general situation of Lu Rushue now. Hu Shi immediately nodded and went to investigate immediately. After instructing Hu Shi, you take Tianshan War God and over 100 top-notch evildoers, board the armed helicopter, and quickly head towards the general's mansion. Governor Yang and Commander Hong did not hesitate and immediately followed. This is the rhythm of the general. Just as the armed helicopter left the boundaries of Qingshan City, Tianshan War God reported to you, the shop owner, that Hu Shi had found a very important clue. Grandmother's blood type, the extremely rare panda execution in the world, and someone went to Qingshan First Hospital to investigate this matter. So the capture of the main mother may be related to this. After hearing Tianshan War God's words, your emotions suddenly became extremely excited. Hurry, we must quickly take down the general's mansion. Seeing you so excited, Tianshan War God immediately comforted, shop owner, they should arrive at the general's mansion first and quickly take control. Not even a fly in the prince's mansion will be able to escape. You shook your head, your face cold. If Lu Rushue was really taken away by the people of the prince's mansion because of her blood, then there is only one possibility: someone in the general's mansion needs Lu Rushue's blood. It's been almost 3 days since Lu Rushue was captured, and replacing all the blood in her body would only take a maximum of 3 days. Your overwhelming murderous aura, like the Grim Reaper from hell, erupted once again. Tianshan War God's face also suddenly changed, shouting at the driver, "Hurry, hurry, hurry! General's mansion, I will make sure none of you will be well. I'll kill you all." Suddenly, he said to the Tianshan War God, "Immediately have someone check and perform a full-body blood transfusion surgery. It definitely requires professional equipment." The general's mansion is located on an island in the middle of the lake. The island has a large area, exceeding 1,000 mu. Only one bridge can lead to the island, forming a natural barrier. The general's mansion has 3,000 guests, and their selection criteria are extremely high, comparable to special forces. At this time, in the tower guard room, 2 duty guests were bored playing with their phones. Suddenly, the roar of an airplane came from afar. The 2 guests looked outside and were immediately frightened by the densely packed armed helicopter group in the distance. A shell had accurately flown into the tower, and amidst a terrified and desperate scream, the 2 guests were instantly blown to pieces. At the same time, shells rained down on various parts of the prince's mansion. The prince's mansion was surrounded and bombed from all sides, especially the military camp of the prince's mansion. Hundreds of armed helicopters directly surrounded the entire island. Hundreds of tanks also majestically drove onto the island from the bridge. At this moment, inside the prince's mansion, the sound of intense explosions suddenly came from outside. The entire mansion shook violently. General Wang, who was dining with the Queen Mother, stood up in horror and loudly asked what was happening outside. A guest captain hurriedly ran in, reporting that a large group of soldiers was fiercely attacking the mansion, and the losses were extremely heavy. At most, they could hold on for another 5 minutes. It was feared that all the guests of the mansion would be wiped out. Wang was shocked. Wiped out? How many people did they mobilize? The guest captain's voice trembled. They mobilized over 500 armed helicopters, over 500 tanks, and over 10,000 soldiers. The Queen Mother was almost scared unconscious. Wang, a figure of great influence, was also trembling in fear at this terrifying lineup. No wonder they could wipe him out in a matter of minutes. At this moment, in the mansion, you burst in with a group of people, and coldly said, "In a few minutes, you are overestimating your own strength. General Wang, come out and face me." Uncle Wang roared, "Who dares to be so disrespectful to General Wang? Who are you people, daring to cause bloodshed in my Wang mansion? Who gave you the courage?" In the face of Uncle Wang's roar, you coldly uttered 2 words, "Killed them." Immediately, Black Emperor sneered and approached Uncle Wang with killing intent. Suddenly, an old man rushed out and threw a punch at Black Emperor, causing the old man's arm to deform instantly, rendering it useless. Uncle Wang saw this scene and exclaimed in surprise. Black Emperor sneered, full of disdain on his face, "What a ridiculous martial arts master, hardly worth mentioning." Before the words fell, he attacked again with a heavy fist, directly smashing onto Master Duan's head, instantly killing him on the spot. You looked at Uncle Wang coldly, like the god of death. Where is the woman you captured? Uncle Wang was startled at first. Although surprised, he showed no reaction on his face. What woman? Sir, is there a misunderstanding? I don't understand what you're saying, sir. As soon as Uncle Wang finished speaking, you immediately disabled him, a hand coldly threatening. You should be a smart person. I don't want to hear any nonsense from your mouth again. Otherwise, die in such a cold and fierce killing intent. Uncle Wang couldn't help but shiver, and at this moment, a soldier ran in to report to the shopkeeper that the entire Wang mansion has been thoroughly searched, but no trace of the main lady or anyone else was found. The most worrying thing has happened. Lu Rushu is simply not in the Wang mansion, and General Wang is also not there. There is only one possibility: Lu Rushu was taken away and replaced by the Prince of Jiang, and the person who bled should be the Prince of Jiang. You looked towards the Heavenly Warrior. The Heavenly Warrior will arrive soon. The shopkeeper has already conducted a comprehensive search. The Prince of Jiang is going to undergo a blood exchange surgery, so he shouldn't have run too far. Most likely, he is in a hospital in Jiangning. You urgently urge to be fast. It must be fast, at all costs. Find the person for me as soon as possible. If Lu Rushu has any mishap, I will make all relevant personnel pay the price. You angrily confronted Wang Shu and asked, where is General Wang? Although facing your overwhelming killing intent, the legendary Wang Shu couldn't stand steady, but still said he didn't know. You were completely furious. Without saying a word, you slapped Wang Shu to death. The scene was witnessed. Wang Shu's wife and son immediately burst into tears. The Lady Wang almost fainted, her face turned red, and she let out a hysterical roar. Our Wang mansion has been established for decades under General Wang's protection. You dare to bring people to attack our Wang mansion. If you kill us, I will make you all die. Where are the guards of the Wang mansion? All of you, come out for me. As soon as Lady Wang's voice fell, suddenly, figures of martial artists swiftly emerged from the shadows, each with strong aura and remarkable strength. They were all powerful martial arts masters. It's worth noting that the strongest in Qingshan City are just peak dancers. Throughout the entire army, I'm afraid there are not many martial arts masters to be found. But now, 6 have appeared, which is indeed quite intimidating. But you don't even bother to look, and you brazenly asked where General Wang is in front of the Queen Mother. If you don't tell, everyone in the Wang mansion will die today. The Queen Mother then directly ordered their execution. The 5 masters did not hesitate at all, but were instantly killed by 5 prisoners as soon as they met. Seeing this scene, the Queen Mother was completely terrified on the spot, the first time in his life experiencing such fear. From now on, every 5 seconds, I will kill one person from the Wang mansion, until you tell me where the prince is. As soon as you spoke, those notorious villains rushed out and captured everyone in the Wang mansion, including the Queen Mother. Trembling all over, shocked and angry, young man, you are so bold. No more words. You also spoke coldly. Kill Huayingluo, blood sprayed, and the eldest son of King Shu died on the spot. The queen wept blood and collapsed directly onto the chair, hoping that General Yang and Commander Hong would intervene. But after the 2 entered, they respectfully stood behind you. The queen once again suppressed her anger. Who are you, after all? You're not worthy of knowing who I am. If you don't tell me where the prince of the county is, I'll kill you. As soon as the word kill was spoken, a notorious villain lunged at the second son of the prince. The princess, in her urgency, gave birth to a son with brown skin. But the second son of the prince had his neck twisted and died beyond death. Seeing her son and 2 grandsons die a tragic death before her eyes, the princess's heart was pierced with grief. She almost had a heart attack. She had to call the prince of the county, and the call was quickly answered, but then the phone was snatched away. Then it was respectfully handed to you. On the other end of the phone, a deep voice came through. Who are you, daring to break into my mansion and capture my family? Aren't you afraid of facing my endless fury? And as for the prince, what is he doing? You said coldly, if you want to know, you can go down and ask him. If you dare to capture my woman, I dare to kill your entire family. I'll give you half an hour to safely return my woman, or else I'll make your mansion disappear. You haven't finished speaking yet. The other party actually hung up. Due to insufficient call time, the god of war couldn't trace the call. However, the approximate location has been determined. It's in Jiangning, and Hell's forces have all been mobilized. Even if we have to turn the whole of Jiangning upside down, we must find Lu Rushue. Governor Yang and Commander Hong immediately mobilized all available forces to search for the prince of the county. Half an hour is still too long for you. Liu Rushue's life is in imminent danger, but there is no better way at the moment. I just hope that Jiang County King can care about the lives of his family. Liu Shui, you must hold on, you must wait for me to save you. Tianqian War God suggested to you that Jiang County King undergo a blood transfusion surgery, possibly accompanied by the fourth son Manhwa. We can capture all of Wang Hua's confidants for interrogation, then we will know Wang Hua's whereabouts. You nod immediately, this method is feasible. Tianqian War God will immediately let General Yang cooperate to do this. Meanwhile, in a private sanatorium operating room, there are two beds placed together. On one bed lies a woman who has been anesthetized, her face pale, devoid of any color. On the other bed lies an elderly man who looks to be around 80. Both of them are undergoing a blood transfusion surgery. This 80-year-old man is precisely the county king, and the woman who is anesthetized and unconscious is none other than Liu Shui. In front of the county king's bed, a burly, fierce-looking middle-aged man stands there. This person is Wang Hua, the fourth son of the county king. After hanging up the phone, the county king's expression turned extremely cold and gloomy. Upon hearing Wang Hua's report, the county king was almost shocked to the point of jumping off the bed, but soon calmed down and even threatened that anyone who dares to oppose the county king's residence will die. Daring to kill my son and grandson, I will exterminate his entire family. If everything goes smoothly, the surgery should be completed in an hour. The Marquis frowned deeply. An hour was too long for him, but the other party said they would only give him half an hour. The surgery absolutely cannot stop, otherwise all his previous efforts will be in vain. The Marquis's expression darkened, and he told Wang Hua to call Wang Qin and Wang Qi, asking them to hurry back to the mansion to save the person. But Wang Hua said seriously, even Governor Yang and Commander Hong are taking orders from the other side. I'm afraid this person has a very powerful background. Perhaps he's someone from the capital. But the Marquis still didn't care at all. So what if he is? Our general's mansion wouldn't fear you. Brother, I have 1 foot in the Elder Council of Longwa. Your second brother is the war god of Longwa, commanding 1,000,000 soldiers. I ask you, how many people in the capital are worthy of our Marquis mansion sphere? Wang Hua immediately took out his phone and made a call. The mansion fell silent, while Governor Yang and Commander Hong stood outside waiting. Although Commander Hong knew about the relationship between Governor Yang and Wang Hua, he did not create a rift. Instead, he considered the two of them as being in the same boat. The greatest desire now is to be able to retreat unscathed. And at that moment, a thunderous voice sounded, I am the war god of Wangqi. Who dares to cause trouble? Put down your weapons quickly. 3,000 soldiers raised their guns, blocking the path of the war god of Wangqi. This made him furious, roaring angrily, but those soldiers ignored him. Those who dare to block this war god will face the wrath of the war god of Wangqi. Kill them all. Governor Yang accompanied Commander Hong as they hurried over. Seeing the two of them, General Wang Qi became even angrier and angrily pointed at Commander Hong, accusing him of having the audacity to lead people to besiege the prince's mansion. Are you impatient to live? Commander Hong smiled bitterly and asked him to calm down, stating that they were also acting on orders. Before Commander Hong could finish speaking, General Wang Qi couldn't contain his anger and rebuked, whose orders are you following? The only orders you should follow are those of my prince's mansion. Don't talk about your hats, even your lives can be taken by my prince's mansion at any time. Now everyone listens to my orders. Those who don't obey will be dealt with by the warlords. As soon as General Wang Qi's voice fell, a thunderous and cold voice sounded, General Wang Qi, you have such great military power. Even the soldiers of my Beijing War Department have come to deal with you. Who gave you the courage and authority? Upon hearing this somewhat familiar voice, General Wang Qi's brow immediately furrowed deeply. Soon, he saw the arrival of the heavenly punishment god walking towards him. General Wang Qi was suddenly shocked, and his momentum involuntarily weakened a bit, but he immediately pretended to be strong and said to the punishment god, what do you mean by leading people to besiege my prince's mansion, and killing my third brother and 2 nephews? Do you really think my prince's mansion has no one? The war god Tianqian sneered and said, as if your General Wang's mansion had some decent people, they are all a bunch of animals worse than pigs and dogs. This almost made General Wang Qi want to vomit blood. We are all war gods. Do you think I'm afraid? Don't think that just because you have more people today, you can suppress me. My General Wang's mansion is not your playground. As soon as he finished speaking, you attacked. Wang Qi looked you up and down, snorted coldly, and said, where did you come from, you dirty thing? If you are behind today's events, then come out and meet your death. Dare to kill someone from my General Wang's mansion, and I'll make sure you have no burial place. You sneered, I, Yi Tian, have only been in retirement for 3 years. Yet no one recognizes me anymore. Yi Tian and Wang Qi, the war god, suddenly changed their expressions and stared at you with widened eyes. You are the lord of the Dragon Emperor's palace. It seems you are not that ignorant, you said indifferently. Wang Qi's legs went weak with fear, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. Lord of the Dragon Emperor's palace, just these 4 words are like 10 mountains. How could my General Wang's mansion provoke such a great figure? You couldn't be bothered and asked coldly where the prince of the county was. He didn't know, but you didn't waste words either. Then Dai Tianxian directly attacked. Wang Qi roared uncontrollably, I am the war god of the dragon nation. If you dare to kill me, the high-level dragon nation will not let you off. Not only will you die, but you will also bring disaster to your brothers in the Beijing War Department. But Tianxian paid no attention and instantly killed him. Wang Qi and the others who wanted to resist were directly shot on the spot by the old members of the Dragon Emperor's palace. Wang Qi immediately broke out in a cold sweat and urgently intervened, Tianxian, war god, stop it. Dragon Emperor, please, let's talk. I'll talk. Only then did you lose consciousness, Tianqing, the assistant of the war god. Little did he know that he only spoke to you. Hearing this, you raised your hand to signal Wang Qi to come forward. Just as Wang Qi approached you, he suddenly grasped a sharp knife, like a ferocious beast, and pounced on you. He knew that only by fighting to the death could he have a chance of survival, but he overestimated himself. Faced with Wang Qi's extremely crazed and desperate attack, you dismissed it and casually waved your hand. A resounding slap directly sent him flying, breaking his neck and bursting his head, and he was already dead before hitting the ground. After slapping Wang Qi to death, you turned and headed back to the royal palace. Tianxian, the war god, followed closely behind you and threw Wang Qi's body in front of the queen. The queen looked stunned, as if struck by lightning, finding it hard to believe, and stared for quite some time. He looked at you with anger and helplessness. He is the war god appointed by the Dragon Kingdom's military. He is the leader of 100,000 troops, and you dared to kill him. You glanced coldly at the princess, indifferent and disdainful. I will slaughter the war god like a dog. You don't have much time left. Please cherish the hope of finding the prince. It is unlikely that the prince will voluntarily return Lu Ruxue. On the other side, the prince, who was on the operating table, was extremely grieved and angry after learning about the death of his second son, Wang Qi. Hearing the news of the deaths of his second and third brothers, the once dominant Manhwa was also not calm. Father, we must find a solution as soon as possible, otherwise, our general's mansion is really in danger of falling. At this point, the prince also keenly sensed the crisis. At this point, the only option is to use your big brother's trump card. Wang Hua also had no hesitation. Now, the only option is to use the general's mansion's biggest trump card. I, your big brother, will not hesitate, no matter what the Dragon Emperor or the millions of troops. General, take care. I understand, big brother. I will do as you say immediately. Every passing minute feels like an eternity for everyone. 20 minutes make you feel like it's longer than the 3 years you spent in prison. Fortunately, news has finally come. The Hell War God and his team have found the general, and have rushed there at the fastest speed. They will be able to rescue Lu Ruxue in less than 5 minutes. Upon hearing this news, you were immediately excited, telling Hell not to let the Duke die. I want to personally take care of him. 10 minutes later, you arrived at the sanatorium with the God of Punishment and his entourage, where the Duke was captured by the Hell God of War. It can be confirmed that the blood exchange surgery has not been successful. So, Lu Ruxue should still be alive, but the Duke, that old fox, sent Lu Ruxue away ahead of time. You immediately let out a thunderous growl and demanded, "Bring the Duke to me." Soon, the Duke, the underground Emperor Wang Hua, and another elderly man were brought up. The Duke asked with a smile, "Are you the Lord of the Dragon Emperor's palace?" You gave the Duke a cold look and said, "I'll give you 1 minute to tell me where Lu Ruxue is." The Duke suddenly sneered, "Lord Dragon Emperor, aren't you all-seeing and all-powerful? Then guess where that woman is now." You looked coldly at General Wang and remained silent, just giving Wang Hua a cold glance. An extraordinary villain immediately killed Wang Hua, who was killed on the spot and fell down dead. Seeing Wang Hua die in front of his own eyes, General Wang almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, the elderly man behind him supported him in time. General Wang was furious to the extreme. "Aren't you afraid that I will dismember that woman?" You rushed forward in anger, wanting to kill General Wang, but the elderly man quickly blocked you. You coldly told him to get out of the way, sparing his life. The old man chuckled and suddenly slapped towards you. You casually slapped out, instantly shattering his arm, and after flying backwards, he died with a tilt of his head. Earthrealm warrior, I slaughter them like ants in a colorful building. The general's only Earthrealm warrior was unexpectedly killed with a single blow, completely shocking General Wang Jin on the spot, but immediately calmed down. "Dragon Emperor, I admit it was my fault. I only ask for leniency for my mansion, and I will tell you the whereabouts of that woman. I'll give you only 10 minutes to consider. If you still refuse to stop, then let's die together. Your face immediately paled, even if it means death. You must save Lu Rushue. Tianchen War God angrily gritted his teeth and said, Innkeeper, use all our strength to search. We will definitely find the main mother. Anyone who dares to harm the main mother, we will kill their entire family and exterminate their 9 generations. A notorious villain said with a sinister smile, Boss, hand over General Wang to me. I will make him confess within 3 minutes. If I can't, I'm willing to die in atonement. You frowned deeply. The entire Jiangning has been sealed by us. How could the prince's people manage to take someone away? Tianchen War God spoke first. Upon careful consideration, it's clear that there must be a clue. The brothers of the Dragon Emperor's palace can be completely trusted. That would be Governor Yang and Commander Hong. You said coldly, bring them to me immediately. Soon, Governor Yang and Commander Hong were brought over, and the two of them were immediately trembling in fear, looking at you with a terrified expression. 2 old dogs, kneel before me, or face the wrath of the war god. The 2 of them immediately knelt down in front of you, their faces turning pale with fear, and cold sweat dripping. The military king felt a sudden panic in his heart, but he forced a calm expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, Dragon Emperor, don't waste any more time. Otherwise, we will all perish together. You gave a cold glance to the military king. Say one more word and I'll end you. Governor Yang and Commander Hong both looked grim, knowing that they were in deep trouble. Give me a reason that would make me spare your lives, Yi Tianyuan said coldly. Governor Yang and Commander Hong exchanged glances, this time more with surprise. They had thought they were doomed today, but now Lord Yi unexpectedly gave them a glimmer of hope. After hesitating for a moment, they confessed truthfully, we were ordered to do this by higher-ups. The war god Tianqing glared angrily and rebuked, of course, I know someone ordered you to do this. Who was it? Wang Hu? Surely, he doesn't have the power to make you two risk your lives to obey, right? Governor Yang and Commander Hong hesitated, looking like they dared not speak more. If you don't speak, then you die. Tianqing war god said coldly, preparing to strike again. Governor Yang and Commander Hong instantly felt despair, as if falling into the abyss. Forget it, Yi Tianyuan suddenly spoke up to stop the war god Tianqing. Governor Yang and Commander Hong looked at Yi Tianyuan with gratitude and relief. The war god Tianqing asked in confusion, Lord, why not let me kill these 2 old dogs? Yi Tianyuan glanced at the war god Tianqing and said, the ones who can make them obedient and keep their mouths shut even in the face of death are probably only those few members of the Elder Council. If it were just Wang Hu, they probably wouldn't dare to act this way. Since it involves the Elder Council, they indeed wouldn't dare to disobey. If that's the case, then Zhang Yao should be safe for now. Hearing this, the war god Tianqing's expression also became serious. Involving members of the Elder Council? That would complicate things. But the war god Tianqing immediately snorted heavily and said angrily, Humph, so what if it's the Elder Council? As long as they dare to harm the lady of the manor, our million warriors of the Tianyuan manor will never agree. Even if we have to overturn the heavens, so be it. Yi Tianyuan's eyes were deep and cold, his aura overwhelming Governor Yang and Commander Hong like being suppressed by mountains from all directions. Governor Yang trembled and said, Lord Yi, please rest assured, your wife is absolutely safe for now. Humph. Yi Tianyuan snorted heavily. His eyes gleamed with unparalleled sharpness. No matter who it was, if they dared to harm Jiang Yao in the slightest, Yi Tianyuan would not let them off. Even if it was the supreme authority of the Elder Council. No matter how heavy the world was, his wife and child meant more to Yi Tianyuan. For 8 years, Yi Tianyuan had carried too much for Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan. Even if he had to bear the weight of the world, he would never let Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan down again. Return to the prince's manor, control all the people there, leave no one behind, Yi Tianyuan ordered coldly to the war god Tianqing. The war god Tianqing immediately responded, Lord, everyone in the prince's manor has already been controlled. Except for Wang Hu's family, all other personnel are in place. As soon as Yi Tianyuan and his group returned to the prince's manor, Wang Hu arrived. After glaring fiercely at Governor Yang and Commander Hong, Wang Hu's face turned cold as he said to Yi Tianyuan, Lord Yi, this is a misunderstanding. My father did not know that Miss Jiang was your wife. If he had known, he would never have harmed a hair on Miss Jiang's head. This is a mistake on the part of my prince's manor, and we have paid a great price for it. I hope Lord Yi can be merciful and spare my prince's manor. As long as Lord Yi is willing to forgive, I will return Miss Jiang to you with both hands. Is Jiang Yao in your hands? Yi Tianyuan looked at Wang Hu coldly and profoundly. Wang Hu did not speak but said coldly, Lord Yi, you don't need to ask too much. I can guarantee that I will return Miss Jiang to you. If she's not in your hands, What guarantee do you have? Yi Tianyuan's voice was icy. Wang Hu fell silent for a moment. He stared at Yi Tianyuan with a deadly gaze. Yi Tianyuan was also too lazy to waste more words with Wang Hu, and said coldly, "Give you 1 minute. Immediately have the person behind you come out to talk to me, otherwise, in 1 minute, I will start a massacre on everyone in the Jiangjun prince's mansion." Upon hearing the word massacre, the over 100 top-notch thugs became extremely excited. Each of them revealed a fierce look, as if they had transformed into demons. Wang Hu's face instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He naturally did not dare to doubt Yi Tianyuan's words. He did not expect that his words would have no deterrent effect on Yi Tianyuan at all. After some hesitation and struggle, Wang Hu could only choose to compromise. After all, he was not the one in charge of this matter, he did not have the final decision-making power, so Wang Hu made a gesture of invitation to Yi Tianyuan, pointing to a nearby war chariot. "Lord Yi, please come this way." Yi Tianyuan glanced at the war chariot and walked over. The heavenly war god and the others immediately followed, but Yi Tianyuan waved his hand to stop them, indicating that he would go alone. Wang Hu led Yi Tianyuan onto the war chariot. There was no one inside the war chariot, only a display screen. Wang Hu operated it, and a dignified old man appeared on the screen. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at the old man on the screen. The third elder on the screen looked extremely serious and said, "Yi Tianyuan, this is just a misunderstanding, there is no need to make a big deal out of it. You have saved the person, you have vented your anger, let's stop here." "Stop here?" Yi Tianyuan suddenly laughed coldly to the extreme. "I haven't saved the person, and I haven't vented my anger, and you want me to stop here? Humph, I'll give you 4 words, absolutely not possible." The third elder's face darkened and looked unpleasant. After a moment of silence, he said, "Lord Yi, rest assured, that woman is fine, I guarantee her absolute safety, she will not be harmed again. I will definitely send her to you, let you reunite. However, this matter has caused too much trouble, it should come to an end. How about you give me face and spare the Jiangjun prince's mansion, what do you think?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tianyuan finally spoke, "I can spare the Jiangjun prince's mansion, but I will never spare the mastermind, Jiangjun prince. He must die and pay the price for the harm done to my woman and daughter. My daughter is only 7 years old, what has she done wrong? Just because of him, the Jiangjun prince, she was beaten and had her legs broken, taken to the streets to beg. This will be a shadow that she cannot get rid of for the rest of her life. What has Jiang Yao done wrong? Just because she has the panda blood type, she has to be captured and killed by the Jiangjun prince? If I don't kill the Jiangjun prince, where is the justice in this world? Even if it's you, the third elder, or even the sovereign himself, I will not spare him. I, Yi Tianyuan, swear not to spare the Jiangjun prince." Hearing Yi Tianyuan's resolute words, Wang Hu's face was filled with pain and despair. Can really no one save his father's life? 3 of his 4 brothers have already died. If his father, the Jiangjun prince, were to die as well, then the Jiangjun prince's mansion would be destroyed. The third elder's face became even more gloomy and unpleasant. There was even a strong anger flashing in his eyes. "Fine, you can deal with the Jiangjun prince, but spare the others." In the end, the third elder compromised. Upon hearing the third elder's compromise, Wang Hu's emotions suddenly became somewhat excited, and he quickly said, "Third elder, shut up." Before Wang Hu could finish his sentence, the third elder sternly rebuked him. Immediately, the third elder's expression became serious and he said, "Yi Tianyuan, let's discuss the real issue now." "The real issue?" Wang Hu's face suddenly changed, looking somewhat surprised at the third elder on the screen. "So, the matter of the Prince John's mansion is already over?" The third elder personally took action, not to save the Prince John's mansion, but for something more important? Yi Tianyuan was not surprised at all, he had expected it long ago. A Prince John's mansion is naturally not worth the third elder personally taking action. The third elder continued, "Yi Tianyuan, you should know why I am doing this, let's make a deal. I will release that woman, and you will take those extraordinary criminals back to the prison dragon. You should know, if you and those extraordinary criminals do not return to the prison dragon, it will cause panic in countries around the world, and the terrible consequences will be immeasurable. It may even affect the safety of our dragon country." The prison dragon was built through the joint efforts of countries around the world, costing decades of time, sacrificing countless soldiers' lives, and using countless resources. The prison dragon cannot be destroyed by you. Yi Tianyuan, you are a hero of the dragon country, loyal to the dragon country, and love the dragon country. Therefore, I also hope that you will prioritize the overall situation. Humph. Hearing this, Yi Tianyuan suddenly laughed coldly. His laughter was somewhat desolate, but more angry. Prioritize the overall situation? 3 years ago, I prioritized the overall situation, which is why I willingly entered the prison dragon. But what have you done in these 3 years? You disbanded the Tianyuan Hall, tearing apart my million soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall, dismembering them. My woman and daughter were treated so cruelly, and yet you still want to protect the Prince Zhang's mansion. Since I have walked out of the prison dragon, I will never go back. I will spend the rest of my life compensating Jiang Yao and my daughter. Those extraordinary criminals on the prison dragon came out with me to save Jiang Yao and my daughter, so I cannot repay kindness with enmity. I have promised them freedom. If you have the ability, come and catch them yourselves. I will never let them return to the prison dragon. The third elder was immediately furious and exclaimed, Yi Tianyuan, are you trying to cause chaos in the world and harm innocent lives? By doing this, you will not only become a sinner of the dragon country but also a sinner of the whole world. You will go from being a hero to being despised by everyone. Humph, chaos in the world? Harm to innocent lives? What does that have to do with me? Yi Tianyuan sneered, firstly, I am a husband, and secondly, I am a father. If I can't even protect my own woman and daughter, what does it matter if the world is destroyed? I don't owe the dragon country, let alone this world. I only owe Jiang Yao and Yuan. You, the third elder, was momentarily speechless. Yes, Yi Tianyuan indeed does not owe the dragon country, let alone this world. It is the dragon country and this world that owe him too much. But, the third elder immediately said in a deep voice, Yi Tianyuan, I understand your feelings very well, but for the greater good, sacrifices must be made. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? You are the glorious master of the Tianyuan Hall, the guardian god of millions of people in the dragon country, the unparalleled hero of our dragon country. You should understand this better than anyone else. Since reasoning doesn't work, we have to resort to some means. Today, I am here to make a deal with you, not for you to set the terms. 2 choices, either take those extraordinary criminals back to the prison dragon, or face the consequences. 10 seconds, make your choice. However, as soon as the third elder finished speaking, Yi Tianyuan suddenly made a move. He grabbed Wang Hu's neck and exerted force. Crack! Yi Tianyuan instantly killed Wang Hu by breaking his neck. Wang Hu couldn't even let out a final scream before meeting his end. Perhaps Wang Hu didn't even know how he died. Who is he, Wang Hu? That was an official position in the capital. That was standing in the second power echelon of the dragon country. It is even said that the third elder intends to groom Wang Hu as his successor. So, many voices say that Wang Hu has already stepped into the elder council. Such a powerful figure, unexpectedly died at the hands of Yi Tianyuan. Moreover, Yi Tianyuan killed him in front of the third elder. This is Yi Tianyuan's way of giving face to the third elder. The third elder's expression became somewhat complicated, with a strong anger surging on his face. Yi Tianyuan, the third elder, suddenly roared uncontrollably, are you really lawless, planning to rebel? How dare you even kill Wang Hu? If I were in front of you right now, would you dare to kill me too? Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at the third elder and said, I don't know, why don't you come over and try? You, the third elder's face turned black with anger. Daring and audacious. Too presumptuous. He is the third elder. He is the fourth figure in the dragon country. Who dares to speak such disrespectful words to him? In the entire dragon country, even in the whole world, perhaps only Yi Tianyuan dares to do so? After the anger, the third elder's voice became sinister and chilling to the extreme. Yi Tianyuan, do you really want that woman dead? You can handle the Wang mansion on your own, I will no longer interfere. But you and those heinous criminals absolutely cannot exist in this world again. We, the dragon country, cannot bear the blame for causing chaos. Ha! Chaos in the world? With Yi Tianyuan around, those heinous criminals would never dare to act recklessly. So where does the talk of chaos in the world come from? Yi Tianyuan couldn't be bothered to explain anything to the third elder, and said in a chilling tone, Third elder, you should know my temper. What I have decided to do, even the heavenly king himself cannot stop. I have my bottom line and principles. Prince Jiang must die, and I and those heinous criminals can never return to the dragon prison. Whoever dares to touch a hair on Jiang Yao's head, I will kill his entire family, including you, third elder. If you want to touch Jiang Yao, you must first ask me, Yi Tianyuan, if I agree, if those more than 100 heinous criminals agree, if the million soldiers of my Tianyuan palace agree. I have said that I may betray the world, but I will never betray Jiang Yao and Yuan. Third elder, I hope you don't force me, otherwise I don't mind being a sinner, an evildoer, or even becoming a demon of destruction. With these words, the third elder's expression stiffened involuntarily. He stared at Yi Tianyuan. The third elder was very clear that Yi Tianyuan was not bluffing him or joking with him. This madman, as long as he dared to say it, he would definitely do it. And he would definitely succeed. Once this madman really did so, the world would truly be in chaos. It might even lead to the destruction of the dragon country. Even if the dragon country would not truly be destroyed, it might have to undergo a change of dynasty. Who could bear such consequences? He dared not even think about it. The third elder could not possibly become such a criminal. Therefore, after much deliberation and struggle, the third elder chose to compromise. Yi Tianyuan, I hope you won't regret it. The choice you made today will bring about terrible consequences, no one knows. But all of this, you must face and resolve. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at the third elder and said, You don't need to worry about this, third elder. Since I dare to do this, I have naturally considered all the consequences. In the future, if any trouble arises because of this matter, just come to me, Yi Tianyuan. I will not evade it. I will solve it. The third elder did not say anything more, just let out a heavy cold snort. Very helpless and unwillingly said, I will have someone send that woman over immediately. After speaking, the screen went black. Yi Tianyuan walked out of the war chariot, and the heavenly war god and others immediately surrounded him, looking at Yi Tianyuan with concern. Soon, someone discovered that one who had already died. This made the heavenly war god and others tense. It seems that the situation is not good. Just as the heavenly war god was about to ask, a group of personnel dressed in special warrior uniforms approached from this side, Imperial Guards? Seeing this group of people in special warrior uniforms, everyone was secretly surprised. Even the Imperial Guards have come? The Imperial Guards are the Emperor's close guards, only obeying the orders of the Dragon Kingdom's monarch and members of the Elder Council. Only they have the authority to mobilize the Imperial Guards. If the Imperial Guards are mobilized, it means that members of the Elder Council are involved in this matter. In fact, everyone can guess that the presence of the Elder Council is probably what made Governor Yang and Commander Hong obedient. Now it seems to be the case. The four great war gods couldn't help but look nervously at Yi Tianyuan. After all, the authority of the Elder Council is indeed very strong. Soon, everyone saw the Imperial Guards carrying an unconscious woman out. This woman had a pale face, no trace of color in her cheeks, extremely weak breath, and looked like she was in imminent danger. This woman was none other than Zhang Yao. At the moment of seeing Zhang Yao, Yi Tianyuan suddenly felt like he had fallen into an icy pond. His body instantly stiffened as if struck by lightning. His eyes turned red, tears welled up, and his mouth trembled slightly. Guilt, self-blame, pain, anger, all these emotions surged together and erupted instantly. Looking at the barely breathing Zhang Yao, Yi Tianyuan wished he could kill himself. After the Imperial Guard set Zhang Yao down, they quickly turned and left. The whole scene fell silent, as quiet as death. Everyone held their breath, dared not make a sound, and were all extremely angry. Yi Tianyuan knelt down in front of Zhang Yao with a thud, looking at the unconscious Zhang Yao, his heart twisted like a knife, in extreme pain. Zhang Yao, I'm sorry, it's my fault, all my fault, I didn't take care of you and our daughter. I'm sorry, truly sorry. For the rest of my life, I will do everything I can to make it up to you and our daughter. From now on, I won't let anyone harm you or our daughter. Whoever dares to speak loudly to you and our daughter, I will make them know the meaning of death. Rest assured, Zhang Yao, I will definitely cure you and our daughter. I will definitely make you both wake up healthy. With that, Yi Tianyuan reached out his hand, trembling, and touched Zhang Yao's face. It was a cold face. It indicated that Zhang Yao's condition was extremely serious. Yi Tianyuan immediately shouted urgently to the heavenly war god, quickly, send Zhang Yao back to Qingshan at the fastest speed, take control of the first hospital of Qingshan for me quickly. Let Gue Valley Medical Immortal take Yuan Yuan and go to the hospital immediately. The heavenly war god immediately took action. Then he asked Yi Tianyuan, Lord, how should the other people in the Jiang County Prince's mansion be dealt with? There is no longer a need for the Jiang County Prince's mansion, Yi Tianyuan said coldly to the heavenly war god. The heavenly war god nodded immediately, knowing what to do. What about these two old dogs? There was a hint of fierce anger and killing intent in the eyes of the heavenly war god. Governor Yang and Commander Hong knelt there with faces ashen, both already in despair, prepared to die. They had no choice. They dared not disobey the orders of the third elder. Even if given another chance to choose, they could only obediently follow orders. As for the consequences, they could only accept them. Daring to harm the mistress, they deserved to die 1,000 times. Let me slaughter them. Seeing Yi Tianyuan not speaking for a while, Tianqing war god angrily spoke up. After speaking, he was about to take action. Yi Tianyuan waved his hand and said coldly, it was an order from the third elder, they dare not disobey, which is understandable. Forget it, they are not deserving of death. Hearing that Yi Tianyuan had no intention of killing them, Governor Yang and Commander Hong were overjoyed and looked at Yi Tianyuan with great surprise. The Master Yi actually showed them mercy? It seemed that the Master Yi was not as terrifying as they thought, not a bloodthirsty demon, but had some compassion. Master, can't we let them off like this? Tianqing War God became a little anxious. Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at Governor Yang and Commander Hong, saying, although I have killed countless people, I do not kill the innocent indiscriminately. Right and wrong, I have always been clear. You were following orders, I won't make it difficult for you. But capital crimes can be pardoned, but living crimes cannot be escaped. In consideration of Jiang Yao's safety, I will spare you this time, go back to your hometown. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's lenient punishment, Tianqing War God was indignant, but he dared not say much. After all, it was the master's decision, and no one could change it. After hearing this, Governor Yang and Commander Hong were immediately grateful and thanked Yi Tianyuan profusely. They were not young anymore, and they would have to retire in a few years. Retiring early now was not a bad thing. Being able to save their lives and land safely was already a great blessing. After resolving these matters, Yi Tianyuan boarded a plane with Jiang Yao and hurried back to Qingshan City. On the side of Prince Zhang's mansion, Tianqing War God left it to his subordinates to handle. The 4 war gods and over 100 top-notch thugs accompanied Yi Tianyuan back to Qingshan City. The first hospital of Qingshan City had already been sealed off by Hu Shou, the head of the city, and Ma Shou, the head of the city defense bureau, taking over the entire hospital. No one was allowed to enter. In the VIP ward of the hospital, an old man with a fairy-like appearance was treating a little girl's leg. Beside the hospital bed, there was an extremely charming woman leaning against the wall, with a lollipop in her mouth, giving off an indescribable taste. Who would have thought that this was the terrifying enchantress Niang Yang? Under the comfort and encouragement of the enchantress Niang Yang, Yuan became brave and cooperated very well during the treatment process. The old man with a fairy-like appearance was none other than the Gigo Xiani, who was difficult to invite even by the Dragon Country Elder Council. His medical skills were unparalleled, capable of bringing the dead back to life. It was said that as long as there was a breath left, no matter how serious the illness, he could cure it. Even for those at the end of their lives, he could borrow some time from the King of Hell. At this moment, the Gigu medical immortal was unusually cautious and serious in treating Yuan's legs. At the door of the ward, 3 people stood nervously, especially an old man with gold-rimmed glasses. He was Zhang Jinquan, the dean of the first hospital of Qingshan City, and the 2 people standing in front of him were Hu Shou and Ma Shou. Dean Zhang was now full of fear and nervousness. Hu Shou and Ma Shou were even more anxious and worried. With such a big incident happening, they didn't know how the situation would develop. In the ward, there lay a little ancestor. If anything happened to this little ancestor, their heads would probably roll. Hu Shou, what is the background of the little girl in the room? Dean Zhang couldn't help but ask. He only caught a glimpse. If you don't want to die, don't ask. Hu Shou gave Dean Zhang a cold look. Dean Zhang was instantly frightened. Was it that serious? After hesitating for a moment, Dean Zhang cautiously asked again, Hu Shou, is the medical skill of the old man who just went in reliable? Shall I personally invite Dr. Mo to take action? You should be aware of Dr. Mo's medical skills, shut up. Before Director Zhang could finish speaking, Hu Shou coldly shouted. Glaring at Director Zhang, Hu Shou sternly said, you better shut your mouth now, don't say a word, or I can't guarantee you'll make it through tonight. This Director Zhang was immediately frightened by these words, his face turning pale in an instant, staring blankly at Hu Shou. He naturally felt that Hu Shou was not joking with him. This made Director Zhang even more curious. Just how influential is that little girl, to make the head of a city so nervous? Originally, Director Zhang mentioned Dr. Mo to show off a bit, perhaps hoping for some unexpected gains. But unexpectedly, at that moment, a strong and oppressive aura surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming everything in its path. Hu Shou and the other 2 were suddenly shaken, trembling involuntarily. When they saw Yi Tianyuan carrying a woman, accompanied by the 4 war gods and over 100 formidable thugs, Hu Shou and the others' legs went weak, trembling violently, almost kneeling down. The closer they got, the stronger the oppressive feeling became. It felt as if they were being crushed by mountains from all directions. By the time Yi Tianyuan approached, their clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. Hu Shou suddenly reacted and quickly pushed open the door of the ward, respectfully saying to Yi Tianyuan, Lord Yi, the little princess is inside. Guard the door, don't let anyone approach. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without mercy. Yi Tianyuan coldly warned the war gods. After speaking, Yi Tianyuan quickly entered the ward with Jiang Yao in his arms. The war gods carefully closed the ward door without making a sound, standing guard like door gods. Hu Shou and the others were frightened, trembling as they stood there. Especially Director Zhang, who was muttering to himself, what kind of gods of death are these? All of you get out. At that moment, a cold and chilling voice suddenly rang in the heads of Hu Shishou and the others like thunder. Startled, their minds trembled, and they dared not stay any longer, quickly retreating to a distance. The 4 war gods and over 100 formidable thugs stood guard like door gods. Silent, yet extremely menacing. Inside the ward, seeing her unconscious mother, Yuan burst into tears, Mom, crying and trying to get up. The Ghost Valley medical immortal hurriedly pleaded with Yi Yuan, my little ancestor, you can't move now, quickly lie down obediently. Don't worry, your mother is fine, just sleeping. After laying Jiang Yao on the bed, Yi Tianyuan gently touched Yuan's head, Yuan, don't worry, Mom is fine. This old man is very skilled in medicine and will cure you and your mother. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's words, Yuan calmed down, looking at Yi Tianyuan with teary eyes, pitifully asking, Dad, is Mom really okay? Yi Tianyuan hugged Yuan lovingly, then nodded heavily, Dad will never lie to Yuan, be good and lie down so the old man can treat your leg. Yuan obediently nodded and lay down. Soon, the Ghost Valley medical immortal completed the treatment. Phew! The Ghost Valley medical immortal breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and said to Yi Tianyuan, Lord Yi, little Yuan is fine now, just needs to rest for a few days before she can walk. Yi Tianyuan nodded at the Ghost Valley medical immortal, saying, thank you, you've worked hard here too. The Ghost Valley medical immortal gestured and said, why be polite with me? It is my great honor to be able to help Lord Yi with something. I never dreamed that one day Lord Yi would need my help. This shows that I still hold some status in Lord Yi's heart, which makes me very pleased. Yi Tianyuan just gave a faint look at the Ghost Valley medical immortal and said, let's focus on the task at hand. The Ghost Valley medical immortal looked strangely at Yi Tianyuan and said, Lord Yi, your medical skills far surpass mine. Since you were busy earlier, I took the liberty to help. Now that you have time, would you like to handle it yourself? Yi Tianyuan glanced at Jiang Yao lying on the sickbed and shook his head, no, I haven't treated anyone in 3 years, and my skills are a bit rusty. I trust you to handle it. This is not an illness that you, the Ghost Valley medical immortal, cannot solve, so stop hesitating. Hearing this, the Ghost Valley medical immortal did not hesitate and immediately began examining Jiang Yao. After the examination, the Ghost Valley medical immortal said to Yi Tianyuan, Lord Yi, fortunately, your wife's condition is not too serious. It's just severe shock from excessive blood loss, but luckily it hasn't been long, so there's still time to act. As he spoke, the Ghost Valley medical immortal took out an exquisite jade box from his body. Opening the box released a strange fragrance. A blood-red, egg-sized pill lay inside the jade box. Seeing the blood-red pill in the jade box, Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes and said to the Ghost Valley medical immortal, you actually have a dragon blood pill. This kind of elixir is the first time I've seen it. The Ghost Valley medical immortal smiled proudly and said, Lord Yi, as the 9th generation descendant of the Ghost Valley, it's reasonable for me to have a dragon blood pill, right? Although this is a legendary life-saving elixir, the Ghost Valley still has one. However, there is only one left, and it was refined by our Ghost Valley ancestor nearly 300 years ago. It can be considered a treasure of the Ghost Valley. Yi Tianyuan looked at the Ghost Valley medical immortal and said, since it's a treasure of the Ghost Valley, why did you bring it out so easily? That's a bit disrespectful. The Ghost Valley medical immortal smiled and didn't say much. Instead, he directly fed the dragon blood pill to Jiang Yao. Once the dragon blood pill was taken, its effects were immediate. Jiang Yao's vitality quickly recovered, her breathing became steady, and a hint of color returned to her extremely pale face. The miraculous effect made the Ghost Valley medical immortal nod in satisfaction and say to Yi Tianyuan with a smile, Lord Yi, rest assured, one dragon blood pill is enough to cure your wife. Not only can it cure her, but in the future, your wife will be free from all illnesses, stay forever young, and live a long life. Yi Tianyuan looked at the Ghost Valley medical immortal gratefully and said solemnly, thank you for your help this time. The Ghost Valley medical immortal waved his hand casually and said, although the dragon blood pill is extremely precious, if it's not used, it's as worthless as dog feces. As the leader of the Ghost Valley, I have the final say on how to use this dragon blood pill. If you, Lord Yi, have a use for it, then the dragon blood pill has shown its value. As long as you need it, what is one dragon blood pill? Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly and didn't say more. Yi Yuan stared wide-eyed, looking puzzled as she watched Yi Tianyuan and the Ghost Valley medical immortal. She seemed to understand a little bit of their conversation but also seemed confused. This filled her with curiosity. With the miraculous effects of the dragon blood pill, Jiang Yao's vitality quickly fully recovered, her breathing became steady, and she appeared as if nothing had happened, though she remained in a coma. Gui Xian carefully examined Jiang Yao again, then said, Master Yi, rest assured, your wife is fine. It will just take some time for her chi and blood to recover, so she won't wake up so soon. Let her have a good sleep, and she will wake up. Yi Tianyuan nodded, understanding Jiang Yao's condition. Finally, Yi Tianyuan could let go of the worry that had been hanging over him. He glanced at Gui Gui Xian and Yao Jin Yang Yang, and before he could speak, both of them tactfully left the ward. Soon, only Yi Tianyuan, Jiang Yao, and Yi Yuan were left in the room. Jiang Yao was still unconscious. Watching the unconscious Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan's thoughts involuntarily went back 8 years. Memories flooded his mind, each one warm and soul-stirring. 8 years had left many traces on Jiang Yao's face. From these traces, Yi Tianyuan could imagine how much hardship Jiang Yao had endured alone with her daughter over the past 8 years. And it was all his fault, Yi Tianyuan's fault. 8 years ago, he left without a word, not even leaving a way to contact Jiang Yao. If he hadn't left without a word, if he had left a way to contact Jiang Yao, but reality had no room for so many ifs. Daddy, just as Yi Tianyuan was lost in his thoughts, a sweet voice suddenly interrupted him. Yi Tianyuan immediately turned to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached out her tender little hand and wiped the tears from the corner of Yi Tianyuan's eyes. Worried, she asked, Daddy, why are you crying? Did Yuan do something to make Daddy angry? Yi Tianyuan gently patted Yi Yuan's head, smiled, and said, Silly girl, Daddy isn't crying, Daddy is happy. You didn't make Daddy angry, Daddy is sorry to you. Before Yi Tianyuan could finish his sentence, Yi Yuan shook her head vigorously, her young face becoming serious and determined, her voice strong. Daddy didn't do anything wrong to Yuan. Daddy saved Yuan and Mommy. Daddy is the best daddy in the world. Hearing this, Yi Tianyuan felt even more guilty and ashamed. It was like a knife stabbing into his heart, twisting forcefully. He felt unworthy of being called a good father. Yi Tianyuan gently touched Yi Yuan's head and said, But Daddy left you and Mommy for so many years. Aren't you mad at Daddy? Yi Yuan continued to shake her head vigorously, her tone firm. Yuan will never be mad at Daddy. Mommy told Yuan that Daddy is a great hero, that Daddy went to the border battlefield to defend the country, that Daddy is a great and honorable warrior, and Yuan is always proud of Daddy. Jiang Yao, hearing these words, Yi Tianyuan's eyes welled up with tears again. Jiang Yao, how much injustice have you endured all these years? Yi Tianyuan, you are truly despicable. Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao, filled with guilt and self-blame. To hell with defending the country, to hell with being the Lord of Tianyuan, to hell with being a hero. If a man can't take care of his wife and children, what right does he have to talk about defending the country? Defend the family before defending the country. Yi Tianyuan was proud of Manhwa, ensuring peace and prosperity for 10 years. But he felt guilty towards Jiang Yao and his daughter. For these 10 years, everything I did was to protect Manhwa. For the rest of my life, everything I do will be to protect them. I, Yi Tianyuan, am no longer the Lord of Tianyuan, no longer the unparalleled hero, no longer the guardian god of Huaxia. From now on, I, Yi Tianyuan, only have two identities, that is Jiang Yao's husband and Yuan's father. Yi Tianyuan secretly made up his mind. He wanted to spend the rest of his life making up for Jiang Yao and her daughter. Dad, why are you crying again? Yi Yuan gently wiped Yi Tianyuan's eyes with her tender hands. Yi Tianyuan immediately suppressed his emotions, smiled at Yi Yuan, and said softly, Dad is touched and happy. Yi Yuan looked at Yi Tianyuan, blinked, tried to think hard, and then, as if not understanding, obediently nodded. After a while, Yi Yuan looked at Yi Tianyuan again and said, Dad, are you going to leave Yuan again soon? Yi Tianyuan immediately shook his head and said, No, Dad will never leave Mom and Yuan again, okay? Really? Dad, you're not lying to Yuan, right? Yi Yuan suddenly became excited, looking at Yi Tianyuan with joy. The happiness of children is so simple. What they seek is actually not much. Yi Tianyuan gently touched Yi Yuan's head, looking at her seriously and said, Of course it's true, you forgot that Dad just told you that he will never lie to Yuan. Oh, Yi Yuan immediately nodded and said, Dad just said he will never lie to Yuan. Yuan almost forgot. Then Dad and Yuan pinky promise, and once we do, it's 100 years without change. Yi Tianyuan suddenly smiled and extended his pinky, saying, Okay, Yuan, let's pinky promise. Yi Yuan happily hooked her pinky with Yi Tianyuan. After the promise, Yi Yuan smiled happily, like a bright peach blossom just blooming. Her smile was full of joy and innocence. This is the most innocent age. Yi Yuan's smile completely melted Yi Tianyuan's heart. This smile can heal everything. Just by looking at this smile, all worries in the world seem to disappear instantly. This smile seems to have a magical power. After a while, Yi Yuan suddenly remembered something, and the smile on her face disappeared. Yi Tianyuan immediately asked with concern, Yuan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Tell Dad quickly. Yi Yuan looked worriedly at Yi Tianyuan and said, Dad, aren't you supposed to protect the country on the border battlefield? Can you always stay with Mom and Yuan? Hearing this, Yi Tianyuan finally relaxed and assured her, silly girl, Dad has retired from the military, and will never go to the border battlefield again. Dad will stay with Mom and Yuan from now on, never leaving a step. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's words, Yi Yuan immediately smiled happily again. Seeing his daughter smile, Yi Tianyuan smiled too. When his daughter is happy, Yi Tianyuan is happy too. Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Yao, who was still unconscious, and said to himself, Zhang Yao, wake up soon, let our family of three reunite. Soon. Zhang Yao will wake up after a nap. Yi Yuan obediently snuggled in Yi Tianyuan's arms, holding him tightly, as if she was afraid that if she let go, Dad would leave again. After putting Yi Yuan to sleep, Yi Tianyuan left the ward. The four great war gods and over 100 formidable criminals all looked up to Yi Tianyuan with respect. In their eyes, Yi Tianyuan was like a towering deity. Standing there, he made people feel awe-inspiring, as if they wanted to worship him. Tianqing, Hell, Netherworld, Yellow Springs. Hearing this familiar call, the four great war gods immediately stood up straight, their spirits high, and responded loudly, we are here. Yi Tianyuan looked at the four great war gods and said loudly, the Chen family and the Prince Zhang's mansion have been destroyed, those who bullied my wife and daughter have been punished, the matter in Qingshan has been resolved. It's time to settle the score from 3 years ago. 3 years ago's account. Upon hearing this, the four great war gods' hearts surged with excitement, their fists clenched tightly. 3 years ago, Yi Tianyuan was framed, mistakenly killed the Snow Country prince, leading to his imprisonment on the dragon prison for 3 years, the Tianyuan palace disbanded, and 1 million soldiers implicated. The four great war gods endured humiliation for 3 years, only hoping for Yi Tianyuan's return. Now, Yi Tianyuan has returned, and it is time to settle the old scores. Thump! The four great war gods simultaneously knelt before Yi Tianyuan, their eyes red with tears, and fervently shouted in unison, please give the order, our Tianyuan palace's 1 million soldiers are ready at all times, willing to do whatever it takes to seek justice for the Lord, to seek justice for our Tianyuan palace's 1 million soldiers. Yi Tianyuan looked at the four great war gods like a god of war and said loudly, I thought sacrificing my life could bring peace to the world, and protect my Tianyuan palace from being implicated. But I was wrong, those people only care about their own interests, how could they care about the lives of 1 million soldiers of my Tianyuan palace? Since I have walked out of the dragon prison, I will rise above the constraints and no longer be bound by anything. Since the 1 million old soldiers of the Tianyuan palace have gathered here, they shall listen to my command and seek justice from the heavens. If justice is not served to my Tianyuan palace, then we will make the heavens collapse and the earth split. For great war gods, listen to my command. I command you to split into 4 groups, all heading north towards the capital. However, you will not enter the territory of the capital for now, surround but do not attack. Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan's command, the 4 great war gods looked at each other in confusion. Tianqing war god dared to speak, Lord, if we are to seek justice, why not charge straight into the capital and take it by force? The 1 million soldiers of my Tianyuan palace are unstoppable and can reach the heart of the capital. Yi Tianyuan waved his hand and said, that is a last resort, not for now. We are here to seek justice, not to rebel. We have safeguarded the peace and prosperity of the dragon country for years. The people of the dragon country are innocent. It is the elders and the decision makers of the dragon country who have wronged us. Unless absolutely necessary, we must not attack the capital. Do you understand? The 4 great war gods nodded heavily, indicating their understanding. Seeking justice requires means, but not at all costs. They are warriors, heroes in the eyes of the people of the dragon country. The 4 great war gods immediately rose to take their orders. The more than 100 peerless villains were also filled with enthusiasm, eagerly looking at Yi Tianyuan, some even rubbing their hands in anticipation. The captain of the evil spirits grinned and said to Yi Tianyuan, Boss, how about I immediately gather my 1 million evil spirits and besiege the capital together? Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at the captain of the evil spirits, who shrank back in fear. Yi Tianyuan said coldly, the land of my dragon country is not a place for your evil spirit army to tread. Dare to take one step, and I will make sure they have no place to be buried. The captain of the evil spirits was immediately scared, sweating profusely, nodding repeatedly, yes, boss, I was just talking nonsense, please don't be angry. Yi Tianyuan's gaze fell on the peerless villains and said, who wants to stay in the mountains and work with me in the future? As soon as this was said, the god of death was the first to speak up, boss, I am good at disguising and hiding, I like living in the darkness. Let me stay behind to protect the princess and the queen. I think no one here is more capable than me for this task. The enchantress also eagerly spoke up, Boss, let me stay too. My Tianji Tower has unparalleled intelligence, able to grasp information from various countries and major power organizations in the world in real time, which you may find useful in the future. And most importantly, Princess Yuan Yuan likes me. I can take care of Princess Yuan Yuan. Taking care of the little girl, it's more convenient for me as a woman. Boss, you are going to the capital now. Taking care of the master and Princess Yuan Yuan, I am the most suitable. Other top-notch thugs also spoke up one after another, all vying to stay in Qingshan. Staying in Qingshan would definitely allow them to be by Yi Tianyuan's side, otherwise it might not be possible. Alright, hearing the noisy voices, Yi Tianyuan immediately shouted coldly, glaring at everyone and reprimanding, Don't wake up my wife and daughter. Upon hearing this, the top-notch thugs quickly covered their mouths, not daring to make any more noise. Yi Tianyuan's gaze swept over the top-notch thugs, and everyone looked at him with hopeful and pleading eyes, hoping that Yi Tianyuan would let them stay. After some thought, Yi Tianyuan made his final decision, Death God, Black Emperor, and Demon Consort, you three stay. With these words, the Death God, Black Emperor, and Demon Consort immediately rejoiced in a triumphant manner. The others wore worried expressions, full of sadness, but they dared not say anything more. They all knew that once the boss made a decision, no one could change it. Yi Tianyuan looked at the Death God, Demon Consort, and Black Emperor and said, Death God, assemble a team to secretly protect Jiang Yao and Princess Yuan Yuan. I absolutely will not allow anyone to harm them even a single hair. If anyone harms them in the future, there is no need to ask for permission, take action on your own. The Death God immediately took the order, Boss, rest assured, I will take care of the safety of the master and Princess Yuan Yuan in the future. If they lose a single hair in the future, you can hold me accountable. Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly and continued, Demon Consort, intelligence is crucial, I need you to organize the Tianji Tower in the shortest time possible. In the future, I need detailed intelligence support in the shortest time possible. The Demon Consort nodded in agreement, alright boss, I'll need 3 days. Finally, Yi Tianyuan turned to the Black Emperor and said, Black Emperor, you are the underground emperor of Longhua, you can thrive in any path. You are responsible for establishing a force in Qingshan, ready to be used by me at any time. Some minor matters need to be handled by subordinates, we don't need to personally intervene. You handle this matter yourself. The Death God is in the dark, you are in the light. After giving these instructions, Yi Tianyuan glanced at the ward. Then, feeling uneasy, he said to the Demon Consort, Take care of Jiang Yao and Princess Yuan Yuan for me. If they wake up and ask about me, you can tell Jiang Yao that I am from the War Department, going back to handle retirement procedures and will be back soon. Then find a house for me, buy it in the name of the War Department and transfer it to my name. Don't let Jiang Yao know too much about my identity for now, I'm afraid she won't be able to accept it for a while, I'll tell her slowly later. The Demon Consort immediately nodded, Don't worry boss, I will take care of it. Yi Tianyuan nodded in approval, feeling relieved. Immediately, Yi Tianyuan's gaze fell on the 3 people in the Hu city. At this moment, all 3 of them were trembling with fear. Just now, the Lord Yi ordered the 4 great war gods to lead the million-old troops of the Tianyuan Palace to attack the capital. If this matter is not handled well, it may lead to a catastrophic battle, which is simply unimaginable. Hu city? Yi Tianyuan suddenly spoke coldly, and Hu city immediately shuddered, quickly nodding and saying, I'm here, Lord Yi, what are your orders? Have you found out who leaked Jiang Yao's blood type? Yi Tianyuan asked coldly. Hu city immediately nodded, it has been investigated, Lord Yi. It was Lu Ping, the deputy director of the first hospital of Qingshan, who asked the blood bank manager Wu Zhenxing to investigate. Yi Tianyuan's cold gaze fell on Director Zhang beside him, and Director Zhang was so scared that he knelt down with a thud, saying anxiously, Lord Yi, I truly had no knowledge of this matter, it has nothing to do with me. Yi Tianyuan coldly said, I didn't say it had anything to do with you, why are you nervous? Hearing this, Director Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief as if he had escaped a disaster. Yi Tianyuan gave orders to Black Emperor, handle this matter. The rest of you, follow me. After seeing off Yi Tianyuan, the top 3 in Hu city felt as if a great burden had been lifted. After leaving the hospital, Yi Tianyuan and his group of extraordinary thugs boarded a war chariot and headed straight for Qingshan Airport. Upon arriving at the airport, Yi Tianyuan waved his hand and said to his extraordinary thugs, all of you, board the aircraft and head to the suburban airport in the fastest possible speed. If there are any obstacles, open fire directly. The extraordinary thugs were like demons escaping from hell, each one excitedly boarding the aircraft. Over 100 aircraft quickly took off and soared into the sky, heading straight for the clouds. At the same time, the million-old members of Tianyuan Palace also marched towards the capital city in a grand manner. Simultaneously, thousands of aircraft flew towards the capital city, creating a magnificent and earth-shaking scene. The sky of the Dragon Kingdom was about to change. At this moment, the major war departments of the Dragon Kingdom were alarmed, and all the defense towers and satellites were aimed at Yi Tianyuan and his group. Dragon Kingdom War Department, Satellite Monitoring Room. The million-old members of Tianyuan Palace gathered at Qingshan, and the Dragon Kingdom War Department quickly entered a state of highest alert. All personnel in the command center were on standby. On the satellite monitoring side, there was naturally high tension, with all satellites focused on the airspace above Qingshan, closely monitoring the movements of the million-old members of Tianyuan Palace. When they saw all the aircraft of the four major war departments taking off and all the war chariots leaving Qingshan, the atmosphere in the satellite monitoring room instantly relaxed. They thought that the million-old members of Tianyuan Palace had already dispersed and were withdrawing to their respective war departments. However, they soon realized that something was amiss because all the aircraft and war chariots were moving in the same direction without any signs of dispersing. This situation immediately made the atmosphere in the entire satellite monitoring room extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, staring fixedly at the monitoring screens. But the situation became increasingly abnormal. Finally, someone panicked and shouted, "Quick, inform the higher-ups, Tianyuan Palace is planning a rebellion. The million-old members of Tianyuan Palace have not dispersed. They are speeding towards the direction of the capital city. They intend to attack the capital." With these words, the entire satellite monitoring room descended into chaos. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tianyuan Palace was planning a rebellion, intending to attack the capital city? It was madness, absolute madness. When this information was reported, the entire Dragon Kingdom War Department erupted in commotion. In the highest meeting room, the 6 elders and the 4 commanders of the war departments held another emergency meeting. The first commander, with a serious and solemn expression, said to the 6 elders, "It is now certain that Yi Tianyuan is leading the million-old members of Tianyuan Palace towards the capital city. The advance troops are expected to arrive within 3 hours. The main forces behind them are estimated to gather within 24 hours and will be at the gates of the capital city. I have already ordered the major war departments to urgently mobilize troops to intercept the large army of Tianyuan Palace. The capital city has already entered a state of highest alert, prepared for battle. The 4 fleets have also rushed to the surrounding waters of the capital city at the fastest speed, ready to provide support at any time." Humph. The third elder snorted heavily, his face full of gloom as he said, "You should have listened to me earlier. You should have eliminated Yi Tianyuan at all costs from the beginning. Now, with the million-strong army of Tianyuan Palace assembled, he is about to rebel." Upon finishing speaking, the third elder angrily glared at the fifth elder and said, "If you hadn't been contradicting me all along, this situation wouldn't have happened. I've said before that we should have captured that woman and brought her to the capital to use as leverage against Yi Tianyuan to return with his group of notorious criminals to the dragon prison. Characters like Yi Tianyuan are extremely dangerous and the best place for them is on the dragon prison to ensure the safety of our country. Fifth elder, you've always been protecting Yi Tianyuan, and this is the result of your protection. What do you suggest we do now?" The fourth elder, Yuhan, spoke up, "What else can we do? Yi Tianyuan dared to lead the million-old members of the Tianyuan Hall in rebellion, so we must eliminate them at all costs. In my opinion, we should directly seek the approval of the sovereign, mobilize all our country's forces, and eradicate Yi Tianyuan and his Tianyuan Hall at all costs, along with those notorious criminals, sending them all to hell to prevent future troubles." The third elder strongly supported the fourth elder's words. The 4 commanders of the war department also nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, a different voice spoke up. "For commanders, I would like to ask, have you calculated the odds of winning against Yi Tianyuan? Even if we win, what price do we need to pay?" This question made the 4 commanders look at each other in silence. It was indeed a difficult question to answer. Before the 4 commanders could respond, the 5th elder continued, "The million-old members of the Tianyuan Hall are all seasoned warriors forged on the battlefield, each having experienced numerous battles and possessing unmatched bravery. Moreover, these people are fiercely loyal to Yi Tianyuan, willing to die for him. If we truly go to war, the million soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall will fight until only one remains. To exterminate all the soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall, how many lives of our warriors do we need to sacrifice? 1 million? 2 million? Even more? And don't forget, there is Yi Tianyuan, a figure feared like a god, and over 100 notorious criminals. These criminals wield a terrifying power, and if combined, have you considered how terrifying they would be? To eliminate Yi Tianyuan and his followers, are you willing to sacrifice all our country's warriors? Even if we win this way, our country's military strength will be depleted. Will our country still have a chance of survival? The words of the fifth elder struck a chord, causing everyone's faces to darken. They were at a loss for words. The third elder, with a cold expression, looked at the fifth elder and said, "So according to you, we should just surrender and not fight at all?" The fifth elder looked back at the third elder and said, "I understand Yi Tianyuan, he would never rebel. Leading the million-old members of the Tianyuan Hall to the capital is not to attack it. If he truly had such ambitions, he wouldn't have chosen to board the dragon prison 3 years ago for the greater good. If I'm not mistaken, Yi Tianyuan's actions are to seek justice for the Tianyuan Hall. 3 years ago, we promised him that the Tianyuan Hall would not be implicated, but later, it was you, the third elder, who insisted on disbanding the Tianyuan Hall. The Tianyuan Hall has sacrificed too much for our country, shed too much blood, and should not be treated this way. Yi Tianyuan's actions are to seek justice for the Tianyuan Hall, and I understand that." Upon hearing this, the third elder's expression changed abruptly. The decision to disband the Tianyuan Hall was indeed proposed by him and was achieved through his insistence. If Yi Tianyuan is really here to seek justice for the Tianyuan Palace, then the target is directly aimed at the third elder. Thinking of this, the third elder couldn't help but panic, immediately roaring at the 4 grand marshals without regard for his image, "Quick, quick, order all military departments to give their all to block the Tianyuan Palace. We must not let them approach the capital." The fifth elder immediately shouted angrily at the 4 grand marshals, "No one is allowed to act rashly, do not give orders lightly. Now there is only one way in front of us, which is to negotiate with Yi Tianyuan and meet his demands. Otherwise, if he goes crazy, our country's sky will collapse, and our country may collapse. I have some acquaintance with Yi Tianyuan, so let me personally negotiate with him." After speaking, the fifth elder looked at the other elders. After a brief exchange of glances among the other elders, they nodded to the fifth elder. With the support of the other elders, the fifth elder gratefully nodded to them, and then gave orders to the 4 grand marshals. "For grand marshals, listen to my command, order all military departments to stand by, no one is allowed to obstruct the people of the Tianyuan Palace. Clear the outskirts airport and let the Tianyuan Palace's aircraft land. Prepare the car immediately, take me to the outskirts airport. Send a message to the Tianyuan Palace, conveying my intentions. The capital, enter level 1 strategic alert, but without the unanimous order of the Elder Council, no one is allowed to act rashly, violators will be dealt with by military law." The 4 grand marshals immediately took the orders. The third elder sat there with a gloomy and cold expression, but at this point, he was powerless to change anything. On the other side, Yi Tianyuan led the way in a fighter jet, leading a vast group of fighter jets towards the capital. With the speed of the fighter jets, they would soon arrive. "Palace Master, the Dragon Country Military Department has sent a message, the outskirts airport has been cleared, allowing all our Tianyuan Palace aircraft to land at the outskirts airport. And the fifth elder is on his way to the outskirts airport, wanting to negotiate with you in person. What do you think, Palace Master?" The voice of the Sky God of War came over the broadcast. Yi Tianyuan gave orders to the Sky God of War, order all aircraft to land at the outskirts airport. The main force will continue along the original plan route. After giving the order, Yi Tianyuan looked towards the distant front, his eyes becoming extremely hot and sharp. The outskirts airport had been temporarily controlled by the military department, all personnel were evacuated urgently, and the runway and apron were cleared. Under the protection of 3,000 Forbidden Army soldiers, the fifth elder stood upright there. With a deep and profound gaze, he looked into the distant sky, where a group of fighter jets was rapidly approaching. Beside the fifth elder, a fourth marshal of the military department with 3 stars on his shoulder said in a deep voice, "Fifth elder, Yi Tianyuan and his group are preparing to land at the airport." The fifth elder just nodded slightly, knowing it without needing to be told. Soon, the vast group of aircraft descended densely on the outskirts airport. As Yi Tianyuan led the 4 great war gods, the 8 great heavenly kings, over 100 peerless villains, and tens of thousands of former members of the Tianyuan Palace advance party approached, the 4th Marshal of the military department and the 3,000 Forbidden Army soldiers couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure that swept over them. The momentum was overwhelming, capable of suppressing the heavens. The 4th Marshal of the military department, who had seen many battles, couldn't help but feel a bit worried in the face of this extremely terrifying pressure. On the other hand, the slightly old figure of the 5th elder stood there like a spear, unchanged in expression. This kind of grandeur was truly worthy of the title of elder. The unparalleled pressure approached as if doomsday had arrived. The 3,000 Forbidden Army soldiers subconsciously gripped their weapons, ready to fight at any moment. but sweat dripped down their backs, nerves stretched to the extreme. Even though they were the strongest legion in the Dragon Country, they did not have the courage to fight against the Tianyuan Palace. The more than 100 peerless criminals stared at the forbidden army with a playful and mocking look, as if fierce beasts had found their prey, revealing greedy and evil expressions. The 3,000 forbidden army soldiers couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. They were secretly surprised, knowing that these peerless criminals, imprisoned at great cost by countries around the world, were indeed extremely fierce and seemed like demons. Facing these people, wasn't it like facing the king of hell? The overwhelming momentum pressed down on the entire Jing suburban airport like dark clouds, darkening the sky and bringing a deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive to the extreme. Yi Tianyuan, like a war god descending to earth, approached the fifth elder. His towering figure was like a giant from the heavens. Standing there, everyone couldn't help but look up to him. Behind Yi Tianyuan stood the 4 great war gods, the 8 great heavenly kings, and more than 100 peerless criminals. Each of these people was a formidable figure. Each one was a terrifying presence. Seeing this scene, the fifth elder couldn't help but be amazed. If they truly angered Yi Tianyuan, what would be the consequences? Did the Dragon Nation's War Department have enough strength to fight against Yi Tianyuan? But soon, the fifth elder regained his composure and said kindly, Yi Tianyuan, it's been 3 years, and you've slimmed down. Yi Tianyuan looked indifferently at the fifth elder, his face showing little emotion, and said coldly, slimmed down? In these 3 years, I've eaten well, lived well, and played well. How could I have slimmed down? I must thank your elder council for allowing me to live such a carefree life for 3 years. Every day, it's just eating and sleeping, how nice. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's mocking words, the fifth elder's face showed a hint of guilt, but he shook his head helplessly and said, I'm sorry, Yi Tianyuan, it's our Dragon Nation that owes you. These 3 years have indeed caused you much suffering, and I understand if you hold resentment. Before the fifth elder could finish speaking, Yi Tianyuan interrupted him, the Dragon Nation doesn't owe me anything, it's you rulers who owe me. The fifth elder's face stiffened slightly, followed by a bitter smile. Yes, it was indeed the rulers who owed Yi Tianyuan. 3 years ago, it was the decision of their elder council, and he had come forward to persuade Yi Tianyuan to bear the burden and imprison the dragon number. Today, 3 years later, he came forward to talk to Yi Tianyuan again. The same scene, but a different situation. This time, the fifth elder's mood was also very complicated. His face seemed to age all of a sudden. Yi Tianyuan said coldly, Fifth elder, let's skip the pleasantries. Since you're here on behalf of the elder council to talk to me, let's get straight to the point. If the elder council only owes me, Yi Tianyuan, personally, I can be generous and not hold it against you. After all, 3 years ago I already bore it. I, Yi Tianyuan, have always been consistent in my actions. But you promised me that Tianyuan Hall would not be implicated. Why did you go back on your word? If I stayed in the dragon number, I could have lived a carefree life. But now that I've come out, and gathered the million-old members of Tianyuan Hall, I must seek justice for Tianyuan Hall. At this moment, the soldiers of Tianyuan Hall all had red eyes, staring at the fifth elder intently. The emotions that had been suppressed for 3 years now erupted completely. Tianyuan Hall was the glory of all, a name earned with the blood of countless soldiers. Yi Tianyuan's voice became more and more excited and impassioned. 8 years ago, I established the Tianyuan Palace, led 1,000,000 strong soldiers, and fought in countless battles for the Dragon Kingdom, big and small, with not a single defeat. I have struck fear into the hearts of nations around the world. None dare to provoke our Dragon Kingdom again. It was the Tianyuan Palace that, with the blood of 1,000,000 soldiers, forged an indestructible protective wall for the country, keeping the enemy at bay beyond our borders. My Tianyuan Palace has safeguarded the peace and prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom for years, achieving great deeds without arrogance, wielding great power without resorting to war. Loyalty to the Tianyuan Palace, loyalty to the Dragon Kingdom, loyalty to the people of the Dragon Kingdom, this is the highest principle of my Tianyuan Palace. The 1,000,000 soldiers of my Tianyuan Palace are unwaveringly loyal to the Dragon Kingdom, as witnessed by the heavens and earth. But what have we gained in the end? We have gained suspicion from your elder council, we have gained unrest from your elder council, we have gained your disregard for your promises to me, dissolving the Tianyuan Palace and chilling the hearts of 1,000,000 soldiers of my Tianyuan Palace. For your own selfish desires, you have ignored the people of the world. Do you not feel ashamed? The fifth elder looked ashamed and self-reproachful. Although he had tried to prevent this 3 years ago, he ultimately failed. This had been a source of great pain for him over the past 3 years. The fourth marshal could not stand by any longer and angrily said to Yi Tianyuan, do not be so insolent. This is the fifth elder, you cannot act so unreasonably. You are soldiers, it is a soldier's duty to obey orders. Bang. Before the fourth marshal could finish speaking, Yi Tianyuan suddenly struck out, his fist sending the fourth marshal back several meters. The fourth marshal fell to his knees, coughing up blood. This scene shocked the 3,000 Forbidden Army soldiers, who all turned to look at Yi Tianyuan, ready for battle. The four war gods immediately gestured, and tens of thousands of former members of the Tianyuan palace raised their weapons. Over 100 formidable criminals, each one like a demon, opened their mouths wide. The two sides were on the brink of war. In the highest meeting room, the 5 elders and 3 War Department commanders sat there, with the large screen on the wall displaying the current scene at the suburban airport. Bang! The third elder suddenly slammed the table in anger and shouted, "This Yi Tianyuan is becoming more lawless by the day. He not only hijacked over 100 fighter jets with the exiled dragon, but now he dares to come to our elder council to demand justice. This is simply rebellion, unforgivable. If we allow Yi Tianyuan to continue like this, the Dragon Kingdom may as well be named after him. How can we let him manipulate us?" After speaking, the third elder coldly shouted at the 3 War Department commanders, "What are you waiting for? Immediately mobilize all forces, surround the suburban airport, and capture Yi Tianyuan and his group." The 3 War Department commanders obviously did not dare to act rashly and instead looked at the other elders. Seeing this, the third elder became even more frustrated. "Are my words not heeded?" At this moment, the first elder, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "All right, third elder, calm down. 3 years ago, it was indeed our mistake. We should not have disbanded the Tianyuan palace. The dragon has already ascended to the sky. Trying to confine him again will not be easy. From the moment he led those formidable criminals out of the exiled dragon, we should have understood the situation. Now is not the time for impulsiveness, but to figure out how to resolve this situation. We all know Yi Tianyuan's temperament. He is now at the point of no return, willing to do anything. I believe that he is capable of anything now, and the million soldiers of the Tianyuan palace will follow his orders. If a real war breaks out, our dragon kingdom will be doomed." The third elder snorted coldly and retorted, "First elder, are you trying to extinguish others' ambitions and diminish our own prestige? Although the Baiwan old forces of the Tianyuan Hall are powerful, if we go all out, we can definitely defeat them. You have also seen how arrogant Yi Tianyuan is now, cursing the fifth elder, injuring the fourth marshal. Is there anything that Yi Tianyuan dares not do? If we let him act recklessly, won't both our elder council and the Dragon Country War Department have to bow to him, have to obey his orders? This is simply absurd, cowardly. You may tolerate it, but I cannot. I still propose, at all costs, to kill Yi Tianyuan. Only with his death can my Dragon Country achieve peace. If this child does not die, he will ultimately be a disaster." 3 years ago, it was the proposal and insistence of the third elder that led to the dissolution of the Tianyuan Hall. Now, the third elder proposed again. However, this time, the other 4 elders did not agree with the third elder's proposal as they did 3 years ago. Instead, they shook their heads in opposition, angering the third elder, who pointed at the 4 elders and cursed them without regard for the elder's image. At the outskirts of the capital, dark clouds loomed. A great battle was about to begin. The fifth elder shouted loudly at the 3,000 Forbidden Army soldiers, "All of you, drop your weapons, no one is allowed to attack." At the command of the fifth elder, the 3,000 Forbidden Army soldiers quickly dropped their weapons. The fifth elder then turned to Yi Tianyuan and said, "Yi Tianyuan, I understand your feelings and anger. Since I am here on behalf of the Elder Council to talk to you, everything can be discussed. The dissolution of the Tianyuan Hall was indeed a mistake made by our Elder Council. What do you want now? Feel free to speak, all the Elder Council members are watching you." Yi Tianyuan glanced at the high-definition cameras not far away. He already knew. Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at the fifth elder and said, "Fifth elder, I respect you a lot, but this matter is not something you alone can decide. If the Elder Council really wants to talk to me sincerely, it should not be just you standing here talking to me. If you want to talk, all 6 elders of the Elder Council and the 4 commanders of the War Department must be present, otherwise, there is no need to talk. Changing your stance so easily, isn't that a trick you often use, right?" The fifth elder's face immediately stiffened, choking him for a moment without words. Now, Yi Tianyuan no longer easily trusts him, which is normal. After all, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. However, the fifth elder had concerns about this matter and dared not easily agree. Yi Tianyuan said coldly again, "Fifth elder, I have no patience now. The Baiwan old forces of the Tianyuan Hall will soon gather, and the troops will march towards the capital. When the Baiwan soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall gather on the outskirts of the capital, if I have not obtained a satisfactory result, I will directly enter the capital and crush your Elder Council and the Dragon Country War Department. Fifth Elder, you should know that I, Yi Tianyuan, always keep my word. This is not just about me, it is about the honor of the Baiwan soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall, both living and dead. This justice may be delayed, but it will definitely not be absent. I am here today to seek justice for the Tianyuan Hall. The four great war gods and all the old members of the Tianyuan Hall were extremely passionate, shouting in unison, "Seek justice! Seek justice! Seek justice!" At this moment, the entire outskirts of the capital trembled. The fifth elder could only shake his head helplessly and sigh. He knew that he could not persuade Yi Tianyuan today, nor could he stop him. Yi Tianyuan is like a drawn arrow, he must be released. If he does not comply with his wishes, the consequences are truly unimaginable. Now, talking to him, Yi Tianyuan, about any reason, that's probably bullshit. The move from 3 years ago is definitely not effective now. So after a moment of contemplation, the fifth elder said to Yi Tianyuan with a serious face, "Okay, Yi Tianyuan, I can arrange for our 5 elders and 4 commanders-in-chief to meet with you, but the location cannot be here, it must be the highest conference room in the Dragon Kingdom. And, only you can come with me, you cannot bring them. Once they enter the capital, it may lead to a conflict." Before Yi Tianyuan could respond, the war god immediately objected, "Absolutely not, letting the Lord go to the capital with you would be walking into a trap, falling into your ambush. If the Lord goes to the capital, we must go with him. Otherwise, let the elders and the commanders-in-chief come here to talk. If you are not sincere, then there's no need to talk, we'll see you on the battlefield." As soon as the war god spoke, the soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall immediately shouted, expressing their willingness to accompany Yi Tianyuan to the capital. The fifth elder said solemnly, "Yi Tianyuan, I guarantee with my life, there will be no ambush, I will not deceive you. Even if we can't reach an agreement, I promise you will be able to leave the capital safely. Please trust me, I won't deceive you." However, the war god still did not agree. "Is there anyone in your council that can be trusted? Your tricks are well known, you are masters at it. In any case, letting the Lord go to the capital alone with you is absolutely not acceptable." The fifth elder also looked helpless. He didn't want this either, but he knew it was impossible to have all the elders and commanders-in-chief come to the outskirts of the capital to talk to Yi Tianyuan. Just as the fifth elder was in a dilemma, Yi Tianyuan suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "Okay, fifth elder, as you said, I will go to the capital with you alone." When this was said, the 4 war gods spoke at the same time, "Lord, absolutely not." But Yi Tianyuan waved his hand at the 4 war gods, "It's okay. Even if they really set up a trap against me, if I, Yi Tianyuan, want to leave, who in this world can stop me? The one who can kill me, Yi Tianyuan, has not been born yet. To me, the capital is just like my backyard. What is there to fear?" This domineering statement made the old members of the Tianyuan Hall admire Yi Tianyuan even more. The fifth elder looked at Yi Tianyuan in astonishment. He knew Yi Tianyuan's terror, but he didn't expect Yi Tianyuan to be so confident. It seems that during the 3 years on the prison dragon, Yi Tianyuan's strength has not regressed but improved. How powerful has Yi Tianyuan become now? The fifth elder also glanced at the heavily injured fourth marshal. He knew the strength of the fourth marshal, a strong celestial realm expert. But in front of Yi Tianyuan, he was as weak as an ant. The strength of Yi Tianyuan is simply unimaginable. However, the fifth elder had no intention of plotting against Yi Tianyuan, so he was not worried about this. The fifth elder nodded at Yi Tianyuan, "Thank you for your trust in me, and thank you for giving our council a chance. Rest assured, we will not make the same mistake as 3 years ago. Even if I have to risk my life, I will stand by your side. Yi Tianyuan, let's go." Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly, not saying much. The war god looked coldly at the fifth elder and the fourth marshal. "If you dare to show any disrespect to the Lord, my Tianyuan Hall's 1,000,000 old members will surely crush your council and the Dragon Kingdom's war department." After speaking, the heavenly war god looked at Yi Tianyuan with respect and said, "Lord, the 1,000,000 old members of my Tianyuan Hall only obey your orders. As long as you command, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. You stay put, without my orders, you must not act rashly. Those who violate the rules of the hall will be dealt with accordingly." After leaving a few words, Yi Tianyuan followed the fifth elder and left the highest conference room. The third elder was still unwilling, looking grim as he said to the other elders, "Gentlemen, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Yi Tianyuan is too arrogant and self-righteous, daring to come alone to the capital to see us. Since he dares to come alone, let him come and never return. This is our best opportunity. As long as we set up a trap, waiting for Yi Tianyuan to fall into it, we can kill him on the spot and the situation will be immediately resolved. Once Yi Tianyuan is dead, I don't believe that the 1,000,000 old members of the Tianyuan Hall will dare to cause trouble." However, the third elder's words were immediately refuted by the first elder. Third elder, what time is it now? Why are you still thinking about how to kill Yi Tianyuan? Do you really want to drag our country into the abyss to be happy? The loyalty of the million-old members of the Tianyuan Hall to Yi Tianyuan is unquestionable. If we dare to move against Yi Tianyuan, the million-old members of the Tianyuan Hall will definitely storm the capital. The third elder became furious. This is our only chance to resolve this matter with the least cost. Are you really so afraid of Yi Tianyuan? The first elder also became angry and sternly said, enough, there is no need to argue. Let's think about how to resolve this matter. Taking action is the last resort, something we do only when absolutely necessary. The consequences of taking action are something no one can bear. Third elder, I hope you realize this clearly. The third elder snorted coldly and fell silent. Half an hour later, the fifth elder and the fourth marshal led Yi Tianyuan into the highest conference room. 30,000 forbidden army soldiers had surrounded the outside of the highest conference room, ready for battle. Yi Tianyuan's arrival immediately made the atmosphere in the highest conference room become cold and oppressive. Yi Tianyuan's gaze swept over the elders and the marshal, his expression still extremely indifferent. The leaders of the past now seemed like enemies in Yi Tianyuan's eyes, earning no respect from him. Even the fifth elder, whom he had respected the most, now felt very unfamiliar to Yi Tianyuan. Perhaps 3 years had changed him in many ways. Especially this time, when he disregarded everything and left the dragon prison, it represented a completely new Yi Tianyuan in this world. Before, he lived for the country. Now, he wanted to live for himself, for his wife and daughter, for the Tianyuan Hall. Yi Tianyuan's cold and powerful demeanor made everyone feel uncomfortable. Yi Tianyuan standing in front of them at this moment seemed extremely unfamiliar. Both sides stared at each other in silence. After a while, the fifth elder broke the silence and asked Yi Tianyuan, can you speak now? Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at the 10 highest authorities of the dragon country and said, today, I am here not for anything else, but to seek justice for the Tianyuan Hall. First, announce to the world and restore the Tianyuan Hall. Second, you must personally apologize and admit your mistakes to the 1 million soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall, to soothe the hearts of my soldiers. Third, posthumously honor all the fallen soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall as martyrs and provide the highest amount of compensation. Before Yi Tianyuan could finish speaking, the third elder immediately interjected angrily, this is impossible. Since the Tianyuan Hall has been disbanded and incorporated, how can it be restored? Yi Tianyuan, do you think the restructuring of the War Department is a joke? Can you just change it as you please? If the Tianyuan Hall is restored, then the 1 million soldiers will only obey your command. Are you trying to share power with us? Do you really think we will personally apologize and admit our mistakes to the 1 million soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall? Is that even possible? The other elders and marshals were silent at this moment. The conditions proposed by Yi Tianyuan were indeed harsh. The Tianyuan Hall had already been disbanded and incorporated, and if it were to be reorganized, it would have a significant impact on the Dragon Country's War Department. They were the top 10 authorities of the Dragon Country, and asking them to apologize and admit their mistakes. Yi Tianyuan smirked and said coldly, is it impossible? Then there's no need to talk anymore. Let's meet on the battlefield. With that, Yi Tianyuan turned and left. Yi Tianyuan, several voices called out simultaneously, but Yi Tianyuan paid no attention. He did not come to negotiate with these people, he only came to set conditions for them. If they agreed, there would be room for negotiation. If they did not agree, there would be nothing to discuss. It was as simple as that. Yi Tianyuan could not make the same mistake he made 3 years ago. If he could not seek justice for the Tianyuan Hall, then was he worthy of being the master of the Tianyuan Hall? Was he worthy of the 1 million soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall who, at his command, had swiftly gathered from all over the Dragon Country? If the soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall did not let him down, then he could not let them down either. This time, even if he had to defy the heavens and bear the world's condemnation, Yi Tianyuan was willing to do so. He was not afraid of being criticized by thousands, nor of being called a demon, because what he upheld was justice in his heart, the backbone of a warrior. Therefore, he was fearless and unafraid. Yi Tianyuan, we can agree to the 3 conditions you mentioned. The first elder finally spoke up again and agreed. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyuan's steps halted, and he turned to look at the first elder. The third elder immediately opposed, looking at the first elder and said, absolutely not. How can we agree to such unreasonable conditions? How can we let Yi Tianyuan manipulate us? Before the third elder could finish speaking, the first elder sternly interrupted, enough, third elder. The elder council is not for you to decide. Since you have a different opinion, let's vote by raising our hands. Those who agree to Ye Tianyuan's 3 conditions, please raise your hands. After saying that, the first elder raised his hand. The 5th elder also raised his hand almost simultaneously. The 2nd, 4th, and 6th elders hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised their hands as well. Seeing that 5 elders agreed by raising their hands, the 3rd elder's face turned extremely pale, as if struck by lightning, and his emotions became extremely agitated. The elder council had always been a matter of majority rule, so what else could the 3rd elder say? The 1st elder glanced at the 3rd elder, then turned to Ye Tianyuan and said, Ye Tianyuan, we agree to the conditions you mentioned. After all, this matter is indeed our fault. When the emperor breaks the law, he should be punished like the common people. If you make a mistake, you must admit it, and once you admit it, you must change. Ye Tianyuan, I'm sorry for the injustice we caused you. These pleasant words, Ye Tianyuan didn't want to hear them now, nor did he take them seriously. He just gave a cold smile. The 1st elder continued, Ye Tianyuan, do you think we can end this matter here? I now order the Dragon Nation War Department to immediately start restoring all matters of the Tianyuan Hall. It must be completed within 3 days. What do you think? You need our apology and admission of fault. We can now go with you to the Tianyuan Hall in the outskirts of the capital to meet the generals and soldiers. We have shown our sincerity, and we hope that you, Ye Tianyuan, can drop the matter here. Ye Tianyuan looked at the 1st elder and said, Alright, since you have agreed to my 3 conditions, I will naturally drop the matter here. All I seek is justice, not really a large army invading the capital. I am also a citizen of the Dragon Nation, and more importantly, a warrior of the Dragon Nation. I deeply love this country and am loyal to it. But if someone really pushes me to a dead end, I can bear the weight of the world. I can become a demon of the world. In just another 24 hours, my million soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall will be fully assembled. I will wait for you at the outskirts of the capital airport, no delays. With that, Ye Tianyuan turned and left. After seeing off Ye Tianyuan, the 3rd elder seemed to go crazy and started smashing things. Outskirts of the capital airport. Everyone was anxiously waiting for Ye Tianyuan to return. Tianqing, do we really have to wait here? We have no idea about the situation on the Lord's side. Do you think those people will? The Hell War God couldn't help but say to the Sky War God. The Sky War God glared at the Hell War God and said impatiently, Stop talking nonsense. What are you worried about? The Lord's strength is unparalleled. Since he said he's leaving and no one can stop him, then no one can stop him. Just 30,000 forbidden army soldiers? They can't stop the Lord's pace. We don't know the situation in the highest council chamber, but we have been monitoring the situation outside. If those forbidden army soldiers make any moves, then we won't hesitate. We will directly raise our troops and enter the capital. The Hell War God nodded. And at that moment, a figure appeared at the outskirts of the capital airport. It was Ye Tianyuan. Seeing Ye Tianyuan return, everyone rushed forward, looking excitedly at Ye Tianyuan. Everyone was waiting for the final outcome. Ye Tianyuan looked at the people of the Tianyuan Hall and smiled slightly. The elders have agreed to restore the Tianyuan Hall. Welcome back, brothers. Roar! 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 As soon as these words were spoken, the whole scene erupted. The generals and soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall burst into tears, overwhelmed with excitement. The 4 war gods also embraced each other excitedly. After 3 years of waiting, this day finally arrived. They thought they had no hope in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, it became a reality. At this moment, everyone was filled with passion, as if they had found their lost souls. The Tianyuan Hall had returned. Brothers had come home. They had finally found their home, returned to where they belonged. Thump! Suddenly, all the soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall knelt down in unison before Ye Tianyuan, loudly saying, We pay our respects to the Lord. Looking at the soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall, Ye Tianyuan couldn't help but feel emotional. The feeling of coming home was truly wonderful. Ye Tianyuan said to the soldiers, Please rise. Everyone stood up with smiles on their faces. At this moment, more than 100 peerless villains all knelt down in unison to Ye Tianyuan, loudly saying, Boss, let us join the Tianyuan Hall too. We are willing to follow you forever, loyal and unwavering. Ye Tianyuan's gaze fell on the more than 100 peerless villains. In terms of strength, they were indeed qualified to become the war gods of the Tianyuan Hall. However, Ye Tianyuan shook his head and said, You all have your own forces, each considered a local overlord, so there is no need to join the Tianyuan Hall. Everyone in the Tianyuan Hall fought alongside me on the battlefield. We are as close as brothers. Besides, your strength is too strong. If you were to join my Tianyuan Hall, even the positions of the 4 great war gods would not be secure. Hearing this, the 4 great war gods also felt embarrassed. In terms of strength, indeed, they were no match for the more than 100 peerless villains. In the Tianyuan Hall, strength is paramount. If those more than 100 peerless villains were to join the Tianyuan Hall, their positions would truly be at risk. The peerless villains all said in unison, "We don't need to be war gods, being a soldier is enough. As long as we can join the Tianyuan Hall, we are willing to start from the bottom. Please, boss, fulfill our wish." But Yi Tianyuan still shook his head and said, "There is no need to join the Tianyuan Hall. However, since I have brought you out of the dragon prison, I will not send you back. This time, you will follow my orders. Even if I have to defy the world, I will ensure your freedom. If you truly want to follow me, then follow my instructions now. Go back and organize your forces, I will have a use for you in the future. But remember the rules I set for you 3 years ago. I hope you will remember them well. If anyone violates them, I will personally take action and bring them back to the dragon prison. You must supervise each other, and those who report successfully may be allowed to stay by my side." The peerless villains all said in unison, "Yes, boss, we will remember and start anew. If anyone violates the rules, let boss handle it." Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly and waved his hand again. The peerless villains reluctantly left in their warships. Seeing them off, Yi Tianyuan also felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. After 3 years of being together, Yi Tianyuan also felt some reluctance. But all good things must come to an end. This parting may lead to a reunion, but who knows when that will be. It might even be in the next life. After a while, Yi Tianyuan collected his thoughts and said to the warriors of the Tianyuan Hall, "Let's rest here and wait for the assembly of 1,000,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall." Hearing this, the 4 great war gods were immediately filled with excitement and asked, "Lord of the Hall, are we going to eliminate the Elder Council?" Yi Tianyuan gave the 4 great war gods a disdainful look and said impatiently, "Everything has been settled, why would we need to eliminate the Elder Council?" Later, the Elder Council and the commander of the Dragon Kingdom War Department will come in person to apologize to the 1,000,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall. What? Hearing this, everyone in the Tianyuan Hall was shocked and seemed to find it hard to believe. Oh my god! The Elder Council and the Dragon Kingdom War Department, these are the highest authorities in the Dragon Kingdom. These lofty autocrats are actually coming to apologize to the 1,000,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall? This is simply unimaginable, it sounds too crazy to be true. However, the 1,000,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall believed wholeheartedly that the Lord would not deceive them. This must be true. This is definitely the supreme honor belonging to their Tianyuan Hall. Everyone was moved to tears of excitement. Looking at the warriors of the Tianyuan Hall, Yi Tianyuan spoke again, "This is what you deserve. Sky Abyss Hall can shed blood for the Dragon Kingdom, can sacrifice for the Dragon Kingdom, and can also endure grievances for the Dragon Kingdom. But if we still don't receive the respect of the rulers of the Dragon Kingdom, then what is the point? Whatever belongs to our Sky Abyss Hall, we will definitely take it all back." Roar! The entire crowd erupted in a torrent of cheers once again. Qingshan, Villa No. 88, Tan Palace. Yuan, don't hurt Yuan. Zhang Yao suddenly woke up from a nightmare. She sat up abruptly from the bed, still trapped in endless fear. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded in her ear, "Mom, you're finally awake." "Mom, what's wrong?" Yuan is fine, Yuan is here." Hearing this voice, Zhang Yao was momentarily stunned. Her consciousness quickly recovered, and she looked up to see Yuan standing by the bed, looking at her with a concerned expression. "Am I dreaming?" Zhang Yao seemed somewhat incredulous for a moment. She looked around and realized she was in an unfamiliar room. Where is this? She remembered being abducted, then someone saying they would drain her blood while she was in a daze. She couldn't recall what happened next, only that she had a nightmare. She dreamt that her daughter was abducted and subjected to abuse and torture. When she woke up, this was the scene before her. Yuan climbed onto the bed, approached Zhang Yao, and asked again, "Mom, why aren't you speaking? Are you still unwell? The doctor said you would be fine after a good sleep." Zhang Yao touched Yuan, confirming that everything was real. Overwhelmed with emotion, she tightly embraced Yuan and began to cry. "As long as you're okay, Yuan, I'm sorry for not protecting you. I'm sorry." Yuan, in a childish voice, said, "Mom, why are you crying? We should be happy. Dad saved us, Dad finally came back." "Ha? Dad?" Zhang Yao looked at Yuan with a puzzled expression. Seeing Zhang Yao's disbelief, Yuan earnestly said, "Dad did save us, Mom. You said Dad's name is Yi Tianyuan, and the person who saved us is Dad." "What? Yi Tianyuan, he's back? Really?" After disappearing for 8 years, Zhang Yao had long given up hope. Has he really returned? At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke, "Sister-in-law, Yuan is right, it was Yi Tianyuan who saved you both." It was then that Zhang Yao noticed a beautiful and enchanting woman in the room. Jiang Yao looked at the enchantress with a puzzled expression and asked, "Who are you?" Before the enchantress could respond, Yi Yuan introduced her to Jiang Yao. "Mom, she is Enchantress' sister, Dad's friend who came to save us together." The Enchantress' sister said, "Sister-in-law, here's what happened." Following a pre-arranged explanation, the Enchantress' sister detailed the events to Jiang Yao. She explained that Yi Tianyuan had been continuously engaged in battles for the past 8 years and only learned about his daughter, Yi Yuan, through a distress video posted online. He hurried back to Qingshan to rescue the mother and daughter. The Enchantress' sister showed Jiang Yao the video Yi Yuan had posted online, dispelling Jiang Yao's doubts. After listening to the Enchantress' sister's explanation, Jiang Yao finally understood what had happened and believed that Yi Tianyuan had indeed returned. This also reminded her of the encounter with Yi Tianyuan 8 years ago and the unexpected events of that night. After that night, Yi Tianyuan left without a word, disappearing as if into thin air. Shortly after discovering she was pregnant, Jiang Yao tried to contact Yi Tianyuan, but he had not left her any contact information, making it impossible for her to reach him. From the time she was pregnant in October until Yuan was 7 years old, she supported herself for 8 years. During these 8 years, she often thought of Yi Tianyuan and fantasized about him coming back to find her in the mountains. But time and time again, she was disappointed, eventually leading to despair, and even some resentment towards Yi Tianyuan. However, she never expected that when she and her daughter were in danger, Yi Tianyuan miraculously came back to save them. "Where is Yi Tianyuan?" After a long silence, Jiang Yao asked softly. She must have had mixed feelings about this man who had been missing for 8 years. The enchantress immediately replied, "Sister-in-law, Brother Yi has gone back to the War Department to handle his retirement procedures and will be back in a few days." "Retirement procedures?" Jiang Yao furrowed her brows in confusion, looking at the enchantress. The enchantress nodded, "Yes, sister-in-law, Brother Yi said he will always be with you and your daughter from now on, and will never leave again." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao was suddenly shocked, feeling a kind of indescribable emotion. Is Yi Tianyuan going to give up his position in the War Department, retire, and come back to accompany her and Yuan in the mountains? This was indeed something she had longed for deep in her heart, something she had never dared to think about too much. Is it really going to come true now? Suddenly, Yuan pouted and asked the enchantress, "Sister Enchantress, when will my dad come back? I miss him a little." Looking at Jiang Yao, Yuan continued, "Mom, do you miss Dad too?" Mom really didn't lie to Yuan. Dad is really a great hero. Dad is amazing, he defeated the bad guys easily. Dad is a true soldier who protects the country. I admire Dad so much, I really like Dad. Unable to answer Yuan's question, Jiang Yao was at a loss for words. Did she miss Yi Tianyuan? She had to admit that she had thought about it countless times over the past 8 years, but eventually, there was some resentment. Now that Yi Tianyuan was really going to come back to be with her and Yuan, could she let go of the bitterness of his 8-year absence? She didn't know. Suburban Airport. 24 hours later, the million soldiers of the Tianyuan Palace were all assembled, lined up in a grand formation that filled the entire suburban airport. The million soldiers of the Tianyuan Palace all knelt down to their knees and shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the Lord of the Tianyuan Palace, welcome back, Lord." Seeing all the million soldiers of the Tianyuan Palace gathered, Yi Tianyuan's heart surged with emotion. "Please rise," Yi Tianyuan said to the soldiers of the Tianyuan Palace. At that moment, 100 war chariots were approaching. Yi Tianyuan looked coldly, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. They had arrived, the 6 elders and 4 grand marshals stood side by side in front of the million soldiers of the Tianyuan Palace. Looking at these 10 most powerful figures in the Dragon Kingdom, the million soldiers of the Tianyuan Palace were solemn. Yi Tianyuan's gaze fell on the elders and said, "Broadcast the scene of you apologizing and admitting your mistakes to the Tianyuan Palace to all the major war departments in the Dragon Kingdom in real time. I want all the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom to witness this moment, to restore the glory of the Tianyuan Palace and to bring justice back to the Tianyuan Palace." Upon hearing this, the third elder exploded in anger, unable to contain himself. "Yi Tianyuan, you are going too far." "Going too far?" Yi Tianyuan snorted coldly, looking at the third elder. "If you don't want to do it, I won't force you. I'm just returning to you what you imposed on the Tianyuan Palace 3 years ago. Why can't you handle it? When you disbanded the Tianyuan Palace 3 years ago, did you ever think that the million soldiers of the Tianyuan Palace couldn't handle it?" The first elder spoke in a deep voice. "There's nothing more to argue about. Since we have decided to admit our mistakes, let's do it according to Yi Tianyuan's wishes. This matter does need to be announced to the entire army, so that all soldiers are aware." After speaking, the first elder said to the 4 chief commanders of the war departments, arrange for all the major war departments to gather all members and watch the live broadcast on site. The 4 chief commanders of the war departments immediately went to make arrangements. Soon, all the major war departments received orders from headquarters and quickly assembled the entire army, turning on the television. Everyone did not know what was happening until they saw the situation at the suburban airport on the TV screen, and there was an immediate burst of exclamations. Heavens, the 6 elders and the 4 chief commanders of the war departments have all gathered. What is going on? Heavens, 1,000,000 troops have assembled, that is, the Sky Abyss Palace? Yes, it is the Sky Abyss Palace. The Sky Abyss Palace has reappeared on Earth. Do you see who that is? Isn't that the Lord of the Sky Abyss Palace, Yi Tianyuan? Didn't they say he died in battle outside the domain 3 years ago? Is he still alive? And he has reassembled 1,000,000 soldiers of the Sky Abyss Palace? What is he up to? The Lord of the Sky Abyss Palace, the 4 war gods, the 8 heavenly kings, the 72 guardians, 1,000,000 soldiers. The entire Sky Abyss Palace has assembled, approaching the capital. Could this be a rebellion? Countless discussions erupted from the various war departments. The war gods of the major war departments were also shocked. But soon, everyone understood what was happening. Heavens, did I hear correctly? The 6 elders and the 4 chief commanders of the war departments are actually collectively apologizing to the Sky Abyss Palace? Admitting that dissolving the Sky Abyss Palace 3 years ago was a mistake? They want to restore the Sky Abyss Palace? The situation in the Dragon Kingdom's war department is changing. The return of the Sky Abyss Palace to the Dragon Kingdom is a blessing for us. Shouldn't we be happy for the Sky Abyss Palace? So damn passionate, so damn glorious. I also want to become a warrior of the Sky Abyss Palace. When they saw the 6 elders and the 4 chief commanders of the war departments collectively apologizing to the Sky Abyss Palace, all the war departments were in an uproar. This is too crazy. The situation is changing. The layout of the Dragon Kingdom's war department is changing. Suburban airport. The 1,000,000 soldiers of the Sky Abyss Palace were in tears, filled with excitement at this moment. This is the glory of the Sky Abyss Palace, their glory for a lifetime. The first elder said to Yi Tianyuan, we have done as you wished. Can you now let the 1,000,000 soldiers of the Sky Abyss Palace leave? Yi Tianyuan regained his composure and looked at the first elder, saying, the matter of the Sky Abyss Palace has been resolved. Rest assured, I will immediately let the 1,000,000 soldiers of the Sky Abyss Palace leave. But before that, there is another matter that needs to be resolved. Another matter? The elders frowned slightly, looking at Yi Tianyuan with puzzled expressions. Yi Tianyuan's gaze fell coldly on the third elder and asked in a chilling tone, Third elder, let me ask you, 3 years ago, was it you who proposed that I bear all the blame for entering the dragon prison and suggested dissolving the Sky Abyss Palace? Upon hearing this thunderous question, the third elder's face immediately darkened to the extreme. The third elder stared at Yi Tianyuan, anger surging within him. The other elders also exchanged glances, a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. Could there be another major event about to happen? What, you, the dignified third elder, the lofty third elder, the one above 10,000, dare to act but not take responsibility? Yi Tianyuan coldly continued, Third elder, dare you admit that you ordered my wife to be captured this time, in an attempt to blackmail me? This time, the third elder was straightforward and nodded directly, yes, it was me. That's enough then. After saying this, Yi Tianyuan immediately moved to attack the third elder. Such a bold, audacious, and crazy move immediately shocked everyone. Several elders quickly shouted, Yi Tianyuan, stop, do not harm the third elder. The 4 chief commanders of the war departments moved swiftly to try to stop Yi Tianyuan. But how could Yi Tianyuan care about them? Although the 4 commanders of the war department were powerful, they were no match for Yi Tianyuan. With just one glance, Yi Tianyuan directly sent the 4 commanders of the war department flying. Before the third elder could react, Yi Tianyuan heavily punched him. The third elder's body flew backward, spitting out blood in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Bleeding from his mouth, motionless, full of resentment, barely alive, he looked like he was on the brink of death. This scene brought a deathly silence to the entire outskirts of the capital. Even the 1,000,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan palace were shocked. This was the third elder. The palace lord actually said to kill and killed? Isn't this no different from rebellion? The 5 elders were also pale with shock, staring in disbelief at the third elder lying in a pool of blood, his life uncertain. Despite the 4 commanders of the war department trying their best, they couldn't stop Yi Tianyuan. At this moment, the 4 of them stared at Yi Tianyuan. Is he really going to rebel? He dares to kill even the third elder? If they don't act now, there will be no trace of imperial authority left. The atmosphere became tense and oppressive in an instant. The million soldiers of the Tianyuan palace were also prepared for battle. Things had escalated to the point where a battle seemed inevitable. The fifth elder couldn't help but say to Yi Tianyuan, have you gone mad? Are you really forcing us to take action against you? You've pushed things to such an extreme, do you think we will still tolerate you? The first elder glared angrily at Yi Tianyuan. Even a clay figure would be angry. This was a clear challenge to the imperial authority of the Dragon Kingdom. There was no turning back now. If they didn't fight, would there be any meaning for their elders and the Dragon Kingdom War Department to exist? At that moment, Yi Tianyuan coldly said, he's not dead yet. I was careful with my actions, just severely injured him. You can come after me, but if anyone dares to touch my wife and daughter, they will pay a painful price, no matter who they are. For the sake of my wife's safety and the return of the Tianyuan palace, I showed mercy just now and didn't aim for the third elder's vital points. But if this happens again, I, Yi Tianyuan, will show no mercy. I will kill anyone. With that, Yi Tianyuan ignored the elders and turned to the four war gods, saying, "For war gods, listen to my command. Within 3 days, reorganize the Tianyuan palace and complete all procedures with the Dragon Kingdom War Department. After everything is done, report to me at Qingshan. Now, everyone, retreat." The four war gods immediately obeyed. Yi Tianyuan then jumped onto a fighter jet and flew off into the sky. On the other side, Villa 88 of the Sandalwood Palace. Yi Yuanyuan sat on a small stool at the door all day long. Jiang Yao walked over to Yi Yuanyuan and said, "Yuanyuan, it's windy outside. Come inside quickly, be careful not to catch a cold." But Yi Yuanyuan resolutely shook her head, saying, "No, I want to wait here for Dad to come back. It's been 2 days, Dad will definitely come back today." Jiang Yao couldn't help but smile bitterly. She looked at the empty outside and shook her head silently. Will Yi Tianyuan really come back today? Jiang Yao remembered that the person who kidnapped her was from one of the 3 major families in Qingshan, the Chen family. Yi Tianyuan saved her, which meant he must have offended the Chen family. If he offended the Chen family, Yi Tianyuan might be in danger. So, she had been worried about Yi Tianyuan. Just then, Yi Yuanyuan suddenly jumped up excitedly and ran towards the door, exclaiming, "Dad, it's Dad, Dad's back." Jiang Yao's mind suddenly shook violently. Looking up, she saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure walking towards her. Yi Tianyuan was instantly excited and stiffened in place upon seeing Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, however, looked surprisingly calm as she gazed at Yi Tianyuan. Even after 8 years, Jiang Yao recognized Yi Tianyuan at a glance. He was a man engraved in her bones, whom she would recognize even if he turned to ashes. After 8 years of separation, they never expected to meet again. The two locked eyes, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. A glance that felt like 1,000 years. It's possible that it was just like this. After some time passed, Yi Tianyuan walked over, looking guilty as he said to Jiang Yao, "I'm sorry for what I did to you in these 8 years." Before Yi Tianyuan could finish his sentence, Jiang Yao gave a faint smile and said, "Yi Tianyuan, I think there must be a misunderstanding on your part. You didn't do anything wrong to me. What happened back then was just an accident, and we agreed not to mention it again. Although Yuan has the Yi surname, she is not your daughter. So, there really is no relationship between us." "Ha?" Yi Tianyuan furrowed his brows, staring blankly at Jiang Yao. Yuan wasn't his daughter? How could that be possible? Before Yi Tianyuan could think further, Jiang Yao coldly continued, "Yi Tianyuan, thank you for saving me and my daughter this time. I will remember this favor. But I also hope that you won't disturb me and my daughter's life in the future. We should both refrain from interfering with each other, right? That was our agreement back then. So, please leave. Thank you." Hearing Jiang Yao's cold words, Yi Tianyuan felt as if sharp knives were piercing his heart, making it hard to breathe. No adjective in this world could describe even a fraction of this pain. However, at that moment, Yi Yuan desperately shook her head and said, "No, Mom is lying. Mom always told Yuan since she was little that Yuan's dad is Yi Tianyuan, a great hero who defends the country. Mom always mentions Dad to Yuan. Mom clearly misses Dad a lot, as she always secretly sheds tears and calls out Dad's name in her sleep." Upon hearing Yuan expose her secret, Jiang Yao became anxious. She grabbed Yuan and said, Yuan, he is not your dad. Mom has been lying to you because she doesn't know who your dad is, so she made up a lie to deceive you." Sobbing, Yuan said, "Mom is lying to Yuan now, this is Yuan's dad." Thud! Yi Tianyuan suddenly knelt in front of Jiang Yao. This act left Jiang Yao stunned and speechless, her expression full of astonishment. Jiang Yao covered her mouth, unable to speak. Jiang Yao knew the weight of Yi Tianyuan's gesture. Yi Tianyuan had actually, at that moment, Jiang Yao felt a kind of indescribable emotion. Tears welled up in her eyes. Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao with utmost seriousness and said, Jiang Yao, please let me finish what I have to say, okay? Leaving without a word 8 years ago, not even leaving you a way to contact me, was my mistake. I never thought that night would affect you. These years, I owe you in yuan. It's my debt to you. I didn't know before, so I never came back to find you. Now that I know, I've returned. Jiang Yao, please give me a chance to take care of you and our daughter. For the rest of my life, I just want to take care of you both and ensure that no one harms you in any way. I want to make up for my debts to you, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Jiang Yao, can you give me this chance? I want to give you a home, to accompany Yuan's growth in the role of a father, can I? Pa! Hearing Yi Tianyuan's emotional and sincere words, Jiang Yao wanted to say she wasn't moved, but that was obviously false. For the past 8 years, there wasn't a day she didn't think of Yi Tianyuan. She had countless times fantasized about Yi Tianyuan suddenly coming back to find her, and then she would give him a big surprise. But what made her desperate was that for 8 years, a full 8 years, Yi Tianyuan seemed to have evaporated from the earth. She had thought about finding Yi Tianyuan, but besides knowing a name, she didn't know any other information. In this vast sea of people, where could she go to find him? Disappointment piled up, and eventually turned into despair. In 8 years, she had lost too much, sacrificed too much, and borne too much. Now, this man finally stood in front of her. No, more accurately, he knelt in front of her. She really wanted to rush up and hug Yi Tianyuan, pouring out the bitterness of these 8 years. But she didn't dare. 8 years ago, Yi Tianyuan left without saying goodbye. And now, could Yi Tianyuan really accompany herself and her daughter? If not, then it would be better not to have this fantasy again. No hope, no disappointment. Yi Yuan held Jiang Yao's hand and shook her head vigorously. With a pitiful look on her face, she also pleaded, Mom, please promise Dad quickly. Yuan wants Dad. Yuan won't let Dad leave. Yuan wants Dad to always be with Yuan. Listening to Yuan's words, Jiang Yao felt an indescribable pain in her heart, and tears flowed like 2 small streams. Aren't you a soldier? Aren't you supposed to protect the country and the family? Don't you have discipline? How could you stay to accompany me and our daughter? Jiang Yao's heart finally softened. But she also had worries. Yi Tianyuan immediately said to Jiang Yao, I have retired. I am no longer a soldier, but a jobless wanderer. Really? Hearing this, Jiang Yao suddenly became excited and somewhat ecstatic. If that's the case, Yi Tianyuan nodded heavily, assuring Jiang Yao, really, absolutely true. As long as you don't dislike me. Jiang Yao laughed through tears and said, if you can't support me and our daughter in the future, then you will definitely dislike us. Yi Tianyuan immediately assured her, that won't happen. I promise to support you both well. I'll be responsible for earning money to support the family, and you'll be responsible for being as beautiful as a flower. Ha ha, Jiang Yao was amused. You said it, my daughter, and I have noted it down. If you can't fulfill it in the future, then I'll let Yuan not have you as her dad. Jiang Yao said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Yao's agreement, Yi Tianyuan stood up happily and reached out to hug Jiang Yao. But before he could, Jiang Yao stopped him, saying, You're pushing it, are you so eager to act like a rogue? 8 years, you've only knelt for 8 seconds, isn't that too cheap for you? Should I kneel a little longer? Alright, I'm just kidding with you, fool. A man's knees are worth gold, how can you just kneel? Kneeling to the wife is only right. Who's your wife? You haven't married me yet, don't call me that. Then let's pick a good day to get married? Get lost, I won't marry. At that moment, Jiang Yao suddenly received a phone call. After saying a few words, she hurriedly hung up and said to Yi Tianyuan, something happened at my home, take care of Yuan, I'll go back home. With that, she left in a hurry. Jiang family villa. Jiang's patriarch suddenly fell ill and lost consciousness, prompting the Jiang family members to rush back. The Jiang patriarch had 3 sons, the eldest, Jiang Zhenghai, the second, Jiang Zhenghe, and the youngest, Jiang Zhengchuan. Jiang Zhenghai had a daughter, who was Jiang Yao. When Jiang Yao returned, she was met with cold eyes from the Jiang family. Jiang Yao, what are you here for? How dare you show your face here? Isn't it enough that you've upset Grandpa? Just seeing you, I feel unlucky. Your grandpa's illness was caused by you, a bringer of bad luck. If you have any sense, you'll leave quickly. You're not welcome here. The one speaking was a well-dressed middle-aged woman, sharp-tongued and full of hostility towards Jiang Yao. This was Jiang Yao's second aunt, Tang Hongyan. Among the 3 brothers in the Jiang family, the second brother, Jiang Zhenghe, had a son, while the eldest and third brothers had daughters. Therefore, the second brother's family naturally received the most favor from Grandpa Jiang. Tang Hongyan always considered herself a great contributor to the Jiang family, with Grandpa Jiang backing her up, giving her a strong voice in the family. After scolding Jiang Yao, Tang Hongyan was still not satisfied. She turned to Jiang Zhenghai and his wife with a sneer. I say, big brother, big sister-in-law, what confusion has gotten into you today? Why did you invite this bringer of bad luck here? Jiang Zhenghai and Li Yongmei looked embarrassed. Jiang Yao looked at Tang Hongyan and said, Aunt, no matter what, I am still a member of the Jiang family. As a granddaughter, I should come back to see Grandpa when he is seriously ill. Ha ha. Just as Jiang Yao finished speaking, Tang Hongyan mocked, now you know you're still part of the Jiang family? When you left the Jiang family 5 years ago, did you forget you were part of the family? Since you didn't consider yourself part of the Jiang family for that illegitimate child, why come back to the Jiang family now? Hearing these heartless words, Jiang Yao's heart ached, making it hard to breathe. Her eyes were red and moist. She was only worried about Grandpa's well-being, but the Jiang family no longer accepted her. Well, she was no longer part of the Jiang family now. Just as Jiang Yao turned to leave in disappointment, a cold and angry voice suddenly rang out. Who dares to call Yuan Yuan illegitimate? I'll kill them. Yi Tianyuan walked in holding Yi Yuan Yuan's hand. As a father, how could Yi Tianyuan tolerate someone insulting his daughter? A towering rage surged within him. The Jiang family was startled by this sudden voice and all turned to look at Yi Tianyuan, this unexpected stranger. Seeing Yi Tianyuan and his daughter, Jiang Yao panicked and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan, don't go crazy, don't talk nonsense. Didn't I ask you to take your daughter home first? Why are you causing trouble? Let's go. Jiang Yao tried to lead Yi Tianyuan away. Stop right there. At that moment, Li Yongmei suddenly shouted. In no time, Li Yongmei had rushed up to Yi Tianyuan and them, staring at Yi Tianyuan with a cold and stern gaze. After scrutinizing him for a while, Li Yongmei pointed at Yi Tianyuan and asked Jiang Yao, who is he? Where did you find this wild man? Have you lost your mind? Why do you always associate with unsavory people? Young Master Chen didn't mind you, pursued you for so long, and you ignored him. Now you've found a wild man. Are you being fair to me and your father? Yi Yuan immediately defended Yi Tianyuan. Grandma, he is my dad, not a wild man. Shut up! Li Yongmei angrily shouted at Yi Yuan. Frightened, Yi Yuan's eyes welled up with tears, and she quickly hid behind Yi Tianyuan. Jiang Yao felt sorry for Yi Yuan and hugged her, saying to Li Yongmei, Mom, what are you doing? Why are you getting angry at a child? Li Yongmei had been holding back her anger, but towards her own daughter, she still had some reluctance. Now that she had found an outlet for her frustration, she wouldn't let it go. Li Yongmei snorted angrily and said, seeing this wild seed makes me angry. Before Li Yongmei could finish her words, she suddenly felt a terrible chill sweep over her like a storm, giving her a sensation of falling into an ice cellar. There was even a terrifying sense of impending death. This made Li Yongmei swallow back the words she was about to say, as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped her throat. Li Yongmei instinctively looked towards Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan, at this moment, coldly stared at Li Yongmei like a god of death, his icy and terrifying gaze startling her. Her body involuntarily took a step back. Seeing this, Jiang Yao quickly grabbed Yi Tianyuan and said, What are you doing, Yi Tianyuan? This is my mother. Yi Tianyuan looked seriously at Jiang Yao and said, No one can call Yuan a wild seed anymore. It was my fault for not coming back before, my responsibility. I can forgive the past. But now that I have returned, if anyone dares to call Yuan a wild seed again, I will not let it go. I don't care who it is, if anyone dares to say it again, I will really kill. Seeing Yi Tianyuan, who seemed to have changed completely at this moment, Jiang Yao was also stunned. She clearly felt that Yi Tianyuan was not joking. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Li Yongmei again, and Li Yongmei, frightened, kept looking towards Jiang Zhenghai, seeking help. Other members of the Jiang family were also somewhat frightened. At this moment, it felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on everyone's hearts. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yi Tianyuan, this man who suddenly appeared. Who was he exactly? Was he the man who abandoned Jiang Yao 8 years ago without saying a word, even when Jiang Yao died? Yi Tianyuan looked at Li Yongmei and said coldly, Aunt, I am the man who heard Jiang Yao and left without saying goodbye 8 years ago. I didn't know all these years that Jiang Yao had a daughter for me. I only learned this news today, so I rushed back to Qingshan as quickly as possible. All of this is my fault. If you want to blame someone, it should be me. Jiang Yao is innocent. I am Yuan's father, Jiang Yao's man. In the future, I will take care of Jiang Yao and Yuan. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's words, Li Yongmei's eyes almost popped out. The members of the Jiang family also had various expressions. What kind of melodramatic plot was this? Humph. Li Yongmei suddenly laughed coldly. Do you have a house? A car? Savings? A career? No, maybe I should ask if you have a job? Take a good look at your own character before criticizing others. Look at your poor appearance. Do you know what people like you are called online now? Losers. Are you worthy of my daughter Jiang Yao? Although my Jiang family is not a prestigious family in Qingshan, we still have assets worth millions. What do you have to take care of my daughter? What ability do you have to make her happy? I bet you can't even support yourself, let alone take care of Jiang Yao and her daughter. It's ridiculous, absurd. Tang Hongyan on the side sneered sarcastically, Li Yongmei, it's all because you gave birth to a stupid daughter, always causing trouble for money. My Jiang family's reputation has been completely ruined by her. It's a waste of her good looks, being recognized as one of the 4 beauties of Qingshan. If she were a little smarter, she would have married into a wealthy family long ago. Is it necessary for her to be in such a miserable state now? Li Yongmei also looked at Jiang Yao with a look of resentment. Jiang Yao remained silent, enduring too much over the past 8 years. She had heard too many such remarks. She had never thought of herself as stupid, it was a choice she made. So, even if she cried and suffered, she would see it through. If it weren't for her daughter Yuan, perhaps she would have bowed her head and compromised with the Jiang family, accepting the arrangements at home. But with Yuan, she had to live for Yuan. She never regretted her choice. Although the past 8 years were tough, she finally sees a glimmer of hope now. Yi Tianyuan has returned. Even if life becomes harder in the future, she is willing to endure it. Jiang Yao clenched her teeth and looked at Li Yongmei with determination, saying, Mom, this is the path I chose for myself. I won't blame anyone. Yi Tianyuan, he has been good to me and our daughter. I am willing to endure any hardship. Hearing this nonsense, Li Yongmei was instantly enraged, pointing at Jiang Yao and scolding her angrily. You stubborn girl, I really regret giving birth to and raising you. You really want to make me angry. Do you know what kind of person he is? What if he is a lazy gambler? He might even be a wanted criminal? No, he's not. Before Jiang Yao could respond, Yi Yuan bravely stood up, once again defending Yi Tianyuan. My dad is a great hero, a warrior who guards the border and fights against bad guys. My dad is not a gambler, and definitely not a wanted criminal. After speaking, Yi Yuan seemed afraid of being scolded by her grandmother again, so she quickly hid behind Yi Tianyuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, Yi Tianyuan felt warm in his heart. Daughters are indeed daddy's little cotton jackets. After looking at Yi Tianyuan, Jiang Yao turned to Li Yongmei and said, Mom, Yi Tianyuan is a recently retired soldier, his character is absolutely fine. Little did Li Yongmei know, she glanced at Yi Tianyuan disdainfully and sneered, after serving as a soldier for so many years, he retired without even getting a decent position? That means he didn't do well. So, Yi Tianyuan, you are now a penniless, powerless, homeless, and carless unemployed person, right? Yi Tianyuan remained silent and indifferent. Jiang Yao was about to explain for Yi Tianyuan when Huang Lao, who was treating Zhang's grandfather, walked out with a serious expression. All eyes immediately turned to Huang Lao. Huang Lao, how is my father? The Zhang family members asked anxiously. Huang Lao shook his head helplessly and said, I have done my best. Zhang's situation is very critical, he can only hold on for 2 more hours at most. Perhaps only Dr. Mo can save him now. The Zhang family members were stunned in place as if struck by lightning. Dr. Mo is a leading figure in the medical field of Qingshan, widely recognized as the best. The Zhang family, being a small third-rate family, could not possibly afford Dr. Mo's services. Just as the Zhang family members were at a loss, a voice suddenly came, Mom, Dad, look who I brought. Upon hearing this voice, the Jiang family members all turned to look. However, it was not Jiang Yao who appeared before them, but Jiang Zhengchuan's daughter, Jiang Ling. Beside Jiang Ling was a well-dressed young man, clearly from a prestigious background. Behind them was an elderly man in his 60s or 70s. He had a serious expression and did not smile. Seeing this elderly man, the Jiang family members were suddenly excited. Dr. Mo. Because the visitor was none other than Dr. Mo, the top figure in the medical field of Qingshan. Jiang Ling proudly introduced him to the Jiang family members, saying, Let me introduce you all, this is Wang Tianshui, the eldest son of the Wang family. Dr. Mo was brought here by him at my request. Wang family's eldest son? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhengchuan and his wife looked at each other with joy and couldn't stop smiling. The Wang family was a newly prominent first-class family in Qingshan. If their family could establish a connection with the Wang family, they wouldn't have to worry about wealth and prosperity. It might even lead to Jiang Zhengchuan taking over the Zhang family's power. Thinking of this, the look of satisfaction on Jiang Zhengchuan and his wife's faces intensified. Jiang Zhenghai and Jiang Zhenghai exchanged a glance, both sensing a hint of trouble. Ha ha ha, Jiang Zhengchuan laughed triumphantly, deliberately raising his voice. It's my daughter who has made a name for herself, earning the favor of the young master and even inviting Dr. Mo. This way, father can be saved. Jiang Zhengchuan's wife, Wu Wan, also joined in to taunt the Jiang Zhenghai couple. Yes, the younger generation of the Jiang family, especially our daughter Jiangling, is the most promising, beautiful, capable, and filial, unlike some people's daughters who only bring shame and disgrace to the Jiang family. The faces of Jiang Zhenghai and his wife turned even darker, feeling ashamed and wishing they could disappear. Jiang Zhenghai said in a deep voice, "Let's save father first." Jiang Zhengchuan immediately approached and respectfully bowed to Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo, my father is inside, please help him. Dr. Mo glanced coldly at Jiang Zhengchuan and said, I'm here for the young master Wang, not for your insignificant Jiang family. Jiang Zhengchuan quickly nodded and bowed. Yes, we will always remember the favor of the young master Wang. Only then did Dr. Mo enter the room where Jiang's father was. Jiang Ling smiled at Wang Tianshui. Thank you, young master Wang. Wang Tianshui nodded slightly. Jiang Ling's gaze suddenly fell on Jiang Yao, showing undisguised disdain on her face, and then she looked at Yi Tianyuan, her disdain deepening. With a mocking smile, she said to Jiang Yao, I say, Jiang Yao, can't you have a little dignity? You care so much about your looks and figure. Why do you always like to pick up trash in the garbage dump? If you really have no prospects, I can introduce you to my boyfriend, young master Wang. Wu Wan immediately added, yes, Jiang Yao, with young master Wang's connections in Qingshan, he can introduce you to any kind of man you want. You used to be so smart and clever since you were young, why are you getting dumber as you grow older? On this point, you should really learn from Jiangling. What good trash do you think you can find in the garbage dump, right? Hearing this mother and son duo mocking and humiliating Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan was instantly furious. Jiang Yao seemed to sense that Yi Tianyuan wanted to take action, so she tightly grabbed his hand, shaking her head at him with pleading eyes. Jiang Yao was afraid that Yi Tianyuan would really do something to her third aunt and cousin. After all, they were her family. Seeing Jiang Yao's pleading eyes, Yi Tianyuan could only suppress his anger and temporarily endure it. Young master Wang, why don't you introduce a man to my cousin? Jiang Ling held Wang Tianshui's hand and coquettishly asked him. Wang Tianshui glanced at Jiang Yao with a proud attitude, chuckled playfully, and said, Ling, this might be a bit difficult. After all, the people around me are all outstanding individuals, and their standards are quite high. Although your cousin still has some looks, she is a bit older, and she is also a woman with a bad reputation. Can my friends be interested in her? It's not bad to pick up some trash in the garbage dump. With these words, Jiang Zhenghai and Li Yangmei's faces turned extremely ugly. Jiang Ling immediately nodded and agreed. Yes, young master Wang is right. A bad woman matches with trash, isn't that a perfect match? Jiang Yao's face turned extremely dark, her fists clenched and trembling. Over the years, she had endured too much ridicule and humiliation. Besides enduring, what else could she do? She had endured it before, and now with Yi Tianyuan by her side, what couldn't Jiang Yao overcome? Yi Yuanyuan was so angry that she was almost in tears as she said to Yi Tianyuan, Dad, Mom is not a bad woman, and Dad is not trash. These bad people only know how to bully Mom. Dad, please stand up for Mom. Yi Tianyuan touched Yuanyuan's head with distress and said, Yuanyuan, watch Daddy go deal with the bad guys. As the words fell, the sound of two crisp slaps suddenly rang out. Jiang Ling and Wang Tianshui were instantly stunned by the unexpected sound of the slaps, and the others were also shocked. Obviously, no one expected that Yi Tianyuan would dare to slap Wang Xiao's face. This was the eldest son of the prestigious Wang family. Did Yi Tianyuan have the courage of a bear and a leopard? Yi Tianyuan's actions startled Jiang Yao, who stared at him in astonishment. This was the first time in 8 years that she felt protected by someone. It must be said that this feeling was indeed very good, the sense of security that all women longed for. But thinking that the other party was the eldest son of the Wang family, Jiang Yao immediately became worried about Yi Tianyuan, fearing that he might get into big trouble. Jiang Yao quickly apologized. Jiang Ling, Xiao Wang, I apologize on behalf of Yi Tianyuan. Before Jiang Yao could finish speaking, Wang Tianshui spat out a mouthful of water, sneered, and glared at Jiang Yao fiercely. He has no mouth. Does he need a woman like you to apologize to this young master? Furthermore, if apologies worked, why bother with fists? No one has dared to touch a single hair on this young master's head since childhood. Do you dare to slap this young master? If I don't kill you, you won't even have the face to use the Wang surname. Jiang Ling was also furious and glared at Yi Tianyuan. You rotten scoundrel, how dare you hit me and Xiao Wang? You've dug your own grave, do you know that? After speaking, Jiang Ling angrily reprimanded Jiang Yao. Take care of your trash at home, otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Today, you won't be able to extinguish Xiao Wang's anger. You should be aware of the consequences. The Jiang family members all criticized Yi Tianyuan harshly. Watching this scene, director Zhang behind them shook his head repeatedly with a sigh. A group of ignorant people dared to treat Lord Yi like this. How ignorant can you be? Wang Tianshui was furious and looked at Yi Tianyuan with a smirk. Kid, you are the first one from Qingshan to dare to touch this young master. You ignorant thing, kneel down in front of this young master immediately. As he spoke, Wang Tianshui even pointed at his own feet forcefully. He looked very fierce and menacing. At this moment, Wang Tianshui was like a roaring tiger, showing his teeth and ready to devour someone. Jiang Yao was suddenly anxious and on the verge of tears, not knowing what to do. She looked to her parents for help, but Mr. and Mrs. Jiang turned their heads away directly. Not to mention that their Jiang family couldn't afford to offend Xiao Wang. Even if they could, they wouldn't offend Yi Tianyuan for him, right? Helpless, Jiang Yao could only look at Jiang Ling with a pleading expression. But before Jiang Yao could speak, Jiang Ling sneered and said, Jiang Yao, don't even try to ask me. Your wild man dared to slap me and Xiao Wang, so he must pay the price. However, if you kneel down and beg me, I might consider showing some mercy on behalf of Xiao Wang. Jiang Yao nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll kneel down and beg you. With that, Jiang Yao was about to kneel down in front of Jiang Ling, who looked satisfied and waited for Jiang Yao to kneel. Over the years, she had never outshone Jiang Yao, but today she finally wanted to vent her anger and crush Jiang Yao. She wanted to become the pride and symbol of the Jiang family. However, just as Jiang Yao was about to kneel down, her hand was firmly grabbed by a large hand. Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao seriously and said, You don't need to beg anyone, let alone kneel to anyone. I've said that I won't let anyone bully you in Yuan anymore. I can handle this little matter. Little matter? Is this a little matter? Wang Tianshui looked at Yi Tianyuan with a sneer and said, You call this a small matter? I'm telling you, this is a big deal. Whose words do you think you should listen to? Before I lose my patience, you better kneel down obediently and accept my punishment, maybe I'll spare you. Otherwise, humph. Do you believe that I can find someone to get rid of you? Jiang Ling, on the other hand, was a woman who didn't shy away from big matters. She chimed in, with the Wang family's influence in Qingshan, not to mention getting rid of you, even killing you would be as simple as squashing an ant. Don't be foolish and seek your own death. Jiang Yao is not part of our Jiang family now, and you are not worthy of being my Jiang family's son-in-law. My Jiang family will not show you any mercy. Jiang Zhanghai and Li Yongmei also scolded Yi Tianyuan with stern faces, urging him to follow Wang Xiao's instructions quickly and not bring trouble to the Jiang family. The second and third families were also trying hard to distance themselves, saying that Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao were not part of the Jiang family. This series of actions left director Zhang dumbfounded. Who are these people? They are in such a hurry to disassociate themselves from Lord Yi? You should know that even if the Wu city leader wanted to be Lord Ye's dog, he wouldn't be qualified. The Jiang family is really something, pushing away this great opportunity that came to them? As long as Lord Yi extends a helping hand to the Jiang family, they could easily surpass the three major families of Qingshan and become the rulers of Qingshan. It's a pity that they are short-sighted and narrow-minded. Jiang Yao looked at her parents with a cold expression, wondering what to do now. Yi Tianyuan, why don't you just— Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan, wanting to ask him to give in, but the words behind it felt like a heavy burden, making it impossible for her to speak. Yi Yuanyuan was frightened, looking at Yi Tianyuan with a pitiful expression. This appearance was enough to make anyone feel sorry for her. Jiang Ling immediately arrogantly said to Yi Tianyuan, Listen, you worthless trash, Jiang Yao has spoken. Why don't you kneel down obediently? Yi Yuanyuan gently shook Yi Tianyuan's hand and weakly said, Daddy, Yuanyuan doesn't want you to be bullied by bad people. It's clear that they are bullying Mommy. Woo. As she spoke, tears welled up in Yi Yuanyuan's eyes. Her daughter's tears were an absolutely lethal weapon for Yi Tianyuan, causing him unbearable pain. Yi Tianyuan quickly wiped away Yi Yuanyuan's tears and comforted her softly. Don't worry, Yuanyuan, Daddy is a great hero. How could he be bullied by bad people? Yuanyuan, don't cry, watch how Daddy deals with the bad people. With Yi Tianyuan's words, Yi Yuanyuan stopped crying and nodded at Yi Tianyuan. Jiang Yao frowned, having a very bad premonition. Yi Tianyuan might be planning something after comforting his daughter. After comforting his daughter, Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Wang Tianshui. When Wang Tianshui met Yi Tianyuan's icy gaze, he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, shivering with fear. Yi Tianyuan stepped forward and stood in front of Wang Tianshui. An invisible and terrifying pressure surged like a towering wave, causing Wang Tianshui to involuntarily take a step back, feeling inexplicably fearful. Before Wang Tianshui could retreat further, Yi Tianyuan had already grabbed his shoulder. Seeing Yi Tianyuan's bold move, Wang Tianshui's face changed drastically, angrily shouting, "Kid, are you looking for death? If you dare to touch me again, try it, see if I won't kill you." Jiang Ling immediately pointed at Yi Tianyuan and sternly shouted, "You worthless trash, release Wang Xiao now. If you dare to touch Wang Xiao again, both you and Jiang Yao won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't seek your own death." Li Yongmei was even more furious, shouting, "Yi Tianyuan, who gave you the courage, release Wang Xiao now. If you don't kneel down and let Wang Xiao handle you, you can forget about seeing Jiang Yao and Yuan in the future." Yi Tianyuan, Jiang Yao's voice trembled, extremely nervous. If Yi Tianyuan were to make a move against Wang Xiao again, it would truly cause a huge disaster. There might be no turning back from that. Therefore, Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan in a panic and fear, feeling lost and helpless. The atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Wang Tianshui and said, "Do you enjoy making people kneel?" Wang Tianshui seemed to be getting angry and stared at Yi Tianyuan, saying, "I don't enjoy making others kneel, I just want you to kneel at my feet. Then, as you wish." Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly, and then, suddenly exerted force, a powerful and irresistible force surged from Yi Tianyuan's palm. The powerful force immediately pressed Wang Tianshui down heavily to his knees. This scene stunned everyone. Yi Tianyuan actually dared to make a move against Wang Xiao again? He had just slapped Wang Xiao earlier, and now he directly forced Wang Xiao to kneel on the ground, adding another layer of humiliation. The extreme humiliation, even if it was the young master of the Wang family, would be unbearable, let alone an ordinary person. "I'll kill you," Wang Tianshui roared uncontrollably. He tried hard to stand up, but felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. "If you don't let me go, I'll kill your whole family," Wang Tianshui shouted hysterically. How could Wang Tianshui accept such extreme humiliation? At this moment, Jiang Ling suddenly reacted and rushed forward to pull Yi Tianyuan away, saying, "You rotten scoundrel, let go of Wang Xiao." But before she could get close, Yi Tianyuan's eyes swept over like a demon from hell. It made Jiang Ling freeze in place as if stared at by the god of death. Her body instantly stiffened. The temperature on her body dropped to freezing point. Such a terrifying gaze. It didn't seem like a human gaze at all. It was like an endless abyss, like the gaze of death, like a ghost from hell. Jiang Yao hurriedly approached and held Yi Tianyuan, desperately shaking her head. "Yi Tianyuan, don't act rashly, release Wang Xiao quickly." Seeing Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan immediately suppressed the terrifying killing intent and let go of Wang Xiao. After Wang Tianshui stood up, he still wanted to confront Yi Tianyuan, but was intimidated by Yi Tianyuan's cold gaze and backed off. However, Wang Tianshui, as the young master of the Wang family, was used to being unruly and had never suffered such a big loss before. Naturally, Wang Tianshui would not let this matter go easily. After distancing himself from Yi Tianyuan, Wang Tianshui pointed at Yi Tianyuan fiercely and threatened, "Kid, I'll remember you, just wait." After making the threat, Wang Tianshui turned to Mo, the divine doctor who was still treating Zhang's father inside, and said, "Divine Dr. Mo, don't bother saving this patient, I'm leaving first." Jiang Ling immediately followed to please him. Seeing this, Divine Dr. Mo stopped his treatment and walked out. The Zhang family members panicked at the situation. They had stopped the treatment halfway through. The Zhang family members begged Divine Dr. Mo, but he coldly said, "I came here out of respect for Wang Xiao. Since you have offended him, I have no need to continue treating the patient. Good luck to the patient." With that, he left. The Zhang family members immediately turned their anger towards Yi Tianyuan. "Eldest, your family already had one troublemaker, and now there's another one thanks to Yi Tianyuan. If anything happens to Grandpa, your family will be to blame. Jiang Yao, are you doing this on purpose? Your grandpa's illness was caused by you, and now you brought a wild man back to harm Grandpa. He also hit Wang Xiao, offended the Wang family. If my family's Jiang Ling and Wang Xiao's matter goes south, then I will definitely not let you off. Jiang Yao, you must explain this matter to us, otherwise you won't be able to leave here today. Big brother, big sister-in-law, don't you want to say a few words?" Zhang Zhenghai and Li Yongmei looked at Yi Tianyuan with anger and hatred, especially towards Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao's tears swirled in her eyes. She grabbed Yi Tianyuan's hand tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. She tried hard to hold back her tears. Yi Tianyuan felt heartbroken and guilty. Originally, Yi Tianyuan didn't care about Jiang Laoye's life or death, but since Jiang Yao wanted to save him, Yi Tianyuan had to take action. Jiang Yao walked directly towards Jiang Laoye's room. The people of the Zhang family tried to stop Yi Tianyuan. "I need to treat Lao Yi, anyone who dares to approach the room, I will hit them," Yi Tianyuan coldly warned the Zhang family. This cold warning immediately scared off the people of the Zhang family. Jiang Yao was also frightened and didn't know what to do. Yi Tianyuan knows medical skills? 10 minutes later, Yi Tianyuan walked out of the emergency room and said indifferently, Lao Yi is fine now, he will wake up after resting for a while. Fine? So soon? The people of the Zhang family rushed into the room. They saw that the heartbeat monitor showed stable heartbeats, even breathing, and signs of awakening. Obviously, Zhang Laoyi was out of danger. Zhang Yao felt relieved when she saw her grandfather was fine. Your grandfather is fine now, let's go. Yi Tianyuan took Zhang Yao and Yuan Yuan and left quickly. As they left the Zhang family, Yuan Yuan suddenly looked at Yi Tianyuan with great admiration and said, Dad, you are a great hero. Dad is Yuan Yuan's pride. Yuan Yuan admires Dad so much. Dad is good at fighting bad guys. Hearing his daughter's praise, Yi Tianyuan felt as if he had eaten honey. Happy. The feeling of being praised by his daughter is something you won't understand until you experience it yourself. Yi Tianyuan, who had never been proud, now felt a bit proud. Watching this heartwarming father-daughter scene should have been so beautiful and harmonious, but Zhang Yao couldn't smile. Zhang Yao's mood became heavy. Yuan Yuan looked at Zhang Yao and asked, Mom, why are you not happy? Dad is so powerful, he drove away the bad guys and protected us, Mom should be happy. A woman with a frown will age easily. When you get old, you won't look good. If you don't look good, Dad won't like you. Zhang Yao was a bit amused and touched by Yuan Yuan's words. Yi Tianyuan gently touched Yuan Yuan's head and said, That won't happen, Mom will age, and Dad will too. In Dad's heart, Mom will always be the most beautiful, Dad will always love Mom, and will always love Yuan Yuan, understand? Yuan Yuan looked at Yi Tianyuan, blinked her bright eyes like stars, thought for a moment, and then nodded as if she understood. And at that moment, several cars suddenly stopped. More than a dozen thugs with sticks quickly got out of the cars and surrounded Yi Tianyuan and the others. Yuan Yuan was scared and hid in Zhang Yao's arms. Zhang Yao held her tightly, looking worried and afraid at Yi Tianyuan. It was obvious that these people were sent by Wang Xiao to deal with Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan had some skills, but can 2 fists beat 4 legs? With so many people, can Yi Tianyuan win? Wang Tianxue walked over with his arm around Zhang Ling's waist, looking confident and arrogant. Zhang Ling looked disdainfully at Yi Tianyuan and Zhang Yao, and sneered, Zhang Yao, don't say that as your cousin, I didn't give you a chance with this trash. As long as he kneels down obediently now and lets Wang Xiao vent his anger, Wang Xiao might spare you for my sake. Otherwise, if he starts using his hands, this stinky trash will definitely end up disabled. Zhang Yao, you can barely support yourself now, do you want to support a disabled person as well? Don't end up begging on the streets later, that would truly disgrace my Zhang family ancestors. Zhang Yao looked worriedly at Yi Tianyuan, not knowing what to do. Yi Tianyuan smiled slightly at Zhang Yao, confidently saying, It's okay, you and Yuan Yuan just need to applaud. Then, Yi Tianyuan turned to Yi Yuan Yuan and said, Yuan Yuan, Daddy is going to beat up some bad guys again. Upon hearing this, the initially scared Yi Yuan Yuan suddenly became excited and danced around, saying, Great, Yuan Yuan likes watching Daddy beat up bad guys. This statement instantly ignited Wang Tianxue's endless anger. It was not very harmful but extremely insulting, making Wang Tianxue feel deeply humiliated. Therefore, he was completely enraged. Damn it, if you won't accept a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit, shedding tears only when you see the coffin. You're being stubborn? Then I'll smash your mouth to pieces. Deal with him, just don't kill him. After it's done, a reward of 20,000 each. Wang Xiao gave orders to his henchmen. Upon hearing about the reward, the henchmen became even more dedicated. Following Wang Xiao's command, the henchmen viciously swung their sticks at Yi Tianyuan. Humph! Yi Tianyuan snorted coldly. A group of ants. If Yi Tianyuan didn't want to reveal too much of his strength, a single kick could have sent all these henchmen flying and spitting blood. But for now, he decided to play dirty. Yi Tianyuan moved swiftly, too fast for anyone to see his actions clearly, only hearing the sound of punches landing on flesh. These dozen henchmen came and went quickly. In just 2 or 3 seconds, all of them were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Yi Tianyuan had intended to keep a low profile, but his strength didn't allow it. If dealing with these henchmen required too much effort, it would be a disrespect to his own strength. This scene left Wang Tianxue and Zhang Ling dumbfounded and shocked on the spot. They were petrified, as if they had seen a ghost. Was this strength too terrifying? Zhang Yao was almost speechless, covering her mouth with her hand. She knew Yi Tianyuan was skilled, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. Yi Yuan Yuan obediently clapped for her father, overjoyed. Mom, Dad is so amazing, all those bad guys are no match for him. Hee hee, with Dad protecting us in the future, no one will dare to bully us again. Mom didn't lie to Yuan Yuan, Dad is truly a hero. From now on, no one will dare to say Yuan Yuan doesn't have a father. Yi Yuan Yuan happily told Zhang Yao. Hearing this, Jiang Yao felt both happy and relieved, but also a bit bitter. She had caused Yuan Yuan a lot of suffering over the years, failing to take good care of her. Now that Yi Tianyuan was back, she hoped everything would start anew. However, Jiang Yao couldn't help but look at Wang Tianshui. Yi Tianyuan had offended the young master of the Wang family, and she didn't know how to resolve this matter. Sigh. It wasn't until Yi Tianyuan approached them that Wang Tianshui and Zhang Ling snapped out of their daze. Both of them were so scared that their legs went weak, instinctively stepping back. But they couldn't regain their balance in time, and both ended up falling to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. Zhang Ling's face turned pale with fear, and she stammered, "Stinky trash, don't mess around. I am Jiang Yao's cousin, and he is the eldest son of the Wang family." Jiang Yao, quickly stop Yi Tianyuan from going crazy. If you really hurt Wang Xiao, you know the consequences. After some thought, Jiang Yao stepped forward to stop Yi Tianyuan and shook her head at him, saying, "Forget it, Yi Tianyuan, don't escalate things." Then, she turned to Wang Tianshui, whose face was cold and a little fearful, and said, "Wang Xiao, I'm really sorry for what happened today. On behalf of Yi Tianyuan, I apologize to you. We really don't want to offend you, and besides, we might be family in the future. There's no need to make a big deal out of this. Wang Xiao, how about this? I'll ask Yi Tianyuan to stop, and we can end things here today, okay? Wang Xiao, don't come looking for trouble in the future, and we won't provoke you either. Let's keep our distance from now on." Yi Tianyuan's face darkened as he said, "Jiang Yao, you don't need to say these things to him. Yi Tianyuan, don't speak. Please, I'm asking you. Let me handle this." Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan with a pleading expression. Seeing Jiang Yao like this, Yi Tianyuan's heart softened. Fine, let her handle it. Some things need to be taken slowly. Jiang Yao then said to Zhang Ling, we are family, sisters. I have always treated you like a sister. Ask Wang Xiao to calm down. Adults should be magnanimous, okay? Zhang Ling looked at Wang Tianshui and immediately nodded. Okay, as long as my brother-in-law doesn't lay a hand on Wang Xiao again, let's forget about today's incident. Hearing this, Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief, thanked Wang Tianshui, and then firmly pulled Yi Tianyuan away. If it weren't for Jiang Yao and their daughter, Yi Tianyuan would have surely not let Wang Xiao live. Those who dared to provoke Yi Tianyuan usually met only one end, death. But now, with his wife and daughter by his side, Yi Tianyuan's killing intent had softened considerably. As he left with Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan gestured to the lurking Reaper and Enchantress not to act. Yi Tianyuan could see that Jiang Yao valued family greatly. Even if her own family treated her poorly, she still considered them family. If the Reaper and Enchantress were to act, both Wang Tianshui and Zhang Ling would likely die. Killing Wang Tianshui wouldn't be a problem, but if Zhang Ling were also killed, Jiang Yao would be devastated. Yi Tianyuan didn't want to see Jiang Yao sad. So, for now, he held back the Reaper and Enchantress. After seeing off Yi Tianyuan and the others, Wang Tianshui suddenly slapped Zhang Ling's face in anger. The unexpected slap left Zhang Ling bewildered at first. When she realized what had happened, tears welled up from the pain. But Zhang Ling dared not get angry at Wang Xiao. He was a wealthy man she had worked hard to get close to. She was using all her tricks to win him over, to climb the social ladder and marry into a wealthy family. She had countless beautiful dreams in her heart. So, even though she was slapped by Wang Xiao, Zhang Ling dared not get angry. She just looked at Wang Xiao with a pitiful and aggrieved expression. Damn stinky trash, Yi Tianyuan, if I don't cripple you, I'm not a Wang. You think you can fight? Humph, my Wang family has warriors to protect us. You want to play? Let me show you how I can make you suffer. Wang Tianshui's face turned cold and full of malice, as he already had a cruel plan in mind. Zhang Ling approached him and comforted, Wang Xiao, calm down. Anger harms the body. With the power of your Wang family, isn't it easy to crush that stinky trash? Wang Tianshui's hands were not honest as they roamed around Zhang Ling's body. Then he looked at Zhang Ling with a wicked smile, and hugged her as they walked towards the car. After getting in the car, Wang Tianshui pressed Zhang Ling's head down towards him. Just as Yi Tianyuan and the others left the residential area where Zhang's villa was located, they were blocked by several people. A man with a slick appearance, a sly face, and long brown hair dyed with a bad smile stared at Jiang Yao. Behind him were several followers, all with a social demeanor. Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at these people, his eyes full of disgust. The brown-haired youth ignored Yi Tianyuan and instead looked at Jiang Yao with a greedy expression. The brown-haired youth grinned and said to Jiang Yao, Darling, where have you been lately? It was so hard for me to find you. Naughty, playing hide-and-seek with your big brother. Jiang Yao glared angrily at the brown-haired youth and scolded, Huayun Tao, shut your smelly mouth and get lost. You, how dare you talk to your big brother like that? Just as Jiang Yao finished speaking, one of Hua Yuntao's followers angrily pointed at Jiang Yao and cursed. Smack! But as soon as he finished cursing, Hua Yuntao slapped him hard and kicked him, reprimanding, "How dare you talk to your future sister-in-law like that? Others can't curse at your big brother, but your future sister-in-law can curse as she pleases." "I'm happy to listen, why aren't you?" I'm sorry, big brother Tao, I was wrong." The follower quickly apologized. Hua Yuntao kicked him again and scolded, "Apologize to your future sister-in-law." The follower immediately nodded and bowed to Jiang Yao, apologizing, "I'm sorry, sister-in-law." Listening to these two playing a double act, Jiang Yao was so angry that her face turned green. How could there be such shameless people? Yi Yuan also angrily defended her mother. "You are all bad uncles, always bullying my mother, I hate you." My dad said, "Bad people will be caught by the city defense uncles and go to hell." This childish voice obviously had no impact. Hua Yuntao was not angry, but instead smiled at Yi Yuan and said, Yuan, you don't have a dad, what are you listening to your dad for? Hee, how about uncle being your dad? Call uncle daddy, and uncle will buy you whatever you want, how about that? Hearing this, Jiang Yao finally couldn't bear it anymore and burst out in anger, shouting at Hua Yuntao, "Get out of here, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will fight you." But in this roar, there was obviously a lot of helplessness, or weakness, one could say. Yi Yuan said angrily, "Who said Yuan doesn't have a dad? Look, Yuan's dad is right here. My dad is a great hero, a soldier who protects the country. If you dare to bully Yuan and mom again, my dad will beat you, my dad is very powerful." At this moment, Hua Yuntao finally noticed Yi Tianyuan and stared at him fiercely. After sizing him up, Hua Yuntao spoke, "Where the hell did you come from, trying to steal a woman from my big brother? Who do you think you are? Do you know my big brother is in the underworld? He has about 100 men under him, and he has connections too. Daring to steal a woman from my big brother, are you tired of living? If you disappear from my big brother's sight right now, he won't beat you." Otherwise, the rest of the sentence was not continued, but replaced by a cold, sinister smile. Those who understand, understand. Jiang Yao held Yi Yuan tightly, looking worriedly at Yi Tianyuan. She had just reunited with Yi Tianyuan, could nothing bad happen? Yi Tianyuan looked at Hua Yuntao with a cold gaze, his eyes filled with a hint of killing intent, making Hua Yuntao feel a sense of inexplicable fear. It felt like being stared at by something terrifying. This made Hua Yuntao very unhappy, feeling provoked and insulted. "Damn it," Hua Yuntao suddenly got angry. "Dare to stare at your brother Tao, you probably haven't experienced the most poisonous beating, right? If you dare to stare again, I'll make you taste it today, believe it or not? You dare to stare again." Your brother Tao has a violent temper. While speaking, Hua Yuntao's hand was already pushing towards Yi Tianyuan. Seeing the boss about to act, the few followers behind him immediately raised their fists. But, next second, bang! With a loud noise, a figure flew out directly. The speed was so fast that no one reacted. They didn't even see what happened. And the person who flew out was none other than Hua Yuntao. A strong man weighing 160 pounds, was knocked out 6 or 7 meters in an instant, crashing heavily into a trash can by the roadside. He passed out directly. The few followers were shocked, with extremely exaggerated expressions. It was like witnessing a bizarre event. Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at the stunned followers. "Aren't you leaving?" The followers finally snapped out of their daze, scared out of their wits, and quickly ran away, leaving Hua Yuntao looking as if he had seen a ghost. After dealing with these hooligans, Yi Tianyuan smiled at Jiang Yao and Yi Yuan, "It's all right now." Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan in surprise. Perhaps, this feeling of being protected by a hero was the first time she had experienced it in her life. So, when Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan, her eyes revealed a hint of admiration like a young girl. Yi Tianyuan smiled and said, "After all, I've been a soldier for over a decade, with plenty of battle experience. Dealing with these hooligans is a piece of cake. I've said it before, I will protect you too, and I won't let anyone bully you again." Jiang Yao nodded with a smile. "You better keep your word, no lying to me. Lying to you is for dogs. A man's words deceive ghosts, I don't believe it. Ask Yuan if you don't believe me." "Mom, I believe Dad. Dad said he will never lie to Yuan. Hee, Dad is so amazing, Dad is a real hero." Villa No. 88 in Tang Palace. After 3 hours of busyness, Jiang Yao finally put Yi Yuan to sleep. After bidding goodnight to the mother and daughter, Yi Tianyuan returned to his room. As soon as he entered the room, 3 figures appeared like ghosts, respectfully bowing to Yi Tianyuan. "Black Emperor, how did the task I assigned you go?" Yi Tianyuan asked the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor immediately replied, "Boss, I have brought a group of trusted men to Qingshan, and they are mostly assembled. Tomorrow, my Black Emperor Group's Qingshan branch will be officially established, the office building has been purchased, and whose city's mayor will personally attend the inauguration ceremony tomorrow. In addition, the largest underground force in Qingshan, the Azure Dragon Society, already belongs to my Black Emperor Group. However, in the Black Emperor Group, the leader of the Azure Dragon Society, Lu Jinlong, is just an insignificant figure. That person named Hua Yungtao is just a minor character in the Azure Dragon Society. Boss, he's just a small fry, should I have someone take care of him? Yi Tianyuan waved his hand, anyone who dares to bully my wife and daughter, I must deal with personally. Arrange for Lu Jinlong to come see me tomorrow. The Black Emperor immediately nodded in agreement. Yi Tianyuan waved his hand to dismiss the three men, and they quickly left. Just as he had sent away three people, Yi Tianyuan's phone suddenly rang. When he saw the long-lost incoming call number, Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but be moved. Without hesitation, Yi Tianyuan immediately answered the phone. A voice of an old man came from the other end of the phone. You brat, you finally decided to leave the dragon prison. I've been wanting you to come out early, but you never listened to me. Hee hee, now you've finally come to your senses. Old man, where have you been all these years? Yi Tianyuan asked impatiently. The old man on the phone chuckled mysteriously. Hee hee, it's a secret, a huge secret. Soon, you will know. Wait, I will send you a surprise in a few days. After saying that, he hung up the phone. This old man, Yi Tianyuan, shook his head, feeling speechless and confused. However, Yi Tianyuan was thoughtful, curious about what the old man's huge secret was and what the surprise would be. The next morning, when Zhang Yao came downstairs with Yuan Yuan and saw Yi Tianyuan setting a sumptuous breakfast on the table, she was stunned as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened, filled with emotion. She never expected Yi Tianyuan to be so caring and warm, preparing breakfast for her and her daughter early in the morning. This was indeed the behavior of a qualified good father. Come and have breakfast. Yi Tianyuan called out to Zhang Yao and Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan immediately ran over happily. Dad, you're amazing. This breakfast looks so delicious and abundant, it must be very tasty. Yuan Yuan praised Yi Tianyuan admiringly. The praise from her little cotton jacket made Yi Tianyuan feel proud. Looking at the table with preserved egg and lean meat congee, fried eggs, fried sausages and bacon, milk, and toast, it looked exquisite as if it was made by a high-end restaurant. Zhang Yao had not tasted it yet, but it was definitely appetizing in appearance and aroma. Zhang Yao, as the eldest daughter of the Qingshan third-rate family, had not had such a sumptuous breakfast in many years. A sense of indescribable happiness welled up within her. Zhang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan, feeling warm inside. Finally, heaven had given her a ray of sunshine. Mom, come sit down and eat. Dad is a great chef. The breakfast he made is so delicious, it's definitely the best breakfast in the world. Yuan Yuan called out to Zhang Yao while eating. Watching Yuan Yuan gobble up her food, Zhang Yao smiled and said, Yuan Yuan, eat slowly, no one is going to take it from you. With that, she sat down as well. Yi Tianyuan also sat down. Zhang Yao picked up the bowl of preserved egg and lean meat congee in front of her and took a sip. The first bite made her eyes light up instantly, feeling amazed. She had never eaten such delicious preserved egg and lean meat congee before. It was so fragrant and delicious. Zhang Yao couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyuan in surprise and asked, Are you from the kitchen of the War Department? Yi Tianyuan shook his head and said seriously, No, I have been an orphan since I was a child, so I learned to cook from a young age. Practice makes perfect. The more you cook, the better your culinary skills become. Zhang Yao nodded and said, I was just joking with you, but your culinary skills are indeed very good. I'm afraid even a 5-star hotel chef couldn't make preserved egg and lean meat congee as delicious as this. Yi Tianyuan replied, It's different. I only know how to cook home-cooked dishes. Yuan Yuan suddenly said, I want to eat Dad's dishes every day from now on. They are so delicious. Yi Tianyuan lovingly patted Yuan Yuan's head and said, Alright, Yuan Yuan, Dad will cook for you every day and let you eat for a lifetime. Dad will make you and Mom plump and healthy. Yuan Yuan nodded happily. Zhang Yao immediately refused. I don't want to be plump. White is fine, but not fat. Once a woman gains weight, it ruins everything. I won't. Mom is always the most beautiful woman in the world, Yi Yuan Yuan immediately said. Yi Tianyuan smiled slightly. In his eyes, Zhang Yao was also the most beautiful woman in the world. Always. After finishing this hearty and warm breakfast, Zhang Yao helped Yi Tianyuan clean up the dishes and chopsticks. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Yao suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, I'm going to be late. Yi Tianyuan, hurry up and take our daughter to school. I have to go to work. It's lucky it's the weekend, otherwise with my 3-day absence, I might be fired by the company. Enough talking, I have to leave quickly. Seeing Jiang Yao's anxious look, Yi Tianyuan said with a look of pity, "Why don't you just not go to work? If I don't work, will you support me?" Jiang Yao joked. Yi Tianyuan nodded. "Yes, I will support you." Jiang Yao burst into laughter. However, Jiang Yao quickly resumed a serious expression and said, "Alright, Yi Tianyuan, even though the housing issue is resolved now, there will still be many expenses in the future. If we want Yuan to live better, we will need a lot of money. You're not working now, and my job is something I can't afford to lose. Besides, I don't want to stay at home as a full-time housewife. That's not the life I want." Alright. Since Jiang Yao is a career-oriented woman, it's not a good thing to let her stay at home and do nothing. Yi Tianyuan could only let Jiang Yao do as she pleased. "I'll take you," Yi Tianyuan said to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao shook her head. "No need, I'll take a taxi later. You hurry up and take our daughter to school, that's the most important thing. If Yuan misses a day of school, make sure to explain it to her teacher." "Alright, I won't talk to you anymore, I have to hurry." With that, Jiang Yao grabbed her bag and quickly ran out of the house. With the Grim Reaper secretly protecting Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan wasn't worried. Yi Yuan grabbed her school bag, held Yi Tianyuan's hand, and happily got into the car. After getting in the car, Yi Yuan looked happy and said, "Dad, this is the first time Yuan has taken a car to school. All my classmates take a car to school, only Yuan walks to school. Dad, this car should be called a BMW, many of my classmates in my class go to school in a BMW. Due to not having a house in the school district, Yuan couldn't attend a good public school. For her daughter's sake, Jiang Yao sent Yuan to an expensive private school. Jiang Yao had indeed suffered a lot to raise her daughter. Otherwise, Jiang Yao wouldn't have lived in such a rundown rental house with Yuan. Yi Tianyuan felt guilty and sad. He patted Yuan's head and said, "Dad will take you to school every day from now on." Yuan nodded happily. Not familiar with the road conditions, Yi Tianyuan was a few minutes late when he finally dropped Yuan off at school. After sending Yuan into the school, a figure appeared in front of Yi Tianyuan. The person was none other than the enchantress. "Take care of Yuan, Yi Tianyuan said to the enchantress. The enchantress immediately responded, "Don't worry, boss, I'll take care of Yuan. If she loses a single hair, the enchantress is willing to die in atonement." After the enchantress left, the Black Emperor arrived. The Black Emperor reported to Yi Tianyuan, "Boss, the Black Emperor Group's founding ceremony is tonight at the Green Mountain Hotel. Do you want to attend?" Yi Tianyuan shook his head. "Forget it, I don't like such high-profile events, and I don't like to show my face in public. You don't need to show up for this, let your subordinates handle it to avoid unnecessary attention." The Black Emperor nodded. "Understood, boss. I was thinking of attending as a guest with you. The personnel matters have been arranged, and I have brought some trusted aides to manage the Black Emperor Group. But boss, there is still one thing I would like to consult with you about." Yi Tianyuan looked at Black Emperor, signaling him to speak. "Boss, what do you think about appointing sister-in-law as the president of the Black Emperor Group?" Black Emperor cautiously asked. Yi Tianyuan gave Black Emperor a cold look, instantly making his face slightly change color. However, Yi Tianyuan did not get angry in the end, saying, "Not for now. If the Black Emperor Group promotes Jiang Yao to this prominent position as soon as it enters Qingshan, there will probably be a lot of gossip, which may not be good for Jiang Yao. Moreover, Jiang Yao may not agree. She is a smart woman. Yesterday, she had the enchantress accompany me in a play. Although everything seemed perfect, I feel she may not fully believe it. At this time, let's not complicate matters." Black Emperor nodded, but couldn't help whispering, "Boss, wouldn't it be fine for sister-in-law to know your identity? You are a hero, the Lord of Tianyuan, the guardian god of Huaxia, the unparalleled national hero, all are righteous identities." Yi Tianyuan shook his head and said, "For now, Jiang Yao cannot know my identity. Firstly, it would be hard for her to accept it all at once, and secondly, it might backfire, making her afraid to come near me again. Of course, the most important thing is that now, various countries, countless forces, and even the Elder Council are all closely watching me. If Jiang Yao knows my identity, it won't benefit her in any way, and it might even bring endless troubles to her." Hearing Yi Tianyuan's words, Black Emperor finally understood completely. Yes, that's true. Not letting sister-in-law know the boss's identity is to protect her. Now, there are probably many people targeting the boss, and the future is likely full of unknown dangers. This is also the reason why Yi Tianyuan wants to hide his identity from Jiang Yao. He wants to protect Jiang Yao and their daughter as much as possible, as they are extremely vulnerable and cannot withstand any storms. Yi Tianyuan will never allow anyone to harm them even a bit. "Boss, Lu Jinlong is waiting to see you, what do you think?" Black Emperor suddenly asked. Yi Tianyuan replied coldly, let's talk about it later, I'll go see Jiang Yao first. By the way, secretly acquire Lanya Trading Company, Ltd. Since Jiang Yao is unwilling to resign, let's create a good working environment for her. Black Emperor immediately went to carry out the order. Just as Yi Tianyuan arrived at Jiang Yao's door, he was blocked by a group of thugs. The leader was none other than Hua Yuntao, who was beaten by Yi Tianyuan in the hospital yesterday. Today, he brought over 30 thugs, armed with various weapons, surrounding Yi Tianyuan. Hua Yuntao looked at Yi Tianyuan with a playful yet fierce expression, hating and gritting his teeth. Damn it, I came to find that bitch, but unexpectedly got a pleasant surprise. Caught you, kid, now I'll settle the score with you properly. Dare to hit me, do you even know who I am? Do you know who I hang out with? Have you bothered to find out who I, Tao, hang out with? Have you heard of my reputation? The Qinglong society should know, I am the ruler of the underground world in Qingshan. I, brother Tao, am one of the 8 hall masters of the Qinglong society, a prominent figure on the Qingshan road. Before Hua Yuntao could finish speaking, he screamed in pain, then collapsed on the ground. Spitting blood, his face covered in cuts and bruises, a pitiful sight. This scene immediately stunned the group of thugs, exchanging bewildered looks. What just happened? No one saw clearly what had just occurred. They only heard a scream, then saw brother Tao in such a miserable state. After groaning in pain for a while, Hua Yuntao became angry and let out a hysterical roar. Kill him for me. Bang! 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 Just as Hua Yuntao finished roaring, he heard a fierce fight breaking out. Soon after, there were cries of agony. Hua Yuntao immediately realized that something was wrong. When he looked up, he saw that the 30 or so men he had brought with him were all lying on the ground in pain. How could this be possible in just 4 or 5 seconds? How could all 30 men be knocked down so quickly? Were these still human beings? Hua Yuntao looked at Ye Tianyuan with a strange and frightened expression. How do you want to die? Ye Tianyuan looked down at Hua Yuntao, exuding a powerful and terrifying aura that made Hua Yuntao tremble. It was as if he was facing a demon from the abyss. Hua Yuntao finally got scared and said in a trembling voice, Brother, I misunderstood, please spare me. I was wrong and offended you in many ways. I hope you can forgive me and spare me. I will stay far away from you and your wife in the future. Even if you don't spare me, please show some mercy to my boss, Biao. Ye Tianyuan coldly said to Hua Yuntao, let Biao come and talk to me in person. Upon hearing this, Hua Yuntao was at a loss. Brother, this is just a small matter, there's no need to trouble Biao. Ye Tianyuan ignored Hua Yuntao and called Black Emperor on his phone. Tell Lu Jinlong to come see me immediately, and ask him to bring the gang leader named Biao with him. Lu Jinlong? Isn't he the underground Emperor Long Yi of Qingshan? Hua Yuntao stared in disbelief at Ye Tianyuan. Who was this guy? Who else would dare to call Long Yi by his name in Qingshan? Except for a few top bosses like Hu Shou, who else had the guts? A young man in his 20s not only dared to call Long Yi by his name, but also asked him to come see him immediately? It was absurd. Can't even write a novel like this, right? But 20 minutes later, Hua Yuntao's mind was completely shattered, because Long Yi really came with Biao. Black Emperor also arrived with them. Long Yi and Biao followed Black Emperor respectfully, unaware of Black Emperor's true identity, thinking he was a messenger sent from above. Boss, this is Lu Jinlong, and this is Zhang Sanbiao. Black Emperor introduced them to Ye Tianyuan. After the introduction, Black Emperor respectfully stepped back behind Ye Tianyuan. Lu Jinlong and Zhang Sanbiao were deeply shocked. How powerful was the person who could make Black Emperor such a big shot, so respectful? Nice to meet you, Mr. Yi. Lu Jinlong and Zhang Sanbiao immediately bowed respectfully to Ye Tianyuan without hesitation. Seeing this, Hua Yuntao was struck as if by lightning, petrified on the spot. His mentality completely collapsed. What kind of big shot did he provoke? Who exactly was Ye Tianyuan? Hua Yuntao was so scared that he knelt down, kowtowing to Ye Tianyuan and begging for mercy. Mr. Yi, I know I was wrong. I deserve to die 1,000 times over. Please forgive me, spare my life. I really didn't know who you were, Mr. Yi. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to provoke you or your wife. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything. Biao couldn't contain his anger and kicked Hua Yuntao hard, then turned to Ye Tianyuan and said, Mr. Yi, it was my fault for not properly guiding my men. Please ask Mr. Yi to give San Biao a chance to redeem himself. Let me personally take care of it and clean up the mess. Ye Tianyuan couldn't be bothered to say anything more, coldly leaving after a few words. You handle it. The Black Emperor's fierce anger glared at Lu Jinlong and Zhang Sanbiao. Next time something like this happens, you come and apologize. With just one sentence from the Black Emperor, Lu Jinlong and Zhang Sanbiao were immediately pale, nodding and bowing. obediently saying, "Yes, Black Lord, there won't be a next time." After seeing off the Black Emperor, Lu Jinlong gave Zhang Sanbiao a fierce look. "Handle it immediately. Offending that person will leave us with no place to bury our bodies." Zhang Sanbiao wiped the cold sweat off and immediately gestured for someone to take Huayunto away. "Diaogo, I am your nephew, please don't kill me, uncle." No, in the end, Huayunto was taken away in endless despair. Only death awaited him. On the other side, Yi Tianyuan had already entered Zhang Yao's company. Lanhai Trading Company, Ltd. is not large, with only over 200 employees and an annual turnover of only 1 or 2 billion. In Qingshan City, it can only be considered a small company. The company may be small, but there are many shallow-minded people. General Manager's Office. General Manager Li Tai looked sternly at Zhang Yao standing in front of him, tapping the pile of reports on the table with his finger, saying, "Zhang Yao, let's not talk about your 3 days of absence for now. Just looking at this month's performance, Lily has performed better than you. Originally, if you had secured the project from the city government, your victory would have been a sure thing. But in your 3 days of absence, Lily seized the opportunity and secured the project from the city government before you. So, in the competition between your business department and Lily, you lost. In the future, Lily will be the manager of the business department, and you will assist her." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao's emotions suddenly became excited. Zhang Yao joined the company 5 years ago and, with outstanding work abilities, rose from a small employee to a supervisor, then to deputy manager of the department, and finally to department manager, all in just 3 years. After becoming the department manager, Zhang Yao worked even harder and more diligently, rarely resting even on weekends. She had a strong career ambition and wanted her daughter to have a better life. So, she worked hard for these 5 years. She was doing well as the department manager, but a month ago, General Manager Huang Chang called her to the office, saying they needed to enhance the department's competitiveness and that some people were not satisfied with her as the department manager, so the company wanted fair competition. The person who stood up to compete for Zhang Yao's position as department manager was none other than Lu Lily, whom Zhang Yao had brought up and even promoted to deputy manager of the department against opposition. Unexpectedly, just a month after taking the position of deputy manager, Lu Lily came out to try to take Zhang Yao's position as department manager. The key was that this matter had the full support of General Manager Huang. Feeling helpless and cold-hearted, Zhang Yao had to agree to a 1-month gambling agreement proposed by General Manager Huang. Within a month, Zhang Yao and Lu Lily would compete to achieve results for the company, and whoever performed better would win. The winner would become the department manager. Despite this gambling agreement, Zhang Yao was still confident. After all, she had been in this position for 2 years, the department's performance had been steadily improving, and she had accumulated a large number of clients. Originally, there was no doubt that Zhang Yao would easily win this gamble. However, Zhang Yao never expected that during her 3 days of absence, such an unexpected situation would occur. How could the project she had negotiated end up in Lu Lily's hands out of nowhere? After much thought, Zhang Yao only came up with one possibility: that General Manager Huang was behind it all, helping Lu Lily seize the opportunity in his absence to snatch the project from the city government. Zhang Yao suddenly sneered, "General Huang, I understand now, it all makes sense." Huang Chang frowned, his voice deep as he asked, "What do you understand? If I still don't understand by now, wouldn't I be a fool?" Zhang Yao coldly said, "I didn't not understand before, I just didn't want to believe it. There were rumors in the company, but I ignored them. Now it seems it's not just rumors, it's true." Huang Chang was getting angry, his face darkening as he coldly looked at Zhang Yao. "Even if you know, so what? Are you going to report me to the chairman? Go ahead, let's see if the chairman believes you or me." "Humph, Zhang Yao, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to appreciate it. You, with such good looks, if you were obedient, who could take away the position of the business department manager from you? You, a person who has given birth to a daughter, why pretend to be innocent? I heard you were abandoned by a man, what's wrong with being my lover? Shut up." Before Huang Chang could finish, Zhang Yao angrily rebuked, "General Huang, please show some respect. If I have to sacrifice myself to get a position, then I'd rather not. If Lu Lily is willing, that's her business, don't involve me in her twisted schemes, never. Since the position of department manager was obtained by her through such means, why should I stop her?" Bang! Huang Chang suddenly became furious. He slammed the desk hard, pointing angrily at Zhang Yao, "You are out of line. This matter is settled, I will send out the official notice later, now leave." Faced with such injustice, Zhang Yao could only suppress her anger. Just as she was about to open the door and leave, the office door was pushed open, and Lu Lily walked in with a triumphant smile on her face. She had been eavesdropping at the door, and when the time was right, she walked in with the demeanor of a victor. After coming in, Lu Lily habitually locked the office door. Then, without any reservation, she boldly threw a flirtatious glance at Huang Chang. Since the matter was already out in the open, Huang Chang didn't bother pretending in front of Jiang Yao. After all, he was the general manager of the company. Jiang Yao now understood the situation, and she accepted it. Jiang Yao coldly looked at Lu Lily, sneered, and said, "Humph, I must have been blind. I treated you like a sister for the past 5 years, promoted you to the position of deputy manager, but you repay me like this. A dog is grateful for 3 days of care, but a person may bite back after 3 years of care. A dog will always be a dog, but sometimes a person is worse than a dog. I admit defeat in this round, but I am not convinced. Lu Lily, don't be too happy too soon. As the business department manager, you may not win everyone's approval." Listening to Jiang Yao's accusations, Lu Lily remained indifferent and smiled. Only losers would be so hysterical and lose their composure. "I am the winner, and I won't argue with you today. Don't make your care sound so noble. I reached the position of deputy manager in the company through my own efforts, step by step. You may have helped me a little at the beginning, but not much. What favor is that? People climb higher, water flows lower. Employees who don't want to be managers are not good employees. I am younger, smarter, and more capable than you. Who dares to object to me becoming the department manager? Jiang Yao, face reality. If you lose, it's your own lack of ability to blame. Complaining is useless. If you're not willing to be my assistant in the future, then I have a better option for you. Why don't you submit a resignation report to Mr. Huang? I am very strict in management. My subordinates are not easy to deal with." Implicitly, it was clear that Jiang Yao was being pressured, even with a hint of coercion. Jiang Yao stared coldly at Lu Lily, feeling extremely angry. Betrayed by someone she had always treated like a younger sister. What did it feel like? Calculated by a superior who had always valued her. What did it feel like? Giving up the position of department manager and still having to assist the subordinate who betrayed her. What did it feel like? Jiang Yao really wanted to resign. But the thought of having a daughter to take care of, and with Yi Tianyuan still not having found a job, she couldn't resign no matter what. She could only endure the grievances. Lu Lily looked at Jiang Yao with a mocking expression, sneered, and in a commanding tone said, "If you stubbornly refuse to resign, then get out, and remember to close the door." Jiang Yao gritted her teeth and finally walked out. After seeing Jiang Yao off, Lu Lily immediately locked the office door and skillfully threw herself into the arms of Huang Chang. After giving Huang Chang a kiss, she coquettishly said, "Thank you, Huang Chang." Huang Chang's hands were already wandering on Lu Lily's body, looking at her with a mischievous smile. "So, how do you plan to thank me?" Lu Lily looked at Huang Chang provocatively. "Mr. Huang was a bit hot-tempered just now. I'll help Mr. Huang cool down." Saying that, Lu Lily knelt in front of Huang Chang, reaching out to undo his pants. Huang Chang lay back in the boss's chair, enjoying the sight of Lu Lily's skilled movements, and at that moment, bang! Suddenly, a loud noise rang out like a thunderbolt in the middle of the night, and the office door burst open. This sudden turn of events startled Lu Lily, who panicked and instinctively hid under the desk. Huang Chang quickly pulled up his pants and glared angrily. Just as Huang Chang was about to get angry, he saw Yi Tianyuan approaching with a cold and imposing aura. The overwhelming pressure made Huang Chang unable to breathe, his heart pounding, and the words he was about to say stuck in his throat. The icy gaze made Huang Chang feel an unprecedented fear. By the time Yi Tianyuan stood in front of him, Huang Chang was so terrified that he was sweating and trembling, as if facing a demon. This was a feeling Huang Chang had never experienced before. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Yao hurriedly ran in, grabbed Yi Tianyuan, and shook her head, saying, "Yi Tianyuan, let's go." "Let it go?" Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao and shook his head. "You can let it go because of your kindness and compromise with reality. But I can't let it go, because you are my woman. I've said that no one can ever deceive you again. This is my vow, and my bottom line. The dragon's bottom line, how can it be touched by anyone? Leave this to me." In Yi Tianyuan's tone, there was a powerful force that was impossible to resist. Jiang Yao saw an unparalleled male demeanor and absolute confidence. After staring at Yi Tianyuan in a daze, Jiang Yao didn't say anything more. "Alright." Suddenly, Lu Lily emerged from under the desk, glaring fiercely at Jiang Yao and pointing at her. "Jiang Yao, so you're the one who brought him here. You're just a discarded cheap item. Where did you find this wild man? Ha, so uncultured, obviously a poor wretch." With disdain, Lu Lily looked at Yi Tianyuan and said angrily, "Why are you looking at me like that? How can you not be offended when I call you a wild man and a poor wretch? Why are you interested in Jiang Yao, becoming a father to a 7-year-old girl for free? Any man with a bit of ambition wouldn't be interested in this worn-out shoe, right? Why are you glaring? Do you want to hit me?" Smack. Lu Lily was right. Yi Tianyuan raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face, sending Lu Lily flying and crashing to the ground. Lu Lily's face swelled up like a pig's head, with cracked lips and blood flowing. The power of this slap was quite frightening. Watching this, Huang Chang's mouth twitched violently, his body stiff with fear. You, Huang Chang stared wide-eyed, looking at Yi Tianyuan in panic. How can you hit someone? Security, where's security? But obviously, calling for security here was futile. Huang Chang didn't dare to act rashly. He could only look at Jiang Yao and command, Jiang Yao, stop him quickly, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. This is the company, the general manager's office, this, how can this be proper? Jiang Yao stood there coldly, ignoring everything. At the moment when she allowed Yi Tianyuan to act as he pleased, Jiang Yao had already prepared to resign. Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at Lu Lily, who was lying on the ground with a look of deep resentment and tears streaming down her face, and said, I never hit women, but you made me make an exception. Your face dirted my hand, clean it next time before I hit you. As he spoke, Yi Tianyuan pulled out a tissue from the desk and vigorously wiped the hand that had just slapped Lu Lily. After wiping it, Yi Tianyuan casually threw the tissue, hitting Lu Lily's face directly. The harm was minimal, but the insult was strong. Lu Lily's face instantly turned as black as ink. Both of you get out of here quickly, or I'll report you. Jiang Yao, if you don't voluntarily submit a resignation report, I will ask the chairman to dismiss you. Huang Chang, who had recovered his senses, finally displayed his authority as the general manager. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth and looked at Huang Chang. Fine, I will give you the resignation report before noon. But as soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, Yi Tianyuan's cold voice rang out. Resignation? Why? What did she do wrong? Humph. Hearing this, Huang Chang burst into laughter. Looking at Yi Tianyuan as if he were a fool, he smirked and said, You're asking me why? Are you sure you're not the one with the problem? As he spoke, Huang Chang poked his head with his finger and continued, assaulting a superior, threatening a leader. Aren't these serious offenses? I am the company's general manager, and all personnel matters are under my authority. When I say she should resign, it's to give her a little dignity, to save face. If you keep babbling, it won't be as simple as resigning. 1. She resigns voluntarily, and you leave. 2. She is fired by the company, and you go to the police station for a chat. Choose one. Lu Lily endured the pain, covered her face, and struggled to get up from the ground, crying to Huang Chang, General Huang, we can't let them off so easily, they must pay the price. Shut up. Huang Chang coldly scolded Lu Lily with a drink. Startled, Lu Lily quickly closed her mouth. Yi Tianyuan coldly watched Huang Chang, calmly took another tissue from the table, and spread it out on his palm. Seeing Yi Tianyuan's actions, Huang Chang was puzzled. What is this guy up to? But soon, Huang Chang found out. Smack! Yi Tianyuan suddenly slapped Huang Chang hard across the face. It turned out that Yi Tianyuan spread the tissue on his hand to avoid dirtying it. This slap made Huang Chang spin in place, looking dazed. How dare you hit me? Huang Chang, feeling humiliated and angry, glared at Yi Tianyuan. But immediately, Yi Tianyuan's words made him swallow his anger. Do you believe I dared to kill you? If someone else had said this, Huang Chang would not have believed it. But coming from the mouth of this man who looked like a cold-blooded killer, he was truly afraid. Just as the air suddenly quieted down, Huang Chang's secretary hurriedly ran over, and as soon as she entered, she quickly said, General Huang, the chairman is here, asking all company personnel to gather urgently at the entrance, not sure what the situation is. Ha! Huang Chang furrowed his brow, wondering what the chairman was up to. He was completely puzzled. But Huang Chang didn't dare to hesitate, immediately telling Lu Lily, quick, come with me to meet the chairman. Passing by Jiang Yao, Huang Chang gave her a meaningful cold glance. After seeing the two off, Jiang Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yao forced a smile, but did not blame Yi Tianyuan. Instead she smiled at him and said, forget it, let's leave it at that. Shall we go? Sorry, I lost my job the day you came back. It seems I really have to rely on you now. Obviously, Jiang Yao was also joking. Yi Tianyuan walked up to Jiang Yao, gave her a slight smile, and said, admit defeat? That doesn't seem like your style. Don't be so pessimistic before things are over, that's not good. Who knows, maybe you don't have to resign. Perhaps, it should be the two of them who should resign. Jiang Yao didn't want to argue with Yi Tianyuan about this issue anymore. It was not important. Resigning was her last bit of dignity. Just as Jiang Yao was about to take Yi Tianyuan to help her pack up and leave, the general manager's secretary hurriedly ran over and said to Jiang Yao, General Jiang, why are you still here? The chairman is waiting for you, you are the person the chairman specifically wants to see, come with me quickly. Ha! Hearing this, Jiang Yao looked at the general manager's secretary with a puzzled expression. The chairman wants to see her? Did Huang Chang complain to the chairman about her? Just as Jiang Yao hesitated, Yi Tianyuan pulled her towards the exit, saying, "Let's go, it might be a good thing." A good thing? Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan in confusion. When Yi Tianyuan led Jiang Yao to the company's entrance, all eyes suddenly turned to them. A strange atmosphere filled the air. Many male employees stared wide-eyed, looking at Yi Tianyuan with a peculiar gaze. With Jiang Yao's looks, she was undoubtedly the goddess of the company, the number one beauty without question. Even though Jiang Yao was approaching 30 and had a 7-year-old daughter, she still had admirers. However, Jiang Yao was usually very serious and cold at the company. The male employees had privately given her the title of Ice Queen, and since Jiang Yao was a department manager and a high-ranking executive, no one dared to pursue her actively. All along, everyone thought Jiang Yao was single. However, unexpectedly, today she was let out of the company by a boy holding her hand. This scene truly shocked many boys. They couldn't help but feel indignant, wondering what they lacked. With over 300 pairs of eyes from the company staring at her, Jiang Yao finally realized the situation and quickly pulled her hand back from Yi Tianyuan, then softly said to him, "Go wait over there for me." Yi Tianyuan didn't say a word and directly moved aside. Jiang Yao took a deep breath, trying to calm the blush on her face. She walked over with some uneasiness in her heart. Ahem, Chairman Li Tai cleared his throat twice to divert everyone's attention from Jiang Yao. Huang Chang and Lu Lily both gave Jiang Yao a cold look, wondering why the chairman had to call her over. Huang Chang had just asked tentatively, but the chairman said he would announce it when Jiang Yao arrived. Li Tai cleared his throat and raised his voice. "I have good news to share with everyone. Our company has received a strategic investment from a mysterious major capital, which will inject a large sum of money and various support into our company. With a strong backing, I believe this year will definitely be a year of great success for our company. I am also confident that the company's revenue this year will at least double compared to last year." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room erupted in excitement. Everyone was thrilled and cheered. The better the company develops, the greater the benefits for all employees, with more opportunities for promotion and salary increases. Upon hearing this, Huang Chang was overjoyed, as he could now showcase his abilities this year. If the company's revenue doubled, he would receive a generous year-end bonus and dividends. However, before Huang Chang could fully rejoice, a bombshell was dropped on him. "Given the company's development, I have decided to make a major adjustment to the company's personnel. Now, I solemnly announce a new personnel appointment." With that, Li Tai's gaze fell on Jiang Yao. Everyone's eyes followed the chairman's gaze, causing Jiang Yao to be taken aback. Huang Chang and Lu Lily's faces stiffened, exchanging uneasy glances. Both of them had a bad feeling creeping up inside. Indeed, Li Tai solemnly declared, due to Jiang Yao's outstanding performance in the company over the past 5 years, her invaluable contributions to the company, and her outstanding abilities in the business sector. Therefore, I have decided to appoint Jiang Yao as the company's president, responsible for all company operations, overseeing the business and finance departments, and supervising the human resources department. Other departments will continue to be managed by Huang Chang. Currently, the company adopts a structure where the president and general manager are at the same level, both reporting directly to me. With this announcement, the room buzzed with discussions. Huang Chang and Lu Lily's faces darkened as if struck by lightning. Especially Huang Chang, he had probably never worn such an expression even when his parents passed away. The main and most important departments of Lanhai Trading Company, Ltd., were the business and finance departments. One was responsible for the company's operations, and the other managed the company's finances. Following them was the human resources department, which determined personnel appointments within the company. But now, the chairman had directly promoted Jiang Yao to the position of president, placing the business and finance departments under her control, and even supervising the human resources department. Didn't this mean that most of the company's power was now in Jiang Yao's hands? Huang Chang, as the general manager, would essentially become a figurehead. It sounded good to be at the same level, but it was clear that he was a level below, turning Huang Chang from the company's second-in-command to the third. Moreover, Huang Chang had just asked Jiang Yao to resign. Unexpectedly, the slap in the face came so quickly. How ironic is this? Jiang Yao stared blankly at Li Tai, looking incredulous. She never expected that the chairman would entrust her with such a big responsibility, instantly surpassing Huang Chang in power. This happiness came too quickly, catching Jiang Yao off guard and feeling both honored and fearful. Li Tai approached Jiang Yao with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Jiang Yao. From now on, the company will be under your management. You are young, and I hope you can inject youthful energy into the company, bringing more vitality and enabling it to develop rapidly and healthily. The future of the company is now in your hands." This statement implied that Jiang Yao would be the company's second in command. Saying that Huang Chang and Jiang Yao were on the same level was just to appease Huang Chang and save him from embarrassment. Jiang Yao quickly shook her head and said, "Chairman, I can continue as a department manager, but how can I be the company's president? I don't think I have the ability for that, and I'm afraid of disappointing the board's good intentions, so." Before Jiang Yao could finish speaking, Li Tai waved his hand and said, "Jiang Yao, in my eyes, you are a very confident, capable, ambitious woman. You have a strong sense of career, strong learning ability, work responsibly and seriously, and have a good attitude. You have no problems in all aspects, and I have confidence in you. Since I have chosen you, I naturally trust my judgment and your abilities. I believe in you, so why are you lacking confidence? That's not like you. Go ahead boldly, you can do it, I'll support you from behind, and no one will dare to disobey you." But Jiang Yao still hesitated and felt fearful. She indeed had a strong sense of career, but being suddenly elevated to such a high position made her react unexpectedly. Li Tai interrupted Jiang Yao again, saying, "Stop hesitating, just consider it as helping me and helping the company." Jiang Yao looked at the chairman and nodded, saying, "Okay, chairman, I'll give it a try." Li Tai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If he didn't treat this ancestor well, he would have to leave the company. "By the way, Jiang Yao, what did you mean when you said you could continue as a department manager? Does that mean someone didn't want you to be a department manager before?" the chairman suddenly asked. Hearing this, Huang Chang's face suddenly changed drastically. He quickly looked at Jiang Yao with pleading eyes. Jiang Yao coldly glanced at Huang Chang and straightforwardly explained the situation. After hearing this, Li Tai immediately glared at Huang Chang and Lu Lili with anger, causing the two to turn pale with fear. Huang Chang hurriedly tried to explain, "Chairman, you listen, oomph." Li Tai coldly snorted heavily, "You two are fired, pack up and get out now." "What?" Upon hearing this, Huang Chang and Lu Lili were struck as if by lightning, falling to their knees in despair. They wanted to plead with Jiang Yao, but she walked straight to Yi Tianyuan without looking back. Li Tai called the security guards to escort Huang Chang and Lu Lili out, while the others returned to the company, leaving the two full of regret. Jiang Yao's promotion to company president brought joy. Huang Chang and Lu Lili being kicked out was a relief for many. After a word with Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan left first. As soon as he got back to the car, the enchantress called him. Yi Tianyuan rushed to Yuan's school at the fastest speed. The enchantress respectfully reported to Yi Tianyuan, "Boss, I have already killed the person and taken care of it. It was the young master from the Wang family who sent the person to kidnap the princess to threaten you, boss." "Boss, do you want me to bring him in or just kill him?" Yi Tianyuan coldly snorted, "When he had evil intentions towards my daughter, he was already sentenced to death. Anyone who dares to harm Jiang Yao and Yuan, I will personally send them to hell. As for that young master Wang, I will kill him myself." The enchantress immediately nodded, "Okay boss, I will go and bring the person in right away." After speaking, the enchantress was about to leave, but was stopped by Yi Tianyuan. "Your task is to protect Yuan, you cannot leave her side, you don't need to do this." Hearing this, the enchantress stopped and came back. Yi Tianyuan said coldly, "Let the Black Emperor handle this." Yi Tianyuan was about to call the Black Emperor when Jiang Yao's call came in. Answering Jiang Yao's call, Yi Tianyuan's killing intent instantly dissipated, and his cold and icy face softened, revealing a slight smile, as if he had become a different person. This sudden change also surprised the enchantress. She thought, the power of love is truly great. "Yi Tianyuan, go pick up our daughter from school first, then come to the company to pick me up. Mom just called, asking us to have lunch at Grandpa's place at noon. Grandpa has been discharged from the hospital and is back home." Jiang Yao's voice on the phone sounded excited. 5 years ago, she was kicked out of the Jiang family, expelled from the house, and no one in the Jiang family has treated her well since. Even her grandfather, who had always doted on her, changed his attitude and ignored her. In these 5 years, Jiang Yao has endured too many glares, ridicule, insults, grievances, and hardships. Family ties have always been something Jiang Yao couldn't let go of. Today, when her grandfather said to bring Yi Tianyuan and Yuan back for dinner, it was a sign of reconciliation. Perhaps, she could use this opportunity to improve her relationship with the Jiang family and return to them. After hanging up the phone, the enchantress suddenly said, "Boss, I know I may not be in a position to say these things, but I can't help it. Even if you want to punish me, I have no complaints. Those people from the Jiang family are really despicable. The mistress should stay away from them, instead of eagerly trying to please them. I have a feeling that today's meal won't be enjoyable, and the mistress may be upset and bullied." Yi Tianyuan looked at the enchantress and nodded slightly. "Yes, you're right. I also have a feeling. However, I can understand Jiang Yao. Everyone has something they can't let go of, whether it's family, friendship, or love. Whatever choice Jiang Yao makes, I will silently support her. But if anyone dares to bully her, I won't care if they are from the Jiang family or not. The enchantress nodded slightly and remained silent. Since they were going to have lunch with Jiang Yao at noon, they decided to put aside the matter of the young Master Wang for now. At 11:20, right on time for school dismissal. When Yuan Yuan walked out of the school gate and saw Yi Tianyuan, she ran over joyfully and threw herself into his arms. Yi Tianyuan lovingly hugged Yuan Yuan, a happy smile on his face. This feeling is the most wonderful feeling in the world. The happiest feeling. Yuan Yuan was also very happy and content. Yi Tianyuan lifted Yuan Yuan into the car, her face still beaming with happiness. Watching her smile, Yi Tianyuan felt both happy and a little melancholic. Over the years, Yuan Yuan has lacked paternal love, so even such simple things make her so happy and content. In the car, Yuan Yuan happily shared her school day with Yi Tianyuan. She told her classmates today that her dad was back, but no one believed her. Hearing this, Yi Tianyuan felt even more heartbroken. He hadn't been there for Yuan Yuan's childhood. They say an unhappy childhood needs a lifetime to heal. Yuan Yuan, Dad will always take you to school and pick you up in the future, Yi Tianyuan said softly to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan nodded happily, saying, okay, Dad is the best to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan really likes Dad. Yi Tianyuan smiled, patted Yuan Yuan's head, and said, let's go pick up Mom. When she heard about picking up Mom, Yuan Yuan immediately nodded vigorously. 20 minutes later, Yi Tianyuan arrived at Lanhai Trading Company, Ltd. However, he didn't go into the company but waited in the car. After a few minutes, Jiang Yao, dressed in professional attire and high heels, walked quickly towards the car. A beautiful woman, no matter what she wears, looks good. Jiang Yao in professional attire also has a special charm. Although it looks like cheap work clothes, on Jiang Yao, it gives off a feeling that even top luxury brands can't provide. Jiang Yao got into the car after opening the door and looked at Yi Tianyuan, then at her daughter running towards her. A sense of happiness suddenly arose. This was the first time in many years that she had such a happy and fulfilling feeling. After work, Yi Tianyuan brought his daughter to pick her up. How happy was that? This was something she had never experienced in many years, something she had never even thought of. Yi Tianyuan drove in the front, Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan sat in the back. Yuan Yuan asked happily, Mom, are we going home? I miss our big villa at home. Today I told my classmates that we have a big villa at home, and my dad drives a BMW. They don't believe me and say I'm lying to them. Yuan Yuan is a good child. Mom has always told Yuan Yuan not to lie since she was young, so Yuan Yuan won't lie. Hearing Yuan Yuan's words, Jiang Yao felt a sudden sense of self-blame and heartache. Because of her, Yuan Yuan had been teased by classmates since kindergarten. It was fine before in kindergarten, after all, everyone was very young and not very understanding. Now in first grade, they had started to understand a bit. Yuan Yuan looked at Jiang Yao, blinked, and asked softly, Mom, why are you not happy? Did Yuan Yuan do something wrong to make Mom unhappy? Jiang Yao immediately shook her head, lovingly looking at Yuan Yuan and said, how could it be, Yuan Yuan, you were so good, how could you make Mom unhappy? Yuan Yuan didn't do anything wrong, Mom is also very happy. In the future, whatever others have, we will have too, and no one will tease Yuan Yuan again. Yay, great! Hearing Jiang Yao say this, Yuan Yuan immediately started dancing with joy. Jiang Yao smiled, then looked at Yi Tianyuan. Things were turning around. Hopefully, everything would be a good start. Yi Tianyuan was back, the housing issue was resolved, and now she had been promoted and received a raise, several times higher than before. With this generous salary, everything would get better, just need to give her a little time. Finally, the bitter days were over, and she had come out on top. 99% of the troubles in this world can be solved with money. If they can't, it's probably because you don't have enough money. After about 10 minutes, the car stopped at the entrance of Zhang's villa. Seeing the villa, Yuan Yuan suddenly looked as if she had seen something terrifying and immediately shrunk into Jiang Yao's embrace. With a fearful expression, she shook her head, saying, I don't want to go to Zhang's house. The people at Zhang's house will only bully Mom and Yuan Yuan. They are all very scary. Yuan Yuan doesn't want to go. Dad, let's go home. Yuan Yuan doesn't like it here. Seeing Yuan Yuan's intense reaction, Jiang Yao felt extremely heartbroken. Jiang Yao didn't know how to comfort Yuan Yuan, so she could only look to Yi Tianyuan for help. Yi Tianyuan touched Yuan Yuan's head and said softly, Yuan Yuan, have you forgotten that Daddy is a hero? Daddy is best at dealing with bad guys. Don't you want to see Daddy deal with those bad guys who bully Mommy? Yuan Yuan looked up at Yi Tianyuan, thought for a moment, and then nodded heavily. Watching Yi Tianyuan soothe Yuan Yuan like this, Zhang Yao couldn't help but smile and cry. She was actually a little worried that Yi Tianyuan would take action against the Zhang family. Just as the three of them got out of the car, a Ferrari came speeding up. Wang Tianshui jumped down from the Ferrari with Zhang Ling in his arms. When the two saw Yi Tianyuan and the others getting out of the BMW X5, their eyes suddenly became somewhat strange. They looked at Yi Tianyuan as if he were a thief. Yuan Yuan was so scared that she hid behind Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan gave Wang Tianshui and Zhang Ling a cold look, making them feel a chill in their hearts. The pain and humiliation of being slapped by Yi Tianyuan in the hospital yesterday were still fresh in their minds. Zhang Ling sneered and sarcastically said, "Oh Zhang Yao, we are really impressive, even driving a BMW X5? This top-of-the-line version must cost 8 or 900,000 to hit the road. If you rent it for a day, it must cost a few thousand, right? A few thousand, enough for half a month's salary for you. Your rented low-rent housing, isn't it only 600 a month? Hee Zhang Yao, I really didn't expect you to be so hypocritical, acting like no one knows your true self, pretending to be someone you're not at home." Zhang Yao was used to the cold words from the Zhang family, and today she was in a good mood and didn't bother with Zhang Ling. Wang Tianshui said playfully, "If you want to use a car, just tell me directly, why bother renting? I have a bunch of cars in my garage just sitting there. If you want one, you can pick one and drive away. Consider it a gift, we're all family anyway." Zhang Ling immediately joked, "Did you hear that Zhang Yao Yi Tianyuan? Look how generous my brother Wang is. Even the worst car in Wang's garage is better than the BMW X5 you rented. You should thank my brother Wang properly." Yi Tianyuan said coldly, "We have a car, no need for this fake politeness." He. As soon as Yi Tianyuan finished speaking, Zhang Ling burst into laughter, mocking him. Laughing to death. Zhang Ling looked at Yi Tianyuan disdainfully and said, "Treating a rented car as your own? Do you have any shame left? Then why rent a BMW? Why not just rent a Rolls-Royce?" Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Only family members can enter the same door. It's not your fault for being poor, but it's your fault for pretending to be someone you're not. Yi Tianyuan's face darkened, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Zhang Yao sensed Yi Tianyuan's change in mood and quickly grabbed his hand, shaking her head to signal him not to act recklessly. If it weren't for Zhang Yao, these two would have met their doom long ago. "Before I lose my temper, don't provoke me, get lost," Yi Tianyuan said coldly. This made Zhang Yao even more nervous, but Zhang Ling and Wang Tianshui were fearless and unflustered, completely ignoring Yi Tianyuan's words. Not only did they ignore him, but Zhang Ling also shouted, "Tell us to get lost? Are you out of your mind? How much fake alcohol did you drink to get this drunk? This is my Zhang family, you, who haven't even been recognized by my Zhang family, who haven't even seen the Zhang family's door. What qualifications do you have to yell and shout here? You tell us to get lost, but isn't it you who should be leaving? What? Are you glaring at me like that? Do you want to hit me? If you dare to hit me again, as long as you dare to touch me, I guarantee you won't be able to leave here today." Zhang Yao forcefully pulled Yi Tianyuan, preventing him from acting. The noise outside immediately attracted the people in the Zhang family villa to come out. Grandpa Zhang and Zhang Zhenghai all walked out, and when they saw the situation outside, Wu Wan immediately pulled Zhang Ling and asked what was going on. Zhang Ling then exaggeratedly recounted the earlier events, saying that Yi Tianyuan wanted to hit her, inciting hatred towards her. After listening to Zhang Ling's account, the Zhang family members all looked at Yi Tianyuan with some displeasure. Wu Wan was the first to attack Yi Tianyuan, making sarcastic remarks, and Tang Hongyan added fuel to the fire. Zhang Zhenghai and Li Yonmei felt a burning sensation on their faces and could only glare at Yi Tianyuan resentfully. They had not yet accepted this son-in-law. They had not even crossed the threshold of their Zhang family, and now they were being looked down upon. But their silly daughter had decided, and even had a daughter with this Yi Tianyuan. Zhang Zhenghai and his wife really wished they didn't have this daughter, bringing them so much embarrassment. Listening to the Zhang family's cold sarcasm, Yi Tianyuan suppressed the raging anger in his heart. Normally, these people would have already confessed to the king of hell. But today, with Zhang Yao and Yuan Yuan by his side, especially seeing Zhang Yao's pleading almost tearful eyes, Yi Tianyuan could only endure silently. He stood there with a cold face, allowing the Zhang family members verbal attacks. Yi Yuan was scared and about to cry. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, Wang Tianshui suddenly took out his phone and showed it to everyone, saying, "I had someone check this car. Although the car was just registered yesterday, the owner is not Yi Tianyuan. So, this car is indeed rented by him." Zhang Ling sneered at Yi Tianyuan. "Yi Tianyuan, do you have anything to say now?" Yi Tianyuan took out his phone, dialed the number of the enchantress, and immediately the call was answered. Yi Tianyuan gave an order to the enchantress. Transfer the ownership of that car to my name immediately, you have 3 minutes. After speaking, Yi Tianyuan hung up the phone. Ha ha. Wang Tianxue and Zhang Ling laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing until their stomachs hurt. Yi Tianyuan, are you trying to make me laugh to death and then inherit my credit card? You must really have a problem with your brain, talking nonsense in broad daylight. How about I have the doctor take a look at you another day? If you're sick, you should treat it early, right? Just as Wang Tianxue finished mocking, Zhang Ling immediately followed up, the two of them cooperating quite tacitly. Mental illness cannot be delayed. Li Yongmei finally couldn't help but glare at Yi Tianyuan resentfully and said, you have no money and yet you spend it recklessly, thinking you can impress others by acting big? Put away your pitiful vanity, you're just embarrassing us. Mom Jiangyao wanted to explain for Yi Tianyuan, but before she could say more, Li Yongmei glared at her and scolded, shut up, your father and I have suffered so much over the years, heard so many rumors, and been ridiculed so many times all because of your incompetence. Li Yongmei looked heartbroken and tearful. At this moment, Grandpa Zhang finally spoke up, alright, a family quarrel like this is making outsiders laugh. Whether this car was rented or borrowed by Yi Tianyuan, as long as it wasn't stolen or robbed, it's fine. He probably just didn't want to appear too shabby on his first visit to our Zhang family. Let's not talk about such trivial matters anymore, let's all go inside. With Grandpa's words, the Zhang family members obediently fell silent. Wang Tianxue sneered and said, what if he stole it? Mr. Zhang's face darkened slightly. Is Wang Tianxue contradicting him? Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at Wang Tianxue and said, 3 minutes are up, check again to see who the owner of this car is. Ha! Hearing Yi Tianyuan's confident words, Wang Tianxue hesitated. He glanced deeply at Yi Tianyuan. Could this kid really do it? But it's impossible. How could the transfer be completed in 3 minutes? Wang Xiao, since he's not giving up, use reality to slap him in the face, Zhang Ling immediately said to Wang Tianxue. Wang Tianxue hesitated for a moment, then immediately had someone check. The results came back quickly, and when Wang Tianxue saw the information, his eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at the phone, looking incredulous. Zhang Ling, seeing this, quickly looked over and exclaimed, oh my god. Just now the owner was someone else, how did it suddenly become Yi Tianyuan? Wang Xiao, what's going on? Stimulated by the situation, Wang Tianxue, feeling annoyed, snapped at Zhang Ling, how the hell would I know what's going on? The result of the check is like this. The Zhang family members all looked at Yi Tianyuan with puzzled expressions. Jiang Yao also looked at Yi Tianyuan with confusion. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Wang Tianxue and asked, now, is this car mine? One sentence almost choked Wang Tianxue. The one who got slapped in the face was Wang Tianxue. But, was Wang Tianxue someone who would back down? Come out! Wang Tianxue suddenly shouted. As his voice fell, a man in his 40s emerged from the shadows. The man had a cold and fierce expression, exuding a domineering aura. It was clear he was not a good person. Get rid of him, Wang Tianxue ordered the man with a fierce expression. The man smirked and walked menacingly towards Yi Tianyuan. Seeing this, Jiang Yao was so scared that she grabbed Yi Tianyuan's hand tightly. Her palm was sweating cold as frost. Yi Yuanyuan was even more frightened, almost crying. The Jiang family members all watched coldly. Dad Yi Yuanyuan's eyes were teary, looking at Yi Tianyuan with concern. Yi Tianyuan patted Yuanyuan's head affectionately and reassured her, it's okay, Yuanyuan. Don't forget that Dad is a hero and good at dealing with bad guys. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's words, Yi Yuanyuan's eyes lit up. After looking at Yi Tianyuan, she nodded in relief, wiping away her tears with a smile. Ah, still a hero? I really don't know how to write the word shy. I know you can fight a bit, but so what? Do you know who you're dealing with? Humph, let me tell you the truth. This is a warrior from the Wang family. Do you know what a warrior represents? Forget it, you, a bottom feeder in society, wouldn't understand even if I told you. Yi Tianyuan, if you're smart, kneel down and beg for mercy now. Maybe Wang Xiao will spare your life. Zhang Ling stirred up trouble, looking at Yi Tianyuan with a mocking smile. Wang Tianxue already had Yi Tianyuan firmly in his grasp. Hearing that the fierce man was a warrior from the Wang family, the Zhang family members also looked at Yi Tianyuan with sympathy. Why provoke Wang Xiao of all people? The warrior from the Wang family had already walked up to Yi Tianyuan, and a powerful aura surged towards him like a rolling wave. Jiang Yao felt the strong pressure and couldn't help but take a step back. Bang! But at that moment, someone made a move. A thunderous sound of a fist hitting flesh rang out. Immediately, a scene that left everyone stunned and incredulous unfolded. Before the warrior of the Wang family could even make a move, he was sent flying by a punch from Yi Tianyuan as soon as he approached him. Yi Tianyuan's speed was so fast that no one could react in time. No one saw how Yi Tianyuan made his move. Not to mention others, even the warrior from the Wang family couldn't see clearly. He didn't even have a chance to react before feeling a powerful force hitting him like a cannonball. It made him feel as if he had been struck by a speeding tank. The powerful force exploded inside the warrior from the Wang family, causing his blood to boil and surge, flowing back like a river. He momentarily lost control of his body, helplessly flying back more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. His bones and organs were shattered by the impact, and blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. At that moment, the warrior from the Wang family even felt death approaching. How could this be? The warrior from the Wang family was completely dumbfounded by Yi Tianyuan's punch, not understanding what had happened. After all, he was also a warrior. Although he was only a low-level third-rate warrior, he had surpassed the limits of ordinary people. The strength of a warrior was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In terms of physical endurance, a warrior could easily massacre ordinary people limitlessly. The ability of a warrior to react at high speeds could even easily dodge bullets. A warrior's punch could easily kill a cow. A warrior transcended the limits of ordinary people. In the Qingshan region, warriors were extremely rare. They could almost be counted on one's fingers, if not fewer. The warrior from the Wang family was hired by the Wang family for a high salary of 10 million a year to oversee the family. However, he never expected that he would be severely injured and incapacitated by Yi Tianyuan's punch, lying on the ground bleeding profusely. He had completely lost his fighting ability. How could the warrior from the Wang family be so vulnerable in front of Yi Tianyuan? This shocked Wang Tianshui and Jiang Ling to the core. Both of them had extremely exaggerated and stiff expressions, staring fixedly at Yi Tianyuan. The people from the Jiang family were also greatly frightened. Obviously, no one had expected such an outcome. A warrior? Is this all? A warrior? I slaughter them like dogs. Yi Tianyuan looked down at the warrior from the Wang family on the ground with disdain, sneering. He couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at such a person and instead turned his gaze to Wang Tianshui and Jiang Ling. When Yi Tianyuan's cold gaze swept over them, the two of them were immediately terrified, as if facing a great calamity. Especially when Yi Tianyuan, like a cold-blooded god of death, took steps towards them, the two of them were even more frightened, their legs trembling, wishing to run away. But at that moment, their legs felt as heavy as lead, and they couldn't move at all. They could only watch in extreme terror as Yi Tianyuan approached them step by step. Thump! Under the immense pressure and mental impact, Wang Tianshui and Jiang Ling could no longer hold on. Their legs gave way, and they knelt directly in front of Yi Tianyuan. They were filled with fear, as if a devil stood before them. Yi Tianyuan, no, brother-in-law, we were just joking with you and Wang Xiao earlier, why are you taking it seriously? Cough, we know we were wrong, we are all family from now on, right? You just, at this moment, Jiang Ling knew to play the family card, but he didn't know how harshly he had mocked Yi Tianyuan just now. Smack! Before Jiang Ling could finish speaking, Yi Tianyuan slapped her in the face. Who said we are family? Call me brother-in-law again, and I'll slap your mouth shut. Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at Jiang Ling. Scared by Yi Tianyuan's slap, Jiang Ling nodded repeatedly, obediently agreeing, not daring to say a word. Jiang Zhengchuan and Wu Wan, the couple, saw their daughter being hit by Yi Tianyuan again, and they glared at Yi Tianyuan in anger and urgency, about to say something. However, they were met with a cold, murderous gaze from Yi Tianyuan. Terrified, they trembled all over, not daring to make a sound. Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at Wang Tianshui, who was now so frightened that he seemed at a loss, his expression panicked to the extreme. Yi Tianyuan, today's incident was my fault, please don't hit me, I can apologize to you, I can compensate you with money. How much do you need? Just say the amount, smack. But Yi Tianyuan didn't give Wang Tianshui a chance to finish speaking, and directly slapped him. But it wasn't over yet. Immediately after, Yi Tianyuan kicked hard, heavily stomping on Wang Tianshui's knees. Crack! Suddenly, a bone-chilling sound of bones breaking rang out. Accompanied by Wang Tianshui's pig-like painful screams, it was heart-wrenching and horrifying. Ah, my legs are broken, Yi Tianyuan, you're a lunatic, You've crippled my legs, my Wang family won't let you off, Wang family? In Yi Tianyuan's eyes, they were just ants. Yi Tianyuan looked indifferently at the pitiful Wang Tianshui, lifting his foot again, giving too much face, even dogs start to think they're important. I spared you yesterday for Jiang Yao's sake, and you still don't know your place, how despicable. In the next life, maybe you shouldn't be human again. What? Hearing this, Wang Tianshui was instantly struck as if by lightning, his face turning extremely pale, his mind filled with fear. Was Yi Tianyuan going to kill him? No no no, an endless sense of fear instantly spread throughout his body, striking deep into his soul. The breath of death, like a towering wave, engulfed him in an instant. Wang Tianshui felt an unprecedented sense of fear. At this moment, he truly regretted deeply, he shouldn't have provoked this lunatic Yi Tianyuan. How could there be such a lunatic in this world? In Xingshan, there was actually someone daring enough to kill the young master of his Wang family? As the top family in Xingshan, how many people dared to provoke the Wang family? The Wang family in Xingshan held immense power. But even the identity of the young master of the Wang family couldn't protect Wang Tianshui. Stop, please stop. Zhang Jingchuan and his wife shouted urgently, desperately trying to stop Yi Tianyuan. The young master was their son-in-law, their hope for a better future. Zhang Laoyi also quickly spoke up, Yi Tianyuan, stop, don't hurt the young master, otherwise, but obviously, Yi Tianyuan paid no attention to the Zhang family's words. Zhang Ling was already too scared to speak, and could only watch helplessly as Yi Tianyuan was about to bring the young master to the brink of death. How dare this wretched person? Doesn't he understand the consequences of killing someone? Moreover, he was the young master of the Wang family. How many lives did Yi Tianyuan have to withstand the Wang family's revenge? At this moment, no one could stop Yi Tianyuan. Just as Wang Tianshui was about to meet his end under Yi Tianyuan's foot, a voice suddenly stopped Yi Tianyuan. Dad, don't. It was Yi Yuanyuan's voice. Hearing his daughter's voice, Yi Tianyuan's foot, about to step on Wang Tianshui's chest, stopped instantly. Yi Tianyuan's feet had already touched Wang Tianshui's clothes, and Wang Tianshui was already scared to the point of wetting himself. Yi Tianyuan turned around and looked kindly at Yi Yuanyuan, who was tightly curled up in Jiang Yao's embrace. Jiang Yao saw Yi Tianyuan stop his hand and quickly shook her head desperately at Yi Tianyuan, her eyes red with tears swirling in her eyes. Yi Tianyuan, don't do it. If you kill Wang Xiao, you won't be able to turn back. My daughter and I still need you, you can't get into trouble. Please, don't kill anyone. With that, 2 clear tears flowed down Zhang Yao's face. Yi Yuanyuan also tearfully said, Daddy just needs to defeat the bad guys, not kill them. Killing the bad guys is illegal. If you kill the bad guys, the city guards will arrest Daddy, and then Yuanyuan won't have a daddy again. Listening to Zhang Yao and Yuanyuan's words, Yi Tianyuan felt a pang in his heart. In their understanding, killing is illegal and will result in a lifetime in prison. Therefore, Yi Tianyuan naturally understood their feelings. Yi Tianyuan made a firm decision in his heart that he could not kill in front of Zhang Yao and his daughter in the future. It would make them worry and afraid, and the bloody scene would leave a psychological shadow on them. Especially Yuanyuan, who was still young, should not see such a bloody scene. Yi Tianyuan retracted his foot, then walked back to Zhang Yao and Yi Yuanyuan, gently hugged them, and softly said, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. I promise you, I won't do it again in the future. Hearing this, Zhang Yao burst into tears and smiled. Yuanyuan also nodded happily, hugged Yi Tianyuan and kissed him, as a reward. Yi Tianyuan felt warm and sweet in his heart. On the other side, the narrowly escaped Wang Tianshui finally felt like he had been granted a reprieve. Yi Tianyuan opened the car door and said to Zhang Yao and Yuanyuan, let's go. Go? Zhang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan in confusion and said, aren't we here to eat? Eat? Yi Tianyuan smiled faintly and coldly, then turned to look coldly at the Zhang family members and said to Zhang Yao, haven't you figured it out yet? Coming back for dinner today was a trap set by Wang Xiao to deliberately lure us here to attack me. The Zhang family, how could they be so kind? Even if they were kind, they wouldn't have kicked you and Yuanyuan out of the house 5 years ago and ignored you and Yuanyuan for these 5 years. Zhang Yao's face immediately darkened. Zhang Yao was not stupid, she was a very smart woman. How could she not figure it out when Yi Tianyuan said that? Zhang Yao glanced at her parents, who looked awkward and turned away. She then looked at her grandfather, who had a dark expression and remained silent. Silence spoke volumes. The indifference of the Zhang family was something Zhang Yao had long been accustomed to. 5 years had made her see through and become indifferent to everything. But today, Zhang Yao had rekindled hope. She returned to the Zhang family with a nervous and excited heart, hoping to resolve past grievances, feel the warmth of home, and the warmth of family affection again. But she never expected that all of this was just a trap. It was nothing like she had imagined. This made Zhang Yao's heart feel like it had been pierced by an ice pick. It was painful, cold, and heart-wrenching. Save a dog's life, and it knows gratitude. Save a person's life, and they are indifferent. Many people are not even as good as a dog. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Zhang's grandfather and sarcastically remarked without mercy. After that, Yi Tianyuan took Zhang Yao and Yuanyuan and left in the car. However, Yi Tianyuan had no intention of letting Wang Tianshui off the hook. Yi Tianyuan was not a forgiving person and did not like to let things slide. He had already given Wang Tianshui a pass yesterday, but today he dared to plot against him again, causing Jiang Yao so much heartache. Therefore, Wang Tianshui had to die. Yi Tianyuan gave orders to the god of death, and this matter was left to the god of death to handle. It wasn't until Yi Tianyuan's car had gone far away that the Jiang family members suddenly reacted. Jiang Laoyi hurriedly said, "Quick, call an ambulance, hurry and send Wang Xiao to the hospital, immediately notify Wang's family." "No, I want to personally visit the Wang family. Only in this way can I explain the situation just now clearly, only in this way can I clear my Jiang family's suspicion and distance ourselves from the matter. Otherwise, even a hint of anger from the Wang family is enough to bring disaster to my Jiang family." Yi Tianyuan returned to the villa with Jiang Yao and Yi Yuanyuan. Jiang Yao cried all the way back. The incident just now had indeed hurt her deeply. Yi Tianyuan tenderly embraced Jiang Yao, while Yi Yuanyuan stayed obediently by Yi Tianyuan's side. "I'm sorry, Jiang Yao, it's all my fault. I caused you and your family to be in such a situation," Yi Tianyuan said with a self-blaming expression. Jiang Yao wiped her eyes, sniffled, and looked at Yi Tianyuan, saying, "It's not your fault, blame it on my bad luck. From their perspective, I can understand. Forget it, it's all in the past, I've gotten used to it." Yi Tianyuan shook his head and said, "Clearly, in their eyes, it's all about money and interest, they don't care about your feelings and situation. In their eyes, family affection is not that important." "Alright, Yi Tianyuan, let's not talk about this, I have a headache." Jiang Yao interrupted Yi Tianyuan, looking somewhat displeased. Since Jiang Yao didn't want to hear it, Yi Tianyuan naturally wouldn't say more. Family affection might still be something Jiang Yao couldn't let go of. Well, I shouldn't force her too much. Some things need to progress gradually, rushing won't help. The Jiang family urgently sent Wang Tianshui and the Wang family's offerings to the Qingshan First Hospital. Jiang Laoyi personally went to the Wang family to apologize, shifting all the blame onto Yi Tianyuan. Although the Wang family was angry, they didn't do anything to Jiang Laoyi, instead directing all their anger and hatred towards Yi Tianyuan. However, facing a master who could severely injure their Wang family's offering with a single punch, the Wang family didn't dare to act recklessly. The top priority was to heal Wang Tianshui and the Wang family's offering first. Fortunately, the injuries of the two were not particularly severe, at least not life-threatening. After a round of surgery, Wang Tianshui was out of danger and lying in the hospital room for recovery. Lying on the hospital bed, Wang Tianshui recalled today's humiliation, feeling furious and resentful towards Yi Tianyuan. "Yi Tianyuan, you bastard, this young master has never suffered such a big loss, such humiliation, such pain in his life. If I don't kill you, wouldn't it tarnish the reputation of the Wang family's young master? You, what kind of freak are you? To actually severely injure even my Wang family's offering with a single punch? Could it be, you are also a martial artist? But how could there be such a young martial artist? Isn't it said that becoming a martial artist at 30 is a rare martial arts genius that only appears once in 100 years? Who?" And at that moment, a dark figure flashed in front of Wang Tianshui like a ghost. Hand raised, knife fell, blood splattered, life ended. Wang Tianshui didn't even have time to see who the killer was before he met his end. 2 hours later, Zhang Ling found Wang Tianshui dead in the hospital room when she came to visit him. Wang Tianshui's death enraged the entire Wang family. This was a challenge to the authority of the Wang family, a trampling of their dignity. As a top family in Qingshan, if this matter were to spread, wouldn't the Wang family become a laughingstock among the people of Qingshan? The head of the Wang family urgently convened a family meeting, with all direct descendants in attendance. Although all the hospital surveillance equipment was checked and no culprit was found, the Wang family was very certain that the perpetrator must be connected to Yi Tianyuan. There are not many people in Qingshan who dare to provoke the Wang family, and this young man named Yi Tianyuan not only dared to seriously injure the Wang family's offering, but also sneaked into the hospital to kill the Wang family's eldest son. This is such a humiliating act. The Wang family was filled with righteous indignation and vowed to kill Yi Tianyuan to avenge Wang Tianshui. But now the Wang family is faced with a major problem. Since Yi Tianyuan was able to seriously injure the Wang family's offering, his strength must be terrifying. Definitely a formidable martial artist. Killing a martial artist is no easy task. After discussions, the Wang family devised a plan for revenge. The patriarch of the Wang family solemnly instructed his eldest son, Wang Guohua, who is Wang Tianshui's father, "Guohua, go visit the Dragon Lord of the Qinglong Society in person. If the Dragon Lord is willing to give our Wang family some face, we will offer 1 billion in gratitude. If the Dragon Lord refuses to give face, we will offer a price that even the Dragon Lord cannot refuse." Wang Guohua immediately nodded in agreement. Jiang Family Villa. Returning home, Jiang Ling's mind was still filled with the gruesome image of Wang Tianshui's death, which haunted her and left her trembling in fear as if possessed. She was shivering in the corner of the sofa, her face filled with terror. Upon learning of Wang Tianshui's murder in the hospital room, the Jiang family members were also greatly frightened. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Zhengchuan were even more heartbroken, as their dreams were shattered in an instant. Wang's death meant the end of Jiang Ling's dream of marrying into a wealthy family. Could the culprit be Yi Tianyuan? This was what everyone in the Jiang family was thinking at the moment. If it really was Yi Tianyuan, then it was truly terrifying to think that this madman dared to kill even the Wang family's eldest son. It was simply outrageous. In the evening, Yi Tianyuan personally cooked a table full of delicious dishes. Yi Yuanyuan even said that she had never eaten such delicious food in her life and that she wanted to eat her father's cooking every day from now on. Jiang Yao's cooking skills were directly criticized and rejected. However, in terms of cooking, Jiang Yao had to admit that she was no match for Yi Tianyuan. Jiang Yao even joked with Yi Tianyuan, I really think you could be a chef at a big hotel. With your cooking skills, you could probably be the head chef at a 5-star hotel without any problem. I heard that the salary of a head chef at a 5-star hotel is tens of thousands, which is actually quite good. Although Jiang Yao seemed to be joking, Yi Tianyuan naturally understood her intention, which was to encourage him to find a job. As for work, Yi Tianyuan naturally did not need it. Need money? As long as Yi Tianyuan spoke, he could have a wealth that could rival a country. Yi Tianyuan jokingly said, Jiang Yao, now that you're the CEO of the company with an annual salary of 2 million, you can support me and Yuan. I've taken care of the house and car, and in the future, I'll take care of the kids, do the laundry, clean the house, and cook, while you focus on earning money to support the family. Isn't that great? Yi Yuan nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with Yi Tianyuan's words. Jiang Yao smiled slightly, unsure whether to be happy or worried. She didn't say anything more. But Yi Tianyuan naturally sensed that Jiang Yao was feeling somewhat unhappy. It was normal, anyone would probably not be pleased in such a situation. A grown man not working and relying on a woman for support? Jiang Yao naturally looked down on such a man. Of course, at this moment, Jiang Yao only thought that Yi Tianyuan was unwilling to work as a chef and did not think further into negative aspects. After dinner, a guest arrived. Mo Lao, the Ghost Valley medical sage. Jiang Yao regarded Mo Lao as a lifesaver who had saved her and Yuan. Therefore, Jiang Yao was naturally very warm and polite towards Mo Lao. After learning that Mo Lao was not from Qingshan, Jiang Yao immediately warmly invited Mo Lao to stay at home, which was what Mo Lao originally intended, so he naturally agreed. Jiang Yao cleaned up a guest room for Mo Lao to stay in. After busying herself, Jiang Yao took Yuan upstairs to wash up and rest. In the living room, Yi Tianyuan stared at Mo Lao. Mo Lao, with a flattering smile, looked at Yi Tianyuan and said, Junior uncle, don't look at me with those eyes that seem to want to eat me. This old bone of mine can't handle it. Hearing Mo Lao's non-serious words, Yi Tianyuan picked up a fruit knife from the coffee table and was about to throw it at Mo Lao. Startled, Mo Lao quickly waved his hands and begged, Please, Junior uncle, I just want to follow you, serve you, give me a chance. Yi Tianyuan coldly rolled his eyes at Mo Lao and said impatiently, I'm still young. I don't need an old man like you to serve me. If you want to learn the Taishan 9 needles from me, just say so directly, don't play these useless games. Why don't you stay in your Gigu Valley properly? What are you doing wanting to stay by my side? Seeing through Mo Lao's thoughts, Yi Tianyuan smiled awkwardly. With a flattering look, he said to Yi Tianyuan, whether it's the Taishan 9 needles or not doesn't matter. The main thing is that I have a heart that is eager to learn and improve every day. By following Junior uncle, I can always learn something, right? Yi Tianyuan couldn't be bothered to say much to Mo Lao and just let him follow along. Having more people at home could be useful sometimes. And at this moment, someone else arrived. This time it was He Huang. He Huang respectfully reported to Yi Tianyuan, Boss, there's news from Lu Jinlong's side. The Wang family has approached him, offering 5 billion to hire the Qinglong Club to kill you, boss. Lu Jinlong refused the Wang family and sent them away. He's asking for your instructions, boss. Should he go and capture the Wang family members? Yi Tianyuan waved his hand and said, Forget it, this is still the city after all. Let's try to avoid killing if we can. Right now, I just want to live a peaceful life with your sister-in-law and Yuan. I'm tired of all the fighting and killing. Wang Tianshui is dead, and it's not surprising that the Wang family wants revenge and seeks the Qinglong Club. If the Wang family is willing to give up, that would be best. If they dare to continue with their tricks, they are simply asking for death. Yi Tianyuan didn't want to pay much attention to these matters. He Huang paused and continued, "Boss, there are a few more things I need to report to you. Today, the He Huang Group has officially been established, and you, boss, are the chairman. I have arranged an office for you on the top floor of the He Huang Group building. In the future, I will be your secretary in the group." Yi Tianyuan was indifferent to this matter and casually replied, "Do as you see fit." He Huang added, "Boss, tomorrow night, our He Huang Group will hold a business evening event at the Qingshan Grand Hotel in collaboration with the city government. The threshold is quite high. The invitees are well-known large companies in Qingshan, with only a few dozen people attending. It's considered the highest-level business event in Qingshan. Boss, would you like to invite the Jiang family and the main mother?" Yi Tianyuan still nonchalantly said, "Do as you see fit." He Huang nodded immediately, understanding the meaning behind the words. He continued, "Boss, do you have time to visit the He Huang Group tomorrow? Firstly, for you to inspect the work, and secondly, for the main responsible persons of the group to pay their respects to you." Yi Tianyuan replied lightly, "Let's talk about it tomorrow." "Alright, boss, I'll wait for your message." He Huang didn't dare to say more. Finally, he added, "Boss, there's one more thing. The main mother's cousin, Zhang Fei, has come to our He Huang Group for an interview. What do you think?" Zhang Fei? Yi Tianyuan had never seen him. After a moment of thought, Yi Tianyuan said, "Let him stay." After reporting the matter, He Huang didn't dare to stay any longer and left immediately. Just as He Huang was sent away, a little head suddenly popped out from the stairs. "Dad, Mama's calling you to come over." Yi Yuanyuan's milky voice smiled at Yi Tianyuan. Seeing Yuanyuan, Yi Tianyuan's face also showed a hint of a father's smile. "Alright, Dad is coming." Yi Tianyuan didn't hesitate and immediately got up to go upstairs. Passing by Mo Lao grinned at Yi Tianyuan and said softly, "Young master, be gentle tonight. The old man has shallow sleep and is easily disturbed." Yi Tianyuan kicked Mo Lao directly. This dead old man who never takes things seriously. After arriving in the room, Zhang Yao asked Yuanyuan to go downstairs and play with Grandpa Mo. After sending Yuanyuan away, Zhang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan with a serious expression, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Wang Xiao is dead, do you know?" Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Yao. He naturally understood what Zhang Yao meant by asking like this. Zhang Yao is a very smart woman. She naturally doesn't believe that things could be so coincidental. Yi Tianyuan had no intention of hiding it, but admitted proactively, "Yes, I killed Wang Xiao." Although Zhang Yao had some guesses and was somewhat mentally prepared, hearing Yi Tianyuan admit that he killed Wang Xiao still shocked her, causing her to subconsciously take a step back. The look in her eyes towards Yi Tianyuan also became tense and complicated. This kind of thing indeed exceeded her psychological limits. But what complicated Zhang Yao the most was that she knew Yi Tianyuan did it for her, so how could she blame him? Yi Tianyuan knew Zhang Yao's worries and looked at her seriously, saying, "I have fought on the battlefield for many years, killed countless enemies, and crawled out of piles of dead bodies. When dealing with enemies, one must not be soft-hearted, one must be decisive in cutting them down. I have said that I will not let anyone bully you and your mother even a bit. This is my bottom line, no one can touch it. Whoever dares to touch it, I dare to kill him. I don't want to be some kind of hero, I just want to be a good husband and father. Don't provoke me. Provoke me, and you will have to pay a painful price. Scum like Wang Xiao deserves to die." Zhang Yao understood this reasoning very well. She also felt disgust and hatred towards people like Wang Tianshui. If Yi Tianyuan's strength was not strong enough today, even if he didn't die, he would definitely have been disabled. But Zhang Yao understood the reasoning, but killing someone is still a crime. Once the truth comes out, then, don't worry, Zhang Yao, I'm not that stupid. Since I dare to do this, nothing will happen. Yi Tianyuan reassured Zhang Yao very seriously. Zhang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan in a daze. From Yi Tianyuan's extremely confident eyes, she also felt a sense of strength. At this point, worrying was useless. Zhang Yao could only believe in Yi Tianyuan. Hopefully, nothing will happen. After comforting Zhang Yao, Yi Tianyuan went downstairs and let Yuanyuan go back to her room to sleep. After sending Yuanyuan away, Mo Lao looked at Yi Tianyuan with a smirk, raising his eyebrows and teasing, "You finished so quickly? It hasn't even been 10 minutes, young master, you're seriously not good at this. Hee, do you want me to give you a strong medicine? Come to me within an hour? Get lost." Yi Tianyuan coldly spat out a word. He gave Mo Lao a cold look. Seeing that Yi Tianyuan was about to get angry, Mo Lao shut up, became serious, and dared not joke anymore. The most feared thing is the sudden silence in the air. Yi Tianyuan was lost in thought. Seeing this, Mo Lao got up and went back to his room to sleep. When he was about to close the door, Mo Lao, who was not afraid of death like a dead pig, smiled at Yi Tianyuan and said, "Junior Master, I've sent something good to your phone." You can take a look and learn from it, it will be helpful to you. After saying that, he quickly closed the door, afraid that Yi Tianyuan would hit him if he delayed any longer. Yi Tianyuan took out his phone, wondering what good thing this unreliable guy could have sent. When he opened it, he found that it was actually a dozen short films. Did I, Yi Tianyuan, need this? That night, in the Wang family's living room, the lights were still on. Wang Laoyi and his 3 sons sat there with a cold and gloomy expression. Wang Laoyi furrowed his brows deeply, looking puzzled, offering 5 billion, Lord Long actually resolutely refused? This doesn't seem like the Lord Long I know. Although I don't have a deep relationship with Lord Long, we have known each other for decades, not just acquaintances. I thought that for the sake of my Wang family's face, Lord Long would at least compromise a bit. Even if he didn't care about our face, he would care about the money. But I never expected that Lord Long would be so hesitant this time. Just killing a warrior, the Azure Dragon Society has done such things before. I really can't understand, why did Lord Long refuse us? The Wang family members were also puzzled. Wang Guowa shook his head and said, yes, Dad, 5 billion, this should be a price that Lord Long cannot refuse. Previously, when the Azure Dragon Society killed a warrior, they only received 1 billion, but our Wang family's 5 billion couldn't move Lord Long, which is very strange. Could it be that Lord Long is wary of Yi Tianyuan? But as soon as this was said, Wang Guowa himself felt it was impossible. Who is Lord Long? He is the underground emperor of Qingshan, one of the most powerful figures in Qingshan. In all of Qingshan, there are only 2 or 3 people who can compare with Lord Long. Who could make Lord Long wary? Wang Laoyi shook his head and said, this is impossible. If Lord Long refuses to take on this task, he must have his own reasons. Forget it, since Lord Long won't take it, then we'll have to figure out a way ourselves. At this moment, Wang Guishu, the second son of the Wang family, spoke up, Dad, I have a way here that might work. Oh? As soon as Wang Guishu spoke, all the members of the Wang family looked at him. Wang Guishu continued, if Lord Long won't take it, we can actually find someone else. I have some acquaintance with Left Guardian Left Xiaohu of the Azure Dragon Society. This person is greedy and lustful, a person who values money over life. For money, he dares to do anything. Left Xiaohu is a second-rate warrior, with 2 third-rate warriors under him, far beyond what our Wang family can compare to. If Left Xiaohu was willing to take action, then killing Yi Tianyuan would be an easy task. And if, by any chance, Left Xiaohu fails, then with Yi Tianyuan's crazy personality, he would kill Left Xiaohu. If Left Xiaohu dies at the hands of Yi Tianyuan, would Lord Long still stand by and do nothing about it? So, if we ask Left Xiaohu, whether it succeeds or not, Yi Tianyuan will die. Hearing Wang Guishu's words, the members of the Wang family nodded in agreement. Wang Laoyi praised, Guishu, your plan is very good, it's worth a try. Wang Guishu smirked coldly and continued, to be safe, we can also send someone to capture the girl from the Jiang family and her daughter. This is the lifeline and weakness of Yi Tianyuan. As long as we can get hold of them, even in the worst-case scenario, this will be our last resort. In this way, there will be no risk at all. Wang Laoyi nodded heavily again, greatly praising, very good, then follow your plan, Guishu. I will make him, Yi Tianyuan, know what the consequences will be for provoking my Wang family. Yi Tianyuan, must die, his wife and daughter must die too, the whole family must be buried with Tianshui. With the plan in place, the Wang family members began to act separately. A hidden undercurrent began to surge. Perhaps no one in the Wang family could have imagined that this would toll the death knell for their family. The next day, as usual, Yi Tianyuan got up early to prepare breakfast. Originally, Mo Lao came over enthusiastically wanting to take over the cooking, but was kicked away by Yi Tianyuan, and proudly said, my wife and daughter only love to eat the food I cook. After breakfast, Zhang Yao, with something on her mind, pulled Yi Tianyuan aside, looking helpless, and said, Yi Tianyuan, my mom wants to see you. No. Yi Tianyuan decisively replied with 2 words. Yi Tianyuan never had any good feelings towards the Jiang family, and now he felt even more disgusted. If it weren't for Zhang Yao's family, Yi Tianyuan probably wouldn't have been so accommodating. Towards his sharp-tongued and snobbish mother-in-law, Yi Tianyuan was even more repulsed. Zhang Yao had expected Yi Tianyuan's reaction, but she still said, Yi Tianyuan, I know my parents have gone too far, I understand that you don't like them, I know you are concerned about me. But no matter what, they are still my parents. They can be indifferent to me, but as their child, I can't do the same. My mom wants to talk to you about something. I'm not insisting on getting my parents' blessing for our marriage, but if possible, I would also like to have their approval and blessing. Yi Tianyuan, before Zhang Yao could finish her sentence, Yi Tianyuan nodded in agreement. Okay, Zhang Yao, then help me set up the meeting. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's agreement, Zhang Yao was suddenly moved and excited. After looking at Yi Tianyuan, she said, "Thank you, Yi Tianyuan." Yi Tianyuan shook his head guiltily. "Silly girl, I've caused you harm. Even if you spend a lifetime making it up, it won't be enough. As long as it's something you ask me to do, I will be willing to do it. You never need to thank me, because I am your man. Although I'm not legally your husband yet, give me some time, and I will give you a proper wedding." Wedding, for any woman, it is extremely sacred and desirable. It will be the most sacred and happiest moment for a woman. Zhang Yao naturally also longed for the wedding. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's words, Zhang Yao felt warm, sweet, and even a bit hopeful. However, a girl still needs to be reserved. "I haven't agreed to marry you yet," Zhang Yao blushed and said softly. Shy. Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Yao seriously and said, "Then I will pursue you diligently, proposing to you every now and then until you agree to marry me." Hearing these somewhat romantic words, Zhang Yao couldn't help but laugh. Which woman doesn't like this kind of boy? Zhang Yao said to Yi Tianyuan, "You know, I've written down everything you said in my little book. If you can't fulfill it in the future, I will take Yuan and leave for a place you can never find." Yi Tianyuan immediately held up 3 fingers and solemnly said, "I swear, if I can't do it." Before Yi Tianyuan could finish his oath, Zhang Yao covered his mouth with her finger and shook her head. "Okay, I believe you, don't swear, I don't want to hear those bad words. But, can you promise me one thing? I hope that our future wedding will have our parents and relatives present. If there are no elders present, I feel that marriage is incomplete, not solemn, not sacred, and not blessed." Yi Tianyuan immediately nodded solemnly. "Okay, Zhang Yao, I promise you." With Yi Tianyuan's promise, Zhang Yao smiled happily again. The feeling of being pampered is really nice. After finishing the matter, Zhang Yao hurriedly went to work. Yi Tianyuan originally said he would send Zhang Yao, saying that she is now the president of the company, so it's not quite appropriate to take a taxi or public transportation to the company. However, Zhang Yao didn't care about these and insisted that Yi Tianyuan not send her, but instead send Yuan to school, while she would take a taxi to the company. "Zhang Yao, how about I buy you a car? I still have tens of thousands in retirement benefits," Yi Tianyuan said. But Zhang Yao decisively refused. "You keep the retirement benefits for now. There will be many places to use money in the future. I don't need a car for now, let's talk about it later." After saying that, Zhang Yao took her bag and left. There was nothing Yi Tianyuan could do but give in. However, in this day and age, not having a car is not acceptable. Since Zhang Yao refused to let him send her and also refused to let him buy her a car, he had to ask Li Tai to help. Yi Tianyuan called Black Emperor and asked him to handle the matter. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tianyuan took Yuan to school. After dropping off Yuan, Yi Tianyuan went to the coffee shop where Zhang Yao's mother, Li Yongmei, had agreed to meet. Originally, Zhang Yao said her mother wanted to come to the house to see Yi Tianyuan, but Yi Tianyuan refused. Zhang Yao could temporarily come up with excuses to deal with it, but if Zhang Yao's mother came and saw this villa, it would be hard to hide. Yi Tianyuan naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble. On the other side, when Zhang Yao arrived at the company, she saw Li Tai standing at the door. "Chairman, why did you come to the company so early?" Zhang Yao hurriedly greeted him. Li Tai smiled and handed a delicate gift box to Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao instinctively took the gift box and looked at Li Tai with a puzzled expression. "Chairman, what is this?" Li Tai smiled and said, "Open it and see, this is a small gift from the company to you. You should know that I am old, my children are all developing abroad, and they don't care about my small business. So, I basically don't come to the company often. You are now the president of the company, and all the big and small matters of the company will be handed over to you in the future. I see your hard work and efforts. I am a person who rewards and punishes clearly. Your contributions to the company deserve this reward." Listening to the chairman's words, Zhang Yao was also pleasantly surprised and didn't know what to say for a moment. The chairman's kindness to her these past 2 days really made Zhang Yao feel grateful and anxious, as she always felt it was the chairman's misguided love for her. She also worried that she wouldn't do well and meet the chairman's expectations. Zhang Yao's hands trembled as she opened the gift box. Inside were 2 Maserati car keys and a small green booklet. A Maserati as a gift? Isn't this gift too expensive? Zhang Yao quickly wanted to refuse, but Li Tai didn't give her the chance to refuse. "You must accept this reward, don't refuse me. You are now the president of our company, representing our company's image when you go out in the future. How can you do that without a decent car? I have arranged a driver for you. When you need it, let the driver drive for you, and when you don't, you can drive yourself. The car will be registered under your name, it will be your personal property in the future. Of course, the fuel and insurance will be reimbursed by the company. In the future, the company will be in your hands. Instead of making excuses, you should manage the company well and create more benefits for the company. That would be the greatest reward for me. I also hope to give you a reward every year in the future. After Li Tai finished speaking, he didn't give Jiang Yao a chance to speak and left directly. After seeing off the chairman, Jiang Yao could only accept this valuable gift. In her heart, Jiang Yao secretly vowed to run the company well and not disappoint the chairman's kindness. This was a huge opportunity in her life. If she could seize this great opportunity, perhaps she could change her life. The future would definitely be better. Come on, Jiang Yao, the door to a bright future has opened for you. After calming her emotions, Jiang Yao's gaze fell on the Maserati parked in front of the company. This nearly 2 million car would be her ride in the future. There was no way she could be unhappy about it. However, Jiang Yao suddenly thought of a strange situation yesterday. She was almost driven out of the company by Huang Chang and Lu Lili. But at that moment, the chairman appeared and immediately fired Huang Chang and Lu Lili. While firing Lu Lili might not be a big deal, Jiang Yao found it suspicious that Huang Chang, an elder of the company who had been with the chairman for 20 years as the general manager, was fired so abruptly. The chairman's actions seemed ruthless, as if there was a grudge involved. This was something Jiang Yao couldn't understand. She had no personal relationship with the chairman, yet he treated her like his own daughter. This made Jiang Yao feel strange. Why did the chairman suddenly change? And most importantly, Jiang Yao remembered clearly that Yi Tianyuan had told her she wouldn't be fired. Indeed, she wasn't fired, but instead, Huang Chang was pushed out and she became the company's president. This sudden turn of events propelled her to the peak of her life, changing her life. If yesterday's events were just a coincidence, what about today? Just now, Yi Tianyuan said he wanted to buy her a car, but after she firmly refused, she received a car from the chairman as soon as she arrived at the company. Could such coincidences really happen? And what about the day before yesterday at the hospital, when she initially faced coldness from Director Zhang but suddenly received extreme politeness after Yi Tianyuan entered the office? At that time, Jiang Yao was focused on saving a life and didn't think much about it. It was only afterwards, when she calmed down, that she found it all very suspicious. Even the mysterious woman beside Yi Tianyuan, Mo Lao, seemed extraordinary. All of this seemed to be related to Yi Tianyuan. Maybe I'm overthinking it, Jiang Yao thought to herself with a self-deprecating smile. Let's focus on work. Just as Jiang Yao was about to enter the company, a voice suddenly called out to her, Jie Yao. Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Yao's eyebrows furrowed, and a hint of disgust appeared on her face. Because the person calling her was none other than Lu Lili, who had tried to drive her out of the company. The arrogant attitude Lu Lili displayed yesterday was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she appeared pitiful and humble. Looking at Jiang Yao with a face full of flattery, she called out Jie Yao as if she were calling her own mother. Jiang Yao had been called Jie Yao by Lu Lili for 5 years, but today was the first time she felt nauseated by it. Don't call me Jie Yao, I can't bear it. Jiang Yao is a very kind woman, but that doesn't mean she's foolish, or that she won't hold a grudge. What happened yesterday completely broke her heart. Thump! Lu Lili, unashamed, knelt down in front of Jiang Yao. With tears in her eyes, she pleaded, Yao Jia, I know I was wrong, it was my fault, I was blinded by greed. Yao Jia, you have shown me kindness, without you there would be no me, Lu Lili. I made a huge mistake in a moment of confusion. Yao Jia, please give me another chance to change for the better. Don't fire me, I will listen to you from now on, I won't go against your wishes. Please, Yao. Before Lu Lili could finish her plea, Jiang Yao coldly replied, a person who has been bitten by a dog will not give that dog a second chance. You brought this upon yourself, don't blame others. I don't want to see you again, take care of yourself. Watching Jiang Yao walk away, Lu Lili sat in despair. She thought that latching onto Director Huan could elevate her status and lead her to success in the company, reaching the peak of her life. But who could have predicted such a sudden turn of events? It's too late for regrets now. In an elegant cafe, Li Yongmei gently stirred the coffee in front of her with a spoon. There was also a cup of coffee in front of Yi Tianyuan, but he didn't even glance at it. He never liked coffee. To him, having it in front of him was a waste. Yi Tianyuan looked at Li Yongmei, who sat there silently, lost in thought. The coffee on the table was probably cold by now, but Li Yongmei showed no intention of drinking it. Yi Tianyuan didn't want to sit there foolishly, so since his future mother-in-law didn't speak up, he had to take the initiative. Yi Tianyuan said, Auntie, please speak your mind. Li Yongmei finally put down the spoon, looked at Yi Tianyuan with a stern face, and said, You should know, I am very dissatisfied with you. To put it bluntly, I don't even see you as worthy. You don't even meet 1% of the minimum standards for a son-in-law in my eyes. Our Jiang Yao is such an outstanding girl. She could have had a bright future, married into a good family, or even a wealthy one if she wanted. It's you, Yi Tianyuan, who ruined her life, made her pregnant before marriage, subjected her to the disdain and mockery of everyone around her. It's you who caused her to have such a falling out with our Jiang family. All of this is your fault, all thanks to you. Shouldn't I blame and hate you? Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Li Yongmei, unable to refute her at that moment. Indeed, he had caused Jiang Yao a lot of harm in this matter, and he did owe her. So, faced with such accusations, Yi Tianyuan could only silently bear it. Yi Tianyuan said, "For the rest of my life, I will make amends to Jiang Yao tenfold. I will repay all my debts to her." Humph. Li Yongmei sneered at Yi Tianyuan's words. With a disdainful look, she said, "What's the use of saying nice things? What do you have to compensate Jiang Yao? What do you have to give her happiness? Do you have an education? Work experience? Family background? Do you have a car, a house, savings? You have nothing, you're just a retired soldier. After serving as a soldier for so many years, you can't even transition out, showing how poorly you've done. If I'm not mistaken, the most you have now is just a few $100,000 in retirement benefits. Do you think that's a lot? You need to understand, this is Qingshan, not the rundown countryside where you come from. Do you know the average price of houses in Qingshan now? Let me tell you, the current average price in Qingshan has exceeded 20,000, and in better locations it's 3 to 4 times that. Even for a smaller or average-sized one, it's still 3 million. With your few $100,000 retirement benefits, I'm afraid you can't even afford the down payment for a house. Do you still think you can make my daughter happy? Listening to the future mother-in-law's nagging, Yi Tianyuan couldn't be bothered to listen, let alone argue with her. Need a house? It's just a matter of a word for Yi Tianyuan to buy all the properties in Qingshan. Need money? With just a word, Yi Tianyuan can mobilize wealth from around the world. Money is just a number to Yi Tianyuan. Need a family background? Yi Tianyuan may not have a family background, but he has immense power. With a stomp of his foot, Yi Tianyuan can make the entire Long Kingdom, even the whole world, tremble. But Yi Tianyuan didn't bother to mention any of this to his narrow-minded future mother-in-law. Seeing Yi Tianyuan's silence, Li Yongmei sighed and shook her head, saying, "Forget it, Jiang Yao is determined to be with you, and Yuan is already so grown up, I can't force her anymore. Yi Tianyuan, I can agree to your marriage with Jiang Yao, but you must be able to give her a decent wedding, a proper home. You should understand what I mean. When you can do these things, then come and propose." Yi Tianyuan nodded. "Okay, auntie, I understand, I will do it." At that moment, Yi Tianyuan's phone suddenly received 2 messages from the Grim Reaper and the Enchantress. 2 groups of people were targeting Jiang Yao and Yuan at the same time, trying to take them away. Obviously, this was the work of the Wang family. Yi Tianyuan suddenly looked coldly at Li Yongmei. Under Yi Tianyuan's icy, murderous gaze, Li Yongmei turned pale, her body trembling slightly. An indescribable sense of fear surged from the depths of her heart. Li Yongmei subconsciously leaned back, her eyes avoiding, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. At that moment, a group of fierce-looking people entered the cafe. Their target was none other than Yi Tianyuan. After receiving the messages from the Grim Reaper and the Enchantress, Yi Tianyuan immediately understood the true purpose of Li Yongmei inviting him out to meet. That's why Yi Tianyuan was looking at Li Yongmei with such cold anger. Seeing that the situation had been exposed, Li Yongmei stopped pretending and quickly stepped back a few steps, creating a safe distance from Yi Tianyuan. Only then did she regain some composure. Looking at Yi Tianyuan's murderous gaze, Li Yongmei said nervously, "Yi Tianyuan, don't blame me. I had no choice. It's because you dared to provoke the Wang family, even daring to kill Wang Xiao, who was a member of the top family in Qingshan. The Wang family is a top family in Qingshan, not something a poor boy from the lower class like you can provoke. Even our Jiang family can't afford to provoke them. If I don't follow the Wang family's orders, my Jiang family will suffer their wrath, which would be disastrous for us. So, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. Consider it helping our Jiang family. You keep saying you owe Jiang Yao, right? Then use this opportunity to repay Jiang Yao. Rest assured, I will take care of Jiang Yao and Yuan in the future." Yi Tianyuan gave Li Yongmei a cold look and said in a low voice, "You should be grateful that you were Jiang Yao's mother, otherwise you wouldn't have the chance to stand here and say such things to me. Before I lose my temper, get out." In Li Yongmei's eyes, Yi Tianyuan was a murderer. Faced with such a lunatic, Li Yongmei naturally felt afraid and didn't dare to stay any longer, immediately turning around and running out of the coffee shop as if escaping. She had intended to quickly drive away from this place of trouble, but she had some lingering thoughts. After struggling in her heart for a while, she finally stopped. She needed to confirm the outcome before she could leave with peace of mind. Inside the coffee shop, the second in command of the Green Dragon Society, Zhuo Xiaohu, squinted at the fearless young man in front of him, and his group of subordinates had already surrounded the area. Two third-rate martial artists, each with their own group of subordinates, were positioned to strike at Yi Tianyuan at any moment. These two men were like hungry wolves, staring fiercely at Yi Tianyuan, looking as if they wanted to devour him. Just this display was frightening enough. The other henchmen were also rubbing their hands in anticipation, looking like they were ready to pounce on Yi Tianyuan. If an ordinary person faced this situation, they would probably be scared half to death. But Yi Tianyuan remained sitting there with a cold expression, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. Green Dragon Society? Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at Zuoxiaohu and asked. Zuoxiaohu looked at Yi Tianyuan with interest, sneered, and said, "Kid, it seems you have some guts. Since you know we are from the Green Dragon Society, why are you so arrogant and unafraid of death? Why aren't you afraid at all? I don't like your attitude." Afraid? Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at Zuoxiaohu and spat out 3 words, "You're not worthy." Outrageous. How daring. This statement immediately angered everyone. Zuoxiaohu, extremely angry, sneered, "Interesting, it's been a while since someone dared to talk to me like that. Kid, do you know who I am? Do you know that anyone who dares to be so arrogant in front of me ends up dead? What the hell are you saying? You're not my son, I'm not interested in knowing who you are." Yi Tianyuan looked at Zuoxiaohu with a smile that wasn't a smile. It was obvious that Yi Tianyuan was getting angry. Lu Jinlong had just come to pay his respects yesterday, and now someone from the Green Dragon Society was acting up in front of him? Yi Tianyuan's words completely infuriated Zuoxiaohu. His expression turned angry and ferocious, looking like he wanted to devour someone as he glared fiercely at Yi Tianyuan. The martial artist standing next to Zuoxiaohu snorted heavily and pointed at Yi Tianyuan. "Kid, are you looking for death? How dare you talk to our second in command of the Green Dragon Society like that?" Crack. Before the martial artist could finish his sentence, Yi Tianyuan directly broke his finger. The martial artist screamed in pain instantly. This scene stunned everyone. Zuoxiaohu's face stiffened, his eyes widened as he stared at Yi Tianyuan, showing a hint of surprise on his face. His expression also became more serious. Because as a second-rate martial artist, he hadn't even seen clearly what had happened just now. Not at all. This indicated one thing: the young man in front of him was incredibly fast, so fast that he didn't even perceive it with his naked eye. In martial arts, speed is crucial. Being fast is a great skill in itself. Being able to severely injure a member of the Wang family, his strength was definitely not ordinary, and he might even be a second-rate martial artist. Although Zuoxiaohu didn't quite believe that a young man under 30 could reach the level of a second-rate martial artist, he was always cautious in his actions. So today, he brought all his core subordinates to ensure that nothing went wrong. Now it seemed that the situation was indeed not to be taken lightly. The sudden change of events caused Left Xiaohu's group of little brothers to immediately adopt a fighting stance, all angrily staring at Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan looked at the third-rate martial artists coldly and said, "I hate it when people point fingers at me. You should be grateful that we are in Qingshan, so I will only cut off one of your fingers as a warning." After speaking, Yi Tianyuan glanced coldly at Left Xiaohu and said, "I don't want to kill anyone today. I'll give you a chance to leave." After all, the Green Dragon Society was under Yi Tianyuan's command, so he didn't want to start a massacre against Left Xiaohu and his men. Faced with Yi Tianyuan's mercy, Left Xiaohu did not appreciate it. Instead, he became angry and felt deeply humiliated. Left Xiaohu sneered, "You may be small, but you talk big. Those who speak arrogantly will suffer the consequences. Since you are so ignorant, I will show you that there are always people stronger than you." But before Left Xiaohu could finish speaking, Yi Tianyuan slapped him hard across the face, sending him flying with great force. Left Xiaohu, a 180-pound man, tumbled in the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground, looking extremely disheveled. Left Xiaohu struggled to get up from the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented. This slap completely stunned him. The others were also dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. Left Xiaohu, the second in command of the Green Dragon Society, was a formidable figure in Qingshan, and few could match his strength. How could this young man be so powerful as to defeat him so easily? After a while, Left Xiaohu shook his head vigorously, trying to clear his mind. He spat out 2 bloody teeth and looked at Yi Tianyuan with a strange mix of shock and anger. Yi Tianyuan sneered, "Nonsense. Villains always talk too much. Isn't it good to be alive? Sorry, you don't have that chance now. I, Yi Tianyuan, now pronounce you dead." How domineering and awe-inspiring were these words. It was as if a god had spoken, issuing a decree that no one dared to question. With these words, it seemed as if death had already descended upon Left Xiaohu. Left Xiaohu's men were also shaken by Yi Tianyuan's words, unable to speak. After a moment of confusion, Left Xiaohu laughed scornfully, this is probably the funniest joke I've ever heard. With a bit of strength, you think you're the almighty? I, Left Shohu, have been through countless trials and tribulations since I was 13. I've seen it all. I was careless just now and fell for your sneak attack, but now dash attack together, kill him. Yi Tianyuan's eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent. Just then, a urgent voice shouted from afar, "Stop, all of you stop right now. Anyone who disrespects Mr. Yi, I'll kill their whole family." Hearing these words filled with supreme authority, anger, and killing intent, Left Xiaohu and the others were scared and looked over. The speaker was none other than the leader of the Green Dragon Society, Lu Jinlong. Black Emperor and Lu Jinlong quickly approached, with Black Emperor looking grim and full of killing intent. Lu Jinlong was full of fear, not knowing how many times he had cursed Left Xiaohu's ancestors. "Why did you have to provoke this great bodhisattva, Left Xiaohu?" Lu Jinlong rushed to Left Xiaohu in a flash, without saying a word, raised his hand and slapped Left Xiaohu's face heavily. Smack! 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 Lu Jinlong fiercely slapped Left Xiaohu several times, leaving half of his face swollen and bloody before stopping. Left Xiaohu was completely stunned by Dragon Lord's actions. They were life and death brothers, who had struggled together for so many years, and Dragon Lord had never treated him like this before. What was happening today? At this moment, Lu Jinlong was too preoccupied to pay attention to Left Xiaohu, and instead, with a fearful expression, nodded and bowed to Yi Tianyuan, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, it's my fault for not disciplining my subordinates properly and letting them offend you." After speaking, Lu Jinlong coldly glanced at Left Xiaohu and the others, and sternly shouted, "Get down on your knees now." Although everyone was confused, no one dared to disobey Dragon Lord's command. Everyone obediently knelt down. Left Xiaohu and the others were most puzzled by who this young man was and why even Dragon Lord was bowing to him. Was there someone in Qingshan with such great influence? Lu Jinlong carefully said to Yi Tianyuan, "Mr. Yi, you can deal with these people as you wish, I will not tolerate any disobedience." Yi Tianyuan sat there coldly without speaking. Since Yi Tianyuan did not speak, Lu Jinlong dared not say more. Left Xiaohu, as the second in command of the Qinglong Society, quickly calmed down and said to Yi Tianyuan, "I know I have caused a great disaster today, offended someone I shouldn't have, I admit my mistake. In this world, what goes around comes around, we in the Jianghu must accept our fate. If you want to kill me, I will accept it. If you don't want to dirty your hands, I can do it myself. I just want to be clear." Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at Left Xiaohu, who still had some courage. However, as the second in command of the Qinglong Society, he was considered a person of importance. If he lacked even this bit of backbone, he wouldn't deserve his position. Lu Jinlong carefully looked at Yi Tianyuan, and seeing no objection from him, he said to Left Xiaohu, "You don't need to know Mr. Ye's background. Just know that Mr. Yi is the envoy sent by the Black Emperor to Qingshan, and we must obey all his commands." "What? Personally ordered by the Black Emperor?" Hearing this, Left Xiaohu was also shocked. The Black Emperor was a god in his eyes. Not only in his eyes, but in the eyes of almost all the people in the Jianghu and Longhua, he was the highest boss. The Black Emperor ruled over most of the underground world in Longhua. Although the Qinglong Society was the ruler of the underground world in Qingshan, in the Black Emperor's group, it was just a small branch. Lu Jinlong, the underground emperor of Qingshan, was just a small leader in the Black Emperor's system. The Black Emperor was too distant from them. The person who could receive a direct order from the Black Emperor must have an extraordinary relationship with him. Such a person, how could they afford to offend? After learning Yi Tianyuan's identity, Left Xiaohu self-deprecatingly said, "I was blind, I have been wrong all my life, but this time I really messed up. When you lose, you have to admit it, when you get hit, you have to stand up straight. Mr. Yi, I have nothing to say, I have offended you, my sin is unforgivable, I deserve to die. I am an insignificant person, so there is no need for Mr. Yi to personally take action. I will handle it myself." After speaking, Zhuo Xiaohu took out a knife and stabbed towards his heart. But just as the knife in Zhuo Xiaohu's hand was about to pierce his heart, a crisp metallic sound suddenly rang out. The knife in Zhuo Xiaohu's hand broke in response. Zhuo Xiaohu looked up in astonishment, puzzled as he looked at Yi Tianyuan. Obviously, it was Yi Tianyuan who had just saved Zhuo Xiaohu. Lu Jinlong had already prepared himself for the loss of his best brother, the second in command of the Green Dragon Society. But he did not expect that at the critical moment, Yi Tianyuan would intervene. Lu Jinlong looked at Yi Tianyuan with some contemplation. Everyone else stared at Yi Tianyuan in disbelief, not daring to even breathe. The air was tense and oppressive. Black Emperor, at some point, had respectfully positioned himself behind Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan finally spoke, "I never show mercy to enemies. For my own people, I can give a chance. Ignorance is not a crime. You took the Wang family's money to help them, which is understandable. I should have killed you, but considering you are from the Green Dragon Society, I will give you a chance to make amends. I believe you know what to do. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xiaohu thought he had misheard. Lu Jinlong immediately kicked Zhuo Xiaohu and scolded him, "Hurry up and thank Mr. Yi for sparing your life." Zhuo Xiaohu quickly kowtowed to Yi Tianyuan, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for sparing my life. Please rest assured, I know what to do." Yi Tianyuan waved his hand at Lu Jinlong and the others. Lu Jinlong nodded and bowed to Yi Tianyuan before leading everyone away. After leaving the cafe, Lu Jinlong looked at Zhuo Xiaohu seriously and said, "Second, today you are lucky to have your life spared. You must handle the Wang family's affairs efficiently." Zhuo Xiaohu nodded solemnly, "I understand, boss. I know what to do. By the way, boss, I have a question. How strong is Mr. Yi really? He seems very powerful." Lu Jinlong gave Zhuo Xiaohu a cold stare and said seriously, "Don't ask too much. Curiosity can sometimes be deadly. In any case, I am probably just like an ant in front of Mr. Yi." "What? Lord Long is a top martial artist, one of the best in the Qingshan. If even Lord Long is like an ant, how powerful must Yi Tianyuan be? Could he be a grandmaster?" "No, a grandmaster is not that powerful, right? Could he be a legendary figure surpassing even a grandmaster?" Hiss. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaohu couldn't help but shudder and dared not think further. He was extremely grateful to still be alive and have a chance to redeem himself. Li Yongmei, sitting in the car on the side of the road, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Zhuo Xiaohu and the others coming out of the cafe, thinking that Yi Tianyuan was dead. But just as Li Yongmei was about to drive away, her eyes suddenly widened. The Wang family villa. The Wang family members were waiting for news from Lord Hu. Wang Guohua was playing with a sharp knife in his hand, intending to personally kill Yi Tianyuan to avenge his son. At that moment, a servant hurried over to report, "Sir, Lord Hu and the others have arrived." Upon hearing that Lord Hu had arrived, Wang Guohua stood up abruptly, his eyes flashing with a strong murderous intent. The Wang family members all stood up to welcome Zhuo Xiaohu, but when they saw the fierce Zhuo Xiaohu, they felt that something was amiss. "Lord Hu, where is that kid?" Wang Guohua scanned the area but did not see Yi Tianyuan. His face darkened as he asked Zhuo Xiaohu. Smack! Instead of an answer, Zhuo Xiaohu delivered a resounding slap to him. This move immediately stunned the Wang family, each looking at Zhuo Xiaohu with a puzzled expression. Zhuo Xiaohu's men quickly rushed forward and captured all the members of the Wang family. This sudden change scared the Wang family. Zhuo Xiaohu, full of anger, glared at the Wang family and cursed, "Damn it, I almost got killed by your Wang family. If you want to die, don't drag me into it, okay? I really don't understand how your Wang family became a top family in Qingshan. All of you are acting like dogs." After Zhuo Xiaohu's scolding, the Wang family members were even more confused. What happened exactly? Didn't they give Tiger Lord 2 billion to kill Yi Tianyuan? Could it be that Tiger Lord suffered a big loss at the hands of Yi Tianyuan? But how is that possible? Zhuo Xiaohu said coldly, "Your Wang family has offended someone you shouldn't have, and I am here to carry out the order to destroy your Wang family." "Wang family master, Guoshu, I'm sorry." "What? To destroy their Wang family?" Upon hearing this, the Wang family members were terrified. Wang Guoshu hurriedly said, "Lord Tiger, wait, let me say a few words. If you want to wipe out my Wang family, at least let us understand why. Did Yi Tianyuan ask you, Lord Tiger, to come and destroy my Wang family? Who is this Yi Tianyuan after all? Isn't he just a nobody? A nobody?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xiaohu sneered coldly, looking at Wang Guoshu mockingly. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Zhuo Xiaohu looked coldly at Wang Guoshu and said, "Out of consideration for our past relationship, I can tell you a little bit. Mr. Yi is someone you can't afford to provoke. Don't bother asking about Mr. Ye's identity, the dead don't need to know so much. Alright, you can go now." The Wang family members looked at each other in confusion. How could this happen? Why did they provoke Yi Tianyuan? Now they had brought disaster upon themselves. "Guohua, Guoshu, you have caused great harm to my Wang family. Your sins are grave, you deserve to die." Wang Laoyi uttered a desperate accusation. But what was the point of saying such things now? It was too late for regrets. "Lord Tiger, my Wang family is willing to offer all our assets in exchange for sparing our lives." Wang Guoshu tried to buy off Zhuo Xiaohu with money, but this time he was destined to fail. Zhuo Xiaohu looked at Wang Guoshu coldly and angrily. "You've already screwed me over once, and now you want to do it again? Although I love money, I value my life more. If I don't kill you, then it will be me who dies. Get them." With Zhuo Xiaohu's command, his men immediately took action. In a chorus of despair, the Wang family members all met their end on the spot. After dealing with the Wang family, Zhuo Xiuhu called the leader of the City Defense Bureau to assist in cleaning up the scene. Normally, calling the leader of the City Defense Bureau for such a matter would be like walking into a trap. But this was an order from the Dragon Lord, so Zhuo Xiuhu had to comply. The result surprised Zhuo Xiuhu, as when he mentioned the matter to the bureau leader, the leader was furious. However, when he said it was Mr. Yi who ordered the destruction of the Wang family, the leader's attitude immediately changed, promising full cooperation. With the City Defense Bureau handling the cleanup, the annihilation of the Wang family would not become explosive news in Qingshan. Otherwise, such a major event would surely cause a stir. On the other side, at the Zhang family villa, today the Zhang family welcomed a very distinguished guest. The Zhang family never dreamed that Dr. Mo would come uninvited to visit. There was no prior relationship between the Zhang family and Dr. Mo, and they had never been able to invite him before. But today, Dr. Mo unexpectedly showed up at their door. The patriarch of the Zhang family greeted Dr. Mo with great excitement. Dr. Mo, your visit to our humble abode is truly an honor for the Zhang family. After sizing up the patriarch, Dr. Mo inquired about his health and showed concern. Upon hearing Dr. Mo's care, the patriarch was even more respectful and excited. After exchanging pleasantries, Dr. Mo finally got to the point. Master Jiang, I would like to meet Mr. Yi. Would it be convenient to introduce us? What? Dr. Mo came for Mr. Yi Tianyuan? Upon hearing this, the faces of the Zhang family members froze. Was it all for nothing? Dr. Mo wanted to meet Yi Tianyuan because someone managed to save the dying patriarch of the Zhang family, even after Dr. Mo had started the treatment. This indicated that the other person's medical skills were definitely not inferior to his own. In Qingshan, there was another extraordinary medical practitioner, and Dr. Mo naturally wanted to get to know him. Dr. Mo was recognized as the top doctor in Qingshan, with a reputation that had lasted for decades. Not to mention that no one could match him, it was even difficult to get close to him. Therefore, Dr. Mo held absolute authority in the medical community of Qingshan. Now that there was someone in Qingshan whose medical skills might surpass his own, Dr. Mo was naturally a bit concerned and wanted to find out more about him. Dr. Mo had also inquired with Director Zhang, but Zhang refused to say anything. He only kindly warned Dr. Mo not to provoke Mr. Yi, or he wouldn't even have a chance to regret it. No matter how much Dr. Mo asked, Director Zhang wouldn't say anything. Dr. Mo and Director Zhang had been friends for decades, but Dr. Mo couldn't get any information out of him. The fact that even someone like Director Zhang treated Mr. Yi with such caution naturally made Dr. Mo even more curious about Yi Tianyuan. Not convenient? Dr. Mo asked when he saw the Zhang family looking hesitant. The patriarch sighed and briefly explained the situation to Dr. Mo. After hearing it, Dr. Mo frowned. The Wang family had already sent Tiger Yi to kill Yi Tianyuan? At that moment, a disoriented Li Yongmei returned. Seeing Li Yongmei back, the patriarch immediately asked, "Is everything taken care of?" Li Yongmei glanced at the patriarch and hesitantly said, "I don't know what happened, but Tiger Yi didn't lay a hand on Yi Tianyuan. After they met, they just went their separate ways." What? They didn't do anything? What was going on? The Zhang family members looked puzzled. Dr. Mo furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, then called Zhuo Xiuhu on his phone. After some probing, Dr. Mo received a shocking message. The Wang family has been completely wiped out. After saying that, Dr. Mo realized he had spoken too much and immediately left. After seeing off Dr. Mo, the Zhang family members looked at each other in astonishment and confusion. The Wang family had been completely wiped out? How could such a coincidence happen? The Wang family had just sent Tiger Yi to kill Yi Tianyuan, and now they had been completely wiped out. Was it Yi Tianyuan's doing? Yesterday, Wang Xiao was beaten by Yi Tianyuan and soon after was killed in the hospital. Today, the Wang family had just made a move against Yi Tianyuan, and they were quickly wiped out. Was it really a coincidence? Or was Yi Tianyuan truly extraordinary? On the other side, in the office of the chairman of the Black Emperor Group's top floor, Yi Tianyuan's gaze coldly scrutinized the stunning woman in front of him, with a hot and explosive figure, dressed professionally like a world-class beauty, both in figure and appearance. Although she was a bit older, in her early 30s, she maintained herself well and looked no different from a woman in her mid-20s. Most importantly, her figure was exceptionally developed in certain areas. The clothes on her seemed like they might burst at any moment. Sexy, charming, a real enchantress. Perhaps under the sky, there were few men who could resist the temptation of this world-class beauty in front of them. Even Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but take a second look. Of course, it was just a casual glance. Yi Tianyuan was definitely a good cadre who could withstand any test. He Huang stood respectfully by Yi Tianyuan's side and introduced, "Boss, this is my adopted daughter, Yi Rao, one of the 4 guardians of the He Huang group. She has been loyal to me. In these years when I was absent, it was thanks to her that the He Huang group did not fall apart. Her abilities in all aspects are outstanding, which is why I have appointed her as the president of the Qingshan branch of the He Huang group." Yi Tianyuan just casually nodded, not really interested. The He Huang group was still the He Huang group, and he didn't interfere. "Boss, in the future, you can directly instruct her for anything." He Huang wanted to say more, but Yi Tianyuan impatiently waved his hand. Seeing this, He Huang immediately shut up and signaled to Yi Rao, who quickly stepped back. Such a worldly beauty, but she couldn't catch Yi Tianyuan's attention. With nothing to do, he felt a bit bored. Yi Tianyuan leaned back, resting his feet on the coffee table, and He Huang immediately knelt in front of him and started massaging his legs. He Huang carefully said, "Boss, Yi Rao's massage technique is quite good. Do you want her to come and give you a massage?" Before He Huang could finish, Yi Tianyuan gave him a cold look. Startled, He Huang quickly shut up and focused on massaging. "Except for Jiang Yao, I have no interest in any other woman. Don't have such thoughts in front of me in the future," Yi Tianyuan sternly told He Huang. He Huang nodded quickly. "Yes, boss, He Huang remembers, and will never do it again." Just then, Yi Tianyuan's phone rang, and it was a call from Jiang Yao. Naturally, Yi Tianyuan answered his wife's call immediately. As soon as he answered, Jiang Yao's urgent voice came through, "Yi Tianyuan, quickly go to the school. Yuan Yuan's class teacher called to say that Yuan Yuan got into a fight with a classmate during break time and injured the classmate. Is Yuan Yuan hurt? Is she okay?" Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, Yi Tianyuan immediately stood up, showing great concern. Jiang Yao on the other end of the line said, "I don't know the details, but please go to the school quickly." "Okay, I'll go right away." After hanging up the phone, Yi Tianyuan rushed out, with He Huang following closely behind. 20 minutes later, Yi Tianyuan arrived at Yuan Yuan's school. The enchantress immediately approached, full of self-blame, and apologized. "I'm sorry, boss, I didn't take good care of Yuan Yuan. Please punish me." Yi Tianyuan coldly asked the enchantress, "What exactly happened?" The enchantress quickly explained, "Boss, it's like this. During physical education class just now, a boy bullied Princess Yuan Yuan. At first, Princess Yuan Yuan didn't fight back and tolerated the boy. Later, the boy insulted Princess Yuan Yuan, calling her illegitimate and saying she didn't have a father. This made Princess Yuan Yuan angry and she argued back. Then, they started fighting, and it only ended when the teacher arrived. The other party is a child, so the enchantress dare not act rashly." Yi Tianyuan looked at the self-blaming enchantress and said, "It's not your fault, as a child, you are indeed not suitable to take action. You all wait outside, I will go find the teacher." In the office, Yi Yuan was scared, curled up in a corner, trembling, tears streaming down her face. There was a little color on her face, her hands were a bit scraped, and there was some blood. Another boy of the same age stood aside, looking at Yi Yuan with a victorious smile. He also had some minor injuries, but at this moment, he looked smug. Because his parents were at the school to support him, he was not afraid, he felt he had one. The boy's parents glared angrily at Yi Yuan, their eyes seemed to want to devour her, making Yi Yuan so scared that she almost buried her head in her neck, not daring to look up. Yi Yuan's homeroom teacher was a woman in her 30s, but she stood silently on the side at this moment. Because the couple in front of her had a lot of influence, she couldn't afford to provoke them. The boy's name was Yu Haoao, known in the class for being mischievous and always teasing classmates. He had often bullied Yi Yuan before, and she had always endured it without resisting. Because her father was not around before, Yi Yuan had to endure classmates saying she was illegitimate and had no father. But now that her father was back, Yi Yuan would not allow anyone to speak of her like that. Yu Haoao's mother, looking extremely impatient, said to the homeroom teacher, "Miss Su, when will this illegitimate child's mother come? How long do we have to wait? If this illegitimate child has no one to teach her, then I will teach her a lesson today. Learning to fight at such a young age? What will become of her in the future? Look at how my son was beaten. From childhood, our whole family has treated my son like a treasure. No one dares to raise their voice at him. This illegitimate child is so vicious. If we don't get a satisfactory explanation today, I will have someone break her hand." Ms. Su also looked bewildered. Yi Yuan was even more frightened and started crying. At that moment, a figure hurried in, taking a big step to stand in front of Yi Yuan. It was Yi Tianyuan. Seeing the pitiful Yi Yuanyuan, Yi Tianyuan felt a sharp pain in his heart and blamed himself. Yi Tianyuan gently touched Yi Yuanyuan's head and comforted her. Don't cry, Yuanyuan, sorry for being late, Dad is here now. No one can bully you anymore. Do you want to see Dad deal with the bad guys? Seeing Yi Tianyuan, Yi Yuanyuan stopped crying and hugged him tightly, saying, Dad, I'm sorry, Yuanyuan was wrong, Yuanyuan fought with someone, Dad, please don't be mad at Yuanyuan. Yi Yuanyuan's words pierced Yi Tianyuan's heart like a sharp knife. This silly girl. Yi Tianyuan wiped away her tears with great distress and said, Yuanyuan did nothing wrong, Yuanyuan did the right thing, she was bullied by others. People can be kind, but they shouldn't always tolerate. When others bully Yuanyuan, she doesn't need to back down, she should fight back. Because only in this way, others will not dare to bully Yuanyuan again. The more accommodating and easygoing Yuanyuan is, the more others will think she is easy to bully. In the future, whoever dares to bully Yuanyuan must fight back, understand? Yi Yuanyuan looked somewhat puzzled at Yi Tianyuan and said, Dad, Yuanyuan is not afraid of being bullied, but Yuanyuan is not illegitimate, Yuanyuan has a dad, Yuanyuan won't allow anyone to say that about Dad. Yi Tianyuan hugged Yuanyuan with a heart full of love. Yuanyuan was defending her father. Yu Haohao's parents glared angrily at Ye Tianyuan, even more infuriated after hearing what Ye Tianyuan had just said. Yu Haohao's mother sneered and coldly laughed. Humph. What kind of family raises what kind of child? Smack. Before Yu Haohao's mother could finish her sentence, a crisp and loud slap suddenly resounded on her face. Before Yu Haohao's mother could react, she was slapped and sent flying, falling to the ground, tears streaming down her face in pain. Yu Haohao's father, stunned for a moment, hurried to help his wife up. The couple glared fiercely at Ye Tianyuan, cursing loudly, How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? It seems like your daughter hitting someone was instigated by you, right? A family of uncultured low-class people, daring to act arrogantly here? Oomph, you've picked the wrong person. We are not ones that a poor wretch like you from the lower echelons of society can provoke. Yu Haohao's father also angrily boasted to Ye Tianyuan. But as soon as Yu Haohao's father finished speaking, he was frightened by the cold, murderous gaze of Ye Tianyuan, causing his neck to involuntarily shrink back. Just then, it was like seeing a deity. Shut up, say one more word and I'll slap your mouths to pieces. Ye Tianyuan's icy voice suddenly rang out, making Yu Haohao's father's face turn pale. He looked at Ye Tianyuan with fear and anger, appearing frustrated. On the side, Teacher Su was also quite frightened, her gaze towards Ye Tianyuan becoming somewhat unfriendly and fearful. She had dealt with parents for many years, but this was the first time she had encountered such a fierce parent. Is this really Ye Yuanyuan's father? Normally, Ye Yuanyuan is quite obedient, gentle, and well-behaved. Before Teacher Su could think further, Ye Tianyuan's cold gaze suddenly fell on her. Teacher Su had never seen such a chilling and terrifying gaze, causing her to pale and involuntarily take a step back. She looked at Ye Tianyuan with a mix of fear and apprehension. Could this person even hit a teacher? Terrified, Teacher Su quickly tried to appease Ye Tianyuan, saying, Ye Yuanyuan's father, please don't be angry. Let's talk things out calmly. I called both sets of parents here to communicate and resolve this matter together. Ye Tianyuan coldly interrupted, Teacher Su, as a teacher, you should be able to handle this matter fairly and justly, right? Teacher Su immediately nodded. Of course, Ye Yuanyuan and Yu Haohao are both my students. As a teacher, I will. Before Teacher Su could finish her sentence, Ye Tianyuan directly cut her off, saying to Yuanyuan, tell exactly what happened earlier. Don't be afraid. With your father here, no one can bully you. With her father by her side, Yuanyuan gained courage and immediately recounted the incident in detail. It was clear that Yu Haohao was at fault. Yu Haohao's mother immediately became emotionally charged, saying, lies, at such a young age, she's already learned to lie so convincingly. Adults have taught her well. My Haohao is very well behaved, he would never bully a classmate. It must be this little, she was the one who bullied my Haohao first. With that, Yu Haohao's mother quickly pulled Yu Haohao and said to him, Haohao, tell us what happened. Your parents are here to support you, don't be afraid, speak boldly. Trying to frame our Haohao, not a chance. Yu Haohao's father also encouraged him with a tough expression. Yes, Haohao, boldly say whether she is framing you, whether she was the one who attacked you first, just say it. With his parents' support, Yu Haohao naturally felt no fear. But as he was about to speak according to his parents' wishes, he suddenly felt a terrifying gaze fixed on him. Seeing such a look, Yu Haohao was as if he had seen a ghost, suddenly trembling all over, his face turning pale. It seemed like his soul had been frightened, and Yu Haohao truthfully said, Yuanyuan is right, I bullied her first, called her a wild bastard without a father, and even hit her first. Before Yu Haohao could finish speaking, his mother covered his mouth, not allowing him to continue. Yu Hao's father's face immediately stiffened, glaring angrily at his son. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Teacher Su and said, "Teacher Su, the situation is clear now, isn't it?" Teacher Su had actually already guessed that it must be Yu Hao's fault, but the Yu family had a lot of influence, she couldn't afford to offend them. But at this moment, she couldn't show bias anymore. She could only sternly say to Yu Hao's parents, "This matter is Yu Hao's fault." But before Teacher Su could finish speaking, Yu Hao's mother, as if she had been stepped on the tail, suddenly shouted loudly, "Teacher Su, why can't you distinguish right from wrong? Clearly, it was their father and daughter lying. My son was just scared by him, that's why he said that." Yu Hao's father also had a stern face, with a hint of threat in his tone as he said to Teacher Su, "Teacher Su, as a teacher, you shouldn't take sides indiscriminately. If you choose the wrong side, you might not even be able to be a teacher anymore." Hearing Yu Hao's father's words, Teacher Su's face turned ugly. Yu Hao's grandfather was the chairman of the school, who could Teacher Su afford to offend? And the Yu family was a second-rate family in Qingshan. With great power, they could easily crush her. So, how could Teacher Su not be afraid? On one side was the ironclad fact, on the other was someone she couldn't afford to offend. Teacher Su was just an ordinary teacher, she was really helpless. After biting her lip hard, Teacher Su called Yi Tianyuan aside and whispered, "Yi Yuan's father, I know that this is indeed Yu Hao's fault, but the Yu family is not something you and I can afford to provoke. Maybe you don't know, but let me tell you, the Yu family is a second-rate family in Qingshan, and the Yu family is the major shareholder of our school. Offending the Yu family, I may not be able to continue as a teacher, and your daughter Yuan may not be able to continue studying at the school. So, how about this, you apologize to Yu Hao's parents, to Yuan, and to Yu Hao, and I will try to mediate for you, and we can consider this matter settled. Everything is for your daughter, sometimes you have to yield to the circumstances, we are all ordinary people, we should accept our fate." Upon hearing Teacher Su's words, a cold light flashed in Yi Tianyuan's eyes. Yi Tianyuan said coldly, "As a teacher, you shouldn't be so cowardly. If you were just advising me to let it go today, I would consider it as you looking out for us, thinking it's better to avoid trouble. But since you want the right person to apologize to the wrong person, don't you find it ridiculous? Where is your moral integrity as a teacher? Where is your conscience? You don't even have the most basic moral principles of teaching and educating people. Teaching and educating people is misleading the youth. Are you worthy of being a teacher?" After being scolded by Yi Tianyuan, Teacher Su blushed and felt ashamed. As a teacher, she shouldn't have said those words just now, but she had worked hard to secure her high-paying job. If one doesn't look out for oneself, no one else will. But she had to admit that what she said just now was indeed a bit conscienceless. Yi Tianyuan ignored Teacher Su and instead took Yuan's hand, saying, Yuan, let's go home with Dad first." Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan say he wanted to go home, Yi Yuan's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She looked at Yi Tianyuan with a pitiful expression and softly said, "Daddy, Yuan knows she was wrong. Yuan will apologize to Yu Hao and admit her mistake. Daddy, please don't take Yuan back. Yuan wants to go to school and study." Yi Tianyuan gently touched Yuan's head and said, "Silly girl, why would Daddy not let you go to school? Don't worry, since Yuan got hurt today, take a day off. Daddy will bring you to school tomorrow, okay? Yuan did nothing wrong, it's them. Daddy will make them apologize to Yuan before she comes to school." Hearing this, Yuan finally felt relieved. She wiped away her tears and nodded vigorously at Yi Tianyuan, saying, "Okay, Yuan will listen to Daddy." "Want to leave? Did I say you could leave? Do you think this is your backyard, where you can come and go as you please? Today, if things are not explained clearly, you can't leave." Yi Tianyuan tried to take Yuan away, but Yu Hao's father immediately blocked his path, saying fiercely, "You can't leave until we sort this out." Yu Hao's mother chimed in, "Humph, if things aren't resolved today, your daughter won't need to come to school anymore. You should know our status now. As long as we speak, your daughter will never set foot in this school again. You want us to apologize to your daughter? Ha, that's a joke. Ridiculous and pathetic. I'll make it clear now. If you want your daughter to continue studying, you better kneel down and apologize to us, and let me slap you 10 times. Then, in front of the whole class, your daughter must kneel and apologize to my son. Forget about medical expenses, your poor family can't afford it. We have money, we don't care about that. Either your daughter drops out and goes home, or you kneel and apologize. Your choice. I'll give you one chance, don't waste it." Smack! The response to her was a crisp slap even louder than before. Yu Hao's mother was once again slapped by Yi Tianyuan and fell heavily to the ground. This time, it was much worse than before. Half of her face was swollen, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, and she cried out in pain while covering her face. Yu Hao's father was completely furious, glaring at Yi Tianyuan in shame and anger. But Yi Tianyuan didn't even bother to look at him, he just took Yuan and left. As Yi Tianyuan was about to leave the office, several security guards with batons rushed over. Seeing the guards, Yu Hao's father felt emboldened and shouted at them, "Stop him, take him down. If he resists, beat him to death. I'll take responsibility for any consequences. After it's done, I'll reward you handsomely." Even without a reward, how could the security guards not give their all for the chairman's son's orders? So, the guards raised their batons and struck at Yi Tianyuan. "Dare to hit me, I'll make sure you regret it. Beat him to death, I'll take the blame." Yu Hao's mother, who had gotten up from the ground, shouted angrily at the entrance. At this point, she didn't care about her image. Being slapped twice by Yi Tianyuan had already made her feel humiliated. She couldn't let this go, or she wouldn't be worthy of being a young lady of the Yu family. Teacher Su sighed deeply, shaking his head with a bitter smile. The common people can't compete with the wealthy. Arrogance in the face of harsh reality will only lead to disaster. But soon, something happened that left all three of them stunned. Before the security guards could reach Yi Tianyuan, he lightly stomped his foot, causing the guards to fall to the ground in agony, unable to get up. What just happened? Yu Hao's parents didn't see clearly at all. At this moment, the two of them were stunned. Especially Yu Hao's mother, her expression was so funny. After dealing with the security guards blocking the way, Yi Tianyuan turned around and slapped Yu Hao's mother again. He slapped Yu Hao's mother, who had just gotten up, back to the ground. Yu Hao's mother's other cheek also swelled up, and now she looked like a pig's head. Even her own mother might not recognize her. After doing all this, Yi Tianyuan left with Yi Yuan in big strides, leaving behind Yu Hao's father staring in shock and Yu Hao's mother crying on the ground. It was unclear whether she was in pain or feeling wronged, as Yu Hao's mother was crying like a child at this moment. Yu Hao was already scared, standing there with a blank stare. After standing still for a long time, Yu Hao's father let out a roar full of sorrow and indignation. "Yi Yuan's father, Yu Cheng, will never let you go. There will come a time when you beg for mercy on your knees. You little punk, you are not worthy to play with my Yu family. Anyone who dares to provoke my Yu family will not have a good ending." After that, Yu Cheng took out his phone, ready to take action. Just a lower-class person in society, he would deal with him as easily as crushing an ant. Yu Cheng wanted to teach Yi Tianyuan a lesson. After leaving the school, Yi Tianyuan asked Yao Ji to take Yuan to play. Black Emperor respectfully approached Yi Tianyuan and awaited his orders. Yi Tianyuan gave Black Emperor several orders. First, short-sell Yu Group's stocks to suppress the Yu family. Second, acquire this school by the end of today, the sooner the better. Third, investigate all of the Yu family's connections and cut them off for me. Black Emperor immediately went to carry out the orders. Yu Group, conference room. Old Master Yu personally convened the board of directors. Among the 9 seats on the board, the Yu family occupied 5 seats. The other 4 seats were also held by people who were absolutely loyal to the Yu family. Although Yu Group was a publicly traded company, the Yu family had absolute control over it. Just as the directors were setting the next quarter's business growth targets, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open by the chairman's secretary. Ignoring the displeased looks of the others, the secretary walked quickly to Old Master Yu and said anxiously, "Chairman, something bad has happened. Our company's stock market was suddenly shorted by a major capital, causing a stock price collapse and a sharp decline." "What?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the directors suddenly changed. Old Master Yu shouted urgently, "Quickly display the company's stock market situation on the big screen." Immediately, someone projected the company's stock market situation onto the large screen in the conference room. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen, watching the company's stock price plummeting. Every minute and every second was a loss of millions for the Yu Group. "Chairman, the company has already lost 5 billion. If we don't find a way to stop the decline soon, the consequences will be unimaginable," the secretary added. Old Master Yu's blood pressure soared, and his body staggered. If the secretary hadn't quickly supported him, he might have fallen to the ground. "Yu Hui, Yu Cheng's father," roared angrily, "who did this? Who is maliciously shorting our Yu family? Have we offended anyone recently?" Old Master Yu said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to discuss this. We must invest money to stabilize the stock price. Otherwise, if it collapses completely, the consequences will be unimaginable. Quickly, invest 80% of the company's funds. Then, contact our connections behind the Yu family and ask them to help us through this crisis. Also, quickly investigate and find out who is targeting our Yu family." After Mr. Yu issued the order, the 8 directors immediately began to act. The funds of the Yu Group were quickly poured in, but it had no effect and could not stop the decline at all. No matter how much the U group poured in, it would be instantly consumed, not even causing a ripple. This really frightened all the directors of the U group. The U group poured in more than a dozen cash, but it was still completely consumed. There was no sign of stopping the decline. The capital power behind this was truly terrifying. There shouldn't be anyone in Qingshan with such financial power, right? If it's not someone from Qingshan, then who could it be? The U group didn't offend anyone outside. Even in Qingshan, they didn't offend anyone. The situation got worse when the Yu family quickly discovered that their network of relationships had been completely cut off. Either they couldn't be reached, or if they were reached, they immediately said they were busy and hung up the phone. Or they would directly say they were powerless and let the Yu family figure it out on their own. After a series of inquiries, they finally got some useful information, confirming that this was a targeted suppression against the Yu group. The reason was simple: the Yu family had offended someone. Who did our Yu family offend so badly that they would strike at us like this? Quick, check who we offended in the past couple of days, find out for me. Mr. Yu slammed the table hard and instructed his sons and daughters. The Yu family members didn't hesitate and immediately made arrangements by phone. Just when everyone was in a panic, the secretary suddenly spoke in fear. I found out. The one targeting us is the Black Emperor group. What? The Black Emperor group? The sudden silence was the most frightening. When the words Black Emperor group were mentioned, the meeting room fell into a dead silence. Everyone felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe, filled with fear. It was the Black Emperor group targeting their Yu family? Did someone in their Yu family offend the Black Emperor group? How could this be? The Black Emperor group had just officially launched in Xinjiang yesterday, and today they were targeting the Yu family. What was going on? Quick, do everything possible to contact the Black Emperor group. We must find out as soon as possible what we did to offend them. Secretary, prepare a car for me. I want to personally visit the Black Emperor group, hopefully to meet Miss Yera. First, make a phone appointment for me, quickly. Mr. Yu immediately issued several more orders. Just as Mr. Yu was about to set off for the Black Emperor group, the secretary received a message. Chairman, the Black Emperor group has sent a message. Just 2 words, Yu Chang. Yu Chang? Upon hearing this news, Yu Huining's father, Yu Hui, felt his vision darken because of his son? How did this troublemaker provoke the Black Emperor group? Mr. Yu glared fiercely at Yu Huineng, his voice cold and angry. You've raised a good son, now go and bring that little beast to me, quickly. Faced with the old man's roar, Yu Huineng was so scared that he immediately ran out in a panic. Investigate, find out immediately what this troublemaker did today. Even if he went to the bathroom, find out for me. Mr. Yu shouted at everyone again. The second and third sons of the Yu family immediately began to act. If this matter was not handled properly, it could even affect the life and death of the Yu family. Who wouldn't be anxious, afraid, and in a hurry? Now, everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Mr. Yu was even more restless, burning with anger, and at this point, he even had the intention to kill Yu Chang. This damn thing, how did it provoke the Black Emperor group? This is the Black Emperor group. Who can afford to provoke even a bit? Although the Yu family is a second-rate family in the Qingshan, in front of the Black Emperor group, they are just tiny ants. The Black Emperor group can easily crush them with a flick of their hand. Half an hour later, the beaten and bruised Yu Chang couple were personally brought to the meeting room by Yu Hui. Kneel down, all of you. Seeing the Yu Chang couple, the old man Yu's suppressed anger erupted instantly, roaring like thunder at the two. This roar, like the roar of a waking lion, scared the already bewildered Yu Chang couple, who quickly knelt down on the ground. The old man Yu rushed over uncontrollably and went on a crazy tirade, vigorously slapping the two. He stopped only when he was out of breath and exhausted. The Yu Chang couple were already beaten to a pulp, their faces swollen beyond recognition. Grandfather, what did we do wrong? Yu Chang looked at the old man Yu with extreme fear, looking extremely aggrieved. The old man Yu pointed at Yu Chang's nose and scolded, "You brat, have you grown wings and become arrogant? Usually you act recklessly outside, causing trouble, and I can still clean up after you. But now you dare to provoke even the Black Emperor group? Do you have a death wish? If you want to die, don't drag our entire Yu family down with you. Do you know that the Black Emperor group is targeting our Yu family? So far, our Yu family has lost over 1 billion, and all our connections have cut ties with us. If the Black Emperor group continues to target us, today will be the end of our Yu family." Faced with his grandfather's reprimand, the Yu Chang couple were even more dumbfounded. Yu Chang desperately shook his head and protested, "Grandfather, I didn't do it. I really don't know what's going on. I'm not stupid. How could I dare to provoke the Black Emperor group?" Bang! Hearing Yu Chang still trying to argue, the old man Yu was so angry that he kicked Yu Chang hard. Yu Chang really felt wronged and wanted to cry. He had just been planning how to seek revenge on Yi Tianyuan when his father and others rushed in, beat them up without a word, and brought them here. Now, being scolded by his grandfather, Yu Chang had never experienced such a beating before. Yu Chang's wife was already in tears, looking pitiful like a child. "If you dare to lie again, I will break your legs first." The old man Yu was completely enraged, pointing at Yu Chang and shouting. Seeing his grandfather about to go crazy, Yu Chang was completely panicked, his mind in chaos and trembling with fear. Except for going to school today, he hadn't been anywhere else, he hadn't offended anyone, let alone the Black Emperor group. Wait, Yu Chang suddenly had a thought and remembered someone. Could it be that Yi Tianyuan? But immediately, Yu Chang shook his head to deny this thought. This is absolutely impossible, right? At this moment, the secretary received new information and immediately reported to the old man Yu, "Chairman, the Black Emperor group wants to fully acquire Dream School, and they demand that we sell immediately, or face the consequences." Agree immediately, we can give it to the Black Emperor group. The old man Yu quickly gave the order. The secretary added, "According to the information we have now, young Master Yu Chang provoked someone named Yi Tianyuan at Dream School today, and this matter is highly likely to be related to him." What? Is it really Yi Tianyuan? Is he a high-ranking member of the Black Emperor group? How is that possible? For a moment, the Yu Chang couple looked at each other in disbelief. But it seems that the current situation can only be explained in this way. After Mr. Yu's fierce gaze fell on Yu Chang, he said to everyone, "Come with me to Dream School immediately. Contact the teachers right away and have them do everything possible to get in touch with Yi Tianyuan. Let him come to the school, and our Yu family will personally apologize to him and beg for his forgiveness." In the villa, Yi Tianyuan had Mo Lao bring out precious medicine to treat Yuan's injuries. Although they were just minor skin abrasions, it made Yi Tianyuan ache as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. After Mo Lao's treatment, Yuan's injuries completely healed, leaving no trace at all. After the treatment, Mo Lao even felt a bit sorry for Yi Tianyuan, saying, "Little master, these minor scratches would heal on their own in 3 to 5 days. If that medicine were sold, it could fetch at least tens of billions." Yi Tianyuan gave Mo Lao a disdainful look and said, "Forget tens of billions, even hundreds of billions are not as important as my daughter. My daughter's injuries being healed a second earlier are more important than tens of billions." Cough cough, faced with such a doting father, Mo Lao could only smile awkwardly. He was just speaking casually and didn't really mean it. Yuan suddenly weakly said to Yi Tianyuan, "Dad, Yuan is fine now. Can I go to school?" Yuan wants to go to school with her classmates. It's so boring at home. Yi Tianyuan affectionately patted Yuan's head and nodded, saying, All right, if Yuan wants to go to school, then we'll go to school. We'll listen to Yuan. Yi Tianyuan checked the time and realized it was about time. Upon hearing that she could go to school, Yuan immediately started dancing with joy. At that moment, Yi Tianyuan's phone rang as expected. It was an unknown number. Apart from the Black Emperor trio, only Jiang Yao knew his number. Without thinking, he knew it was a call from the Yu family. Yi Tianyuan answered the phone, and it was Yuan's homeroom teacher, Mr. Su, on the other end. Yi Tianyuan had no good feelings towards Mr. Su. Mr. Su first inquired about Yuan and then insincerely mentioned that he had already criticized Yu Haohao, who had recognized his mistake, and asked Yi Tianyuan to take Yuan to school. Since the matter had been settled, it was time to go to the school to resolve it. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tianyuan took Yuan to the school. Mr. Su was already waiting respectfully at the school gate. Upon seeing Yi Tianyuan and Yuan, Mr. Su immediately greeted them with great respect, saying, "Mr. Yi, the Yu family is waiting for you in the chairman's office. Shall we go? Lead the way." Yi Tianyuan coldly instructed Mr. Su. After glancing at Yuan, Yi Tianyuan added, "Yuan is the victim and must be present. I don't want such incidents to happen again." Mr. Su nodded and bowed, making a gesture of invitation to Yi Tianyuan. Holding Yuan's hand, Yi Tianyuan followed Mr. Su and quickly arrived at the chairman's office. The Yu family, Mr. and Mrs. Yu Chang, and Yu Haohao were all standing neatly there. When Yuan saw Mr. and Mrs. Yu Chang, she was so scared that she immediately hid behind Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan felt extremely sorry for Yuan's instinctive reaction, clearly indicating that she had been frightened by Mr. and Mrs. Yu Chang earlier. Yi Tianyuan gently patted Yuan's head and softly reassured her, "It's okay, Yuan. Daddy is here." Why haven't you knelt down yet? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. It was Mr. Yu scolding Mr. and Mrs. Yu Chang. Startled, Mr. and Mrs. Yu Chung quickly knelt in front of Yi Tianyuan, causing Yu Haohao to cry on the side. The head teacher, Teacher Su, had never seen such a scene before, and was shocked to the extreme, standing dumbfounded in place. The Yu family actually knelt down to Yi Yuanyuan's father? Who exactly is Yi Yuanyuan's father? It seems like he is just an ordinary person from the lower social strata, right? Yi Yuanyuan widened her eyes, looking curiously at the Yu couple, wondering what they were doing. Old Master Yu bowed to Yi Tianyuan and said, Mr. Yi is truly very. Before Old Master Yu could finish speaking, a cold voice came from Yi Tianyuan's mouth. I don't like listening to others while looking up. With that, Yi Tianyuan pulled Yi Yuanyuan to sit on the nearby sofa. Old Master Yu was a shrewd old fox and immediately understood his meaning. Old Master Yu knelt in front of Yi Tianyuan with a thud, glaring fiercely at the Yu family. Seeing Old Master Yu kneel down, the Yu family members naturally did not hesitate and immediately knelt behind Old Master Yu. The Yu couple also pulled Yu Haohao to kneel beside them. This scene left Teacher Su completely at a loss. Since the Yu family all knelt down, what about her? Should she kneel too? Yi Yuanyuan looked puzzled and curious as she asked Yi Tianyuan, Dad, why are they all kneeling? Yi Tianyuan smiled at Yi Yuanyuan and said, they find it more comfortable to kneel than to stand. Is that so? Yi Yuanyuan blinked. Old Master Yu said again, Mr. Yi, it's my fault for not teaching my son well and raising such a troublemaker. I have already clarified this matter with Teacher Su. It was Yu Haohao's fault, and the Yu couple is even more unforgivable. How to punish them is entirely up to Mr. Yi. Our Yu family dare not say a word against it. We only hope that Mr. Yi will be lenient and spare our Yu family. While gently patting Yuanyuan's head, Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at Old Master Yu and said, Yuanyuan is my lifeblood, even more important than my own life. Originally, children playing and fighting is inevitable, and I wouldn't argue with a 7-year-old child. Admitting mistakes and apologizing, giving proper criticism and education, I can let it go. But your Yu family is arrogant and unreasonable, distorting right and wrong, threatening and insulting my daughter, which is unforgivable. If you only provoke me, maybe I can forgive you. But when you bully my daughter, how can I forgive you? Yi Tianyuan's words were like a huge rock, hitting the hearts of the Yu family members hard, making them all feel fearful. The Yu family now had the intention to kill the Yu couple. Why provoke anyone, and end up provoking this big shot? Old Master Yu, who had been through many trials in his life, immediately calmed down and said to Yi Tianyuan, Mr. Yi, how do you want my Yu family to proceed? Just give us a clear instruction, and we will comply. Yi Tianyuan glanced coldly at the Yu family members, then turned his cold gaze to Old Master Yu and said, Considering that my daughter only suffered minor external injuries, I can spare your Yu family, but the 3 of them must receive the appropriate punishment. External injuries can heal, but emotional and mental wounds may never recover. To appease my anger, you must fulfill the following 3 conditions. First, Dream School will be fully acquired by Black Emperor Group. Complete all procedures by noon. Old Master Yu immediately nodded and said, I have already instructed someone to expedite this matter and ensure completion by noon. We will sell this acquisition to your daughter for $0, as compensation for medical expenses and mental damages. Yi Tianyuan gave Old Master Yu a cold look. 1 school is enough for compensation? Mo Lugwang spent billions just on medication. The look in his eyes immediately startled Mr. Yu, who quickly added, if Mr. Yi feels it's not enough, you can give another number. Yi Tianyuan coldly said, no amount of money can undo the harm to my daughter. Do you think I care about your family's trifles? The Yu family members' mouths twitched at his words, but considering that the Black Emperor Group obeyed Yi Tianyuan's orders, maybe they weren't just boasting. Secondly, have the 3 of them go to the class and explain the situation in front of all the classmates, and apologize to my daughter sincerely. Mr. Yu immediately nodded, that's only right. Thirdly, I don't want to see them again. Make them leave Qingshan. Mr. Yu nodded again, okay, I'll make them leave far away this afternoon. After saying that, Yi Tianyuan stood up with Yuan. Yi Tianyuan's gaze fell on Teacher Su, who was already petrified. Seeing him look at her, she turned pale, trembling in fear. Before this, no professional ethics, no integrity. After this incident, you can leave. Yi Tianyuan's voice was cold. Teacher Su stood motionless, on the verge of tears. Indeed, she couldn't escape punishment. At that moment, Yuan suddenly realized something and hurriedly said to Yi Tianyuan, Dad, are you going to get Teacher Su fired from the school? Yi Tianyuan softly replied to Yuan Yuan, Yuan Yuan, would you like me to change your homeroom, teacher? But Yuan Yuan shook her head vigorously, her voice soft but firm, no, Yuan Yuan likes teacher Su. Yuan Yuan doesn't want a new homeroom teacher. Dad, please don't let the school fire teacher Su, okay? Please, Dad. Yuan Yuan was still in the previous grade and had a deep attachment to her first teacher. Hearing Yuan Yuan's plea, Yi Tianyuan softened. Yi Tianyuan looked at teacher Su coldly, and after a moment of silence, said, since Yuan Yuan pleaded for you, I won't hold you accountable this time. But I hope you will be a good teacher in the future, set a good example, and only by leading by example can you educate others. If you don't do well, you may not be able to bear my anger next time. Witnessing Yi Tianyuan's stern methods earlier, teacher Su dared not say a word of dissent. She quickly nodded and promised, yes, Mr. Yi, please rest assured, I will do better in the future. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your generosity, Yi Tianyuan coldly interrupted, don't thank me, thank Yuan Yuan. She pleaded for you. Yi Tianyuan agreed to spare teacher Su this time not only to avoid upsetting Yuan Yuan but also to make teacher Su owe Yuan Yuan a favor and treat her better in the future. After all, teacher Su would spend more time with Yuan Yuan in the days to come. Teacher Su took Yuan Yuan and the Yu family to the classroom, following Yi Tianyuan's instructions. This was the first time Yuan Yuan received respect, admiration from her classmates, and high praise from the teacher. Moreover, teacher Su deliberately moved Yuan Yuan to the best seat in the front row and gave her special attention, letting other students know that Yuan Yuan was now the teacher's favorite and that they should befriend her, not bully her or mock her for being fatherless. On the Yu family's side, they quickly handed over Dream School to the Black Emperor Group. After completing all this, Yi Tianyuan left the school, and the Black Emperor Group ceased its attacks on the Yu family. The Yu family members finally breathed a sigh of relief. As they left the school, the Black Emperor and the Enchantress immediately came forward respectfully. Yi Tianyuan said to He Huangdao, let the Demon Princess take over Dream School and serve as the chairman of Dream School, so that in the future the Demon Princess can take care of Yuan Yuan. Also, send someone to get rid of the Yu couple for me. Bullying Yuan Yuan, how can I let it go? I want them to repent and confess for the rest of their lives. He Huang and the Demon Princess immediately nodded and went to carry out the orders. On the other side, the Yu family did not dare to delay at all, and immediately had the Yu family pack up their things and leave Qingshan. In the car, the Yu couple argued all the way, blaming each other. Yu Haohao shrank in the back seat, too scared to speak. Damn it, it's all because of that wild seed Yi Yuan who has such a powerful father? Wasn't she supposed to be an unwanted wild seed? It's all because of this wild seed that we were driven out of Qingshan, ruining our lives of glory and wealth. I hate it. I will remember this grudge. I can't beat Yi Tianyuan, can't I even beat a little wild seed? Once I settle down, I will have someone kill that little wild seed, otherwise how can I vent my anger? Yu Cheng drove the car while cursing, full of resentment. He hated Yi Tianyuan. He hated Yi Yuan even more. Yu Cheng's wife nodded and echoed, I know, husband. Yi Yuan's mother is somewhat beautiful, and she was even named one of the 4 beauties of Qingshan. It must be that Yi Yuan's mother used her beauty to get close to the high-level people of the He Huang group, that Yi Tianyuan guy must be her stepfather. Humph, how could the big shots of the He Huang group like to pick up a broken shoe? Yi Yuan's mother is a slutty fox. I don't know what kind of spell she cast on that Yi Tianyuan. Just then, several cars suddenly blocked the road, causing Yu Cheng to quickly brake. As soon as Yu Cheng stopped the car, several cars came up from behind, completely blocking the way. Moreover, a large group of fierce-looking people quickly got out of the cars. Yu Cheng immediately recognized the leader as Zhuo Xiaohu, the second in command of the Qinglong Club. Such a big shot in the underworld even had to curry favor with his grandfather. The Yu couple's faces turned pale, and they were terrified to the extreme. It's over. The people from the He Huang group. Even a fool could figure out what was going on. Before the Yu couple could react, several thugs forcibly dragged them out of the car and knelt them in front of Zhuo Xiaohu. Zhuo Xiaohu coldly looked at them, Humph, mister. You only wanted us to come and get rid of you, but you dare to act so recklessly? Planning to harm Mr. Ye's daughter? Insulting Mr. Ye's wife? That's digging your own grave. After saying that, Zhuo Xiaohu waved to his men and gave the order, just kill them. Upon hearing this, the Yu couple were completely frightened, full of regret, wishing they could slap themselves for what they had said earlier. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Before the Yu couple could beg for mercy, Zhuo Xiaohu's men rushed forward and brutally attacked them. In no time, the Yu couple were beaten to death. Yu Haohao in the car was already crying in fear. After killing the Yu couple, Zhuo Xiaohu looked into the car and said, notify the Yu family to come and take the child away with the bodies. He Huang Group, Chairman's Office. He Huang respectfully said to Yi Tianyuan, boss, Zhou Xiaohu reported the situation. They overheard the Yu couple planning to retaliate against Princess Yuan and insulting the main mother. So Zhou Xiaohu has already executed the Yu couple on the spot, and the little boy has been taken by the Yu family. Boss, should we eliminate the roots as well? Humph. Upon hearing He Huang's report, Yi Tianyuan snorted coldly. He had intended to spare their lives, but they truly did not know their place. Such people are not worth pitying. Let it go, after all, he's just a 7-year-old kid, not worth death, Yi Tianyuan said coldly. He Huang nodded. Boss, there are some more things I need to report to you. He Huang was about to report more to Yi Tianyuan, but he didn't wait for him to finish. Yi Tianyuan suddenly stood up. Yuan is about to finish school, I have to go pick her up. You handle those small matters yourself. After saying this, Yi Tianyuan got up and left directly, leaving He Huang there feeling helpless. These are not small matters, but huge ones. However, He Huang also knew that no matter how big the matter was, it was not as important to the boss as Princess Yuan. Today, Yuan seemed particularly happy, bouncing over to Yi Tianyuan, her face beaming with a joyful smile. Seeing the smile on Yuan's face, Yi Tianyuan's icy face instantly melted, and he couldn't help but smile too. This feeling of happiness is incomparable to any honor or achievement. In the car, Yuan happily talked about school, saying that now the teachers and classmates are very nice to her. The teacher always asks her to answer questions in class, and praises and rewards her. A child's happiness is just that simple. Yuan's happiness is Yi Tianyuan's greatest joy. If it weren't for today's events, Yi Tianyuan wouldn't have thought about acquiring the school. Now the whole school belongs to him, Yi Tianyuan, so how could the teachers not take good care of Yuan? Dad, this afternoon at school, I saw Sister Yaoji. Is she also a teacher at our school? Yuan suddenly said. Yi Tianyuan smiled in his heart and said to Yuan, Sister Yaoji is not a teacher at your school, she is the chairwoman of your school. Yuan looked puzzled and asked Yi Tianyuan, Dad, what is a chairwoman? Apart from teachers, principals, security guards, janitors, and grandmothers who sweep the floor, how can there be a chairwoman in the school? Yi Tianyuan patiently explained, the chairwoman is the most important person in the school, the principal, teachers, and security guards all have to listen to the chairwoman. After blinking her eyes, Yuan seemed to understand and said, I see, so Sister Yaoji didn't lie to Yuan, she said that the teachers at school have to listen to her, and Yuan thought she was lying. In the future, if Yuan has any difficulties at school, she can ask Sister Yaoji for help, right? But Sister Yaoji is so strange, she is only nice to Yuan, only smiles at Yuan, only treats Yuan gently, but she is very fierce to others. Teachers and classmates are all afraid of Sister Yaoji. Yi Tianyuan smiled knowingly. Of course, they are afraid, it would be strange if they weren't. Sister Yaoji is a notorious criminal, if she doesn't control herself, no one would dare to approach within 5 meters of her. As long as Yuan is not afraid, Yi Tianyuan said as he patted Yuan's head. Yuan nodded. Yuan is not afraid at all, Sister Yaoji is so nice, not scary at all. Yi Tianyuan wanted to say, you haven't seen the scary side of your Sister Yaoji. They chatted all the way and soon arrived home. Just as they got out of the car, Yuan slapped her head and exclaimed, Dad, I almost forgot something important. Important? Yi Tianyuan looked at Yuan with interest. What else could she have? Yuan took out an invitation and handed it to Yi Tianyuan, saying, Dad, today my deskmate Wei Zini is having a birthday. Wei Zini invited me to her house to celebrate her birthday together. This is the invitation from Wei Zini's mom. Wei Zini said her mom prepared lots of cakes, lots of delicious food, and lots of gifts. Yi Tianyuan took the invitation and found that Wei Zini's house was in Tan Palace, very close by. A child having a birthday and sending out invitations? It's quite formal. Yi Tianyuan asked, Yuan, have all the students in your class been invited? Yi Yuan immediately shook her head vigorously, saying, No, Dad. There are more than 40 kids in our class. How could they all be invited? How big must Wei Zini's villa be? They must have invited a few good friends to play. I sit next to Wei Zini now, and she says I'm her good friend and must come to her birthday party. Dad, will you come with me? Wei Zini's mom told me to invite you and Mom to come together. By the way, when is Mom coming back? Yi Tianyuan smiled and nodded at Yuan, saying, Since Yuan wants to go, of course, Dad will accompany Yuan. Mom is busy with work, so she might not be free. Ha! Hearing this, Yuan looked a bit disappointed. After some thought, she said, But Wei Zini's mom asked me to invite you both to come. I promised Wei Zini's mom. When you promise someone, you must keep your word. Dad, how about you call Mom? Yi Tianyuan smiled and agreed. Just as Yi Tianyuan took out his phone to make the call, a dark brown Maserati slowly drove into the yard. When Yuan Yuan saw her mom getting out of the car, she rushed over excitedly. Mom, you're back. I was just about to ask Dad to call you. Jiang Yao looked at Yuan Yuan lovingly and asked, do you need something from Mom? She is usually busy with work, and Yuan Yuan comes home from school by herself, does her homework obediently, and never calls to urge her. Yuan Yuan explained the situation to Jiang Yao again. Naturally, Jiang Yao immediately agreed to her daughter's request. Yi Tianyuan, I'll go upstairs to change my clothes first. Why don't you take Yuan Yuan to buy a gift? It's not polite to go empty-handed, Jiang Yao said to Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan nodded. After seeing off Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan immediately signaled the hidden enchantress to take care of it. Before Jiang Yao changed her clothes, the enchantress had already handed a beautifully wrapped gift to Yi Tianyuan. Jiang Yao changed into a more formal evening dress, not a famous brand, but it looked impressive on her. Yi Tianyuan, I have to attend an important business dinner later, so I have to leave early, Jiang Yao said to Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan nodded. It's okay, you can leave when you need to. When Yi Tianyuan and his family arrived at Villa No. 47 of Tan Palace, the entrance was already filled with luxury cars. The lowest class was the Mercedes S-Class, as well as Porsche, Land Rover, and even Bentley. Fortunately, there were only 8 luxury cars parked in total. It seems that not many people were invited. In the villa's yard, a very cozy birthday venue was set up, along with a small amusement park for children to play. The food area was filled with various fruits, drinks, cakes, and snacks. There was also a small gift area with a large pile of various small gifts for children to choose from. Then there was the adults' lounge area, with sofas arranged in a large shape. On the coffee table in front of the sofa, there were precious wines and food. Marai, Lafite, Romanicanti, and other extremely expensive wines were displayed. There were also luxurious seafood and delicacies, such as giant abalones, king crabs, and top-grade caviar. Every imaginable world-class ingredient was available. Just this table alone cost millions. This was just the cost of the ingredients. This birthday banquet exuded extravagance in every aspect. The children were having a great time in the amusement area, while the parents were enjoying themselves in the rest area chatting and drinking. Yuan Yuan is here, come over here, Yuan Yuan. Just as Yi Tianyuan and the others walked into the courtyard, a little girl dressed like a princess ran over and pulled Yi Yuan Yuan towards the amusement area. With classmates playing together, Yi Yuan Yuan happily joined in. At this moment, the gaze of all the parents fell on Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, who had dressed up carefully, was particularly eye-catching. She was already as beautiful as a celestial being, unparalleled in beauty. Even if she dressed plainly, her extraordinary beauty could not be concealed. Today, for an important business evening, Jiang Yao had also taken great care to dress up. After all, tonight she was representing the company as the company's president. At this moment, Jiang Yao was like the moon in the night sky. Wherever she went, she was the most dazzling one. When those men saw Jiang Yao, their eyes widened instantly, unable to look away. Not to mention those men, even the women couldn't help but envy and be jealous. With Yi Tianyuan's presence, all the women suddenly felt dim and became the backdrop to the red flowers. The men, on the other hand, looked at Yi Tianyuan with eyes full of envy and admiration. How many lifetimes of good fortune did it take to marry such a beautiful wife? Especially when those men glanced at their own wives, they all felt the urge to exchange them for someone else. No pain without comparison. A strong sense of jealousy and envy filled the air. The hosts of the day, Wei Jian and Su Yinfen, greeted them, but the two of them seemed a bit awkward. Su Yinfen looked at Jiang Yao with jealousy in her heart and said, TSK, Jiang Yao, after so many years, you really haven't changed at all. Still so young, beautiful, and elegant. Your daughter is already so big, but you haven't aged a bit. Indeed, beautiful women are always favored by time. No wonder back in college, half of the boys in the class were pursuing you, right? On the surface, these words were compliments to Jiang Yao, but there was a strong sense of jealousy in the tone. Su Yinfen then patted Wei Jian next to her and jokingly said, Honey, you were also one of the soldiers pursuing Jiang Yao back then, right? Exposed by Su Yinfen, Wei Jian's face darkened slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, Back then, I was just following the crowd. After all, Jiang Yao was the goddess of our class, the recognized campus beauty. Not just in our class, but the whole school had 3,000 to 5,000 people pursuing Jiang Yao. Su Yinfen gave Wei Jian a glare. These things made her unhappy. Jiang Yao felt a bit embarrassed and said, Let's not talk about the past in school, it's been many years, I've long forgotten about it. What goddess, campus beauty, those were just jokes among classmates. I really didn't know that our daughter was in the same class, what a coincidence. Su Yinfen immediately smiled and said, you, the famous campus beauty, are so forgetful. I only invited Yi Yuan because she's your daughter. The implication was that Zhang Yao wasn't qualified to come in the first place. Zhang Yao was not naive, she was not only beautiful but also very intelligent. She naturally understood the hidden meaning in Su Yinfen's words. She didn't want to come, she was just accompanying her daughter. However, Zhang Yao had gotten used to this over the years, so she didn't mind and just smiled at Su Yinfen. But Su Yinfen was relentless and shifted her gaze to Yi Tianyuan. After sizing up Yi Tianyuan like a criminal, he said, Yo, Zhang Yao, is this your husband? Hee, I've always heard that you were having fun outside and had a one-night stand that resulted in a daughter? Could it be that these are all false rumors? But I can't help but ask, is he Yuan's biological father? With that said, the other 6 sets of parents looked over with extremely strange eyes. Zhang Yao's face immediately darkened. She naturally knew that Su Yinfen was deliberately trying to humiliate her, deliberately exposing her scandal in front of everyone. Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at Su Yinfen and said in a deep voice, I am Yuan's biological father. I have been fighting on the border for the past 7 years, so I have not returned to Qingshan. He. Su Yinfen chuckled strangely and looked at Yi Tianyuan with a strange expression. So the wild man everyone talks about is you? Indeed, you are still a soldier? After so many years in the military department, you were still discharged. It seems that you didn't do well. No wonder, you don't even have a car. I really feel sorry for our class flower. How can you say that Zhang Yao is also the eldest daughter of the Zhang family? Although the Zhang family is not considered a prestigious family in Qingshan, it is still a third-rate family. I really don't know what kind of potion you gave Zhang Yao to make her willing to turn against the Zhang family for you, be expelled from the family by the Zhang family, and even cut off ties. I thought you were some kind of rich and handsome guy, but it turns out you're just a retired military personnel who couldn't make it in the military department, a typical 3-0 product. Wei Jian immediately added with a smile, but who can blame someone for having good luck but not a good stomach? What can you do? The two of them sang in a sarcastic tone, causing the other parents to point and laugh at Yi Tianyuan. Zhang Yao's face grew colder and more serious, feeling very displeased. She could endure being talked about, but when it came to Yi Tianyuan, she couldn't bear it. At that moment, Yi Tianyuan held Zhang Yao's hand and spoke coldly, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I am indeed not some rich and handsome guy, I only have a villa in Tangong and a BMW X5. I am indeed lucky, my wife has just been promoted to the CEO of Land Trade Limited, while I am currently unemployed. Although these conditions are far from comparing to yours, they shouldn't be too shabby, right? Yi Tianyuan's words not only did not surprise everyone, but they also amused everyone, especially Wei Jian and Su Yinfen, who found it to be a big joke and were full of mockery. Su Yinfen looked at Zhang Yao with a hint of sarcasm and said, Oh, Zhang Yao, I didn't expect that you could reach this position in just a few years without relying on your Zhang family. Indeed, capable and beautiful women can climb the ladder wherever they go. Having the right connections is key. This remark clearly implied that Zhang Yao had climbed to the position of CEO by selling her looks. Before Zhang Yao could get angry, Su Yinfen turned to Wei Jian and said, Hey, husband, I remember you know the chairman of Land Trade Limited, right? The chairman values our old classmates so much, we should thank him. Wei Jian immediately grinned, Yes, you're right, wife. I'll make an appointment with Chairman Li to have dinner another day. With that, Wei Jian took out his phone to make a call. Su Yinfen looked smugly at Zhang Yao and waved her hand, saying, We're old classmates. My husband Wei Jian happens to be familiar with Chairman Li. We'll make an appointment with Chairman Li for dinner and invite you to join us. The other parents were teasing and laughing, waiting to see Yi Tianyuan and Zhang Yao embarrassed. Su Yinfen's intention was clearly to expose Zhang Yao on the spot. Although Land Trade Limited is not a big company, it still has annual revenues in the billions. She didn't believe that Zhang Yao was the CEO of the company. Su Yinfen, as the daughter of the top family Su in Qingshan, was only managing a small company with a scale of only about 1 billion for the family group. She and Zhang Yao had been classmates since high school, but Zhang Yao had always outperformed her in all aspects since high school, making her jealous for many years. From academic performance, appearance, to social connections, Zhang Yao surpassed Su Yinfen by a long shot. But Zhang Yao was clearly just a person from a third-rate family. How could she compare to Su Yinfen, the daughter of a first-rate family? Jealousy turned into resentment, and her grudge against Zhang Yao began in high school. When her husband Wei Jian was in college, he was also a fervent pursuer of Zhang Yao. This matter had been bothering her for many years. If it weren't for Zhang Yao's premarital pregnancy 7 years ago, and not knowing who the man was, rumors spread, shattering the dreams of countless boys, and then being expelled from the Jiang family, cutting off ties, taking her daughter to the streets, her resentment towards Jiang Yao could not be dispelled. This time, she wanted to invite Jiang Yao over on her daughter's birthday, and then humiliate her properly, to release the resentment that had been suppressed in her heart for many years. So when she saw Jiang Yao, she couldn't wait to take action. Jiang Yao looked coldly at Su Yanfan. She didn't expect that after so many years, Su Yanfan still held a grudge against her. If she hadn't seen her daughter playing happily with her classmates over there, she would have wanted to turn around and leave immediately. Yi Tianyuan looked at Su Yanfan and Wei Jian with a smile that was not a smile. Today he wanted to see what tricks they could come up with. Want to make Jiang Yao look bad? Humph. Then let them bring it upon themselves. Su Yanfan squinted at Jiang Yao with a dark look in her eyes. She could soon slap Jiang Yao in the face, just the thought of it made her feel relieved. But Su Yanfan was soon slapped in the face. When she heard Chairman Li on the phone confirming that Jiang Yao was indeed the new CEO of Land Trade Company, her face instantly stiffened like iron. She stared at Jiang Yao with an incredulous look in her eyes and blurted out subconsciously, "You are really the CEO of the company?" Originally, Jiang Yao didn't want to publicize this matter, but since Su Yanfan wanted to make an issue out of it, Jiang Yao naturally no longer held back, and coldly replied, "Didn't you just hear it? How about I take you to the company to verify it in person?" Smack! An invisible slap hit Su Yanfan, making her face instantly red with embarrassment. Being slapped in the face by oneself, Su Yanfan felt both ashamed and humiliated. After confirming Jiang Yao's identity, the other parents' eyes towards Jiang Yao also changed slightly. Was Su Yanfan someone who would suffer losses? She immediately turned to Yi Tianyuan and said, "Tang Palace is the most expensive villa area in our Qingcheng, with only 100 villas in total, numbered from 1 to 100. Villas 1 to 10 belong to the 10 most influential families in Qingshan, symbolizing status and position. The other 90 villas are priceless, not something you can buy just because you have money. Our villa was acquired with great effort by the Wei family, with the face of my Su family, to be used as our wedding house. 5 years ago, we spent 3 million, now it would at least double in value." "You said you just retired and bought a villa in Tang Palace?" Yi Tianyuan replied with 2 words, "Yes." He. Su Yanfan immediately laughed and said, "Since we are both living in Tang Palace, we are now neighbors. When will you invite us to visit your new house?" This kind of joyous occasion, as old classmates, it is only right to congratulate each other, isn't it? Faced with the intentions of the two, Yi Tianyuan gave them an unexpected reply, "If you are willing to go, you can go now." This immediately made Su Yanfan and Wei Jian uneasy. The two looked at each other. Could it be that what Yi Tianyuan said was true? But that's not possible, right? The Qingshan family does not have anyone with the surname Yi in their influence. How could Yi Tianyuan afford to buy a villa in Tang Palace? Even if he could afford it, wouldn't it be impossible to buy it? The villa area of Tang Palace was built 5 years ago and was not publicly available for sale. It was only available for purchase by those with internal qualifications. Such villas representing status, I guess no one would sell them, right? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Bluffing? Su Yanfan and Wei Jian quickly concluded that Yi Tianyuan must be bragging. After exchanging knowing smiles, Su Yanfan said, "Alright, it's just a few steps away, let's go take a look." With that, Su Yanfan invited everyone to go together. She wanted to expose Yi Tianyuan's lie and make him lose face. However, Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao remained calm and led the way ahead. Soon, the group arrived at Villa 88 of Tang Palace. Villa 88 of Tang Palace? Su Yanfan widened her eyes at the doorplate, then turned to Wei Jian in astonishment. "Isn't Villa 88 of Tang Palace the most prestigious one apart from villas 1 to 10? It is said to have been bought by a mysterious figure in Jiangning and has been vacant for 5 years. This villa was already sky-high priced 5 years ago. If it were put up for sale now, it would probably cost at least a few billion, right?" Wei Jian nodded. "A few billion? I'm afraid even that mysterious figure in Jiangning wouldn't sell it, right?" Listening to Su Yanfan and Wei Jian, the other parents were also amazed. This villa was worth billions. It really refreshed their understanding of Tang Palace villas. A few billion? Jiang Yao furrowed her brows involuntarily, looking at Yi Tianyuan with doubt. "Is it really worth that much?" Yi Tianyuan said it was a reward from the military department. If it's really worth billions, the military department wouldn't be so generous, right? Su Yanfan still looked at Yi Tianyuan with skepticism and asked, "Are you sure this villa is yours?" Yi Tianyuan opened the courtyard gate directly and made a gesture of invitation to everyone. Seeing the 2 cars parked in the yard, Su Yanfan's mouth twitched involuntarily. A villa and 2 nice cars. This condition is not inferior to their families at all. This dealt a heavy blow to her psyche, leaving her greatly shaken. Impossible. she still didn't believe that this villa really belonged to Yi Tianyuan. Su Yinfan's face darkened, and she looked at Yi Tianyuan with an extremely confident expression, saying, "This villa cannot be yours. I think you saw that it has been unoccupied for a long time, so you broke in and pretended to be the owner, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the parents' eyes immediately turned to Yi Tianyuan, full of doubt. Wei Jian also quickly turned serious and said to Yi Tianyuan, "Brother, taking possession of a private residence is illegal. The person who can buy Villa 88 of Tang Palace is not someone you can provoke. If this matter is not resolved properly, I'm afraid your lives will be in danger." He then said to Jiang Yao, "Old classmate, listen to my advice, leave now while the situation is not too serious. Otherwise, you may not even have a chance to regret it." Jiang Yao naturally believed that the house belonged to Yi Tianyuan, although she still had some doubts about his previous statements, but there was definitely nothing wrong with the house itself. Jiang Yao said seriously, "I think you have misunderstood. This house does belong to Yi Tianyuan. He made great contributions to the military department, and this is their reward to him." Upon hearing this, Su Yanfan and Wei Jian became even more convinced that this villa did not belong to Yi Tianyuan. Su Yanfan, in an educational tone, said to Jiang Yao, "It is said that a woman's IQ drops to 0 when in love, and it seems to be true. Jiang Yao, you are such an intelligent woman, how could you believe such deceitful words meant to deceive young girls? Haha, he made great contributions to the military department? If he really achieved great success in the military department, why didn't he stay in the military department? Why did he retire? Only those who can't make it in the military department will be forcibly retired. If he transferred to civilian life, why doesn't he have a job yet? Even if he really achieved great success in the military department, do you think the military department would possibly reward him with a villa worth billions? Do you really think he is the leader of the military department? Or do you think he is the war god of our country?" Wei Jian also looked at Jiang Yao with sympathetic eyes and shook his head, saying, "Jiang Yao, you've been deceived by Yi Tianyuan. My grandfather was a general in the military department, so I know the situation in the military department quite well. Even if he achieved great success, the military department's reward would be at most a few million." Listening to these two people, Jiang Yao's eyebrows furrowed slightly again. However, she still believed that the house belonged to Yi Tianyuan. In this matter, she believed that Yi Tianyuan would not deceive her. Yi Tianyuan stood there coldly, watching the two of them perform like clowns. Other parents also began to discuss among themselves. Obviously, no one believed that the house belonged to Yi Tianyuan, and they all said that Jiang Yao was deceived by a scumbag. "Are you sure this house isn't mine?" Yi Tianyuan suddenly asked with a cold smile. Su Yanfan nodded confidently. "Are you still denying it? Well, how about we make a bet? If the house really belongs to you, my husband and I will kneel down and apologize to you and your husband. If it's not yours, then the two of you will kneel down and apologize to us. What do you say? Dare to bet? If you don't dare, then just admit it now. We are all old classmates, we won't report you. But if you persist, don't blame us for not considering our old friendship." Yi Tianyuan looked at Su Yanfan with a smile that was not a smile. "Are you sure?" Su Yanfan was very tough and immediately responded, "Of course I'm sure, but do you dare to bet? Don't bluff here, this trick won't work on us." Yi Tianyuan didn't bother to say anything more and directly called the property manager of the community to come over. Su Yanfan naturally didn't believe Yi Tianyuan's little trick. "Go ahead, keep acting, let's see how long you can keep it up." 3 minutes later, the property manager of the community rushed over. Su Yanfan and Wei Jian knew these people and started talking to the property manager. Yi Tianyuan took out the property deed and handed it to the property manager. After carefully inspecting Yi Tianyuan's property deed and checking the information in the property management system, as well as confirming the information with the housing management department over the phone, the property manager respectfully returned the property deed to Yi Tianyuan and bowed deeply, saying, "Respected Mr. Yi, we have confirmed and verified that you are indeed the owner of Villa 88 in Tangong. This villa was transferred to your name a year ago by the Zhang County Military Department and the city government. Mr. Yi, if you have any needs in the future, feel free to instruct us. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave." Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly at the property manager. The property manager's words stunned everyone, and they all looked at Yi Tianyuan with great astonishment. This villa worth billions, was it really his? Compared to the villa of Wei Jian and Su Yanfan, it was far superior. The price difference was probably close to 10 times. Everyone was shocked and looked at Yi Tianyuan with completely different eyes. Wei Jian and Su Yanfan were completely dumbfounded. Their expressions were quite vivid. "Wait!" Just as the property manager was about to leave, Su Yanfan called out. Su Yanfan looked at the property manager with a face full of doubt and asked, are you in cahoots with Yi Tianyuan? Is this house really his? Upon hearing this, the property manager became somewhat displeased. However, she maintained a professional smile and said to Su Yinfen, Miss Su, I have shown you the information I just checked. If you still have doubts, you can come to the property management department to check again in our backstage, or I can accompany you to the housing department to personally verify it. What do you think? With the property manager's words reaching this point, Su Yinfen naturally knew that everything was true. If she continued to make a scene, she would only embarrass herself. Seeing Su Yinfen not saying anything further, the property manager left with her entourage. After seeing off the property manager, Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Su Yinfen and Wei Jian and said, You have also checked the house, let's abide by the bet. Now, fulfill the agreement. Silence. The silence was deafening. Su Yinfen and Wei Jian's faces instantly turned extremely cold and unpleasant. The slap on their faces was too painful. Kneel down and kowtow? How could that be possible? Wei Jian awkwardly smiled at Yi Tianyuan and said, Brother, just kidding, why take it so seriously? We meant well, we just didn't want you to cause any trouble. Now that it's confirmed that the house is indeed yours, let's all be happy, congratulations to you. Kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, Yi Tianyuan's cold voice rang out. The chilling gaze of a god of death frightened Wei Jian and his wife, making them involuntarily step back, their bodies stumbling, almost falling to the ground. Especially the eyes that seemed like a devil's, made them tremble with fear, feeling as if they were facing the king of hell. Jiang Yao, we are all old classmates, quickly persuade Yi Tianyuan, there's no need to make it so big, can't we just admit our mistake for what happened earlier? I've already apologized to you, what else do you want from us? Su Yinfen, pale with fear, quickly sought help from Jiang Yao. Thinking that her daughter was still playing at Su Yinfen's house, Jiang Yao softened her heart and didn't want to make the situation too embarrassing. So, Jiang Yao walked over and pulled Yi Tianyuan, saying, Forget it, it's just a joke among classmates. Yuan is still at their place, let's not make it too ugly. Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao, thought of Yuan, and then withdrew his killing intent. After giving the two a cold look, he stopped. Su Yinfen and Wei Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping a disaster. They quickly bid everyone goodbye and left. Jiang Yao said she had something to do, so she drove off first. After Su Yinfen returned home, she said she had to attend a very important business evening event, asked Wei Jian to take care of everyone, and hurriedly drove off. Just as Su Yinfen left, a Ferrari stopped at the door. A tall man in casual sportswear got out of the car. Although this tall man seemed dressed casually, only those who knew could recognize that his sportswear cost tens of thousands, and the limited edition sports shoes on his feet could buy a BMW. The tall man leisurely walked over with a smile on his face and casually threw a thick red envelope to Wei Jian from a distance. Wei Jian reached out casually, smiling as he greeted, Hey buddy, you're late. The tall man walked up to Wei Jian and lightly punched him in the chest with his fist, causing Wei Jian to wince in pain. The tall man grinned and said, Haha, when have I not been late from childhood to adulthood? Wei Jian opened the thick red envelope and found a stack of foreign currency inside, worth about 100,000 yuan. Seeing the generous gesture of the tall man, the parents around also looked at him with surprise. After glancing around, the tall man asked Wei Jian, You said the goddess of our class would come, where is she? Wei Jian replied, You're late, she was here just now but had to leave early for something. However, her husband and daughter are still here. Oh, her husband? The tall man's gaze quickly fell on Yi Tianyuan, scrutinizing him like a suspect. After observing for a while, the tall man smiled and extended his hand to Yi Tianyuan, asking, What's your name, brother? I'm Zhang Xiaoqiang, from the Zhang family of the Gossip Gate, and I was classmates with Jiang Yao. Hey, I used to be the class monitor and also Jiang Yao's #1 pursuer, chased her for 4 years but still couldn't win her over. I didn't expect that our class goddess would end up with you, brother. Share some experience with us, tell us how you managed to win over our class goddess. It was clear that he was trying to provoke a conflict. He seemed to be skilled in martial arts, with good physical abilities. However, Yi Tianyuan seemed uninterested. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang and said, Considering you are Jiang Yao's classmate, I'll forgive your disrespectful words this time. If you dare to be disrespectful again, I'll slap you. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang was taken aback. After carefully observing Yi Tianyuan, he confirmed that the words indeed came from him. Bro, are you serious? Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression darkened, revealing a hint of ferocity. He was from the Zhang family of the Gossip Gate, trained in martial arts since childhood, and now a third-rate warrior. In terms of strength, among his peers, Zhang Xiaoqiang was considered the best. He always boasted that no one under 30 could defeat him. He was known as the youngest and most talented warrior in Qingshan. He had never been afraid or lost in a fight since childhood, which gave him a sense of superiority. You can try, Yi Tianyuan said coldly. Zhang Xiaoqiang cracked his knuckles, twisted his neck, and the sound of bones cracking was like firecrackers. Just by looking at him, one could tell that Zhang Xiaoqiang was not someone to mess with. Wei Jian, on the side, seemed to have no intention of intervening and was rather enjoying the spectacle. It was a good opportunity to teach Yi Tianyuan a lesson through Zhang Xiaoqiang, so he wouldn't look down on anyone. Zhang Xiaoqiang sneered, showing a cold smile like a wild beast, and said, "In Qingshan, no one dares to talk to me like that. Are you bold enough? Just because you married our class goddess, have a beautiful wife as pretty as a celestial being, and live off her success, you think you're great? Qingshan is not a place where a social bottom feeder like you can act arrogantly. I, Zhang Xiaoqiang, am not someone you can provoke. If you take back what you said just now, for Jiang Yao's sake, I can let it slide. Otherwise, if I beat you up, you'll deserve it. The goddess I pursued for 4 years in college was ruined by you, and I'm not happy about it. If you insist on provoking me now, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. If you bring it upon yourself, it's not considered me bullying you, right?" Wei Jian immediately pretended to say to Yi Tianyuan, Zhang Xiaoqiang is a member of our Qingshan martial arts family Bagua Gate. He has been practicing martial arts since he was a child and has amazing strength. Now, he has entered the ranks of martial artists and has become a third-rate martial artist. I suggest you don't provoke Zhang Xiaoqiang, otherwise if he starts, I won't be able to stop him. Upon hearing Wei Jian's words, the parents all looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang with great awe. He turned out to be a martial artist, an existence that ordinary people look up to. Third-rate martial artist. Is he strong? Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at Wei Jian and asked disdainfully. Wei Jian looked at Yi Tianyuan with a playful look in his eyes and jokingly said, "What does a martial artist represent? It seems you really don't know. To ordinary people, he can easily handle 100 opponents without breaking a sweat. Even skilled special forces soldiers, dozens of them can't get close to him. In the entire Qingshan area, there are not many who are stronger than Zhang Xiaoqiang. As a retired soldier like you, Zhang Xiaoqiang could easily defeat you with just one hand, smack." However, just as Wei Jian finished speaking, a crisp and loud slap suddenly resounded on Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. His mouth split, blood flowing. It was evident how powerful that slap was. This sudden slap left everyone stunned. Because no one saw what happened just now, they only heard a sudden slap. When they looked again, a bright red handprint had appeared on Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. Obviously, Yi Tianyuan had just slapped Zhang Xiaoqiang. The speed was incredible. Not to mention the others, even Zhang Xiaoqiang, the third-rate martial artist, had not reacted at all. He only felt a blur in front of his eyes, then a strong force slapped his face heavily, making him feel a burning pain. It took him a while to react. The enraged Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately roared at Yi Tianyuan like a wild beast, "Damn it, you're asking for death, smack." But just as Zhang Xiaoqiang was about to strike, Yi Tianyuan slapped him back with a loud slap. This time, the force was even stronger than before, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to stagger back 2 steps. This hit left Zhang Xiaoqiang disoriented. What's going on? He was a third-rate martial artist, how could he be humiliated like this? Did he have no dignity? Wei Jian was also dumbfounded, looking incredulous. How could this happen? Wasn't the slap too sudden? He had just been boasting about how powerful Zhang Xiaoqiang was. He thought it would be Yi Tianyuan being ruthlessly beaten by Zhang Xiaoqiang, but he never expected the situation to be completely reversed. This is not logical. Even though Yi Tianyuan had served in the military for a few years and fought on the border for a few years, his strength shouldn't be this strong, right? This time, Yi Tianyuan didn't give Zhang Xiaoqiang any chance. Before Zhang Xiaoqiang could even stand firm, Yi Tianyuan was already by his side like a ghost. This scared Zhang Xiaoqiang, who seemed to see a ghost. Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to resist, but in front of Yi Tianyuan, he had no room for resistance. Yi Tianyuan casually grabbed and threw Zhang Xiaoqiang, who weighed around 170 to 180 pounds, as if throwing a sandbag. Zhang Xiaoqiang flew more than 10 meters in the air before crashing heavily onto the street outside. The powerful force made Zhang Xiaoqiang scream in pain. Even though Zhang Xiaoqiang was foolish, he knew he had encountered a master today. Despite his anger, he dared not challenge Yi Tianyuan again. Therefore, he could only look resentfully at Yi Tianyuan before cursing and running away as if fleeing for his life. Watching the third-rate warrior Zhang Xiaoqiang being beaten and fleeing by Yi Tianyuan, everyone was dumbfounded and petrified. Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at Wei Jian and said, "Third-rate warrior, nothing special. Average strength, but quite a lot of nonsense." Wei Jian. Yi Tianyuan casually threw the gift box in his hand to Wei Jian, then left with Yuan in big strides. Regarding updates, there will be at least 2 updates per day, usually in the morning, with occasional additional updates. If you like it, please give a good review, which is very important for the book, thank you. It wasn't until Yi Tianyuan and Yuan had left for a while that everyone suddenly came back to their senses. What had just happened seemed somewhat surreal. A seemingly ordinary person from the lower echelons of society not only owned a villa worth hundreds of millions in the Tan Palace but also easily humiliated a third-rate warrior. Isn't this too fantastical? Even TV dramas might not dare to portray this. However, Wei Jian quickly recovered from the shock. Brute! Wei Jian gritted his teeth and said fiercely, by offending the Zheng family, you, Yi Tianyuan, will not have a good life. Even if you are strong, facing the formidable Zheng family, you have only one way to die. The Zheng family is the strongest family in Qingshan in terms of martial strength and financial resources. It is a first-class family. In terms of martial strength and financial resources, they are among the best in Qingshan, not something an ordinary person like you without a background can provoke. If you provoke the Zheng family, you will know how to regret. The elders nodded in agreement. Who in Qingshan did not know about the strength of the Zheng family of the Gossip Gate? Wei Jian casually opened the gift box given by Yi Tianyuan. When he saw a figurine inside, he sneered disdainfully, a toy worth a few dozen yuan is so well packaged, truly a loser's mentality. With that, Wei Jian threw the figurine on the ground and smashed it into 2 pieces. Seeing this, the other elders also showed a hint of disdain. Although their gifts were not as extravagant as those of the Zheng family's young master, they were still worth a few thousand. How could Yi Tianyuan dare to take out a gift worth only a few dozen yuan? This puzzled everyone. How did Yi Tianyuan obtain the villa at Tan Palace No. 88? He didn't seem like someone who could come up with hundreds of millions. Was it Jiang Yao? That's not possible either. Even if she had just been promoted to the CEO of Land Trade Limited, she wouldn't have that much cash on hand, even if she were the chairman. It was truly baffling. This seems to be a special anniversary limited edition of the Dream life-size figurine. A female elder suddenly picked up the broken figurine from the ground, carefully examined it in her hand, and then became somewhat excited, saying, yes, there is even a world-renowned master's signature on it, and an anti-counterfeiting number. The material and craftsmanship are flawless, this should be authentic. Artworks like figurines are only appreciated by a few people, and the vast majority do not understand them. Seeing the female elder's particularly excited expression, Wei Jian disdainfully said, even if it's authentic, it's not worth much, at most a few hundred yuan. However, the words of the female elder shocked everyone present. Young Master Wei, you may not understand figurines well. The official price of this figurine is over 1 million. And it's not something you can buy just because you have money. The highest price on the black market has already reached 1 million. What? Just this broken figurine is worth over 1 million? Are they kidding? Naturally, everyone was full of doubts about the female elder's words. Wei Jian also looked at the female elder with a strange look and said coldly, are you in cahoots with Yi Tianyuan? The female parent hurriedly explained, Wei Xiao, I have always been a fan of figurines. I usually like to collect various figurines. So for some of the top figurines in the world, I know them all. Although this is the first time I've seen this figurine, I can be sure it's authentic. As she spoke, the female parent had already opened the official website of this figurine on her phone, and then pointed to Wei Jian, Wei Xiao, look, isn't it exactly the same as this one? The parents all crowded around to look, some even used their phones to search. But the search results did indeed match exactly what the female parent had said. Suddenly everyone was dumbfounded and confused. Just a moment ago they were mocking Yi Tianyuan for giving a trash gift, but they didn't expect the figurine he gave was worth over 1 million. However, everyone's gaze unconsciously fell on Wei Jian, who had just dropped over 1 million. Although Wei Jian's heart was bleeding, over 1 million was not a small amount for him, but he still had a nonchalant look on his face, and even arrogantly said, even if it's real, if it's dropped, just over 1 million, I don't care. In fact, Wei Jian wanted to slap himself hard. What a stupid mistake. Mansion No. 1 is the highest standard reception venue in Qingshan, with the city's capital holding a 50% stake. The other 50% is held by the Dragon Lord of the Qinglong Club. Today, the Black Emperor Group and the city's capital have booked the venue, with the city's capital supporting, and the Black Emperor Group holding a business evening event in Qingshan. It's like the Black Emperor Group meeting the local bigwigs in Qingshan. The Black Emperor Group's strong entry into Qingshan is the most discussed topic in the business world these days. Who wouldn't want to cooperate with the Black Emperor Group? So, for today's evening event, the major families and forces in Qingshan are all eager to get an invitation. The huge parking lot at Mansion No. 1 is already full of cars. Many uninvited company bosses and the like are like street vendors, squatting at the entrance of Mansion No. 1. Some may still want to try their luck and see if they can sneak into the venue. Some may just want to meet the big shots in Qingshan. After all, this is a rare opportunity. It is estimated that the prominent figures in Qingshan will all be present at today's evening event. Just as Jiang Yao was about to take out the invitation to enter Mansion No. 1, she was stopped by a harsh voice. "Hey, Jiang Yao, what are you doing here?" Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Yao furrowed her brows and looked at the glamorous Su Yinfen. It's really a small world. She didn't expect to meet so soon after parting ways. Jiang Yao replied indifferently, "I'm here to attend the evening event, of course." He. Just as Jiang Yao finished speaking, Su Yinfen sneered, looked at Jiang Yao mockingly, and pointed to Mansion No. 1. "Do you know who is hosting the evening event at Mansion No. 1 tonight?" Jiang Yao naturally understood Su Yinfen's meaning. After glancing at her, she said, "I know, it's the Black Emperor group. Do you also know that today's guests invited to come are all very influential figures in Qingshan, and you? You are just from a third-rate family." "Oh right, your Zhang family is also a third-rate family. It seems like you were kicked out of the family by the Zhang family 5 years ago, right? The Zhang family hasn't asked you to return and reclaim your heritage, have they? Are you trying to say that just because you are now the president of land trade, you feel qualified to attend today's evening event?" Just the president of a small company. Look over there, see that large group. Aren't they all company bosses? Do you think they are qualified? Don't you know that today's evening event is by invitation only, one person one invitation? Without an invitation, how will you get in? Are you trying to sneak in secretly? After speaking, Su Yinfen immediately turned to the security guards at the door and said, "Keep an eye on her, don't let her sneak in." The security guards seemed to know Su Yinfen and nodded in understanding, looking at Jiang Yao with a vigilant expression, guarding her like a thief. Jiang Yao didn't bother to say much. She took out the invitation from her bag and handed it to the security personnel at the entrance. Su Yinfen immediately mocked Jiang Yao. "Oh, did your homework? You even knew to make a fake invitation in advance. But it's useless, the invitations are all personalized, they won't find your name here, so you still can't enter the venue." After saying that, she also reminded the security personnel, "You must check carefully, if someone sneaks in, you won't be able to bear the responsibility." But before Su Yinfen could finish speaking, she was immediately embarrassed. After the security personnel checked, they respectfully returned the invitation to Jiang Yao, bowing and gesturing, "Respected guest, please come in, there will be etiquette to guide you to the venue." Upon hearing this, Su Yinfen was stunned on the spot. Her expression stiffened, as if struck by lightning. Is the invitation in Jiang Yao's hand real? How is that possible? What qualifications does she have to receive an invitation? Whether it's the identity of the daughter of the Zhang family or the president of land trading company, it should not be enough for her to receive an invitation. For a moment, Su Yinfen was a bit confused. And at this moment, Jiang Yao coldly said to Su Yinfen, "You only have one face, can't you be more careful not to lose it? Do you think I would do the same stupid things as you?" With that, Jiang Yao walked into Villa No. 1 without looking back. After watching Jiang Yao enter Villa No. 1, Su Yinfen's face turned green with anger. After muttering to herself for a while, she threw the invitation at the security personnel and shouted impatiently, "Hurry up!" The security personnel dared not speak out of anger and could only check quickly. However, after careful inspection, the security personnel discovered something particularly embarrassing. The security personnel returned the invitation to Su Yinfen, who snatched it and tried to walk into Villa No. 1, but was stopped by the security personnel. "Miss, I'm really sorry, we didn't find your name on this invitation, so you can't go in." This statement immediately attracted many curious glances. Upon hearing this, Su Yinfen's face turned bright red with anger. Is she the clown herself? Hearing the whispers and mocking looks around her, Su Yinfen exploded, raising the invitation in her hand and shouting at the security personnel, "Are you blind? Don't you know who I am? I am the eldest daughter of the prestigious Su family from Qingshan. This invitation was arranged by my grandfather for me. How dare you say this invitation is fake? Have you checked properly? Do you know the consequences of what you're saying?" Su Yinfen deliberately raised her voice, wanting everyone present to know her identity, to show that she couldn't possibly have a fake invitation. But the security personnel smiled helplessly and said, "I'm really sorry, we have checked several times, and we really can't find your name here, so we can't let you in." This made Su Yinfen so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Su Yinfen arrogantly pointed at the security personnel and said, "Get your supervisor here immediately, I don't want to talk to you small fries." Just then, several figures walked out of Villa No. 1. It was Zhuo Xiaohu with 2 subordinates. "Who is causing a commotion here?" Zhuo Xiaohu shouted coldly. Su Yinfen didn't recognize Zhuo Xiaohu, thinking he was just in charge of security for the event, so she naturally wasn't polite. Glaring angrily at Zhuo Xiaowu, Su Yanfan said, "How do you guys handle things?" Smack. Before Su Yanfan could finish her sentence, Zhuo Xiaowu slapped her hard across the face. This slap was delivered with considerable force, knocking Su Yanfan to the ground. Her pretty face swelled up, lips cracked, blood flowing, pain causing tears to well up in her eyes as she cried out. Her makeup ruined, her expensive evening gown dirted. Onlookers watched in disbelief at Su Yanfan. This woman must have left her brain at home, daring to provoke anyone? Even the second in command of the Qinglong society, Zhuo Xiaohu? That's just asking for trouble. She deserved it. After a moment of daze on the ground, Su Yanfan suddenly got up, still not realizing the situation, and shouted at Zhuo Xiaohu, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my grandfather is?" Zhuo Xiaowu coldly smirked at Su Yanfan and said, "I know, you are Miss Su from the Su family. Look, your grandfather is here, right behind you." Grandfather is here? Upon hearing this, Su Yanfan immediately turned her head and indeed saw her grandfather walking towards them. Seeing her grandfather, Su Yanfan found a strong backing and gained more confidence. But before Su Yanfan could feel relieved, Zhuo Xiaowu's palm struck her face again. Smack! With another crisp slap, Su Yanfan was knocked to the ground once more, completely bewildered. "Even in front of your grandfather, I dare to hit you. What are you screaming about? Now that I know who you are, do you know who I am?" Su Yanfan was completely frightened, looking at Zhuo Xiaowu with great fear. Even she, in her confusion, knew that the person in front of her was not to be trifled with, otherwise he wouldn't dare hit her in front of her grandfather. Although the head of the Su family's expression was somewhat unpleasant, he still respectfully said to Zhuo Xiaowu, "Lord Hu, I don't know where my granddaughter has offended you. She is young and ignorant. I hope you can overlook it and not lower yourself to her level." Lord Hu? Upon hearing these words, Su Yanfan's heart trembled violently, almost wetting herself in fear. She now realized that the person in front of her was the second in command of the Qinglong society, Lord Hu, a figure that the Su family could not afford to provoke. Lord Hu was fierce and ruthless, and those who dared to provoke him would not have a good ending. Thinking of this, Su Yanfan trembled with fear, looking at Zhuo Xiaohu with a face full of apology, no longer the arrogant attitude she had before. "You blind fool, apologize to Lord Hu immediately." Seeing that Zhuo Xiaohu showed no sign of letting go, the head of the Su family immediately scolded Su Yanfan. Su Yanfan dared not hesitate and quickly apologized to Zhuo Xiaohu, saying she was confused earlier, didn't know any better, and offended Lord Hu recklessly. However, Lord Hu did not stop there. He sneered and said to the head of the Su family, "I don't have time to deal with you today. Leave, and don't attend the evening party." Hearing this, the head of the Su family became anxious and quickly said, "Lord Hu, if you are still upset, I will make sure my granddaughter doesn't attend the party. But why are you preventing me from attending? The evening party is important to my Su family. I hope Lord Hu won't make a big deal out of this small matter." Lord Hu's face darkened, anger evident in his eyes. A cold killing intent emanated, causing the head of the Su family to pale, feeling as if facing death. Was I not clear enough? Lord Hu's voice was icy, filled with killing intent. Faced with such a powerful Lord Hu, the head of the Su family knew he meant business and dared not say more. Despite feeling aggrieved, he had to temporarily back down and avoid his sharpness. The head of the Su family quickly calmed down. As the head of a top family like the Qingshan, he was not someone to be trifled with. So, Master Su immediately understood the ins and outs of the situation and went straight to the point. "Lord Hu, we have had a friendship for decades. You cannot exclude me from the evening party over such a trivial matter. Can you give me a reason? If I, Su, have truly offended you, Lord Hu, how would you like to settle accounts with me afterwards? I will accept it. But today, can we just be straightforward?" After giving Master Su a cold look, Left Smiling Tiger approached him and lowered his voice. "The Black Emperor Group has ordered me not to allow anyone from the Su family to participate." As for the reason, Left Smiling Tiger didn't finish his sentence, but glanced at Su Yanfan on the ground. The meaning was already clear. Master Su's face immediately turned cold, and he looked sternly at Su Yanfan, who looked confused once again. "Come with me," Master Su said coldly to Su Yanfan before turning and walking away quickly. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Villa No. 1, Yi Tianyuan stood quietly by the French windows, with the Black Emperor standing respectfully behind him. All of this was naturally arranged by Yi Tianyuan. At the entrance of Villa No. 1, Jiang Yao did not leave. She had just witnessed everything that had happened. Although she felt a bit pleased, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel some doubts. Wasn't this a bit too coincidental? Su Yanfan had just offended her, and she was immediately taken care of? She wasn't even allowed to attend the evening party. Was it really just a coincidence? Or why are you so short-sighted? How dare you offend even the big shots of the Black Emperor Group? Who gave you the courage? That's the Black Emperor group. Are you trying to bring disaster to the Su family? After taking Su Yinfen to a secluded place, Master Su sternly reprimanded her. Su Yinfen looked completely bewildered, with a face full of grievances, and said, "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I don't even know a single security guard from the Black Emperor group. How could I have offended a big shot from the Black Emperor group? I haven't left the house all day today. I've been preparing for my daughter's birthday party. Who did I offend?" Master Su raised his hand to slap Su Yinfen, but stopped when he saw her swollen face. Master Su angrily said, "Are you still trying to argue? Lord Hu personally told me this. Would a big shot like Lord Hu falsely accuse you? Think carefully about who you might have offended these past 2 days. I haven't met any big shots from the Black Emperor group. You must be unaware to have offended them. If you knew, you wouldn't be so foolish. Who did she offend these past 2 days? Did she offend anyone at all? If she had offended someone, it could only be Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao. Could it be them?" Master Su's brows furrowed. Yi Tianyuan, Jiang Yao? Who are they? Su Yinfen briefly introduced the two, and after hearing it, Master Su's brows furrowed even deeper. In that case, it didn't seem like it was them either. Su Yinfen shook her head vigorously. "Grandpa, these past few days, besides the company and home, I haven't been anywhere else. I really haven't offended anyone else." Master Su's brows furrowed even deeper, his face cold and pensive. After some contemplation, Master Su said in a deep voice, "Jiang Yao is from the Jiang family. She definitely has nothing to do with the Black Emperor group. As for this Yi Tianyuan, I've never heard of him. But his return to Qingshan coincided with the Black Emperor group's entry into Qingshan. Perhaps this is not a coincidence. I'll call the leader of the Ma clan and ask him to check Yi Tianyuan's file." After that, Master Su took out his phone and made a call to the leader of the Ma clan. The leader of the Ma clan on the other end of the phone was almost scared to drop his phone when he heard that Master Su wanted him to help investigate Yi Tianyuan, and he immediately refused. Master Su did not give up and asked Leader Ma indirectly about his relationship with the Black Emperor group. Leader Ma naturally did not dare to reveal any information and quickly made an excuse to hang up the phone. Although Master Su did not get a specific answer from Leader Ma, he had already made a conclusion in his mind. Master Su looked at Su Yinfen with a serious expression and said, "It is highly likely that Yi Tianyuan is a big figure in the Black Emperor group. Is he still at your house? Let's go, take me to see. Top floor of Villa No. 1. The Black Emperor respectfully informed Yi Tianyuan, "Boss, Leader Ma just called and said that Master Su has been inquiring about your situation." Yi Tianyuan coldly smiled. It seems that Master Su is not stupid. Perhaps Master Su has already guessed that you are a big figure in the Black Emperor group, the Black Emperor added. Yi Tianyuan didn't seem to care much, saying, "It doesn't matter. Even if he really guesses, it's just speculation. He is a smart person and definitely won't spread it around." The Black Emperor nodded in agreement. He thought for a moment and said, "Boss, Madam has already entered the evening party venue. Aren't you going to show up?" Yi Tianyuan shook his head and said, "Forget it. It wouldn't be easy to explain if I did. Jiang Yao is a very smart woman. She already has some suspicions about me. I just had Zhou Xiaohu tidy up Su Yinfen earlier. If I show up again, she will probably guess that I have a connection with the Black Emperor group. After all, the Black Emperor group is a force in the underworld. Jiang Yao may not like it, and I don't want her to think I'm a bad person." The Black Emperor smiled awkwardly. The Black Emperor group was founded by him. Although it has now entered Qingshan in the form of a group, when it comes to the Black Emperor group, people's first reaction is definitely about the underworld power. You can't completely wash away the darkness, the imprint of the Black Emperor group. How can you wash it away? Yi Tianyuan added, "I just came to take a look and see Jiang Yao. Yuan is still waiting for me at home. I have to go back to accompany Yuan. You keep an eye on things here for me. Report to me immediately if anything happens." The Black Emperor immediately nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, Yi Tianyuan returned home. As soon as he got out of the car, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He dodged an attack with a swift movement. Before the person who attacked him from behind could strike again, Yi Tianyuan swiftly counterattacked with a powerful punch. The strong force sent the attacker flying. Yi Tianyuan swiftly caught the attacker who was thrown out, firmly grabbing his neck. It turned out that the attacker was a man in his 30s with a crew cut. Dressed in black, tall and sturdy, with a rugged face, he was a top-notch expert. But in front of Yi Tianyuan, he was clearly not good enough. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded, "Yi Tianyuan, stop." Hearing this voice, Yi Tianyuan frowned and turned to look. He saw an elderly man in his 60s standing there with a team of black-clad men protecting him. The old man looked kindly at Yi Tianyuan, like a grandfather looking at his grandson, with a gentle and amiable expression. Seeing the old man, Yi Tianyuan released his grip. The black-clad man respectfully bowed to Yi Tianyuan before silently retreating behind the old man. Yi Tianyuan walked towards the old man and calmly said, "Fifth Elder." The fifth elder turned around, and the black-clad guards made way, revealing several specially made bulletproof vehicles parked behind. The door of one of the cars opened. The fifth elder smiled and said to Yi Tianyuan, "Shall we have a chat in my car?" Facing the invitation from the fifth elder, Yi Tianyuan still had a cold expression on his face and said indifferently, "I have nothing to discuss with your elders, nor do I have anything to chat about. My daughter is waiting for me at home, excuse me." With that, Yi Tianyuan was about to leave without giving any face. However, as soon as Yi Tianyuan turned around, several black-clad guards swiftly blocked his path like ghosts, stopping him in his tracks. These were all elite soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, each with extremely strong abilities. But Yi Tianyuan clearly did not regard these soldiers highly. He coldly glanced at the guards blocking his way and said, "Move aside, don't force me to take action." The guards showed no intention of stepping aside, unafraid of death. Without the orders of the fifth elder, they would hold their ground, seeking death. Just as Yi Tianyuan was about to act in anger, the fifth elder spoke again. "Yi Tianyuan, I came to find you today because it concerns your safety, the safety of the Dragon Kingdom, and world peace. Of course, more importantly, it also concerns the safety of your wife and daughter. I believe you have no reason to refuse, right?" Yi Tianyuan looked deeply at the fifth elder, still with a cold expression, and casually said, "Just say what you have to say, don't delay me from going back to be with my daughter." The fifth elder sighed and said, "After the Snow Country Emperor learned that you left the dragon prison ship, he became furious and deployed 1,000,000 troops to the border, showing a stance of preparing to wage war against our Dragon Kingdom. The Snow Country Emperor's envoy also delivered a letter to our Dragon Kingdom monarch, demanding that we hand you over, or else they will go to war with us. In addition to the Snow Country, other countries have also issued strong protests against our Dragon Kingdom for releasing those notorious criminals. Currently, a coalition of 30 countries has been organized, with 5 million soldiers gathering at the border, intending to join forces against our Dragon Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyuan remained extremely indifferent, showing no reaction at all. It was as if these matters had nothing to do with him. Seeing Yi Tianyuan's complete lack of response, the fifth elder furrowed his brow slightly, his expression darkening. After looking at the fifth elder, Yi Tianyuan said, "Rest assured, once the Tianyuan Hall is ready, I will head to the border to repel any invading enemies. With the Tianyuan Hall, no enemy forces can set foot on our Dragon Kingdom's territory. This is the sacred mission of the Tianyuan Hall and the reason for its existence. Even if this matter is not related to me, I will make sure the Tianyuan Hall takes action. Since everything started because of me, it should be resolved by me, and the responsibility of guarding the border falls on the Tianyuan Hall." Upon hearing this, the fifth elder finally relaxed his expression. He stood up straight, saluted Yi Tianyuan solemnly, and said, "Yi Tianyuan, on behalf of the capital and the 14 million people of the Dragon Kingdom, I thank you and the Tianyuan Hall. Guarding the border is not just the responsibility of the Tianyuan Hall, and our Dragon Kingdom's War Department will provide full support." However, Yi Tianyuan just chuckled and firmly refused. "No need, guarding the border has always been the responsibility of the Tianyuan Hall, and there is no need to trouble the Dragon Kingdom's War Department. 30 countries, 5 million soldiers, are nothing but a mob in front of the million warriors of the Tianyuan Hall. If they can set foot in our Dragon Kingdom, then the Tianyuan Hall is not worthy of existence." The extremely confident and domineering words made the fifth elder look at Yi Tianyuan in astonishment. If these words had come from someone else, the fifth elder would naturally not believe them. 1 million against 5 million? Even with the advantage of terrain, it would be difficult to hold on, right? But coming from Yi Tianyuan, the fifth elder, though shocked, had a reason to believe. Yi Tianyuan is like a godly figure in the Dragon Kingdom army. The Tianyuan Palace has never been defeated. "If you say so, then I can rest assured," the fifth elder comforted with a nod. Then he solemnly said to Yi Tianyuan, "But rest assured, our Dragon Kingdom will never hand you over. In this matter, we will not back down even if the whole world joins forces against us. Some mistakes may require a lifetime to make amends. Daring to take this step makes it all worthwhile." Hearing this, Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but be moved. His eyes softened as he looked at the fifth elder. The fifth elder suddenly said, "By the way, Yi Tianyuan, there is a very important situation. According to our intelligence, the Snow Kingdom has sent a large number of assassination troops in batches to infiltrate our Dragon Kingdom, ready to retaliate against you. Other countries also have similar actions. Their main forces dare not attack easily, so they will send assassins to secretly target you. Although our dragon kingdom closely monitors and intercepts many, there are still many infiltrators in the kingdom. So, you also need to be vigilant, as these assassins are highly likely to target your wife and daughter." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyuan's face turned cold. Although Yi Tianyuan had anticipated this situation, hearing the fifth elder say that assassins had infiltrated the dragon kingdom, a strong killing intent surged in Yi Tianyuan's eyes. "Whoever dares to harm Jiang Yao and Yuan, Yi Tianyuan will make sure they pay with their lives." With the Grim Reaper and the Enchantress secretly protecting Jiang Yao and Yuan, there shouldn't be a big problem. However, for safety's sake, this issue should indeed be taken seriously, with more deployments to ensure nothing goes wrong. Yi Tianyuan already had some thoughts in his mind. "Thank you, fifth elder," Yi Tianyuan said to the fifth elder. Upon hearing Yi Tianyuan's thanks, the fifth elder was also surprised. It was not easy to receive a word of thanks from Yi Tianyuan. Is this considered a hard-earned friendship? A smile appeared on the fifth elder's face, and after looking at Yi Tianyuan, he asked, "Do you plan to stay in Qingshan in the future?" "I suppose so," Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly. The fifth elder shook his head. "You are a dragon. How can you nest in such a small place?" Yi Tianyuan chuckled and said to the fifth elder, "What does it matter how high I stand? Home is where I ultimately belong. If I had no wife or daughter, I would probably spend my whole life on the prison dragon ship. But now, I just want to quietly accompany Jiang Yao and Yuan. Nothing else matters to me, they are my everything. I owe them 8 years, and even if I spend the rest of my life, it won't be enough." The fifth elder nodded slightly, extended his hand, paused in the air for a moment, gently patted Yi Tianyuan's shoulder, and said, "That's good, take care, I'll take my leave now." With that, the fifth elder boarded the chariot and left. After seeing off the fifth elder, Yi Tianyuan entered the villa. In the living room, Yuan was happily playing with the enchantress. "Daddy," seeing Yi Tianyuan return, Yuan immediately opened her arms and rushed over. Yi Tianyuan lovingly gave Yuan a hug. After the hug, Yuan said, "Daddy, can I invite my classmates to our house for my next birthday?" Yi Tianyuan affectionately looked at Yuan and asked, "You want your classmates to celebrate your birthday with you?" Yuan nodded vigorously, saying, "Of course, I like it. When I was in kindergarten, we used to celebrate in class, with teachers and classmates, it was fun that way." "Okay, as long as Yuan wants to, does Dad want all the classmates to celebrate your birthday together? The whole class is a bit small. How about having all the kids in the city celebrate your birthday with you?" "Really? Then wouldn't Yuan become the happiest girl in the world?" Yuan looked at Yi Tianyuan with a smile. Yi Tianyuan nodded with a smile and said, "Of course it's true, Dad won't lie to Yuan. Yuan immediately nodded vigorously. "Yes, Dad said he will never lie to Yuan. Yuan's birthday is in 3 days, and it happens to be a Saturday. By the way, Dad, my birthday is the same day as Mom's." "Oh, really? Jiang Yao and Yuan's birthdays are on the same day." Yi Tianyuan patted Yuan's head and said, "Okay, Dad remembers, Dad will give you and Mom a special birthday. Dad wants to make up for the birthdays of the past 6 years for Yuan and Mom, okay?" Yuan nodded vigorously and smiled happily. 3 days later is Jiang Yao and Yuan's birthday. This is considered the first official gift that Yi Tianyuan gives to the mother and daughter. It must be celebrated grandly. Yi Tianyuan immediately called Black Emperor. After hearing Yi Tianyuan's idea, Black Emperor said, "Boss, I have a plan, please see if it's feasible." 3 days later is May 20th, which is also a good meaning for 520, we can have Black Emperor Group organize a special event. Anyone whose birthday falls on May 20th can sign up. Those who pass the identity verification will receive a cash reward of 520,000 yuan and many birthday gifts. Then we will draw 2 lucky winners to share a total of 520 million yuan in cash rewards and become the image ambassadors of our Black Emperor Group. This will be done in secret, and the main mother and Princess Yuan will be drawn, so that everyone will bless and envy them. Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly. "Well, your plan is good, go ahead and plan it." After hanging up the phone, Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but wonder if 520 million yuan was a bit too high profile? Oh well, he won't hide his identity from Jiang Yao for too long, so it's reasonable to celebrate a birthday a little more extravagantly. Just then, a noisy voice came from outside. Immediately, a loud voice came from outside. "Yi, I'm giving you 3 seconds to get out right now. If you don't come out in 3 seconds, I'll smash your villa. 1, 2. Before Zhang Xiuqiang could count to 3, Yi Tianyuan had already walked out. Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at Zhang Xiuqiang, who was now leading 100 people at the door, looking fierce. Obviously, Zhang Xiuqiang was here for revenge for what happened just now. The 100 people he brought were not ordinary thugs, but disciples of the Gossip Gate, all of them skilled fighters. They were definitely all top-notch, with one person able to take on dozens without a problem. In a corner not far away, Wei Jian and Su Yanfen were hiding there. After some analysis, Wei Jian and Su Yanfen still didn't believe that Yi Tianyuan was a high-ranking member of the Black Emperor group. They speculated that it was very likely that a high-ranking member of the Black Emperor group had taken a liking to Jiang Yao, so they had supported her at the #1 mansion just now. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaoqiang came with a crowd to ask for Yi Tianyuan's address, Wei Jian and Su Yanfen immediately came up with a plan. Why not use Zhang Xiaoqiang to deal with Yi Tianyuan? The Zhang family of the Gossip Gate was not to be trifled with in Qingshan. The Zhang family was full of experts and martial artists. In terms of martial strength, the Zhang family was definitely #1. Since Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to make a move against Yi Tianyuan, the two of them were happy to watch the show. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked extremely fierce and angry as he glared at Yi Tianyuan and said, "Yi, are you good at fighting? Humph. I wonder if you can beat over 100 of us? Do you have the strength to fight against my Zhang family? Have you ever heard of anyone who can defeat the Zhang family in terms of fists?" Yi Tianyuan sneered indifferently and replied, "Perhaps you are just too weak." This remark darkened Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. Too weak? He, Zhang Xiaoqiang, was a third-rate martial artist and invincible among his peers. "You talk tough?" Zhang Xiaoqiang snorted heavily and said, "I wonder if your knees are as tough as your mouth. I'll give you two choices now, either kneel down and beg for mercy, or I'll make you kneel and beg until you can't take it anymore. Your choice." Smack. Before the word which could come out of Zhang Xiaoqiang's mouth, Yi Tianyuan slapped him back. The sudden slap caught Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others off guard. Despite being prepared, Zhang Xiaoqiang was still taken by surprise. It was too fast. He had no chance to react at all. "You talk dirty, did you forget to wipe your mouth after using the toilet?" Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly roared, "Brothers, let's take him down together," but before he could finish the last word, Yi Tianyuan slapped him again, this time with even greater force, sending Zhang Xiaoqiang flying. Bang! 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 Without waiting for the others to act, Yi Tianyuan swiftly launched his attack, taking down all of them in a blink of an eye, leaving them either injured or incapacitated. The only one left standing was the dumbfounded Zhang Xiaoqiang. He looked at the fallen figures on the ground and then back at Yi Tianyuan with an incredulous expression. How could he be so strong? Everything happened so quickly that he couldn't believe it. How did Yi Tianyuan do it? A second-rate martial artist shouldn't be this powerful, right? Could it be that Yi Tianyuan was a first-rate martial artist? But how was that possible? A first-rate martial artist under 30? Unheard of. Isn't it better to live well? There are countless paths in the world, why do you seek death? Yi Tianyuan coldly approached Zhang Xiaoqiang with a powerful aura, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to pale in fear and retreat in panic. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an unprecedented fear. It was as if he was facing a demonic abyss. The cold, sharp, and powerful gaze of Yi Tianyuan made Zhang Xiaoqiang wonder who he really was. Wasn't he just a retired ordinary soldier? How could this be considered ordinary? Watching Yi Tianyuan, who seemed like a grim reaper, approaching, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt both panicked and terrified, even having the urge to kneel and beg for mercy. But wasn't that too humiliating? He had just offered to kneel and beg for mercy to Yi Tianyuan, and now he was having these thoughts, truly a case of if you don't court death, you won't die. What should he do now? Fighting was out of the question. Should he really kneel and beg for mercy? I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it, so I'll send you to hell, that's where you belong, Yi Tianyuan said coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang shuddered, feeling extreme fear and the impending doom of death. Was he going to die? No, at this moment, he really regretted it. He really shouldn't have provoked Yi Tianyuan. But he couldn't have imagined that Yi Tianyuan's strength had reached such a terrifying level. Even if he regretted it to the core, it was probably too late. Just as Yi Tianyuan was about to kill Zhang Xiaoqiang, a deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded, "This fellow Taoist, please spare him, give face to my Zhang family, spare my nephew." A middle-aged man of about 50 walked over with heavy steps. His lower body was stable and powerful, with true energy swirling around him, making his clothes seem like they were being blown by a fan. His momentum was extraordinary, clearly a martial arts expert. The man was Zhang Difu, the son of Zhang Hong, the head of the Bagua sect. His strength had reached the peak of a second-rate warrior, just a step away from entering the ranks of first-rate warriors. In terms of strength, he was indeed impressive. Yi Tianyuan glanced coldly at Zhang Difu, naturally not paying much attention to a second-rate warrior. Yi Tianyuan coldly replied, "The Zhang family is not qualified to ask for my respect." Hearing such arrogant words, Zhang Difu's face turned cold. In the entire Qingshan, Perhaps no one else dared to speak to the Zhang family like this? If even the Zhang family was not qualified, then who in Qingshan was? But for the safety of Zhang Xiaoqiang, Zhang Difu suppressed his anger and said, "Young man, spare others when you can, it's best to leave a way out in life. What happened just now was my nephew Zhang Xiaoqiang's fault, but you also intervened, so let's call it even, shall we? In this corner of Qingshan, no matter who it is, they must give my Zhang family some face. Young man, you are also a martial artist like me. As the saying goes, we need to fight to get to know each other. Tomorrow, I will set up a table and invite you for a drink. Consider it as an apology from my niece to you, how about it?" Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Difu with a smile that was not a smile and asked, "Is your Zhang family very strong?" Zhang Difu cleared his throat and said, "I dare not say we are very strong, but in Qingshan, no one should dare to provoke us, that's all I can say." The implication was that you shouldn't underestimate us. Yi Tianyuan sneered, "Is that so? Since no one can provoke the Zhang family in Qingshan, then I will deliberately provoke you. I want to see how strong your Zhang family really is, and if you dare to ask for my respect, you have one night to prepare. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I will visit as scheduled. Don't say I'm bullying the Zhang family. You can call anyone you want, and if they can touch me once, I'll admit defeat. Remember, you only get one chance, now get lost." With that, Yi Tianyuan turned and entered the villa, leaving behind Zhang Difu with a cold and eerie expression. He had seen arrogance before, but never this level of arrogance. He would see if this kid dared to come to his Zhang family tomorrow. Thanks to a few friends for their gifts, thank you for your support. Once again asking for positive reviews, the book's performance is very important, thank you. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock in the evening that Jiang Yao returned home. Today was a fulfilling day for Jiang Yao, as it was her first time attending such a high-profile event. Not only that, she also hit it off with the president of the Black Emperor Group, Yi Rao, and had the opportunity to chat with her. With Yi Rao standing up for Jiang Yao, she became one of the most eye-catching figures at the event. Many important figures in Qingshan took the initiative to get to know Jiang Yao and exchange contact information. In the workplace, Jiang Yao was a strong woman, able to handle such large-scale events with ease. Seeing Jiang Yao's happy expression, Yi Tianyuan was also very happy. Jiang Yao and Yuan Yuan's happiness were Yi Tianyuan's greatest joy. Yi Tianyuan accompanied Jiang Yao and quickly put Yuan Yuan to sleep. Yi Tianyuan got up to leave, but Jiang Yao suddenly stopped him. "Do you have time to chat for a bit?" Yi Tianyuan smiled at Jiang Yao. "Of course, I have time." Jiang Yao walked to the balcony, rested her chin on her hands, and looked at the night sky. The evening breeze gently brushed her cheeks, lifting a few strands of hair. Seeing Jiang Yao from this angle, there was a different charm about her that even captivated Yi Tianyuan. "Why are you staring at me?" Jiang Yao felt a bit embarrassed under Yi Tianyuan's gaze. Yi Tianyuan blurted out, "You are really beautiful." Jiang Yao suppressed a laugh and teasingly scolded him, "Smooth talker. But being praised by someone you like still felt good. You look even better when you smile," Yi Tianyuan added seriously. Jiang Yao couldn't help but burst into laughter. But then she felt she should be more reserved, so she stopped laughing and put on a serious expression. "Yi Tianyuan, are you my lucky star?" "Lucky star?" Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao nodded slightly. "You see, as soon as you came back, I got a promotion and a raise, directly to a position I had never dreamed of. Tonight, I was lucky to attend such a high-profile event, giving me the opportunity to enter the top business district of Qingshan. Before you came back, I felt like my life was in darkness. After you came back, it turned into brightness. Now I have such a big villa to live in, such a nice car to drive, such a high salary. Everything feels like a dream." Yi Tianyuan smiled and asked, "Do you like things the way they are now?" Jiang Yao nodded, "Of course I do, but compared to material things, I actually prefer the position of a CEO. It's not that I'm vain, but I have always wanted to make a career for myself. I have been interested in business since I was young, and I studied finance and business management in college. I thought I could make a mark in the Jiang Group after graduation, but things didn't go as planned. But fate has been kind to me, closing one door but opening another." Yi Tianyuan joked, "Is your ultimate wish to be a domineering female CEO?" Jiang Yao chuckled self-deprecatingly, "My ultimate wish in college was to create a company worth billions. Looking back now, I realize how naive I was when I was young." Yi Tianyuan said, "It's just 1,000 small goals, not impossible dreams. Steve Jobs once said, you have to have a dream, in case it comes true, right? I believe in you, you can make it happen. For my dream of a free meal, you go for it." "A free meal? Just this villa alone is worth billions. Who needs a free meal like this?" Jiang Yao looked deeply at Yi Tianyuan, as if trying to see through him. After staring for a while, she said meaningfully, "Yi Tianyuan, why do I feel like I can't figure you out? These past few days, I've been thinking, who are you really? I always feel like I know nothing about you. Yi Tianyuan understood her meaning as he looked at Jiang Yao. After a moment of silence, he earnestly said to Jiang Yao, there are indeed some secrets about me that I can't tell you for now. Give me 3 months, and I will let you know everything, okay? After looking at Yi Tianyuan, Jiang Yao nodded, okay, I won't ask. Good, in 3 months, I can get to know you better. It's getting late, I'm going to take a bath and rest. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan returned to his room. Come out, Yi Tianyuan said to the dark balcony. 3 figures emerged like ghosts and respectfully bowed to Yi Tianyuan. He Huang reported to Yi Tianyuan, boss, the plan for the 520 birthday has been prepared by Yi Rao, and it will be launched for promotion tomorrow with a budget of 1 billion. Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly. 1 billion for a birthday, even for the Qingshan 3 families, it was an unimaginable amount. If it weren't for fear that Jiang Yao might not be able to accept it for a while, Yi Tianyuan would have wanted to spend billions in anger. He Huang continued, boss, you don't need to personally intervene with the Zheng family, shall I let Lu Jinlong handle it? Yi Tianyuan waved his hand and said, since I have nothing else to do, how can I break my promise of visiting tomorrow? He Huang dared not say more. Yi Tianyuan's gaze fell on the 3 people and said seriously, there is one more thing that needs you to handle. Each of you should bring some loyal elites over to be responsible for secretly protecting Jiang Yao and Yuan. It may not be peaceful recently, so we need to be vigilant. The Grim Reaper immediately said, boss, my 10 chief judges of the Grim Reaper temple have all arrived in Qingshan. They are the most loyal and strongest killers under my command. I will take care of the safety of the main mother. Even if I and the 10 chief judges die, we will never let anyone harm a single hair of the main mother. He Huang added, boss, I have already arranged for the 4 guardians and 8 Vidras to come to Qingshan at the fastest speed. They should all be in place tonight. The enchantress finally said, boss, I have ordered the 12 most powerful golden hairpins of my heavenly pavilion to come to Qingshan. They should arrive tonight. Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly and said, Grim Reaper, you and your 10 chief judges of the Grim Reaper temple will be responsible for protecting Jiang Yao in the future. Enchantress, you and your 12 golden hairpins will be responsible for protecting Yuan. He Huang, your 4 guardians and 8 Vidras will serve as backup forces, to be used when needed. The 3 immediately took their orders. He Huang suggested to Yi Tianyuan, boss, you shouldn't let those people leave. If we keep them all here, even if the God of Heaven comes, we can still kill him. Indeed, if more than 100 top-notch criminals stayed, who else under the heavens could defeat them besides Yi Tianyuan? Yi Tianyuan chuckled and said, all 3 of you are from the Dragon Country, and your influence is also in the Dragon Country. So keeping you by my side won't have much impact on you. But the others are not from my Dragon Country, and their respective influences are not in my Dragon Country. They have been away for too long. If I don't let them go back to reorganize their forces, it will be difficult to command them from a distance. Now, I am facing dangers from various countries in the world, so letting them go back to reorganize their forces will also make it easier for me to deal with them in the future to counteract the various countries. Otherwise, no matter how strong my Tianyuan temple is, it will be difficult to deal with the joint forces of the world's countries at the same time. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's explanation, He Huang suddenly understood and admired Yi Tianyuan's foresight. Yi Tianyuan waved to the 3, and they quickly disappeared like ghosts. After sending the 3 away, Yi Tianyuan took out his phone and called Tianqing War God. After the call was connected, Yi Tianyuan ordered Tianqing secretly deploy a group of elite troops near the outskirts of Qingshan. There is no need for too many people, 3,000 will do, act low-key, and pay attention to confidentiality. After giving the order, Yi Tianyuan hung up the phone. This move was also a precautionary measure to be prepared for any eventuality. After everything was done, Yi Tianyuan finally relaxed. Yi Tianyuan went to the balcony, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. The bright moonlight shone on Yi Tianyuan, enveloping him in a silver glow. But soon, a mist suddenly gushed out from Yi Tianyuan's body, turning into a dragon-like figure entwined around Yi Tianyuan, extremely mysterious. The next day, Jiang Yao finished the breakfast carefully prepared by Yi Tianyuan as usual and then drove to work. However, as soon as the car left the Tan Palace Villa area, it was blocked by another car. Upon seeing a man and a woman getting out of the car, Jiang Yao's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and with a hint of displeasure, she rolled down the car window and said to the couple who had approached her, Wei Jian, Su Yinfen, I need to rush to work, please move aside. Jiang Yao naturally knew that they were up to no good, obviously coming for her because of yesterday's incident. Yesterday's humiliation of Su Yinfen at the entrance of Mansion No. 1 had nothing to do with Jiang Yao. Su Yinfen smiled maliciously and said to Jiang Yao, you probably don't know that your man is in big trouble today, right? Yi Tianyuan is in big trouble? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao's face immediately darkened, and she coldly looked at Su Yanfan and asked, "What do you mean? You don't know?" Su Yanfan playfully retorted. Zhang Yao's face darkened even more, and she spoke again, "Su Yanfan, if you have something to say, make it clear. Otherwise, I don't have time to play guessing games with you here." Su Yanfan pretended to look relieved and said, "Well, considering we are old classmates, I'll tell you for free. Yesterday, your man Yi Tianyuan beat up Zhang Xiaoqiang. And he did it twice. Do you understand the seriousness of this matter?" "Ha? Yi Tianyuan beat up Zhang Xiaoqiang?" Zhang Yao looked deeply at Su Yanfan. She didn't seem to be lying, and Yi Tianyuan was indeed capable of such a thing. But Zhang Yao did not realize how serious the matter was. Just a fight, it shouldn't lead to such a serious consequence, right? Seeing that Zhang Yao didn't seem too concerned, Wei Jian sneered and said, "It seems like your heart is as big as Yi Tianyuan's. You both really oversimplify things. Zhang Yao, you should know the relationship between me and Zhang Xiaoqiang. We are the closest of brothers. I can responsibly tell you, Zhang Xiaoqiang will confront Yi Tianyuan today, and it will be a serious confrontation. The Zhang family of the Gossip Gate is not only a top family in Qingshan, but also the strongest martial arts family in Qingshan. The Zhang family is known for their martial arts prowess, with many skilled individuals. As someone who practices martial arts, you should know that they have hot tempers and act without considering the consequences. If Zhang Xiaoqiang really decides to act today, then Wei Jian didn't continue his words, but instead smiled with a hint of schadenfreude, leaving Zhang Yao with endless room for imagination. Hearing Wei Jian's words, Zhang Yao's face sank to the bottom of the valley. She finally realized the danger. Wei Jian and Su Yanfan saw that their plan was working, so they smiled and left back to their car. After hesitating for a while in the car, Zhang Yao quickly drove away. However, she didn't head towards the company but towards the Zhang family. Wei Jian and Su Yanfan in the car exchanged a knowing smile, showing a triumphant expression of success. "Let's go, follow her, and watch the show," Su Yanfan said with a wicked smile. On the other side, Villa. Yi Tianyuan was preparing to take Yuan Yuan to school when suddenly the enchantress consort walked over to him and said, "Boss, just now." The enchantress consort detailed the information received from the god of death to Yi Tianyuan. After listening to the enchantress consort's report, Yi Tianyuan's face turned cold, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wei Jian, Su Yanfan, I couldn't be bothered with you, but since you are determined to seek death, I will grant your wish. Zhang family Yi Tianyuan said to the enchantress consort, "Take Yuan Yuan to school." After speaking, Yi Tianyuan drove away, heading towards the Zhang family, and also sent orders to the Black Emperor. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yao arrived at the Zhang family. The Zhang family's villa was exceptionally grand, occupying an area of over 1,000 square meters. Just the courtyard alone exceeded 500 square meters. The modern European-style villa exuded grandeur. All the members of the Zhang family usually lived here. Surrounding the Zhang family villa are dozens of other villas. These people are either relatives of the Zhang family, disciples of the Zhang family, or individuals who work for the Zhang family. It can be said that this whole area belongs to the Zhang family. The Bagua Gate of the Zhang family in Qingshan has a prestigious reputation that has been passed down for over 100 years. It can be said without exaggeration that the majority of martial artists in Qingshan have come from the Zhang family. Currently, the Zhang family's Bagua Gate has over 1,000 disciples. These people all follow the commands of the Bagua Gate. Due to the large number of martial arts disciples in the Zhang family, no one dares to provoke Qingshan. It is said that in terms of martial strength, the Zhang family is undoubtedly the strongest in Qingshan. Even the Qinglong society may not dare to confront the Zhang family directly. This is why the Zhang family members in Qingshan walk with arrogance and have fostered Zhang Xiaoqiang's arrogant personality. The Zhang family remains unchanged as usual. Regarding Yi Tianyuan's request to visit at 9 o'clock today, it seems that no one in the Zhang family takes it seriously. Not only do they not take it seriously, but they also scoff at it. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaoqiang has already gathered 300 Zhang family disciples in the front yard. After being humiliated by Yi Tianyuan twice yesterday, how could Zhang Xiaoqiang endure it? He vowed to avenge his humiliation today, to seek revenge, and to step on Yi Tianyuan, forcing him to beg for mercy to relieve his anger. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the Zhang family disciples in the yard, all dressed in black martial arts uniforms, standing neatly. With a rebellious and spirited attitude, carrying a sense of anger and fierceness, he said to the 300 Zhang family disciples, "Brothers, you are the most outstanding disciples of our Zhang family, each of you is skilled in martial arts. Later, a reckless kid who doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth will come to provoke our Zhang family. Today, as long as he dares to come, beat him to death. The dignity of our Zhang family cannot tolerate any provocation. At that moment, Zhang Yao, who was like an ice-cold goddess, walked over with heavy steps. Zhang Yao's stunning beauty immediately attracted the attention of all the men. The aloof woman had a touch of charm, which could arouse men's desire to conquer. Seeing Zhang Yao, Zhang Xiaoqian was also somewhat surprised. Back in school, he was once Zhang Yao's loyal pursuer, but he was always rejected. It had been many years since he last saw Zhang Yao, and seeing her again inadvertently stirred up the restlessness that had been suppressed for years. Zhang Xiaoqian smiled and said to Zhang Yao, long time no see. However, Zhang Yao did not give Zhang Xiaoqian a friendly look, but coldly asked, did you gather so many people to deal with Yi Tianyuan? Only then did Zhang Xiaoqian understand that Zhang Yao had come for Yi Tianyuan. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoqian felt very displeased. He smirked and looked at Zhang Yao, asking, are you here to plead for him? Zhang Yao did not answer, but silence was the best answer. Humph. Zhang Xiaoqian sneered, looking at Zhang Yao with a face of pity and regret. He is just a low-quality man from the lower class of society, unworthy of you. Why would you, such a beautiful and intelligent flower, settle for being with that dun? Zhang Yao, you are so pretty, smart, and outstanding, you shouldn't degrade yourself like this. You are young, you deserve a better man. You know I have always liked you. I don't mind that you have a daughter. I happen to like daughters too. Why don't you consider me? Zhang Yao looked at Zhang Xiaoqian coldly, ignoring his words, and said again, Zhang Xiaoqian, although I don't know what conflict you had with Yi Tianyuan yesterday, based on my understanding of Yi Tianyuan, he wouldn't provoke anyone without reason. I know your Zhang family is powerful and numerous, with strength in numbers, relying on martial arts to establish your clan. No one dares to provoke you in the mountains. Both Yi Tianyuan and I are ordinary people, we cannot provoke your Zhang family. I apologize to you on behalf of Yi Tianyuan for what happened yesterday. Please stop here. Humph. Hearing Zhang Yao's words, Zhang Xiaoqian sneered. He looked at Zhang Yao with a displeased expression and said, where did you get this arrogance from? Are you implying that I provoked Yi Tianyuan, so I deserve to be beaten by him? What do you mean by asking me to stop? By what authority, by what qualification do you have to ask me? If you are here to command me, then sorry, you are not my girlfriend. Do you have the right to command me? If you are here to plead for Yi Tianyuan, it seems that our class flower is too arrogant and not good at begging. When asking for help, one must have the attitude of asking for help, my goddess, don't you think so? Listening to Zhang Xiaoqian's sarcastic words, Zhang Yao's expression did not change much, still as cold as an iceberg. But for Yi Tianyuan's sake, Zhang Yao lowered her stance a bit and said to Zhang Xiaoqian, fine, I beg you. Seeing Zhang Yao finally soften, Zhang Xiaoqian smirked triumphantly. The goddess who had always kept him at a distance finally yielded to him, a historic moment. The feeling was so satisfying, even more so than when he first learned traditional skills to produce Highland protein. Zhang Xiaoqian looked at Zhang Yao with a smile and said, if you beg me, that's easy. I have no other requests, just be my girlfriend. Zhang Yao's face turned cold, and she said in a cold anger, I have a husband, please show some respect. Zhang Xiaoqian's face darkened, and he sneered, if you haven't had a wedding, what kind of husband is that? Who knows where you picked up that wild man? Smack! You are not allowed to insult Yi Tianyuan. He is my husband, my daughter's father, the hero in my heart, the Prince Charming, not a wild man. Zhang Yao raised her hand and slapped Zhang Xiaoqian hard, scolding him with excitement and anger. She fiercely defended Yi Tianyuan. As a third-rate martial artist, Zhang Xiaoqian could have dodged this slap, but he never expected Zhang Yao to dare to slap him. Where did this seemingly fragile woman find the courage? Being publicly slapped, Zhang Xiaoqian was thoroughly enraged. He raised his hand to slap Zhang Yao in anger, and although she was scared and pale, she bravely stood her ground. However, Zhang Xiaoqian's hand did not come down in the end, but stopped in mid-air. Zhang Xiaoqian gritted his teeth, his face full of anger, and withdrew his hand, pointing at Zhang Yao. Yesterday I was beaten by your man, today by you. You two are truly a perfect match made in heaven. Humph. You both want to play tough with me, right? Then today, I will play with you two properly. Zhang Yao, out of respect for our classmates, I have already given you face, but you are shameless. Since you don't appreciate my gesture, then face the consequences. Someone, close the door. The last sentence was almost a shout from Zhang Xiaoqian. Several Zhang family disciples immediately ran to close the door, and some others quickly blocked Zhang Yao's way out. Zhang Yao had never seen such a situation before, naturally she was quite frightened. But Zhang Yao still stood there bravely and resolutely, looking coldly at Zhang Xiaoqian. Jian Yao still has some courage, Zhang Xiaoqian smirked playfully. Zhang Yao, congratulations on successfully provoking me. Since you are so devoted to Yi Tianyuan, I will give you a chance now. If you don't want to be my girlfriend, then spend 3 days with me. Isn't this request reasonable? 3 days in exchange for Yi Tianyuan's life. It's a very profitable deal. Second, kneel down and beg me. If I am satisfied, I will consider it. Despicable, shameless. Hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang's filthy words, Jiang Yao trembled with anger. She wanted to go up and slap him hard. She thought they were classmates, and Zhang Xiaoqiang should have shown her some respect. But Jiang Yao overestimated human nature. Human nature's ugliness knows no bounds, beyond your imagination. Friendship, in the eyes of these people, is worthless. Seeing that Jiang Yao refused to comply, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to smirk and said, Jiang Yao, don't say I didn't give you a chance as an old classmate. This offer stands until Yi Tianyuan arrives. When Yi Tianyuan arrives, and I have his life in my hands, the conditions will change. Do you believe that I can play with you in front of Yi Tianyuan? Jiang Yao clenched her fists, her fingernails almost digging into her flesh. She was trembling with anger, but she also knew that when Zhang Xiaoqiang, with his character flaws, went crazy, he was capable of anything. To him, killing someone was no big deal, and the Zhang family could easily handle it. Yi Tianyuan was just a retired soldier without power or status, not enough to make Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitate. And she, Jiang Yao, was even less significant. Even if the Zhang family valued her, it wouldn't matter in front of the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaoqiang's face was full of evil, looking at Jiang Yao with a mocking expression, as if he had her under control. He was not in a hurry at all. Holding someone's life in his hands, he was not afraid of others not submitting. As expected, after weighing her options, Jiang Yao sighed helplessly. What could she do now? Besides bowing down and begging Zhang Xiaoqiang for mercy, what else could she do? Facing the Zhang family, even if Yi Tianyuan was strong, it was a dead end. No matter what, she couldn't let anything happen to Yi Tianyuan. She had waited for 8 years to bring Yi Tianyuan back, and everything was finally moving in a positive direction, giving her hope and anticipation for the future. She didn't want it all to be like a dream, disappearing when she woke up. Jiang Yao finally made a decision. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes firm and cold as she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Fine, I will kneel to you, please spare Yi Tianyuan. With that, Jiang Yao was about to kneel before Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang's face did not show much satisfaction. In fact, he preferred Jiang Yao to agree to spend 3 days with him. Even if he couldn't win her heart, he wanted her. But just as Jiang Yao bent her legs slightly, preparing to kneel, a furious and chilling voice suddenly echoed through the entire Zhang family. Zhang Xiaoqiang, you are seeking death. The thunderous voice shocked everyone present. Zhang Xiaoqiang also took 2 steps back in fear, feeling a sense of dread. He could tell it was Yi Tianyuan's voice. After being humiliated by Yi Tianyuan twice yesterday, he had developed a fear of him. Like the arrival of a god of death among mortals, Yi Tianyuan strode over with a deathly aura, causing those blocking his path to quickly make way, involuntarily stepping aside. Soon, Yi Tianyuan arrived by Jiang Yao's side. Jiang Yao stared blankly at the man in front of her, feeling a sense of security in this moment. Seeing Yi Tianyuan, everything felt safe. But suddenly, Jiang Yao snapped back to reality, pushing Yi Tianyuan away urgently, shouting, Yi Tianyuan, you must leave quickly. Zhang Xiaoqiang wants to kill you. You can't afford to provoke the Zhang family. You are no match for them. Hurry, leave. Seeing Yi Tianyuan's arrival, Zhang Xiaoqiang sneered coldly, you've come, but do you think you can leave? Close the door, block the dog. With Zhang Xiaoqiang's command, the disciples of the Zhang family quickly sealed the gate, blocking Yi Tianyuan's retreat with 300 disciples. Escaping wouldn't be so easy. Why did you come running over? I can handle this. Jiang Yao reproached Yi Tianyuan, but then she reached out to block Yi Tianyuan, coldly addressing the increasingly crazed Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang, you promised earlier that as long as I kneel to you, you would spare Yi Tianyuan. I hope you won't break your word. Jiang Yao attempted to kneel to Zhang Xiaoqiang, but a large hand stopped her, preventing her from kneeling. Jiang Yao tried to push away Yi Tianyuan's hand with force, but she couldn't budge an inch. Yi Tianyuan, let me go. We can't afford to provoke Zhang Xiaoqiang. Don't act recklessly. My daughter and I need you. You can't afford to have any trouble. Just kneel to her, it won't cost you much. As long as you're safe, it's fine. Hearing Jiang Yao's words, Yi Tianyuan's anger and killing intent surged. Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang coldly, and with just one glance, he had already sentenced Zhang Xiaoqiang to death. Zhang Xiaoqiang was asking for it. Retracting his gaze, Yi Tianyuan immediately showed a gentle and caring expression to Jiang Yao. You are my woman, Yi Tianyuan. No one in this world is worthy of making you kneel. Whoever dares to make you kneel, I will kill their entire family. Rest assured, leave this matter to me to resolve. For some reason, from Yi Tianyuan's eyes and tone, Jiang Yao unexpectedly gained a strong sense of confidence. She hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to say. Yi Tianyuan's unwavering protection made her feel touched. However, at that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang smirked and said, "Stop arguing. Kneeling was the condition earlier, but now it's not something that can be resolved by just kneeling." Zhang Yao, I already said earlier that before Yi Tianyuan arrived, I could give you a chance. But now, I've changed my mind. Even if you willingly accompany me for 3 days, this matter cannot be resolved. Before Zhang Xiaoqiang could finish speaking, Yi Tianyuan swiftly moved like a ghost and was already in front of him. Such speed, the speed caught Zhang Xiaoqiang off guard. He didn't even have a chance to react before Yi Tianyuan slapped him hard, knocking him to the ground. The immense force made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel like his neck was broken, his head hitting the ground heavily, creating a deep pit. With blood gushing from his head, Zhang Xiaoqiang's mouth was also filled with blood, feeling like his jaw was dislocated and unable to move. His face was torn apart, half of it destroyed. The endless pain surged like a tidal wave, completely bewildering Zhang Xiaoqiang. It's really true that the harshest words provoke the most brutal actions. He, a third-rate martial artist, was actually knocked down by a slap, unable to even stand up. Yi Tianyuan naturally didn't give Zhang Xiaoqiang a chance to stand up again. As Zhang Xiaoqiang fell to the ground, Yi Tianyuan's foot swiftly stomped on his 2 knees. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp and bone-chilling sounds echoed through the entire Zhang family's front yard. The 300 disciples of the Zhang family felt their scalps tingle, their hearts tremble, and with a mix of astonishment and fear, they stared fixedly in this direction. They were all dumbfounded, at a loss. This situation was obviously something they had never expected. They were all stunned. They hadn't even processed what was happening. Both knees were crushed, and the extreme pain made Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a horrifying scream. Damn bastard, Yi Tianyuan, you dare cripple my legs, I will never let you off, I will make you wish you were dead. But immediately, Zhang Xiaoqiang cried out in pain again. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Tianyuan struck again. This time, it was Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand that was directly crushed by Yi Tianyuan. In just a short while, Yi Tianyuan had crushed Zhang Xiaoqiang's 2 legs in one hand, leaving no possibility of recovery. He had completely disabled Zhang Xiaoqiang. This situation drove Zhang Xiaoqiang into a frenzy. He was truly losing his mind. How could this happen? How crazy was Yi Tianyuan to do such a cruel and insane thing? In the Zhang family, how could Yi Tianyuan dare to cripple him? Say less, it won't do you any good. You only have 1 hand left, still shouting? Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang coldly, like a god of death. Looking down from a position of superiority, his imposing manner was even more powerful and intimidating, like a demon. Zhang Xiaoqiang wanted to curse at Yi Tianyuan again, but when the words reached his lips, he stopped himself, realizing that if he dared to provoke Yi Tianyuan again, he would definitely crush his last hand. If all his limbs were disabled, then it would truly be better to be dead. Living would be meaningless. Jiang Yao, who was standing by, was also shocked and speechless, like a statue. She had not expected Yi Tianyuan to be so ruthless and to directly disable Zhang Xiaoqiang. Today's events would probably be difficult to resolve. Now, Yi Tianyuan had completely offended the Zhang family. What to do? For a moment, Jiang Yao was also at a loss, not knowing what to do. Faced with the formidable Zhang family, Jiang Yao was truly afraid, filled with fear and despair. But now that things had come to this, what else could she say? Could she blame Yi Tianyuan? She couldn't blame Yi Tianyuan. It was indeed Zhang Xiaoqiang who had gone too far. Jiang Yao knew very well what kind of person Zhang Xiaoqiang was. The fault did not lie with Yi Tianyuan. However, in this world, fairness was non-existent. In the face of strong power, right and wrong were insignificant and laughable. Jiang Yao sighed softly in her heart. The hope she had just held onto in life, was it going to be shattered so soon? Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan with complex emotions in her eyes, shook her head, and whispered, Yi Tianyuan, you shouldn't have done this. There is no way out now, the Zhang family will not let us go. Seeing Jiang Yao so worried about herself, Yi Tianyuan also felt a twinge of heartache and self-blame. If only he had come to the Zhang family to resolve things last night. Wei Jian, Su Yanfen, you two are dead. A strong sense of resentment surged in Yi Tianyuan's heart. If it weren't for these 2 people causing trouble, Jiang Yao wouldn't have come to beg Zhang Xiaoqiang. Deal with Zhang Xiaoqiang first, then deal with these 2. Yi Tianyuan said seriously to Jiang Yao, don't worry, I'll be fine. Just a Zhang family, they can't do anything to me. When it comes to fighting, I, Yi Tianyuan, have never been afraid of anyone. What kind of big scene have I not seen? I'm not afraid even when facing 1,000,000 troops in battle, let alone a small Zhang family. Jiang Yao, you leave first. The next scene might be a bit inappropriate for you to see. With that, Yi Tianyuan took Jiang Yao outside. Jiang Yao desperately shook her head and refused to eat Tianyuan. No, I'm not leaving, but Jiang Yao naturally couldn't resist, and soon she was pushed out of the Zhang family's gate by Yi Tianyuan. After pushing Jiang Yao out, Yi Tianyuan locked the gate and coldly looked at the Zhang family members like a grim reaper. Bang! 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 Outside the door, Jiang Yao was vigorously banging on the Zhang family's door, but it wouldn't open. Jiang Yao was so anxious that her eyes turned red and her eye sockets became somewhat moist. She looked flustered and at a loss. Seeing that knocking on the door was futile, Jiang Yao didn't give up. Instead, she quickly calmed down. No, I have to find a way to save Yi Tianyuan. I can't just watch him die at the hands of the Zhang family. The Zhang family is known for their ruthlessness, especially since Yi Tianyuan has already crippled Zhang Shoucheng. Jiang Yao's mind raced. What could she do to save Yi Tianyuan? She was just a weak woman with no power. Ask her grandfather? Although Yi Tianyuan had saved her grandfather's life, it was obviously not feasible. Not to mention that her grandfather would not agree. Even if he didn't have the ability to save someone. The Zhang family appeared weak in front of the Zhang family. Besides her grandfather, who else could she ask for help? Right, Jiang Yao suddenly had an idea and remembered someone she had just met yesterday. President Yi Rao. With her status, if she is willing to help, perhaps the Zhang family will give her some face. Yes, she's the only person I can turn to now, even if it means swallowing my pride. Jiang Yao didn't hesitate and immediately got into the car to head to the Black Emperor group. The warriors of the Zhang family rushed out upon hearing the news. The Zhang family was prosperous, with Zhang Hong as the head of the family, and he had as many as 10 brothers. By the time it reached Zhang Xiaocheng's father, Zhang Disheng, there were even more, reaching 40 to 50 brothers. Although some had already established themselves and left to develop on their own, most of them still remained in the Zhang family. In Zhang Xiaocheng's generation, the number directly reached nearly 100. However, only about a third of them usually stayed at the ancestral home of the Zhang family. Even with just a third, the number was not small. Among the third generation of the Zhang family, Zhang Shoucheng was undoubtedly the most outstanding, an absolute standout. He was also the hope of the Zhang family's future. Without any surprises, by the time it reached Zhang Xiaocheng's generation, he would definitely be in control of the Zhang family. Therefore, when the warriors of the Zhang family came out and saw Zhang Shoucheng, who had been crippled by Yi Tianyuan, they were both shocked and angry. They were shocked by Yi Tianyuan's strength and methods, being able to cripple Zhang Shoucheng, a third-rate warrior, in such a short time. They were shocked by Yi Tianyuan's audacity, daring to be so ruthless to Zhang Shoucheng in the ancestral home of the Zhang family, which was undoubtedly a challenge to the entire Zhang family. The people of the Zhang family were furious, each of them looking at Yi Tianyuan with eyes that seemed to want to devour him. Zhang Xiaocheng's father, Zhang Disheng, was heartbroken, his emotions reaching an extreme point, glaring fiercely at Yi Tianyuan. Dad, I want him to suffer. Zhang Xiaocheng let out a hysterical roar at his father, Zhang Disheng. Zhang Disheng promised Zhang Shoucheng with a determined face, don't worry, son, our Zhang family will definitely make him pay tenfold or 100-fold, let him know how tragic it is to mess with my Zhang family. After speaking to Zhang Shoucheng, Zhang Disheng roared like a mad beast towards the 300 disciples of the Zhang family. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to buy coffins for you? You are all a bunch of useless people, so many of you just stood by and watched my son being crippled? What use do I have for you in the Zhang family? All of you, attack. If you can't kill this kid, then all of you can get out. The 300 disciples all looked aggrieved. Everything that just happened was too fast for them to react. But now, talking about this obviously had no meaning. What they needed to do now was to take down this Yi Tianyuan, make up for their mistakes, otherwise they might really be kicked out of the Zhang family. Kill! The 300 disciples did not hesitate at all, immediately shouting and charging towards Yi Tianyuan. Although these 300 disciples had not reached the level of warriors, they were all skilled fighters to ordinary people. Outside, each of them could take on dozens of tough guys. Although not warriors, their strength lay in their numbers. The 300 people picked up their long sticks and charged towards Yi Tianyuan in unison. A bunch of ants, you are not worthy of me taking action, get out of here. Facing the 300 disciples, Yi Tianyuan coldly snorted. With a fierce kick, a powerful force surged out like a tidal wave, knocking all 300 disciples down. The powerful force created a strong gust of wind, causing the Zhang family warriors to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Yi Tianyuan only took 1 step forward, without even using his hands, and all 300 disciples of the Zhang family were knocked down. This strength was undeniably powerful. The Zhang family warriors couldn't help but be shocked, looking at Yi Tianyuan with eyes full of disbelief. It was hard to believe. Such a young age, yet such incredible strength? Just from the display of strength earlier, at least the Zhang family warriors present felt inferior, as they clearly couldn't match up to that level. How much robust true energy would be needed for such a powerful force? A top-tier warrior? Such a young top-tier warrior? It was truly unbelievable. Zhang Xiaoqian was considered a rare martial arts genius in the Zhang family, his age similar to the person in front of him, but he had only recently become a third-rate warrior. This was already a remarkable performance. But to see someone of similar age already reaching the terrifying level of a top-tier warrior? It truly made the Zhang family warriors widen their eyes and expand their horizons. Zhang Difu had witnessed Yi Tianyuan's strength yesterday, but he had thought Yi Tianyuan was at the level of a second-rate warrior. Now, it seemed he had underestimated Yi Tianyuan. Zhang Difu looked at Yi Tianyuan with a cold face and asked, "Top-tier warrior?" Upon hearing Zhang Difu's words, the Zhang family warriors couldn't help but gasp in shock. If the young man in front of them was truly a top-tier warrior, then today's situation might not be easy to handle. If he was just a top-tier warrior, it wouldn't be too frightening, as the Zhang family also had top-tier warriors. Moreover, the Zhang family had dozens of warriors, with as many as 6 second-rate warriors. With the strength of the Zhang family, they naturally wouldn't fear a top-tier warrior. But the problem was, what kind of power did this young top-tier warrior have behind him? How strong could it be? This was something the Zhang family warriors were all concerned about at the moment. Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at Zhang Difu and said, "I don't know about top-tier warriors or not, I just know that none of you are my match. The number of warriors in your Zhang family should be far more than this, and there should be even more powerful warriors. Stop hiding, shout them all out. What I dislike the most in my life is trouble. When there is trouble, I like to solve it all at once. I told you yesterday that I would visit your Zhang family at 9 o'clock today. I came earlier than expected today, it's still 8:30 now, your Zhang family has half an hour to prepare. Don't say I didn't give your Zhang family a chance. In half an hour, bring out all the people your Zhang family can call and all the means they can use. Let me see how strong your Zhang family really is. Remember, you only have one chance. At 9 o'clock, I will start on time." Arrogant. This is simply too arrogant. The warriors of the Zhang family stared in disbelief at Yi Tianyuan, all stunned by his extreme arrogance. They say youth is arrogant, but is this young man named Yi Tianyuan really just arrogant? He is simply too arrogant. Arrogant to the point of having no friends. But Yi Tianyuan's words did indeed shock all the people of the Zhang family, and they looked at each other. How can he be so confident? Who is Yi Tianyuan and what is his background that allows him to speak so arrogantly? Without any backup, how can he speak so arrogantly? At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, "Don't be intimidated by Yi Tianyuan. He's just bluffing. He is the husband of my classmate Jiang Yao, a soldier who has just retired, with no background. Dad, why are you afraid of him? Hurry up and take action. Kill him for me." Oh, just a soldier who has just retired? Since he has no background, the Zhang family really has no need to worry, just crush him directly. In Qingshan, there are not many people who dare to provoke the Zhang family. If you provoke them, you must die. Kill him for me. Zhang Dishing roared in extreme anger and rushed towards Yi Tianyuan first. He was eager to avenge his son and wanted to tear Yi Tianyuan apart. Other warriors of the Zhang family also joined forces and attacked Yi Tianyuan. In an instant, Zhang Dishing had already reached Yi Tianyuan. Faced with Zhang Dishing's furious attack, Yi Tianyuan remained indifferent. In Yi Tianyuan's eyes, the second-rate warrior Zhang Dishing was just a slightly stronger ant. Faced with an ant, does Yi Tianyuan need to take a second look? Yi Tianyuan didn't even bother to raise his eyelids until Zhang Dishing approached. Then Yi Tianyuan suddenly made a move. Strike first. Yi Tianyuan's speed was so fast that Zhang Dishing didn't even feel anything. He was directly hit hard by Yi Tianyuan's fist and flew out, crashing heavily into a wall after flying more than 10 meters. Like a cannonball, he smashed a big hole in the wall. This scene immediately shocked everyone in the Zhang family. They were petrified as if struck by lightning, standing still in place. What just happened? None of them saw clearly. It felt like Yi Tianyuan didn't move from his spot. But when Zhang Difu approached, he was instantly sent flying. This situation was indeed quite bizarre. After all, Zhang Difu was a peak second-rate warrior, with 1 foot already stepping into the ranks of first-rate warriors. Among the second-rate warriors, there were not many who could match Zhang Difu. In the entire Qingshan, apart from those few first-rate warriors, there was no one who could match Zhang Difu. But even such a powerful second-rate warrior, without even touching Yi Tianyuan, was directly knocked out by a single blow, and in a sorry state, crashed into the house. After crashing heavily to the ground, Zhang Difu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest caved in like a bull-sized deep pit. His clothes were already stuck with blood, a sight so shocking that it was unbearable to look at. Zhang Difu's gaze towards Yi Tianyuan was filled with astonishment and fear, as if he had seen a devil. In those deep and complex eyes, there was an expression of disbelief. How could he be so strong? Zhang Difu was still trying to recall what had happened just now. Yi Tianyuan's speed was so fast that Zhang Difu couldn't see clearly what had happened. The power of that casual blow was so strong that it reached a terrifying level. It made Zhang Difu feel like he had been hit by a heavy bomb. Could it be that this young man in front of him surpassed top warriors? Zhang Xiuqiang, who was roaring angrily just now, was now dumbfounded, petrified like a statue. How could this be? Zhang Xiuqiang's heart was in turmoil. He could hardly believe that Yi Tianyuan, who was about the same age as him, had become so unbelievably powerful. Anyone else eager to challenge, feel free to come forward? Yi Tianyuan scanned the Zhang family members coldly, speaking indifferently. It was like the inquiry of a grim reaper. With the example of Zhang Dishing just now, who would dare to step forward easily now? Do not attempt to test my limited patience and kindness. There are 28 minutes left. Time is precious for you, do not waste it. Yi Tianyuan said coldly once again. After speaking, he pulled a chair and sat down next to Zhang Xiuqiang. Seeing Yi Tianyuan sitting beside him, Zhang Xiuqiang felt like he was facing a formidable enemy, wanting to move away in fear. But he couldn't move at all now. Zhang Xiuqiang looked at Yi Tianyuan with fear, afraid that Yi Tianyuan would attack him again. Fortunately, Yi Tianyuan did not do anything to Zhang Xiuqiang, which made Zhang Xiuqiang breathe a sigh of relief. But Zhang Xiuqiang was still on edge, not daring to be careless, not even daring to look at Yi Tianyuan, for fear of provoking this god of death. Where was the arrogance he had shown in front of his father Zhang Dishing just now? The members of the Zhang family remained silent, with strange expressions frozen in place. At this moment, an old man walked out. His steps seemed slow, but he quickly arrived in front of Yi Tianyuan. Seeing the newcomer, the Zhang family members suddenly looked as if they had found a backbone, each looking at the newcomer with expectant eyes. After Zhang Han's death, the Bagua sect was temporarily taken over by Zhang Meng, the second strongest in the Zhang family, who ruled the Zhang family. Zhang Meng was also a top warrior. Previously, the Zhang family had two top warriors, as well as Zhang Hong, the acknowledged top warrior of Qingshan. In addition to the two top warriors, the Zhang family also had dozens of second-rate warriors and dozens of third-rate warriors. The total number of warriors in the Zhang family exceeded 50. The total number of warriors in all of Qingshan probably did not exceed 100, and the Zhang family accounted for more than half of them. Therefore, the Zhang family had the absolute qualifications and confidence to dominate Qingshan, not fearing anyone. At least in terms of strength, there was indeed no force that could compete with the Zhang family, this was beyond doubt. Yi Tianyuan only glanced casually at Zhang Meng's arrival, then lost interest. He couldn't even be bothered to look more. Zhang Meng had been observing secretly just now, and only now did he come out. Zhang Meng's eyes were deep and profound, shining with a strange light, as if he wanted to see through Yi Tianyuan. Zhang Meng looked at Yi Tianyuan for a long time before speaking. Yi, we are all martial artists. If you have something to say, you can say it nicely. Your actions were too ruthless, don't you think? Do you really think that there is no one left in our Zhang family? But before Zhang Meng could finish his sentence, Yi Tianyuan attacked directly. By the time Zhang Meng finished his last word, Yi Tianyuan had already reached him. This top-notch martial artist had a cold expression and a fierce look in his eyes. He unleashed his extremely powerful Bagwazang with a force like a landslide, striking towards Yi Tianyuan. He obviously did not expect Yi Tianyuan to attack him without hesitation. This young man had no sense of martial ethics. Bang! The palms of the two collided in mid-air. It was a clash of power. The collision of immense power resulted in a thunderous sound. The deafening noise indicated the strength of the impact. The powerful force sent Zhang Meng flying. The situation was no better for Zhang Dishing, who also flew out over 10 meters, smashing into a wall and spitting blood. The difference was that Zhang Dishing was injured in the chest, while Zhang Meng's arm was injured. His arm, after the clash with Yi Tianyuan, was deformed, with broken bones visible through the torn flesh. Zhang Meng's hand was clearly disabled. The whole scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was petrified. They were stunned, their expressions frozen in shock. This time, everyone was shaken to the core. Third-rate martial artist Zhang Xiuqiang was beaten like a dog. Peak second-rate martial artist Zhang Dishing was also severely injured. Now, first-rate martial artist Zhang Meng was defeated with a single blow, lying on the ground, unable to get up. The members of the Zhang family felt that their understanding was completely inadequate. They were extremely shocked by Yi Tianyuan's level. Is he surpassing the first-rate martial artists? A grandmaster? A grandmaster at such a young age? Forget about the local mountains, have you ever heard of such a person in the whole Jiang County? Yi Tianyuan looked indifferently at Zhang Meng, then coldly said, a group of show-offs, not a single one can fight. Sorry, but it seems that there is no one in your Zhang family. Hearing such extreme humiliation, the Zhang family members felt ashamed and humiliated. But did they have the strength to refute? In the midst of silence, the heavily injured Zhang Meng struggled to approach Yi Tianyuan, staring at him coldly and asked, who are you really? Yi Tianyuan couldn't be bothered to say anything more and just sat back in his chair. Seeing this, Zhang Meng's expression became even more solemn and eerie. He knew that Yi Tianyuan no longer cared to talk to him. At 9 o'clock, he would act without fail. From this perspective, this young man was quite principled, but this principle was clearly unfriendly to the Zhang family. After a long silence, Zhang Meng spoke again in a deep voice, Sir, please spare us. There's no need to be so aggressive. Today, my Zhang family has made a mistake. We have offended you in many ways, and I apologize on behalf of the Zhang family. I understand the reasons behind this incident. It was caused by Zhang Xiaoqiang, and he should bear all the responsibility. But you have already disabled his legs and one hand. Isn't that punishment severe enough? Are you still unwilling to let it go and insist on pushing him to his death? This matter, my Zhang family admits defeat and acknowledges mistakes. We Zhang family also admit fault, but please show mercy. Can we end it here? End it here? Wasn't Zhang Xiaoqiang just humiliated for nothing? Hasn't the face of the Zhang family been completely lost? The Zhang family has stood in Qingshan for 100 years. When have they suffered such a big loss? The person who dares to make the Zhang family suffer such a big loss has not been born yet. But at this moment, even though everyone in the Zhang family is unwilling and resentful, what else can they do? Dare they say a word of refusal? In the world of martial artists, strength is king. The fist is justice, everything else is nonsense. In the face of absolute strength, one must obediently bow down. Yi Tianyuan just coldly glanced at the head of the Zhang family and said indifferently, there are 25 minutes left. Hurry up, if you say one more word of nonsense, I will kill you first, do you believe it? This extreme contemptuous remark, how could it not be a profound humiliation for Zhang Meng? As a top martial artist, who in Qingshan dares to speak to him in such a tone, dare to speak out with such arrogant words of killing him? But the young man in front of him named Yi Tianyuan dares. And Zhang Meng also has no doubt that Yi Tianyuan can do it. So, after giving Yi Tianyuan a deep and profound look, Zhang Meng did not continue to say anything. It seems that it is difficult to resolve this matter today, so some means must be taken. Since that's the case, let's stir up the foundation of the Zhang family. This is something the Zhang family has never done before, and it's a good opportunity to see how deep the Zhang family's foundation really is. Zhang Meng immediately solemnly instructed everyone, De Fu, you contact the leader of the Ma family. De Bao, you contact the leader of the Hushi. De Qiang, you contact the Dragon Lord. I will contact Du, make sure they arrive at my Zhang family within 25 minutes. Following Zhang Meng's orders, the named individuals immediately started making phone calls. Soon, there were responses. After the call was connected on Zhang Meng's side, there was no nonsense. He directly ordered, Du, there's trouble at home, bring people to Zhang family quickly, make it fast. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Meng looked at Yi Tianyuan with a fierce expression, but the latter closed his eyes to rest. This attitude, it was simply a profound contempt for the Zhang family. Black Emperor Group, President's Office. Jiang Yao, who saw President Yerowa, hurriedly explained the situation briefly. Jiang Yao looked at Yerowa with a pleading expression and said, President Yerowa, I know I am being very abrupt and rude, but I have no other choice, so I have to ask you shamelessly, I hope you can help me. I am really grateful. Jiang Yao was about to kneel down to Yerowa. Yerowa was extremely anxious at this moment. The person in front of her was the woman of her adoptive father's boss, and she revered Yi Tianyuan like a god. So, Yerowa was so scared that she almost knelt down to Jiang Yao. Before Jiang Yao could finish speaking, Yerowa quickly and carefully supported Jiang Yao and said, Miss Jiang, rest assured, although we just met yesterday, I feel like we've known each other for a long time. I admire Miss Jiang's beauty and talent, and I also like Miss Jiang Yao's charm. Sometimes, one glance is enough to know the right person. This matter, leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao was immediately moved to tears, and she was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently, not knowing what to say. She never expected President Yerowa to agree so readily. After all, this matter was not small, and there might be some trouble. Even if it was a close relative, they probably wouldn't easily agree. At this critical moment of saving someone, Jiang Yao naturally didn't think too much. Yerowa saw through Jiang Yao's urgency, but she was not worried at all, as she knew Mr. Ye's terrifying strength. Don't say it's just a small green hill. Even if you look at the entire Dragon Kingdom or even the whole world, there is no one or force that can threaten Mr. Yi, right? Just a Zhang family, in front of Mr. Yi, is nothing more than insignificant. But Knight Ruo naturally couldn't tell Jiang Yao about these situations. So, she could only comfort Jiang Yao. Don't worry, Miss Jiang, I will call for some help right now. Find help? Hearing that Knight Ruo still needs to find others, it is likely to take up some time, and Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel worried. She was about to say something to Knight Ruo, but Knight Ruo had already seen through Jiang Yao's thoughts and quickly explained, Miss Jiang, I have just arrived in Qingshan after all, and I am not familiar with Qingshan. I have never had any dealings with the Zhang family. Regarding the matters of Qingshan, it would be more appropriate to find the local authorities of Qingshan to handle it. Miss Jiang, you can rest assured, I know that time is of the essence now, and I will make sure they rush to the Zhang family to save your husband, Mr. Yi, as quickly as possible. Hearing Knight Ruo say this, Jiang Yao finally felt a little relieved. However, the mention of her husband by Knight Ruo made a blush appear on Jiang Yao's face involuntarily. Although she and Yi Tianyuan have a daughter, after all, they are not yet a couple, nor do they have the title of husband and wife. So, calling him her husband indeed made Jiang Yao feel a bit strange. Knight Ruo immediately called 3 people in front of Jiang Yao. One was Hu Shou, one was the leader of the Ma family, and the other was Long Yi. The 3 of them on the phone all assured that they would rush to the Zhang family as quickly as possible. After getting the assurance from these 3, Knight Ruo hung up the phone and said to Jiang Yao, Miss Jiang, you heard that, now you can rest assured, right? Jiang Yao gratefully said to Knight Ruo, President Knight Ruo, thank you so much, you are truly kind-hearted, I really don't know how to thank you. Knight Ruo quickly shook her head and said, Miss Jiang, you are too kind, it's just a small favor, there's really no need to be so polite. Being able to help you, Miss Jiang, is also my honor. Honor? Hearing these somewhat strange words, Jiang Yao couldn't help but give Knight Ruo a strange look. Knight Ruo immediately realized that she had said something wrong and quickly changed the subject. Miss Jiang, why don't we go to the Zhang family as well? You are worried about your husband. We can go and see, so you can know the situation there as soon as possible. Jiang Yao immediately nodded. That's exactly what I mean, let's go. Thank you, President Knight Ruo, for accompanying me. I really feel bad for taking up your time. Knight Ruo wanted to ask Jiang Yao to stop talking. She really felt like kneeling down. If Mr. Yi found out, she wouldn't be able to bear it. On the other side, at the Zhang family ancestral home, time was passing by minute by minute. The entire Zhang family was plunged into a dead silence, with a tense and oppressive atmosphere, and an indescribable sense of strangeness in the air. Soon, the half-hour deadline was about to arrive. And at this moment, there was finally a commotion outside the door. Hearing this commotion, the people of the Zhang family immediately became alert, as if they had caught a lifeline. Reinforcements had arrived. A large number of Zhang family members quickly rushed in, bringing a huge crowd with them. In an instant, the spacious front yard was completely packed, with a number of people totaling in the thousands. The main members and disciples of the Zhang family were basically all present, with dozens of martial artists gathered together. When the newcomers saw the disabled Zhang Xiaoqiang, as well as the seriously injured Zhang Dixing and Zhang Meng, they were also quite surprised. Then, a loud voice suddenly sounded excitedly, Leader Ma has brought a large number of city defense forces. Upon hearing that the real reinforcements had finally arrived, Zhang Meng's expression couldn't help but change. The members of the Zhang family all looked over, only to see the leader of the horses leading a group of armed city defense forces rushing in. The deterrent power naturally surged. Zhang Meng, dragging his injured body, quickly led the core members of the Zhang family forward to greet them. Leader Ma, thank you for making the trip in person. If it weren't for the special circumstances, our Zhang family wouldn't have troubled you. In response to Zhang Meng's warm welcome, Leader Ma showed a cold demeanor. He didn't even say a word, standing there expressionless. Leader Ma's actions immediately made the Zhang family members look at each other in confusion, not knowing what was going on. At that moment, the mayor also arrived in his special car. Seeing the mayor's arrival, Zhang Meng and the others ignored Leader Ma and immediately began to flatter the mayor. However, to the surprise of the Zhang family members once again, the mayor, like Leader Ma, was also cold and indifferent, showing no response to their warm welcome, appearing very unfamiliar. The last to arrive was Lu Jinlong, the underground emperor of Qingshan. Lu Jinlong didn't even glance at the Zhang family members, but walked straight to the mayor and Leader Ma, saying, sorry for being late. After that, the 3 of them walked over to Yi Tianyuan. What followed left all the Zhang family members stunned and speechless, with their jaws dropping in shock. The mayor, Lu Jinlong, and Leader Ma, upon reaching Yi Tianyuan, respectfully bowed and greeted him in unison. Greetings, Mr. Yi. Their voices were not loud, but to the Zhang family members, it felt like a thunderbolt. The shock left all the Zhang family members petrified, as if struck by lightning. They were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe what they were seeing. What was going on? The mayor and Dragon Lord, the rulers of Qingshan, actually showed such deference to Yi Tianyuan? Just who was Yi Tianyuan and what kind of background did he have? The most shocked was Zhang Xiuqiang, who had always thought of Yi Tianyuan as just a retired soldier, a poor nobody. A person without power or influence, someone the Zhang family could easily crush like stepping on an ant. So what if he could fight? The Zhang family had power and connections. Were there people in Qingshan that the Zhang family couldn't deal with? But Zhang Xiaoqiang never imagined that Yi Tianyuan had such a powerful background. He now seriously doubted whether Yi Tianyuan was just a retired soldier. Zhang Meng, with an expressionless face, stared intently in this direction, his eyes filled with complex emotions, feeling a mix of bitterness in his heart. He now wished he could kill Zhang Xiuqiang, as everything was caused by this troublemaker. It might be difficult to resolve this now. Seeing the mayor and the others arrive, Yi Tianyuan finally opened his eyes and nodded slightly at the three. The mayor and the others immediately stood respectfully behind Yi Tianyuan, as if they were his loyal bodyguards. With such 3 bodyguards, who in Qingshan wouldn't be scared half to death upon seeing them? At that moment, the members of the Zhang family suddenly felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on them, and none of them dared to speak. Yi Tianyuan checked the time, 2 more minutes, just a little longer. Suddenly, Zhang Meng took a step forward, slightly bowed, and with a tone of submission and pleading, said, Mr. Yi, today our Zhang family has been blind and offensive. When we make mistakes, we must correct them and accept punishment. We apologize, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, please tell us how we can calm your anger and vent your frustration. Just say the word, and we will accept the punishment. However, Yi Tianyuan remained indifferent and said, there is still one person who hasn't arrived, let's wait a little longer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng almost spat blood. The meaning in these words was very clear, there was no intention to give Zhang's family a chance to back down. Mr. Yi, how can you stop? My Zhang family has already surrendered, willing to accept all punishment, willing to pay a great price. Mr. Yi, why be so unrelenting? We are all from Qingshan, I hope Mr. Yi can be merciful and spare my Zhang family. Zhang Meng spoke again. With a pleading look, he also looked at the 3 leaders of Hushi City. He had a close relationship with the 3 leaders of Hushi City, and now that Zhang's family was in trouble, he naturally wanted them to help. But obviously, how could the 3 leaders of Hushi City dare to speak up for Zhang's family? They wanted to live a few more years. If they angered this great bodhisattva, they would all die. President Yang and Commander Hong both lost their hats because of this. If they dared to have any dissent, they would either lose their hats or lose their lives. So now, the 3 leaders of Hushi City pretended not to know anyone from Zhang's family, distancing themselves. They ignored Zhang Meng's pleading eyes. The actions of the 3 leaders of Hushi City made Zhang Meng have a very bad premonition. The person who could make the 3 leaders of Hushi City so fearful, how powerful must they be? What kind of great bodhisattva did Zhang's family provoke? Just as Zhang Meng was still calculating in his mind, Yi Tianyuan suddenly stood up. This small movement immediately frightened everyone in Zhang's family. They all became extremely nervous, their eyes fixed on Yi Tianyuan with great vigilance. It was as if they saw a demon from the abyss. In their nervousness, the members of Zhang's family felt a sense of inexplicable fear. Not to mention Yi Tianyuan's terrifying strength, just the fact that Yi Tianyuan could make the 3 leaders of Hushi City bow down to this extent was enough to make people imagine and feel oppressed. The invisible pressure had made everyone extremely tense. Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at Zhang Meng, and at this moment, Yi Tianyuan's body became extremely tall and majestic, like a demon standing there. Zhang Meng was shocked, not knowing why he felt such inexplicable fear towards Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan said coldly, "It's already 9 o'clock, I don't have much time to wait. Your Zhang family has truly disappointed me." Zhang Meng looked at Yi Tianyuan in a daze, unable to speak for a moment. The only remaining help for Zhang's family was Zhang De, who had not yet arrived. But the current situation was probably beyond help even if Zhang De came. Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Xiuqiang on the ground, who was already pale with fear, looking at Yi Tianyuan in extreme panic. Under Yi Tianyuan's cold, deathly gaze, Zhang Xiuqiang felt as if he was being stared at by the king of hell. This made the already terrified Zhang Xiuqiang even more desperate, unable to control his emotions, and he directly knelt down and begged Yi Tianyuan for mercy. "Yi Tianyuan, no, Mr. Yi, it's my fault, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have provoked you, I know I was wrong, please spare me. I'm still young, I don't want to die, I will kowtow and apologize to you and Zhang Yao, I will compensate you with money, whatever you want. Please spare me, spare our Zhang family, I beg you, Mr. Yi. I am classmates with Jiang Yao, please, Mr. Yi, spare me for the sake of our classmates, I won't dare to do it again. Yi Tianyuan looked cold and mercilessly at the humble Zhang Xiaoqiang, and said coldly, you don't need to beg me when there's no problem. You won't have a chance to bully my woman again. If you only provoke me, maybe I can spare your dog's life. But if you bully my woman, you must die, there is no room for negotiation. Talking about classmates' feelings in your mouth is disgusting to the extreme. You die. Yi Tianyuan directly sentenced Zhang Xiaoqiang to death. As he spoke, Yi Tianyuan's foot was already stepping on Zhang Xiaoqiang's head. Suddenly, a sense of death swept over Zhang Xiaoqiang, instantly making him extremely terrified, as if facing the underworld. How many people can face death calmly? No, Yi Tianyuan, don't kill me, please don't kill me, as long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything, it hurts, Dad save me, I don't want to die, Zhang Xiaoqiang's screams of agony echoed throughout the Zhang family, making everyone's scalp tingle and hearts tremble with fear. No matter how Zhang Xiaoqiang begged for mercy, he could not stop Yi Tianyuan's killing intent. Amidst a chorus of despair, Zhang Xiaoqiang's life finally came to an end. Everyone in the Zhang family could only watch the scene helplessly, not daring to speak out to stop it, let alone come forward to help. This despair made Zhang Xiaoqiang deeply regretful. But unfortunately, he had no chance to regret. After stepping on Zhang Xiaoqiang and ending his life, Yi Tianyuan's gaze coldly swept over the people of the Zhang family. With just one look, everyone in the Zhang family was so nervous and frightened, each one staring at Yi Tianyuan as if facing the king of hell. It seemed that they were all afraid that Yi Tianyuan would turn against them. Zhang Disheng, who was still lying on the ground with serious injuries, watched his proud son die in agony, his heart bleeding and in unbearable pain. But what could he do? Yi Tianyuan, who are you really? Zhang Meng suddenly shouted hysterically. Yi Tianyuan sneered and asked Zhang Meng, is it important? Zhang Meng replied sternly, you have to make it clear to our Zhang family, right? Yi Tianyuan, I know you have a big background, but forgive my ignorance, I really don't know that there is such a figure like you in Qingshan, let alone in our Jiang County. There are no prominent figures with the Yi surname in Jiang County, at least I am not aware of it. You can make the leaders of Hushi and Longye so respectful, your identity must be significant. Whether in terms of strength or power, our Zhang family is far behind, the gap is huge. We admit defeat to our Zhang family, but I also want to know who we lost to, isn't this request reasonable? In the 100-year history of the Zhang family in Qingshan, they have never bowed their heads to anyone. But this time, they had to. Such a powerful opponent was something the Zhang family had never encountered in 100 years. And at that moment, a sudden commotion came from outside. Immediately after, a general carrying a one-star insignia led a group of fully armed soldiers into the Zhang family. Seeing this, everyone in the Zhang family made way. This general with the one-star insignia was none other than Zhang Meng's son, Zhang Du. Under the careful cultivation of the Zhang family, Zhang Du was now a general in the Jiang County Military Department, commanding a force of 20,000 troops. He was undoubtedly a person of real power. It was because of Zhang Du's presence that even the leaders of Hushi and Longye had to give some face to the Zhang family and not easily provoke them. Zhang Du was a trump card of the Zhang family. Unless absolutely necessary, the Zhang family would not use this trump card. Zhang Du's arrival immediately reassured everyone in the Zhang family. Watching the tragic death of Zhang Xiaoqiang, the heavily injured Zhang Disheng, and his father Zhang Meng, Zhang Du was instantly filled with rage. A towering anger engulfed the entire Zhang family. I'm sorry, father. I'm late coming back. Let me handle this matter now. There are really fearless people these days. Times have truly changed. In Qingshan, there are actually people daring to provoke my Zhang family? Since there are still people in Qingshan who are unclear about the situation, they don't know who the true king of Qingshan is. So today, let me turn the sky of Qingshan upside down. It's been years since I returned to Qingshan, maybe no one remembers my name anymore. Zhang Du coldly spoke out, imposing and domineering. Zhang Du himself is a top-notch warrior, and his years of battles outside have made him full of killing intent. As a general with 20,000 soldiers under his command, Zhang Du naturally possesses extraordinary arrogance. Hearing Zhang Du's bold words, the people of the Zhang family suddenly felt empowered, regained their confidence, and even felt a surge of blood boiling. Yes, with General Zhang Du here, what does the Zhang family have to fear? Regardless of your status, in front of 20,000 soldiers, you must obediently bow your head. All power in this world serves the fist. Just now, Zhang Meng, who was in despair, now lifted his spirits and nodded heavily at Zhang Du. In a very serious tone, he said to Zhang Du, the honor and disgrace of the Zhang family now rests solely on you. Zhang Du patted his chest and assured Zhang Meng, don't worry, father, leave everything to me. I will never allow anyone to step on the Zhang family's head. No one is allowed. Not to mention a small Qingshan. Even if you look at the entire Jiang County, there are not many people worth my 3-point fear. In Qingshan, no one can challenge this sky. Anyone who tries to provoke the Zhang family, thinking that we have no one, will face my raging fury. Before Zhang Du could finish his arrogant words, an impatient and cold voice suddenly rang out. You people of the Zhang family are very noisy. Are you done with the nonsense? If you are done, then come and meet your death. Come and meet your death? Hearing Yi Tianyuan's arrogant words, Zhang Du immediately stared at Yi Tianyuan like a hungry wolf, fiercely and angrily. His eyes were sharp as a knife, like venomous snakes. Just this gaze alone was sharp and terrifying enough. Truly a seasoned warrior, the killing intent on him was heavy. It was evident that Zhang Du's hands were stained with countless blood. After giving Yi Tianyuan a cold and eerie look, Zhang Du's gaze shifted to the leaders of Hushi and Longya. The leader of the horse was completely ignored by Zhang Du. Zhang Du was also not polite at all, snorted heavily and said, Hushi, Longya, my Zhang family has always been friendly with you too, with no grudges. I advise you not to get involved in today's matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite to you. I brought 1,000 elite soldiers here, and 20,000 troops have already assembled and are ready for battle. As soon as I give the order, the 20,000 troops can immediately march to Qingshan. Zhang Du's words were full of threats. Under normal circumstances, perhaps Hushi and Lu Jinlong would also be wary and consider carefully. It was obviously unwise to confront a general with 20,000 soldiers. The city defense of the horse leader could not withstand the 20,000 troops of Zhang Du. But with Yi Tianyuan present today, Hushi and Lu Jinlong naturally had no worries at all. They didn't need to do anything here. So, in the face of Zhang Du's threatening words, they just smiled and remained silent. The reaction of these two made Zhang Du very unhappy and somewhat unsure of their situation. But at this moment, Zhang Du didn't care about that anymore. Zhang Du looked at Yi Tianyuan coldly, like a wild beast, and snorted heavily, Humph, you haven't even grown your hair yet and you're acting tough. Who didn't watch over you properly and let you come out? Kid, you're quite good at fighting, aren't you? Your family background is prominent, and you have strong backing, right? Even Hushi and Lord Long in the city have to defer to you, right? So why don't you speak properly to me? Who do you think you are? Upon hearing Zhang Du's vulgar words, the three men in the city of Hu couldn't help but exchange glances, then shook their heads and looked at Zhang Du with pity in their eyes. There are countless ways to court death, and the Zhang family accounts for half of them. The Zhang family members really have a flair for seeking death. Zhang Xiaocheng has just died, and now there's another one seeking his own death. The Zhang family is beyond saving. Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at Zhang Du, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and asked in a cold voice, do you really want to know? Zhang Du had no idea of the disaster looming over him. With a disdainful and arrogant attitude, he looked at Yi Tianyuan and said, I'll give you a chance to introduce yourself. You better cherish it, understand? Zhang Du still had no idea of the magnitude of the trouble he had caused. The three men in the city of Hu looked at Zhang Du with pity and sympathy. How dare a mere one-star general like Zhang Du ask the Lord Tianyuan to introduce himself? How many lives does he think he has to be so audacious? What's the matter, lost your nerve? Weren't you just being arrogant and conceited? Weren't you acting all high and mighty? If you don't dare to introduce yourself, then forget it, this general doesn't care. In the entire Jiang County, there are no more than a handful of people who can make this general wary. Unfortunately none of them are surnamed Yi. Since you're not speaking, be prepared to face this general's wrath. Zhang Du was still there, speaking recklessly. He had no idea how close he was to death's door. I am Hong Yuanqi, get out of my way. Just as Zhang Du's voice fell, a thunderous shout rang through the entire Zhang family, startling Zhang Du and the 1,000 soldiers he had brought. They quickly made way, respectfully looking towards the speaker. Zhang Du and the others were shocked at first, then quickly looked over. When they saw the newcomers, everyone in the Zhang family was stunned. At that moment, three people walked in side by side. Yang Jia, the former governor of Jiang County, Hong Yuanqi, the former commander of the Jiang County War Department, and the Black Emperor. Although the Zhang family did not recognize the Black Emperor, the fact that he could walk side by side with Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi was proof enough of his extraordinary status. Even though Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi had retired and returned home, they had just stepped down from their positions as rulers of Jiang County and were still highly respected. Their authority was beyond doubt. Why have Governor Yang and Commander Hong come here? Zhang De suddenly felt uneasy and puzzled, with a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Were they also here for Yi Tianyuan? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang De broke out in a cold sweat. It couldn't be, could it? But when Zhang De saw the three men completely ignore him and walk straight towards Yi Tianyuan, he was struck as if by lightning, petrified on the spot. The people of the Zhang family also quickly turned fearful, stiff, and desperate. Without a doubt, Yang Jie and the others went straight to Yi Tianyuan, bowing and paying their respects. The impact of this scene was no less than a nuclear explosion. Everyone in the Zhang family instantly collapsed mentally, sinking into fear and despair once again. Yang Jie and Han Yuanqi had been the rulers of Jiang County for more than a decade, and yet they were showing such respect to Yi Tianyuan? Just who was this Yi Tianyuan? Could he be a descendant of some important figure in the capital? The Zhang family was truly finished this time. Zhang De's face was also pale with shock at this time, standing there with a blank expression. Where was the arrogance just now? It was like a wilted eggplant in an instant. Zhang De's mentality finally exploded, and he hysterically questioned Yi Tianyuan, "Who are you? Am I too ignorant? Although I don't know all the big figures in the capital, I should at least have some knowledge. In the capital, there are no big figures with the Yi surname. I really want to know, who are you? Even Governor Yang and Commander Hong treat you like this. It must be the treatment that only the descendants of those elders or the commanders of the War Department can have, right?" "What? Descendants of elders or commanders of the War Department?" Hiss. With these words from Zhang Du, everyone in the Zhang family couldn't help but gasp, scared almost to death. The existence of the supreme dragon ruler was like a giant dragon above the 9 heavens. Their Zhang family was just a small ant, separated by a galaxy. Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang De coldly, and asked in a cold voice, "Do you know how the Chun family was destroyed?" "Ha!" Hearing this, Zhang De's eyebrows immediately furrowed into a Sichuan character, looking at Yi Tianyuan with confusion. "What does it mean? Could it be?" Before Zhang De could think further, Yi Tianyuan continued, "Because the Chen family hurt my wife and daughter, so I personally destroyed the Chen family." Boom! As soon as this was said, the whole scene was in an uproar. The people of the Zhang family were instantly shocked to an unimaginable extent. The sudden destruction of the Chen family overnight did not spread in the Qingshan area, and the Wu city authorities had been trying to suppress the matter. Although there were discussions in the upper society of Qingshan, no one knew what had happened. According to unofficial sources, the Chen family offended the War Department, committed heinous crimes, and was wiped out by the War Department. This matter involved the War Department, so naturally no one dared to discuss it further. But Yi Tianyuan's words let the people of the Zhang family know that it was him who destroyed the Chen family. This was the Chun family, the leading family among the 3 major families of Qingshan. To be able to destroy the Chen family overnight, what kind of power and influence was needed? Yi Tianyuan ignored the shock of the Zhang family and continued to say to Zhang Du, "Do you know how the head of your Bagua sect died?" This time, Yi Tianyuan did not pause to give Zhang Du time to think and answer, but continued, "Because he foolishly wanted to speak up for the Chen family, so he deserved to die." All the people of the Zhang family were dumbfounded, unable to speak. It turned out that the head died for such a reason related to the Chen family. The Zhang family had also inquired with the Hu city authorities and the leader of the Ma clan, but after hearing that this matter was related to the War Department, the Zhang family dared not ask further. Now the people of the Zhang family knew that the head had died at the hands of Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan continued, "How was the Prince John's mansion destroyed? You should know by now, right?" And at this point, Yi Tianyuan glanced at Yang Jie and Han Yuanqi, then said, "I made them take off their black hats. Now, do you know who I am?" One bombshell after another was thrown out of Yi Tianyuan's mouth, completely petrifying the Zhang family. The word shock was far from enough to describe it. Zhang De, who was extremely arrogant just now, was now so scared that his legs were weak, trembling violently. His face was pale, and his expression was full of extreme fear. His mentality completely collapsed. But Zhang De still shook his head, his voice already trembling. "After all you've said, I still don't know who you are. You might as well speak plainly. I know I'm going to die today without a doubt. I admit defeat. Now, I have no other requests. I just want to be a clear ghost." Yi Tianyuan shook his head disappointedly at Zhang Du. "I've told you so much, given you so many hints, and you still don't know who I am. I really don't know how you managed to rise to the position of general." With that, Yi Tianyuan looked at the 6 members of the Black Emperor and said, "Since the Zhang family is so eager to know who I am, I'll break a precedent today and make a high-profile announcement. Come on, you tell the Zhang family who I am." Thump! As Yi Tianyuan's voice fell, the 6 members of the Black Emperor immediately knelt down neatly. With great respect, they shouted in unison, "Greetings to Lord Tianyuan." The loud voice echoed through the sky above the Zhang family, stunning everyone and causing a moment of silence where a pin drop could be heard. The air instantly solidified. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyuan in extreme shock, their expressions exaggerated to the extreme. Especially Zhang Du, who was directly scared out of his wits. His legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt down on the ground, a boundless fear spreading through his body instantly. Zhang Du was trembling violently as if having a seizure. This was a top-notch warrior, a general commanding 20,000 troops. But at this moment, he was scared silly. Lord Tianyuan, the guardian war god, the unparalleled national hero. Yi Tianyuan, Lord Tianyuan, yes, he is Lord Tianyuan. Zhang Du wanted to slap himself hard. How could he be so stupid? With all the hints given, he still couldn't figure out that Yi Tianyuan was Lord Tianyuan. In the previous incident, all 4 war gods of the Tianyuan temple were involved. Wasn't the person behind them Lord Tianyuan? He knew that the announcement from the Dragon Country War Department 3 years ago was fake. How could a divine figure like Lord Tianyuan die in battle outside the domain? Indeed, Lord Tianyuan was still alive. Not only alive, but he was also right here in Qingshan. It's a pity he realized it too late. His Zhang family had provoked Lord Tianyuan without knowing the consequences. How many heads from the Zhang family would be enough for Lord Tianyuan to behead 1,000,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan temple? Thump! 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 Seeing Zhang De kneel down, the others all followed suit and knelt down one after another. At this moment, except for Yi Tianyuan still standing there, everyone else knelt before him. Yi Tianyuan said to the 6 members of the Black Emperor, "Get up. You don't need to show me such respect in the future. I don't like it, especially when there are outsiders around." The 6 members of the Black Emperor did not hesitate and immediately stood up, nodding respectfully to Yi Tianyuan, indicating their understanding. Yi Tianyuan's gaze fell on Yang Jia and Han Yuanqi, and he nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you for running this errand." Yi Tianyuan's words immediately made the 2 of them feel sincere and fearful, and they quickly shook their heads and waved their hands, saying, "It is our greatest honor to be able to help Lord Yi in any way." Being able to save their lives last time had already made Yang Jia and Han Yuanqi grateful to Yi Tianyuan. Lu Jinlong still looked completely confused. From just now until now, he still had no idea what was going on. Although he knew that Yi Tianyuan had a great background and was someone he had to serve carefully, Lu Jinlong had always speculated that Yi Tianyuan was the son of a top figure in the Black Emperor group, such as a chief executive or one of the 4 guardians. But never in a million years did Lu Jinlong expect that Mr. Yi was actually Lord Tianyuan. Although he was on the wrong path, Lu Jinlong had always respected and admired Lord Tianyuan from the bottom of his heart. So, at this moment, Lu Jinlong was both shocked and excited, feeling deeply honored. It was indeed a kind of blessing that seemed to have been cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Yi Tianyuan's gaze fell on Zhang Du again, who was so scared that he quickly kowtowed to Yi Tianyuan, expressing regret and admitting his mistake. "I deserve to die 1,000 times. Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang De coldly and emotionlessly, saying, "You could have avoided death, but unfortunately you saw death, so I cannot spare you. I'll give you a dignified chance to atone for your sins by death." Although Zhang Du was also afraid of death, he was very clear in his heart that he had no choice and would definitely die today. Dying with dignity was his final pride. Zhang De kowtowed to Yi Tianyuan 3 times in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Yi, for your mercy." Without hesitation, Zhang De pulled out his gun and shot himself, ending his life on the spot. As a top martial artist and a 1-star general, a single word from Yi Tianyuan made Zhang De willingly atone for his sins with death. This supreme authority weighed on the hearts of everyone in the Zhang family, making it hard for them to breathe. It made everyone deeply feel the sensation of ants facing a dragon, only able to look up in awe. With Zhang De's death, the Zhang family members all knelt in fear, waiting for Yi Tianyuan's punishment. Who could be blamed for all this? They had brought it upon themselves and could not blame anyone else. It all started with Zhang Xiaoqiang. Because of his mistake, the entire Zhang family had to pay with their lives. In their hearts, the Zhang family members cursed Zhang Xiaoqiang countless times. Zhang Xiaoqiang was the sinner of the Zhang family. Zhang Dishing also felt the immense pressure and said emotionlessly, "If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. I, as a father, bear an inescapable responsibility for the grave mistake made by Zhang Xiaoqiang. I cannot escape my guilt, so I will atone for it with death." With that, Zhang Dishing also ended his life. Zhang Xiaoqiang, Zhang Du, and Zhang Dishing, 3 lives ended tragically. Blood stained the ground, and the air was filled with a hint of blood. For the Zhang family, it was the breath of death. Looking at the 3 bodies, Zhang Meng bitterly smiled in self-mockery. Suddenly, he looked up at Yi Tianyuan and said, "Lord Yi, you are the revered guardian war god of the Dragon Kingdom, a myth in our history, a hero of the nation. Your wrath is too much for our Zhang family to bear. Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others deserve their punishment. Their deaths are not regrettable. As the current head of the Zhang family, I take full responsibility for today's events. I confess and accept the punishment. I will atone for it with death, hoping that you, Lord Yi, will spare the lives of other members of the Zheng family. They are not involved in this matter and should not die for the sins of others. As the guardian war god, I believe you will not kill the innocent. Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at Zhang Meng and said, did I say I would wipe out your entire Zheng family? Hearing this, Zhang Meng was momentarily stunned, then quickly thanked Yi Tianyuan gratefully, saying, thank you, Lord Yi, for your mercy. I will atone for my sins with death. However, Yi Tianyuan stopped him, saying, no need. Zhang Dishing has already taken the blame for the mistakes of your Zheng family. If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. His death is reasonable and serves as atonement for your family. Let this matter end here. Not killing themselves? Zhang Meng initially thought he had misheard, but after a moment of astonishment, he realized it was true. This unexpected mercy brought great relief to Zhang Meng, who once again felt grateful to Yi Tianyuan. The Zheng family members felt as if they had been granted a pardon and expressed immense gratitude towards Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan turned to Black Emperor and said, take care of things behind, I'll leave first. Jiang Yao is outside the Zheng family's house now, you guys wait a few minutes before leaving, don't follow me. Black Emperor nodded heavily in response. With everyone bidding farewell, Yi Tianyuan strode out. Outside at this moment, on the car, Jiang Yao was extremely anxious, feeling like an ant on a hot pan. She looked at Yi Rao with pleading eyes countless times. If it weren't for Yi Rao holding her back, Jiang Yao would have rushed into the Zheng family long ago. She was really worried about Yi Tianyuan, afraid that something might happen to him. Every second she waited, she felt Yi Tianyuan was in more danger. Miss Jiang, rest assured, with Hu Shishou, Leader Ma, and Lord Long together, no one in Qingshan dares to disrespect us. Mr. Yi, nothing will happen, we can just wait here peacefully. Yi Rao was also somewhat at a loss, feeling like she was going crazy. She had already said these words 800 times, but Jiang Yao was still very worried. She couldn't calm down without seeing Yi Tianyuan. Yi Rao also dared not let Jiang Yao into the Zheng family. If something went wrong, she wouldn't know how she would die. No, it's been so long and Yi Tianyuan hasn't come out yet. I can't wait any longer, I must go down and take a look. Jiang Yao suddenly gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She no longer cared about Yi Rao's comforting words and directly pushed open the car door and ran down. This action immediately startled Yi Rao, one of the 4 guardians of the Black Emperor group. She hurriedly chased after Jiang Yao, trying to stop her before she entered the Zheng family. But Jiang Yao seemed to have anticipated this, so as soon as she pushed open the car door, she ran desperately towards the Zheng family. Although Yi Rao was fast, she had to go around the car, so she fell behind a bit. By the time Yi Rao caught up, Jiang Yao had already reached the entrance of the Zheng family. Yi Rao was so scared that cold sweat instantly seeped from her back, thinking it was a disaster. If Miss Jiang saw something she shouldn't at this moment and missed her, Yi blamed her, then fortunately, at this moment, Yi Tianyuan finally walked out of the Zheng family. Jiang Yao almost threw herself into Yi Tianyuan's arms. Seeing Yi Tianyuan safe and sound, Jiang Yao stopped in her tracks. With wide eyes, she still seemed very worried, carefully examining Yi Tianyuan. Yi Rao was so scared that she stood there like a child who had done something wrong, slightly lowering her head, waiting for Yi Tianyuan's punishment. After carefully staring at Yi Tianyuan for a while, Jiang Yao finally confirmed that Yi Tianyuan was fine. Instantly, the emotions pent up in Jiang Yao's heart surged out. Her eyes turned red, and tears welled up. If she didn't hold back, tears would probably have burst out. Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan like this and smiled. Yi Tianyuan, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Seeing Jiang Yao so worried and anxious for his sake, Yi Tianyuan was deeply moved and felt guilty. Yi Tianyuan suddenly hugged Jiang Yao, gently patting her shoulder, apologizing, I'm sorry, Jiang Yao, for making you worry. I'm fine. Jiang Yao was stunned by Yi Tianyuan's sudden embrace, feeling as if she had been shocked by electricity, standing frozen in place. Her body was stiff as ice. Although, this was not the first time she had such intimate physical contact with Yi Tianyuan. But the last time was 8 years ago, and that night was because everyone had drunk too much. The current situation is obviously a bit different. In a completely sober state of mind, this was the first time Jiang Yao was held in a man's arms. But it must be said that being held like this by her man felt warm and secure. It was just a bit shy, especially when Jiang Yao thought that President Yi Rao was still watching from behind. So, after Jiang Yao realized, she blushed and pushed Yi Tianyuan away. She wanted to scold him, but considering that Yi Tianyuan had just narrowly escaped death, she softened her heart. Yi Rao still stood there nervously, not daring to speak. Yi Tianyuan softly said to Jiang Yao, I'm fine, you should go to work first. I drove here, I'll go back by myself later. Jiang Yao seemed a bit worried about Yi Tianyuan, so she said, let me go back with you. It's already late, I'll just take the morning off. Yi Tianyuan smiled and said, as a newly appointed CEO, it's not good to take time off, right? You are a very career-oriented strong woman. The chairman of your company trusts you so much, how can you slack off? It's okay, I'm not stupid, I won't cause you trouble again. But Jiang Yao stubbornly shook her head and said firmly to Yi Tianyuan, no, I must accompany you home before I can go to work with peace of mind. If I can't calm down, going to the office will be inefficient, and I might make mistakes. So, listen to me, or I will really get angry. Seeing Jiang Yao looking so serious and determined, Yi Tianyuan was happy. Being controlled by his wife actually felt pretty good. It was a feeling of happiness. Since Jiang Yao insisted, Yi Tianyuan naturally nodded and agreed, okay, I'll listen to you. As the ancients said, listening to your wife is never wrong. You talk too much. Jiang Yao glared at Yi Tianyuan, not pleased. In ancient times, there was no concept of listening to one's wife. Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao quickly left. Phew! After seeing them off, Yi Rao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Yi didn't blame her. Yi Rao didn't linger and quickly drove away. In another corner, a Porsche Panamera was parked there. Inside the car were two people, none other than Wei Jian and Su Yinfen. They had been watching the show here all along, but the more they watched, the more they felt something was off. Fortunately, their knowledge was limited, and they didn't know Yang Jia, Hong Yuanqi, Yi Rao, or the Black Emperor. They only knew Hu Shishou, the leader of the Ma family, and Lord Long. When they saw these three entering the Zheng family, they realized that something seemed amiss. But then they saw Zhang De leading 1,000 soldiers back, and they felt even more uneasy. Wasn't Zhang De supposed to be the Zheng family's last resort? Logically, as the Zhang family's last resort, Zhang De wouldn't act unless it was absolutely necessary. Zhang De returning with 1,000 fully armed soldiers in a hurry meant that the Zhang family was in trouble and facing a difficult situation that required Zhang De's intervention. It was quite strange. They had been guarding here just now, and they had seen Jiang Yao and Yi Tianyuan entering the Zhang family one after another. Later, they saw Jiang Yao being pushed out by Yi Tianyuan. After that, even though Jiang Yao brought a young and pretty woman over, they didn't know who she was. Since the two of them had been sitting in the car and hadn't gotten out, Wei Jian and Su Yinfen didn't think much of it, assuming that Jiang Yao had just called a girlfriend to accompany her. Then, several waves of people entered the Zhang family one after another. Until just now, the two of them actually saw Yi Tianyuan walking out of the Zhang family safe and sound. Watching Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao driving away, Wei Jian and Su Yinfen looked at each other in confusion. What the heck is going on? Let's go after them and take a look. After a while, Su Yinfen, still not giving up, said to Wei Jian. Wei Jian immediately started the car to chase after Yi Tianyuan, but just as Wei Jian was about to drive, suddenly someone stood in front of the car. Thanks to user 6134 for the character summon, thanks to user 5497 for the knife, thanks to the insightful inspiration capsule, thanks to Dai Shirtan for the update charm, and thanks to other friends for the flowers. Thank you all for your support and encouragement. This sudden situation immediately startled Wei Jian and his wife, especially when they saw the person in front of them pressing their hands on the car, showing an evil and sinister expression. This made the two of them feel extremely terrified, as if they had seen the king of hell. In panic, Wei Jian instinctively stepped on the gas pedal vigorously, trying to push the other person away. But a strange scene occurred. The car couldn't move forward at all. If not for the engine roaring like a wild beast, Wei Jian and his wife would have doubted if they had pressed the gas pedal. This is a Porsche worth over $1 million, with an engine that can produce around 300 horsepower. With such powerful horsepower, even a reinforced concrete wall wouldn't be able to stop it. But at this moment, it was blocked by a person using their body. Before Wei Jian and his wife could react, the Black Emperor suddenly exerted force with both hands. Bang! Bang! The immense force felt like a mountain pressing down on the car, completely crushing the front of the car. The tires burst, the front of the car collapsed, instantly turning into a pile of scrap metal on the ground. The engine also exploded, smoking and stalling. Sitting in the car, Wei Jian and his wife were completely shocked by this scene, staring blankly at the Black Emperor, who seemed like a demon. Is this still a human being? How could he crush the car barehanded into scrap metal? How powerful must one be to achieve this? Before the two could come to their senses, the Black Emperor walked to the front of the car and effortlessly tore off the car door. Such an inhuman scene is only seen on TV. Seeing the Black Emperor approaching them like a demon, Wei Jian and his wife were already scared witless, their minds blank. The Black Emperor lifted the two of them out of the car as if grabbing chicks, then walked towards the Zhang family. Although Yi Tianyuan had left, the atmosphere at the Zhang family was still tense and oppressive. Everyone stood still, afraid to even move. The Black Emperor casually threw Wei Jian and his wife to the ground. When the two saw several bodies on the ground, they screamed in fear, huddling together tightly. The two were completely paralyzed with fear. After some time, Wei Jian and Su Yanfen finally calmed down slightly. What on earth is going on? The two of them clearly hadn't fully reacted yet. Brother, what did we do wrong? Wei Jian trembled as he glanced at the Black Emperor. Just one glance and he was scared as if he had seen a demon, quickly lowering his head, afraid to look again. Afraid of offending the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor's cold and eerie voice rang in the ears of Wei Jian and his wife. Look up. After exchanging a glance, Wei Jian and his wife cautiously raised their heads. The Black Emperor pointed to Hu Shishou, Leader Ma, and Lord Long, and asked Wei Jian and his wife, do you know them? Wei Jian and his wife immediately nodded desperately. Who wouldn't recognize these three big shots? The Black Emperor then pointed to Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi and asked again, what about them? The two looked and immediately shook their heads. The Black Emperor pointed to the three bodies on the ground and asked, what about these three? Wei Jian and his wife finally looked carefully and were shocked to find that it was Zhang Xiaoqiang and his father Zhang Disheng, as well as General Zhang De from the Zhang family. Yi Tianyuan left unharmed just now, but Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others died? What exactly happened? Do you know how they died? The Black Emperor looked coldly at Wei Jian and his wife. How did they die? Could it be because of Yi Tianyuan? Thinking of this possibility, Wei Jian and his wife were terrified and pale-faced. First the Chen family, then the Prince of Jiang, just now the Zhang family, and now you too. Why are there so many fearless people in this world? Why provoke my boss? Are you ants from this county worthy? The Black Emperor said angrily, addressing both Wei Jian and his wife and everyone present. Wei Jian and his wife pleaded in fear, who is your boss? We don't know, right? Please don't tell me your boss is Yi Tianyuan. How dare you? The Black Emperor suddenly shouted, his voice fierce like a demon, can you casually mention Yi Tianyuan? My boss is the guardian war god, the unparalleled national hero, Lord Tianyuan. What? Lord Tianyuan? Wei Jian and his wife were once again shocked, utterly confused. Yi Tianyuan, Lord Tianyuan, he is Lord Tianyuan. Wei Jian and his wife kept muttering incoherently, finally understanding who Yi Tianyuan really was. The poor losers in their eyes, the retired soldiers without money or power, who disgraced Jiangyao with cow dung. But to their surprise, he turned out to be Lord Tianyuan, a man of godlike presence. They actually offended Lord Tianyuan? So, did the Chen family and the Prince of Jiang also meet their doom because they provoked Lord Tianyuan? Did Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others die at the hands of Lord Tianyuan? Does that mean it's their turn now? With this thought, Wei Jian and his wife were instantly terrified and filled with regret, quickly begging for mercy. But it was too late. The Black Emperor had already sent them to the afterlife. After dealing with them, the Black Emperor's gaze turned cold and fierce towards everyone present, shouting loudly, I hope everything that happened here today stays buried in your stomachs. If anyone dares to leak a word, I will wipe out their entire family. Do you all understand my words? Everyone nodded vigorously, not daring to admit they didn't understand. After giving these instructions, the Black Emperor turned and left. Lu Jinlong quickly followed suit. Once outside, Lu Jinlong immediately knelt before the Black Emperor, extremely respectful, and said, I, Lu Jinlong, pay my respects to the Black Emperor. Please forgive me, I didn't know your identity. His trembling voice carried a deep sense of admiration. Although Lu Jinlong was the emperor of the Qingshan underworld, a big shot in charge of a domain, within the Black Emperor group, he was just a minor figure. In the hierarchy of the Black Emperor group, the Black Emperor was the first level, the left and right hands were the second level, the 4 guardians were the third level, the 8 Vajras were the fourth level, the 18 Arhats were the fifth level, and the 108 Earth Fiends were the sixth level. Lu Jinlong was among the 108 Earth Fiends. In the Black Emperor group, he could only rank at the sixth level. Lu Jinlong had always admired the Black Emperor immensely, even treating him as a divine being. He had fantasized countless times about meeting the Black Emperor, never expecting to be so fortunate this time. The Black Emperor glanced at Lu Jinlong, impressed that he had quickly guessed his identity. My identity must be kept secret, the Black Emperor coldly said to Lu Jinlong. Lu Jinlong immediately nodded solemnly and said, I will keep my mouth shut and not reveal a single word to anyone. On the other side, after returning to the Tan Palace Villa, Zhang Yao finally relaxed. After saying a few words to Yi Tianyuan, Zhang Yao hurriedly went to the company. Just as Zhang Yao left, the Black Emperor arrived. Boss, those 2 people have been executed. Do we need to wipe out their entire family? The Black Emperor said. Yi Tianyuan waved his hand and said, their families are not to blame. Their deaths are deserved, and at least for now, their families have not provoked me. There is no need to punish them. The Black Emperor nodded and said to Yi Tianyuan, "Boss, I have bought all the adjacent villas. My people, including the Grim Reaper and the Enchantress, have all been settled in the villas next door to better protect the lady and Princess Yuan. Boss, is there anything else you need to instruct?" Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly and said to the Black Emperor, "You handle these matters, there is nothing else. You may leave." The Black Emperor quickly added, "By the way, boss, there is one more thing. Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi have both purchased properties in Qingshan and plan to settle there. They also want to work in the Black Emperor group. What do you think?" Yi Tianyuan smiled lightly. These two have ambitious plans. Settling in Qingshan and wanting to work in the Black Emperor group is simply following me. Yi Tianyuan did not object to Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi, although they made mistakes before and were punished. Yi Tianyuan waved his hand to the Black Emperor. "You handle it yourself, don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future." Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor quickly left. Just as the Black Emperor left, a war chariot stopped in front of the villa. The four great war gods, Tianqing, Hell, Xianming, and Yellow Springs, jumped down and walked towards Yi Tianyuan. When they arrived in front of Yi Tianyuan, the four war gods respectfully saluted and shouted in unison, "We have seen the Lord, and we are here to report to the Lord." Looking at the four war gods, Yi Tianyuan rarely smiled and nodded to them. Tianqing war god immediately reported, "Lord, as per your orders, we have selected a force of 2,000 elite warriors stationed in the western outskirts of Qingshan, ready to follow your orders at any time." Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly but did not say anything. This elite force is only a reserve force in case of emergency. Tianqing war god continued, "Lord, today our four war departments can complete the organization of all our soldiers under the Tianyuan Hall, and we can officially announce to the world that the Tianyuan Hall has returned. Our Tianyuan Hall's million soldiers have been waiting for this moment, waiting for a full 4 years. Lord, only with you, our Tianyuan Hall has a purpose. Our Tianyuan Hall is now filled with enthusiasm, everyone has found themselves again, restored their ambitions and aspirations. Now, everyone is waiting to follow the Lord into battle again, to conquer the battlefield, and make the world tremble. This is our supreme glory, this is the purpose of our Tianyuan Hall's existence, this is the life of our million soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall." Tianqing war god spoke with great enthusiasm and passion, eager to go to battle. Yi Tianyuan looked at Tianqing war god and said, "I am glad that the Tianyuan Hall has returned. I appreciate and support your enthusiasm to go to battle and kill the enemy, but I do not wish to return to the battlefield now. I only want to accompany Zhang Yao and Yuan. I will leave the affairs of the Tianyuan Hall to you in the future. After fighting for so many years, I am also tired. You can all handle things on your own now. Let me take a break and be a lazy boss for a while." The four war gods looked at each other and then said in unison, "Master, you can rest assured. From now on, we will take care of the battles on the battlefield, and you just need to stay in the Tianyuan Hall. As long as you are in the Tianyuan Hall, you will always be with us. We will have a soul, endless fighting spirit and determination, and we will be able to win every battle. The Tianyuan Hall that made countries tremble in fear will still be the same." Yi Tianyuan smiled faintly. Perhaps he felt a little guilty in his heart. The Tianyuan Hall has now been reorganized, reappeared in the world, and embarked on a new journey. But he, Yi Tianyuan, has to be a lazy boss. He felt somewhat indebted to the millions of soldiers of the Tianyuan Hall. But he owed Zhang Yao and Yuan even more. Now, Yi Tianyuan would rather bear the world than disappoint Zhang Yao and Yuan. Yi Tianyuan patted the shoulders of the four war gods heavily and said to them, "From now on, it's up to you to take care of the Tianyuan Hall. I believe in you, you will do well. I will be watching over you from afar, and you will not disappoint me." The four war gods stood up straight immediately, saluted Yi Tianyuan in a standard warrior manner, and shouted in unison, "Yes, master, we will not let you down." Yi Tianyuan waved his hand to dismiss them, "Go back and prepare well. We have to face the 5 million allied forces of various countries as agreed with the Elder Council. Prepare yourselves and be ready for battle as soon as possible. Guarding the national borders has always been the responsibility of our Tianyuan Hall, and this is the meaning of our existence. We are not fighting for the Elder Council, but for the 14 million people of my dragon country. This matter started because of me, and the Tianyuan Hall has no choice but to bear it. I appreciate all your hard work." The four war gods immediately nodded in agreement. They were already aware of this matter and were actively preparing for it. Although this battle might be unprecedentedly difficult, they were still full of confidence. The Tianyuan Hall never loses. As they were about to leave, the Tianqing war god suddenly remembered something important and said to Yi Tianyuan with a serious expression, "Master, there is one more thing I need to report to you. Do you know the Dragon Soul War God? Dragon Soul War God? Yi Tianyuan frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, is he the grandson of the third elder? He was appointed as the Dragon Soul War God 8 years ago, but there hasn't been much news about him since then, and I haven't paid attention to him. What, does he want to come to me to settle a score on behalf of the third elder? The Tianqing War God nodded and said, yes, Master, he is indeed the grandson of the third elder. This person is exceptionally powerful, has good leadership skills, and is adept at playing mind games. He is very good at winning people's hearts, and he has a large number of followers. In recent years, the Dragon Soul War God has been low-key, while we, the 4 war gods, have been guarding the 4 major regions in the southeast and northwest, protecting the borderlands of the Dragon Country. He has been in charge of the far west, a desolate and barren land of extreme cold. I haven't paid much attention to this person before, but in the past few days since you returned to the country, the Dragon Soul War God has suddenly become unusually active. When he makes a move, it is quite remarkable. Oh, remarkable? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyuan became somewhat interested and looked at the Tianqing War God with curiosity. Tell me, how remarkable is his move? The Tianqing War God continued, although the Dragon Soul War God was appointed as a war god 8 years ago, he has always hidden himself well, so no one has noticed him. Everyone thought he was just an ordinary war god. Like that Azura war god, not even worth mentioning. The Dragon Soul War God only leads an army of 100,000 and sits in the far west. But these past 2 days, everyone was shocked to find out that the Dragon Soul War God has been biding his time for the past 8 years, secretly working behind the scenes, using his charm to gather people to his side, and has managed to gather all the power in the Dragon Kingdom, except for our 4 major war departments. In other words, now, apart from our Sky Abyss Palace, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom belongs to his Dragon Soul War God. Not only that, but the Dragon Soul War God has also quietly cultivated a 1 million-strong army in the far west over these 8 years. Furthermore, the Dragon Soul War God now claims to have 4 war gods under his command, namely Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. In addition to these 4 war gods, there are 100 dragon generals, each a master-level expert. 3,000 dragon guards, each a top-tier warrior. Now, the entire Dragon Kingdom's war departments are in turmoil, and everyone is shocked. At first, the 4 of us were hesitant to believe it, thinking it was just a deliberate smokescreen released to threaten our Sky Abyss Palace. But after repeated investigations and confirmations, we have confirmed the authenticity of this matter. The Dragon Soul War God has already entered the capital with his men, and it is said that he will meet the Emperor today to request permission to establish the Temple of the Gods. Oh, the Temple of the Gods? Is he blatantly challenging our Sky Abyss Palace? 8 years of patience, sudden eruption? If that's the case, this person's scheming and depth of calculation are truly extraordinary, to a chilling extent. Such a person should not be underestimated. However, Yi Tianyuan doesn't seem to care much, just saying lightly, if he wants to establish the Temple of the Gods, let him do so. Since he has the people and the strength, there's nothing wrong with it. As long as he doesn't provoke our Sky Abyss Palace, we don't need to pay attention to him. We'll focus on what we need to do, and that's enough. We don't need to worry about anything else. The Heavenly War God immediately said, Palace Master, while that may be true, I can't help but feel that all of this is not a coincidence but a deliberate act. I think the Dragon Soul War God's actions are clearly aimed at our Sky Abyss Palace, even at you, Palace Master. You were seriously injured by the Third Elder, and it is said that the Third Elder has decided to retire early. Once the country's Lord selects someone to replace him, he will officially step down from the Elder Council. The Dragon Soul War God is probably coming to avenge the Third Elder. So,